Welcome to this endless world of survival. The identities, wealth, and status you possessed in your former world have all turned to dust. Everyone must begin again from nothing. In this world, the only thing you can truly rely on is the vehicle beneath you. The rules for the novice protection phase are as follows. All players must keep them firmly in mind. 1. Daily distance requirement. Each player must travel at least 400 kilometers every day. Those who fail will be erased outright at the stroke of midnight. 2. Night driving warning. For the sake of your life, it is strongly inadvisable to drive at night. Moving objects will attract unknown dangers lurking in the darkness. 3. Randomized positioning. Players have been randomly dropped at arbitrary points along the endless highway. 4. Acquiring supplies. Supply crates will randomly refresh along the roadside, their quality and quantity entirely unpredictable. Take note, while you and other players on the same stretch of road do not directly compete for basic resources, the human heart is often far more terrifying than any monster. Finally, on this road of survival, anything that defies common sense may occur. Gather supplies, upgrade your vehicle, and make yourself stronger. Elimination from the game signifies the player's complete death. The road of survival officially begins. Waves of stabbing pain surged through Jiang Chen's mind as a cold mechanical voice echoed in his head. SSS. Jiang Chen let out a low groan of pain, his brows knit tightly together. He struggled to pry open eyelids that felt weighted with lead, his vision gradually shifting from blur to clarity. When Jiang Chen finally saw the scene before him, his eyes flew wide open, and even his breathing stalled for half a beat. There was no familiar ceiling above him. Only a desolate, deathly still desert stretched out before his gaze. A raging wind swept coarse yellow sand between heaven and earth, while the dim ochre sky hung overhead like an enormous curtain pressing down upon him, so oppressive it felt hard to breathe. Withered shrubs lay sparsely scattered between the dunes. At the very center of his field of vision ran a straight, broad asphalt road. Fresh white, dashed lines stretched along the asphalt, extending straight ahead. On the far side, the road merged into the horizon, its end nowhere in sight. The bizarre scene before him battered at Jiang Chen's nerves again and again. Before he could even figure out whether he was still dreaming, the content that had just been broadcast in his mind coalesced into a ghostly blue projection that unfolded before his eyes. Next, the text twisted and warped, transforming into a new line of blood red notification: player consciousness detected. Press any key to skip the system's friendly reminder and begin your road of survival. Any key. Which one is the any key again? Jiang Chen's mind was still foggy. A hangover-like dizziness prevented him from focusing on the meaning of the words floating before him. His mouth was parched, his whole body aching, and instinctively, he wanted to stand up first. He subconsciously braced a hand behind him, intending to push himself up with the strength of his wrist. The instant his palm pressed down with force, the red characters before his eyes suddenly flickered. Beep. Player confirmation detected. The road of survival officially begins. What the hell did I just confirm? As the system prompt resounded in his mind, the blue and red rule panels before Jiang Chen shattered like glass, with a crisp crack bursting into countless motes of light that vanished without a trace in an instant. Seeing his field of vision suddenly widen again, Jiang Chen drew in a deep breath and forced himself to stand up straight. He rubbed his throbbing temples and turned around, hoping to see if there were any other clues. Yet the moment he turned, his entire body froze. Parked on the stretch of road behind him was a battered, old. Its white paint had severely oxidized into a dull yellow, the body mottled with rust spots of all shapes and sizes. Half of the left headlight casing was shattered, held together only by several layers of aged transparent tape. The front bumper was slightly deformed, the side mirror askew, as though a single gust of wind might snap it off. Its iconic front fascia with plain, unpretentious lines was crowned by an eye-catching red gemstone-shaped logo. Staring at this flaking, dilapidated Wuling Hongguang, Jiang Chen stood there stunned for a full half-minute, his thoughts scattered like sand in the wind. At last he sobered up completely, and utterly bewildered let out a soul-deep question. For crying out loud, where on earth have you dumped me? Is this even still in my own country? A cold wind swept past, whipping up a spray of sand that stung his face. Forcing himself to calm down, Jiang Chen replayed the voice that had sounded in his mind moments ago, and finally grasped the situation he was in. Perhaps some mysterious force had intervened, dragging him along with the tide of world hopping. Or perhaps all of humanity had been compelled into this brutal game of survival. And in this world, the vehicle beneath you was your very lifeline. Jiang Chen swallowed hard and stepped toward the battered minivan behind him. The moment his wrist brushed the scratch-covered hood, a pale blue light screen swept out with a soft whoosh and floated into the air before his eyes. Name: Wuling Hongguang 2010 Practical Edition. Top speed 60 km per hour. Note: exceeding the maximum speed carries a risk of structural disintegration. To drive with care. Fuel 50 liters full tank. Durability 10100, not recommended for any form of collision or combat. Evaluation mid-engine rear-wheel drive a substitute for a supercar. Power unknown grows stronger when facing formidable foes. Jiang Chen stared at the Wuling Hongguang before him, a vehicle where everything rattled except the horn, his face lined with exasperation. It risks falling apart if it goes over 60, and yet it supposedly grows stronger against stronger enemies. After steadying his emotions, Jiang Chen walked a full circle around the vehicle. He reached out to pat the still reasonably solid tire and could only comfort himself saying, "Look on the bright side. At least all the attributes of this car are fairly balanced with plenty of room for improvement. And in terms of hardware, it's actually been maintained decently. There's not much risk of a blowout with these tires. Most importantly, the fuel tank is still full. Saves me a lot of trouble." Jiang Chen recalled the survival novels he used to binge late at night on Huang Shixi. Those protagonists either started out with empty tanks or broken parts to secure just a few liters of fuel, and some gear they had to risk their lives fighting beasts or zombies. Peril beyond measure. By comparison, he at least had a full 50 liters in reserve and would not be living on the edge from the very first day. The novice phase demands 400 kilometers per day. This vehicle tops out at 60. Even if I play it safe and keep it at 50 to avoid shaking it to pieces, I only need to drive 8 hours straight to complete the novice assessment unscathed. Silently doing the math, he knew that driving this kind of car for 8 hours would be sheer torment. But for the sake of staying alive, it was a price he could accept. Jiang Chen let out a helpless hollow chuckle. For now, this was the only way he could console himself. After familiarizing himself with his vehicle, he suddenly thought of something and stirred his consciousness. Sure enough, in response to his thought, a personal status panel belonging solely to him popped up. Name: Jiang Chen. Age: 21. Physique: 20. Note: the peak for the human race is 20. This attribute is a composite of defense, recovery, speed, strength, and more. Spirit: 20. Note: the peak for the human race is 20. This attribute is a composite of spiritual defense, spiritual recovery, speed, probability of talent, awakening, and other factors. Evaluation: a freshly manufactured, pristine draft animal. Certain special values are referenced from the previous protagonist's configuration. At first, Jiang Chen felt quite pleased as he looked over his stats. A perfect double 20. This was the equivalent of a medical checkup where every single index came back normal. For many people, such a result was something to yearn for. After all these days, who doesn't carry a few minor ailments? Herniated discs, high blood pressure, gout, palpitations, depression, and the like. Nuisances that are small, yet ever-present. But when his gaze continued downward and landed on the final line of system evaluation at the bottom, Jiang Chen's smile froze in an instant. He almost burst out swearing on the spot. "You've got to be kidding me." So he had taken such good care of himself all this time just to come here and be worked like a literal draft animal. He drew in a long breath and muttered under his breath, "Don't get mad, don't get mad. Anger only breeds illness, and no one's going to take that on for you." After several rounds of deep breathing, Jiang Chen forcibly suppressed the urge to keep cursing. Forget it. Circumstances are stronger than men. The most urgent task now is to get on the road as soon as possible and finish today's 400-kilometer quota. Jiang Chen yanked open the car door, which screeched sharply, and dropped into the slightly sunken driver's seat. With a bitter self-mocking smile, he said, "Didn't expect that just after finally quitting my early 8 to 4, I'd immediately be blessed with a 997 schedule instead. Unknown forces, you really outdid yourselves." Just as Jiang Chen adjusted his grip on the steering wheel and prepared to start the minivan, a clear, melodious, breeze-like chime suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The chime carried an oppressive and sacred aura that looked down upon all things, making Jiang Chen's soul shudder as if it trembled. The voice that manifested afterward was infinitely superior to the system of the survival road. Ding! Detected that the host's soul wavelength fully matches, meeting the conditions for issuing an external assist. Issuing the exclusive External Assist Galaxy Fleet Building System. System explanation: on this lonely and crisis-ridden survival journey, only teamwork is the long-term path to survival. For each high-quality teammate successfully recruited who meets system requirements and voluntarily joins the convoy, the host will randomly awaken one SS-level talent. Core requirements for recruiting teammates: 1. Gender must be different from the host. 2. System comprehensive rating must be above 95 points. 3. Number of charging connections must be 0. System guarantee: all teammates who join the host convoy will be bound by the highest system law, permanently unable to harm or betray the host. The host automatically holds the highest authority and life domination rights within the convoy. Jiang Chen looked at the external assist before him and immediately gasped in shock. Oh my God! This external assist is too powerful. Mother Earth indeed never lets down any wandering sun. As a veteran bookworm who had navigated countless web novels, Jiang Chen perfectly understood what an SS-level talent meant. In most survival settings, awakening a Clevel or Blevel talent could already make someone a minor leader. Awakening an SS-level talent meant becoming a being that could dominate the world and star as the protagonist in a novel of one's own. Now, if he could find teammates that met the conditions and get them to join his team, then SS-level talents could be obtained in bulk. One teammate equals one SS-level talent. If I formed a convoy of 100 people, wouldn't I stack 100 invincible buffs? Jiang Chen pictured himself bathed in 100 golden lights. The scene would probably make even God want to shine his shoes. But this excitement didn't last long. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced out the window, his face instantly falling. Ahead lay a dead-wide asphalt road stretching as if forever without end. On both sides was a desolate desert, not even a single weed in sight. In the sky, nothing but yellow sand and the sun, not a single bird passing by. Jiang Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a toothache coming on. This was like being given an unlimited black credit card only to be thrown into a primeval forest. Even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. Where am I supposed to recruit teammates that meet the system's requirements in this wilderness? Jiang Chen looked at the worn-out dashboard and let out a long sigh. Right now, he couldn't even go pull up a few old chives like the kidney deficiency young master. What was the use of having such a powerful external assist, but being unable to use it? It was no different from being edged without release. So having an external assist is better than nothing. Maybe a stunning beauty will appear ahead. Forget it. Everyone has it rough. Let's just drive for now. Jiang Chen shook his head, precisely judging the clutch's biting point with his left foot, then stomped hard on the accelerator with his right foot. Roar! The Wuling Hongguang let out a muffled roar like a heaving ox. The car body shuddered violently before finally wobbling into motion. As for the pushback sensation, let's just say it was only slightly stronger than a new national standard electric scooter. As the car smoothly entered the road, the surrounding scenery began to recede slowly. Because the road was extremely straight and wide with absolutely no curves or obstacles, Jiang Chen didn't find it difficult to drive. So while holding the steering wheel with one hand, he focused his attention on the constantly jumping chat hall page. He planned to lurk behind the screen, peeping on other players to gather some intel. Survival Highway No. 10086 current players 99614100000 in the chat box. All kinds of information flowed. Trapped on the survival highway, the Zodiac decides your vehicle. Holy crap. I just picked my masseuse already paid. I was about to wash away life's muddy troubles and appreciate the art of foot care when, where the hell is this, eh? My downloaded resources. The legendary captain hadn't even taken off when someone elbowed my plane into a crash. Help! My Maybach has turned into a tractor. What is this crooked iron rod for? If I can't start the vehicle, it'll definitely be erased today. Ha ha ha. I awakened an 11 talent. Today I'm going to be superhuman strong. Nobody can stop me. Damn, there's talent awakening in this survival world. Why didn't I get one? Did I accidentally skip some cutscene and miss the newbie gift pack? Same here, I didn't see any talent selection. Is the system bugged? Brothers upstairs, put your hearts at ease. I studied it for a while. The system rules don't guarantee talents. Even reading the instructions doesn't help. That guy is probably an extremely rare lucky one. Most people, including me, are pure blank slates. Damn, they said starting from zero, everyone on the same starting line. How come even in this hellish place the awakened ones get to pull the others up? Bro, don't sabotage our survival road. Jiang Chen watched these people's comments and almost couldn't hold back a laugh. There were so many talented people in this chat hall, and they spoke so pleasantly he really enjoyed lurking here. What's that ahead? Jiang Chen was still staring at the barrage comments when his peripheral vision suddenly caught a square object quietly lying on the roadside shoulder a few hundred meters ahead. As the distance closed, he made out the object's true appearance. It was a wooden supply crate about half a meter square, dull in color and exuding an aged aura, standing out conspicuously on the highway. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. Jiang Chen's spirits lifted. He stepped on the brake, the old van emitting a sharp screech of metal friction, and with a smooth drift it came to a halt right beside the crate. Jiang Chen didn't recklessly get out. Instead, he first surveyed his surroundings, and only after confirming there were no threats like those unlucky ones in the group had mentioned did he push open the door and step out. Approaching the wooden crate, he saw the unlocked clasp. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Looks like my luck is really good. A great start. I haven't been on the road long, and I've already found supplies. He took a deep breath as if performing some sacred ritual and pressed down on the lid. My turn, draw a card. With a faint click, the wooden lid lifted, revealing a pile of items tightly wrapped in oil paper, neatly stacked inside. Ding. Wooden supply crate opened successfully. Obtain supplies, Chiefing Dui Jia, 25. Damn, Chiefing Dui Jia. The one whose flower language is accept defeat. Jiang Chen was instantly stunned, his eyes wide as sockets. As a seasoned foodie, although he had never been to Inner Mongolia, he had heard this delicacy passionately promoted by a talented ambassador in a famous livestream shopping channel. The golden, crispy pastry, the fragrant, yet not greasy smoked meat. It was a legacy and memory passed down through generations. What a great thing. After hearing the ambassador talk about it, I've been craving it, but I never had the chance to eat it. Jiang Chen let out an excited growl. In the early stages of survival, the value of food was beyond question. Moreover, this was cooked food, prime supplies that could directly replenish energy without needing to make fire. Jiang Chen stored the 25 generously sized DUI Jia into the player's basic backpack space. He couldn't wait to get back into the car and start the engine. Unlike before, he could now eat the DUI Jia while watching the talented talk in the chat hall. Jiang Chen opened the chat hall, took out a DUI Jia, still slightly warm from the backpack space. The moment the oil paper was peeled open, a scent of smoked meat mixed with wheat filled the car. Gulp. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, feeling his mouth water. The golden pastry was layered distinctly like miniature mountain ranges, and between the crust was sandwiched glistening, oily Redan brown smoked meat. He couldn't resist, opened his mouth wide, and took a big bite of this legendary delicacy. Crunch. The crispy crust shattered between his teeth, and the crumbly texture instantly flooded his senses. Then the savory, chewy smoked meat danced on his taste buds. The unique smoky aroma soared straight to his head, making him feel as if he had instantly teleported from this desolate desert to a bustling street stall. Choo-choo. Delicious. Choo-choo. Who came up with this little thing? Jiang Chen mumbled indistinctly while chewing. After eating one, I want another. I just can't stop. The first DUI Jia was devoured clean in a few bites. Jiang Chen licked his lips and without hesitation pulled out another from the backpack, while others in the desert anxiously searched for supplies and worried about food and drink. He was able to enjoy warm DUI Jia. This feeling was pure bliss to the bone. While Jiang Chen savored the exquisite food, the chat hall was also buzzing with activity. As players continued exploring, valuable information began to spring up like mushrooms after rain. Survival Highway No. 10086, current population 98500 hiss. Jiang Chen looked at the number, his brows furrowing slightly. It hasn't been that long, and so many have already died. Isn't this attrition rate too extreme? Are there other killers? In the chat hall, many people had already begun discussing various hidden information about this survival road. Everyone, have you noticed? This highway is numbered 10,086. If they are in sequence, doesn't that mean there are at least over 10,000 such survival highways? The total number of participants in this survival game has already exceeded 10 billion, but our Earth only has 8 billion people, right? Bro, above your data isn't rigorous enough. That's not how the numbers work. Haven't you noticed that none of the participants are under 18? And there are no elderly people here either. Basically all are young adults. If we really calculate by global population ratio, even if all 8 billion were pulled in after deducting the elderly, children, and disabled, we'd be lucky to get 4 billion. Also, let me correct that. In my place, the global population is 5 billion, not 8 billion. As soon as this message appeared, the entire chat hall fell into dead silence. After several seconds, a frenzy of barrage comments erupted. Holy cow, everyone shut up, I'm thinking. Guy above, say that again. 5 billion. Bro, did you travel from the last century? Where im from its 7. 5 billion. Are we not from the same Earth? Wait, if everyone comes from different worlds, then the scale of this survival game. Holy crap, you're all aliens. Then does this count as a third kind encounter? Hello alien friends, goodbye alien friends. Quick, post a picture for me to see. Let me see what aliens look like. Do they have 3 heads or 8 legs? What a troll for us, you're the alien, okay. Why don't you post a picture? The chat hall immediately went off topic. Jiang Chen stared at the screen with curiosity. After all, he had barely left his provincial city, never flown on a plane, let alone seen a real alien. Soon the guy who claimed his world only had 5 billion people actually sent a photo. Jiang Chen held his breath in anticipation and curiously clicked to open it. Is this really it? Jiang Chen was greatly disappointed. The man in the photo was just an ordinary-looking fellow wearing a simple tank top and sporting a buzz cut. With such plain features, he would be lost in a crowd in an instant. Just a pure NPC template. There was simply no comparison to his own handsome visage, rivaling that of the most distinguished readers before the screen. As the debate over this alien looks too human raged on, a message accompanied by an image ignited everyone's deepest fears. Stop discussing these trivial matters and think about how to survive first. Hurry, get the car moving. Quickly gather supplies. In this world there are not only monsters, but also zombies. The message was accompanied by a high-definition image with the background depicting a desolate desert road. In the middle of the road stood a swaying, eerie figure holding a newspaper. The thing wore a tattered dark gray suit, its body twisted in a grotesque manner, skin shriveled and blackened, resembling dried meat left out for decades. Most striking were its eyes, devoid of pupils, only a murky, lifeless white. What a joke! I thought it was something serious, someone in the hall scoffed. Isn't that just a piece of trash afflicted with polio? Look at how it limps. I could walk backward faster than. Can anyone really die to such a brainless creature? This is hilarious. Jiang Chen clicked on the large image, scrutinizing the zombie closely. The zombie in the photo was ragged, its flesh dried and decayed, limping as it walked, clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed. We're still only in the beginner phase, bro. Finally, a clever voice spoke up in the channel. Since the system dares to release it, are you sure this thing will always be so weak? Are you certain that this is the only thread on this endless survival journey? Well. Just then an eye-catching message with a golden effect suddenly chimed. S-Class Talent awakened, is looking for teammates. In this hellish place, danger could strike at any moment. Individual strength is ultimately limited. Many hands make light work. I have awakened the S-Class Talent, indestructible, maximizing my survival capabilities. Join my team now, and once I develop, I will surely take you all along. Limited spots available, serious inquiries only. Wow. So there's even an S-Class Talent above A-Class. This person is definitely a big shot. Big shot, take me with you. I just rolled an 80, please accept me as your little brother. And me. Those joining the organization now must be veterans. We're all original stocks. Once the big shot develops, those of you hesitating won't even have a way to join. The chat hall became lively again. All previous discussions about aliens and zombies vanished, replaced by requests for support and sponsorship. Now, not to mention S-Class talents, even a B-Class talent could attract plenty of people. After all, among these survivors, the vast majority are ordinary people. Even just awakening a lowly D-Class talent could be considered an achievement. I just stepped away for a moment, and the chat hall is already so lively. Jiang Chen restarted his Wuling Hongguang and opened the chat hall page. As he scrolled up through the chat history, he took out a chilled iced red tea he had just found in a roadside supply box. After all, his throat had been a bit dry while eating the sandwich earlier, and he was feeling thirsty. Jiang Chen twisted off the cap with a pop, and a sweet, refreshing breeze rushed over him. He tilted his head back and gulped from the bottle. Gulp, gulp. Oh. The icy liquid, carrying a hint of lemon and the fragrance of tea, flowed down his throat, dispelling the heat brought on by the desert environment. What a delight. Jiang Chen took several swigs of the national liquor, letting out a satisfied sigh. Looking at the awakened individuals posting recruitment messages in the chat hall, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. These people are quick on the uptake. I haven't even started to show off, and they're already at it. Recruiting teammates from the chat hall is a good idea. After all, I've been driving for a while and haven't seen a single soul. Since I can't find anyone offline, I might as well look online. It's just a pity that all I have now are a few sandwiches and some bottles of iced tea. With these conditions, how can I recruit teammates that meet the system's requirements? Recruiting teammates requires capital, and right now Jiang Chen just happens to have none. He certainly couldn't reveal the cheat he possessed in the group. Exposing his trump card before he had developed would be pure foolishness. Jiang Chen understood the principle of not revealing wealth. With countless paths to take, survival is king. A trump card is always beneficial. It seems the most prudent approach now is to find a way to upgrade the vehicle's level. He opened the attributes panel of his Wuling Hongguang and switched to the Enhance Upgrade page. Current level LV0 materials required for vehicle upgrade: LV1 iron blocks 0, 200 rubber 0, 50 electronic components 0, 20 psi. Where can I find so many materials? It was hard enough to come across 2 supply boxes today, and they only contained food and drink. Jiang Chen looked at the densely packed zeros on the panel, feeling as hopeless as a pure-blooded straight man in Chengdu. Just as he was about to close the vehicle's attributes panel and focus on gathering materials to upgrade it, a massive bubble pop-up suddenly appeared in the center of his vision. Surrounding the bubble pop-up were garish, colorful fireworks effects. Survival Road Notice No. 10086. Congratulations to player Xiabu Ro for being the first to upgrade their vehicle to LV1. As the strongest player in the region, a special reward is hereby granted and announced to the entire region. The golden announcement lingered before Jiang Chen's eyes for a full 10 seconds before slowly disappearing. Jiang Chen felt completely numb. Wasn't he supposed to be the protagonist? Why was it that the grand display of showing off in the chat hall and the high-profile announcement across the entire server were all snatched away by someone else? Fuming, Jiang Chen opened the chat hall to see what this number one in the entire region was all about. At that moment, the chat hall was already in an uproar. Oh, how could this brainless announcement expose my real name? The sharp scream in the chat hall came from the S-level talent who had just publicly recruited team members. Haha, so Boss Ye's real name is Xiabu Ro. No wonder you told us to just note you as Boss Xie. So that's how it is. Haha, Boss Xie has lost his online name. Siebu ro ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my Su-7? The chat hall was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Jiang Chen's resentment over having his first announcement snatched away was significantly diminished. Alright, it seems that Boss Xie has had a hard time too. Jiang Chen closed the chat hall page, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He pressed the accelerator again, keeping his gaze fixed on the asphalt road ahead distorted by the heat waves. Everyone else was starting to exert themselves. He couldn't afford to lag behind. Having gained such a powerful cheat, he certainly didn't want to meet his demise before even starting his venture. Survival on the road, day 3. The first ray of scorching sunlight penetrated the cracked windshield of the Wuling Hongguang, slanting onto Jiang Chen's face as he rubbed his eyes in confusion. What met his eyes was still that seemingly endless straight and despair-inducing new asphalt road flanked by the ever-present yellow desert. Another new day, time to start grinding again. Jiang Chen rubbed his sore lower back, his voice hoarse. He twisted open a bottle of leftover iced red tea from yesterday and took a few gulps. The cool liquid slid down his throat, waking his dazed mind slightly. Jiang Chen drove the van, maintaining a steady speed of 50 km/h. The roar of the engine was particularly jarring in the desolate wasteland. After about half an hour, a familiar square silhouette appeared beside the road ahead. Jiang Chen expertly pressed the brakes, bringing the van to a halt amid a screech of metal. He jumped out of the car and walked up to the wooden supply box, silently praying. Give me some strength, don't let it be basic supplies again. I want something great. Ding. Successfully opened the wooden supply box. Acquired iron blocks 5, universal fuel 10L. Seeing the items appear in the box, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Tisk, more basic supplies again. With a wave of his hand, he stored the supplies in his backpack. Back in the cramped and dilapidated driver's seat, Jiang Chen expertly pressed the accelerator once more. Watching the slowly increasing mileage on the dashboard, he began to doubt his life. Where was the promised protagonist halo? Why was his luck so ordinary? Why hadn't he triggered any special plot? To alleviate his frustration, Jiang Chen casually opened the system backpack to check the rewards from his recent openings. These items were hard-earned, accumulated under the scorching sun and amidst danger. Current storage in system backpack: Desert Eagle 1 bullets, 30 iron blocks, 125 rubber, 33 electronic components, 14 universal fuel, 42 L various survival supplies. His gaze swept over the supplies, finally landing on the first item lined up in the backpack slots. It was a silver-white, wild and ruggedly styled Desert Eagle. The cold and sharp metallic casing gleamed dangerously under the sunlight, the finely textured anti-slip pattern on the grip fitting snugly in his palm, giving a particularly reassuring weight. These 30 yellow bullets represented the power to decide the fate of others. In this lawless survival on the road where the moral framework was nearly collapsed and danger lurked everywhere, what could provide more assurance than holding the truth? This gun was obtained from a bronze supply box he encountered by the roadside yesterday. It was his luckiest moment in opening boxes, and it could be said to be the biggest gain he had received from these supply boxes so far. Jiang Chen toyed with the handgun for a moment, then raised his hand and put it back in his backpack. With both hands gripping the steering wheel, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, if I put in a bit more effort today with a bit of luck, maybe I can gather enough materials to upgrade to LV1 before nightfall. He glanced at the task panel. Today's mileage task: 120 kilometers, 400 kilometers, countdown 142059. There are just a little over 10 hours left in the novice protection period. What will this survival world be like once the countdown hits 0? Will it be hordes of zombies, mutated beasts, or even stranger game rules and enemies? Jiang Chen's expression darkened slightly, a sense of urgency rising in his heart. Just to be safe, I might as well volunteer for extra work today, aiming to gather the resources for upgrading the vehicle before dark. If that doesn't work, I'll have to head to the trading hall tonight. With the progression of the road survival game, the first tier of players had already begun to widen the gap. Those lucky players, or those who managed to recruit powerful teammates and form small teams, were advancing at an astonishing speed. They concentrated the resources of others to support a vehicle able to stack it to LV1 in the shortest time. However, perhaps due to still being in the novice phase, they were unable to produce higher-level items. Even the most ostentatious level-awakened talent had not successfully upgraded their vehicle to LV2. For players like Jiang Chen, who temporarily chose to go solo, the speed of upgrading vehicles would be even slower. After all, in this road survival game, human nature was extremely complex and unpredictable. Quite a number of people were reluctant to form teams and expose their information, thus choosing to become lone wolf players. The trading hall became the most common gathering place for such individuals. When everyone couldn't drive their vehicles at night, they could exchange their currently scarce resources here. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, a peculiar black suddenly leaped into his line of sight on the horizon of the road ahead. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, gripping the steering wheel tighter. What is that? That outline and shape doesn't seem to be a supply box. As the Wuling Hongguang drove forward, the distance gradually closed. That black dot in the distorted heat waves slowly grew larger and clearer. Those were several towering pillars supporting a massive, somewhat dilapidated canopy. Although the neon signs atop had already extinguished, the familiar architectural layout could be recognized at a glance, even in this desert. Holy crap! Is that a gas station? Jiang Chen's breath became heavy. In an instant, a wave of ecstasy swept over him, and his heart began to race excitedly in his chest. It's my lucky day. I'm really going to hit the jackpot this time. I knew I was a luck god. Such a legend had been circulating among the shared information in the chat hall. On this endless highway, besides the randomly dropped supply crates, there existed a rare type of special. This resource point could be a restaurant, store, metal processing plant, gas station, junkyard, or other unique buildings which only exceptionally lucky individuals might encounter. Those who encountered this resource point would inevitably reap substantial rewards. Players could gather a large amount of supplies from within, easily filling their backpacks and making a profitable retreat. Unfortunately, this resource point comes with several special rules. 1. Once players enter the building's vicinity, the system's material exchange page will automatically lock, prohibiting any trading actions. 2. Once any materials obtained from this resource point are taken out, the special building will vanish into thin air and re-entry will be impossible. Therefore, once players encounter this special resource point, the most important task is to immediately clear their backpacks. Keeping even a single item would be disrespectful to the resource point. This was a lesson learned from a luck god. Jiang Chen dared not be careless at this moment, directly moving all the materials from his backpack into the van, leaving only a Desert Eagle. The once spacious van was suddenly crammed full, making even the driver's seat feel a bit cramped. It's my turn to hit the jackpot this time. Jiang Chen drove the fully loaded van slowly onto the access road of the gas station. As the distance shrank further, the ecstasy on his face gradually solidified, replaced by a heavy sense of vigilance. There are already others here. In front of the gas station, several vehicles were haphazardly parked on the once empty ground. Although the road was endless, encountering other players occasionally was common due to the large player base. Jiang Chen had also encountered other players a few times over the past few days, but most were fleeting encounters with no intention of exchanging words. After all, there were no complete laws protecting anyone here. Who knows if the occupants of the other vehicles are good or bad, and what kind of special items they might possess. Thus, pretending not to see and finding a way to leave quickly to avoid conflict was the best course of action. However, Jiang Chen did not expect so many people to gather near this extremely rare resource point. Counting his own vehicle, there were a total of 4 half vehicles parked in front of the gas station. As for why they referred to them as half vehicles, it was because nestled between several relatively intact SUVs was a pink Ferrari 911 sports car. However, this vehicle, once a symbol of wealth and status, had now turned into a twisted heap of scrap metal. Not only were the car windows shattered, but the body was covered in strange misshapen dents, and even the 4 tires had been shredded to pieces. The chances of this expensive sports car ever being driven again were virtually zero. In this lawless place, the scene before him spoke volumes. Sometimes the human heart is far more terrifying than monsters. Jiang Chen parked the van, took the Desert Eagle out of his backpack, disengaged the safety, and then returned it to the backpack. This way, in case of any unforeseen circumstance, he could draw the handgun from his backpack and shoot in an instant. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and walked into the gas station with an expressionless face. Inside the small convenience store of the gas station, the atmosphere was now oppressively tense. 3 men formed a crescent shape surrounding the entrance of the convenience store. These individuals exuded a heavy air of menace, some wielding crowbars, others holding bloodstained machetes. A young man in a floral shirt with a roguish demeanor was shouting at the tightly shut security door, his voice filled with taunting glee, as if he were playing cat and mouse. Hey, little lady inside, I suggest you come out quickly. Your vehicle seems to have been damaged, and it probably won't move now. Right now, the only way for you to complete today's mileage task is to join our team, or else you can expect to be erased by the system at midnight. A nearby greasy, overweight man also let out a series of lewd laughs, knocking on the doorframe with the back of his knife. Exactly. Our boss is an immensely powerful class talent awakener, strong enough to tear a car apart with his bare hands. Just look at this broken door in front of you. How much longer can it hold? Why not save everyone the trouble and open it willingly? Then we can cooperate in the future. You provide beauty to please us, and we provide food and vehicles to keep you alive. This trade is a win-win for you, haha. The glass door outside the convenience store had long been shattered, with sparkling pieces scattered everywhere. Only the heavy metal security door inside remained tightly shut, covered in numerous fist marks and dents. The entire door was now twisted beyond recognition, as if it could be smashed open at any moment. At that moment, a sturdy man sitting on a chair in the convenience store stood up. He was bare-chested, standing nearly 2 meters tall with bulging muscles and skin presenting an unusual bronze hue, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He twisted his neck, producing a series of spine-chilling cracking sounds. "Little lady, since you refused to drink the wine offered, don't blame me for being merciless." The giant grinned menacingly, his right fist clenched tightly, the veins on his arm bulging like snakes. "Now that my strength has fully returned, let's see how many punches this flimsy tin can withstand." Just as the giant was gathering strength to launch his final attack and his lackeys were preparing to cheer, loudly a sudden sound of shoes crunching on the shattered glass came from the entrance of the convenience store. The previously tense and serious atmosphere was instantly shattered. The giant's movements came to an abrupt halt, and together with his 3 lackeys they turned their heads in unison, their gaze fixated on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen walked into the convenience store slowly, hands in his hoodie pockets. He looked at the tense scene before him, not showing an ounce of fear. Instead, he playfully whistled at the crowd. "Hey, you guys sure are lively." Jiang Chen stood 5 meters away from them, a casual smile gracing his lips. "Everyone, please continue with what you were doing. Don't mind me, I'm just passing by. My luck has been terrible these past 2 days. My vehicle is almost out of fuel. I'm just here to grab some supplies, and will leave without disturbing your enjoyment." The burly man squinted, sizing up Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not appear strong. Besides being overly handsome, he lacked the oppressive aura typical of awakened individuals. However, Jiang Chen's calm demeanor sparked an inexplicable sense of wariness in the burly man who had roamed the underworld for many years. In this survival game, there were too many who feigned weakness to disguise their strength. If this guy awakened some insidious talent or had a powerful item hidden in his backpack, he could very well end up in deep trouble. Since Jiang Chen had no intention of making enemies, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The burly man's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. He snorted coldly and relaxed his tensed fist. "Since you're just passing through, keep your eyes and mouth to yourself. There are plenty of supplies here. You can take whatever you want from the shelves over there, but the goods in this room behind are already claimed by us brothers." The burly man pointed towards the shelves deep within the convenience store and then indicated the twisted security door, threatening in a stern voice. "Let's keep to ourselves and remain peaceful. Grab what you need and get out quickly, understood?" Jiang Chen shrugged, wearing a face that said, "I understand. Ooh, I am very well mannered. I understand it's first come, first served. I'm just here to grab some supplies I want." Peek. With that, he confidently strolled over to the shelves, much to the astonishment of the others. Seeing Jiang Chen genuinely focused on collecting supplies, the burly man eased his guard somewhat, but still signaled to the 3 younger men beside him. "You 3 stop staring at that broken door and keep an eye on this guy. If he makes any unusual moves or tries to entertain any ill intentions, just take him out. No need to leave any witnesses." "Understood, boss." The 3 henchmen immediately left the area by the metal security door, subtly forming a triangle around Jiang Chen, who was busy selecting supplies, their gazes icy. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of banging on the door reverberated throughout the convenience store. The burly man was unleashing violence while Jiang Chen leisurely picked high-value supplies as though he were shopping. On one side was the scene of brutal violence, while on the other was the calm collection of resources. The 2 sides were starkly different, yet the scene was bizarrely surreal. The 3 henchmen watching Jiang Chen gradually shifted from vigilance to a strange fascination. They huddled together and began to whisper among themselves. "Hey, have you noticed? This guy is ridiculously handsome," one of the henchmen whispered. "From a distance I couldn't see clearly, but up close this modeling is simply stunning. Even the top movie stars from before can't compare to this man." "Exactly. Just look at his face shape, his features, his physique. He completely outclasses those models. How can someone be this handsome? Is there anyone in the world more handsome than him?" Well, that's hard to say. This survival road has gathered many from different worlds. Perhaps there are even more handsome individuals out there. Perhaps even some higher dimensional beings are all more handsome than him. But what good is just being handsome? In this world, strength is what matters. The last henchman scoffed, his tone filled with jealousy. "Look at him. He doesn't even have a teammate, most likely just an ordinary person. If he attracts the attention of those big shots from Shudu, his handsomeness might just be the source of his troubles. As the saying goes, beauty brings misfortune. He may not have the ability to protect his looks. That super beauty trapped in that room is a prime example, isn't it? Otherwise our boss wouldn't have been so eager to chase after him after just a fleeting glance." Tisk ts. Just as they were whispering and making frivolous comments, a thunderous crash echoed throughout the convenience store. The already rickety metal security door let out a mournful wail under the final powerful kick from the door frame shattered. The entire door flew out like a piece of paper, crashing heavily against the wall inside, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Ha ha ha. Now where will you hide?" The sound of the burly man's arrogant laughter echoed in the empty store. A flustered sobbing scream from a girl emerged from that narrow little room. Her voice was clear and melodious. Even in a state of extreme fear, it still resembled a startled lark, evoking a sense of pity in those who heard it. At that moment, everyone's gaze in the convenience store turned towards that room, including Jiang Chen. The burly man grabbed the girl's arm as if she were a chick, roughly pulling her out of that room. The girl was dressed in a light pink branded tracksuit. Although her clothes were already covered in dust, and her once neat long hair had become disheveled from struggling, her exquisitely breathtaking face was still clearly visible to all. Her complexion was fair and flawless, even carrying a slight coolness. Despite her eyes being red from fear and her face streaked with tears, it couldn't mask her stunning beauty. "Let go, you beast. Let me go." The girl screamed, her long legs kicking against the floor, but her feeble resistance appeared utterly powerless before the tall, burly man. When Jiang Chen clearly saw her panicked and desperate face, he couldn't help but chuckle softly and remarked with a hint of sentimentality, "Tisk, it seems this world really is a bit small." At that moment, the long silent voice of the wind spirit in Jiang Chen's mind rang out once more. "Ding. Detected a teammate meeting recruitment conditions. It is recommended that the host recruit immediately. Special attributes: a top-level dancer proficient in various classical dances, modern dances, yoga, etc. Her posture and flexibility have reached an impeccable level. Talent level SS grade Eye of Truth. Talent description: able to perceive many hidden truths beneath the surface, see through the weaknesses of vehicles, and even predict the next moves of enemies to some extent. This is the most crucial core support talent in the team. Current status: extremely terrified, physically exhausted, and in utter despair. System evaluation: whether as a combat asset for teammates or as a source of spiritual comfort during a long road trip, she is the top choice you dream of. The system suggested the host to attack immediately and complete the recruitment. Seeing the system's evaluation, Jiang Chen took a sharp breath. It seems that he must save this old classmate. After being caught by this incredibly strong man, Jiang Qingya had completely sunk into the abyss of despair. Just when she was reluctant and still wanted to struggle desperately, a leisurely footstep reached her ears. In the midst of her violent struggles, Jiang Qingya suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on the man walking between the shelves. In an instant, her pupils, once overtaken by fear, suddenly constricted. A nearly frenzied glimmer of light, named hope, erupted from the depths of her eyes. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Qingya's voice was sharp and trembling, carrying a tone of someone who had survived a calamity. She seemed to have grasped the only lifeline in this world, desperately shouting, "Jiang Chen, save me. As long as you can save me from this group of beasts, I can give you anything. Dignity, freedom, my body. Whatever you want, I can agree to it." The burly man, originally grinning and preparing to commit violence, halted his actions. His face covered in flesh darkened, and his gaze locked onto Jiang Chen like a venomous snake. Jiang Chen's calm demeanor made the man feel a sense of unease. This was definitely not the state an ordinary person could have upon seeing him. "What? Do you two know each other?" The burly man glared at Jiang Chen, who was slowly approaching, his tone extremely fierce and unfriendly. "Kid, be smart. I advise you to pretend you didn't see anything. On this survival road, friendship, morals, and laws are all trash from the past life. This is a jungle of the weak eating the strong, a different world. Everything from the past no longer holds any significance. I advise you to take care. Don't throw away your life here, just for a beautiful shell." Facing the burly man's bloody threats, Jiang Chen appeared unaffected. He leisurely stepped out from behind the shelves, each step on the broken glass producing a crisp sound that seemed like mockery. Ultimately, he stopped in the center between the burly man and the convenience store's entrance, perfectly blocking everyone's path. Jiang Chen completely ignored the burly man's predatory glare, wearing a relaxed smile as he tilted his head to look at the collapsed Jiang Qingya. "Tsk tisk, our Jiang University flower, weren't you always so proud and aloof?" Jiang Chen spoke with a teasing tone, as if he were watching a show. "When you just entered freshman year, you swept through the flower rankings of major universities across the country, becoming the goddess of countless boys. I remember back then the line of suitors for you could stretch from the school gate to another school's gate. When did you become so disheveled? By the way, if I recall correctly, we didn't have any interactions back in school, did we?" Seeing Jiang Chen return to her, Jiang Qingya finally felt her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, relax. "I knew it was you," Jiang Qingya shouted excitedly, even becoming somewhat incoherent due to her excitement. "In this world, there will never be anyone more handsome than you. Jiang Chen, your face is unforgettable after just one glance. As long as you can save me, everything I have is yours. Even if you want me to be your slave, I am willing. I won't." In Jiang Qingya's view, rather than falling into the hands of these disgusting thugs to suffer a fate worse than death, it was better to surrender herself to Jiang Chen. Damn. Giving face, but not appreciating it. The burly man, seeing these two actually reminiscing in front of him and completely ignoring his presence, was instantly enraged. He let out a cold snort, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Kid, since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being rude." The burly man swiftly waved his hand, issuing orders to the three lackeys beside him. "Brothers, go for it. Let's take down this pretty boy together." The burly man was not foolish. He could feel that Jiang Chen was not simple. Moreover, after the continuous smashing of doors earlier, he had exhausted a lot of stamina. Although he was a level talent awakener with a fast recovery speed, he still needed some time to recuperate. At this moment, sending his subordinates to attack could help him buy some time and test Jiang Chen's strength. In his eyes, these lackeys were just cannon fodder to use at critical moments. The three scruffy youths exchanged glances upon hearing their boss command, each picking up a weapon. One had a rusty long saber, another wielded a heavy fire axe, and the last had a spiked club. They formed a triangle and encircled Jiang Chen. "Kid, why provoke us and not someone else? Remember, in your next life, don't play the hero at the wrong time. Today my brothers will send you away from this suffering." One of them shouted loudly, raising the long saber and swinging it fiercely towards Jiang Chen's shoulder. Facing the three's assault, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, effortlessly adopting a standard fighting stance. As the saber swung towards him, Jiang Chen's figure seemed to blur in an instant, deftly dodging with a graceful movement. The blade grazed his clothing, causing no harm. Furthermore, as Jiang Chen took advantage of the openings in his opponent's old and wide stance, he darted into the opponent's embrace like a cannonball. His expression was as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's right elbow shot up, using the immense force from his waist and abdomen to deliver a brutal, heart-piercing strike right on the opponent's chest. Crack! The sound of sternum shattering echoed clearly in the quiet convenience store. The young man couldn't even let out a scream. His entire body, as if struck by a speeding truck, was sent flying backward 5 or 6 meters, crashing heavily into the upright freezer behind him. The glass of the freezer shattered instantly, and a horrifying cavity caved into the young man's chest. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed from his mouth. His body convulsed twice before falling still. In an instant, his life hung in the balance. The other two youths who had been about to charge forward were terrified out of their wits by Jiang Chen's ferocious and ruthless strike. They abruptly halted, swallowed hard, and stood frozen in place, their hands gripping their weapons, trembling. Distracting yourself in battle isn't a good habit. Before they could react, Jiang Chen moved like a phantom, exploiting their moment of hesitation to flash before them. His hands, swift and precise like locked iron clamps, seized both their throats. Ugh! Ugh! The two youths' eyes bulged as they frantically clawed at Jiang Chen's arms, trying to escape the suffocating grip. Yet no matter how they struggled, his arms remained as steady as a mountain. Jiang Chen's gaze swept coldly over their terror-filled eyes, then he twisted his hands sharply. Crack! Two crisp sounds of bone snapping merged into one. The youths, like puppets with cut strings, instantly went limp. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground like heaps of mud. They fell unconscious immediately. Jiang Qingya sat slumped on the floor, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Chen's figure, revealing an expression of, "I knew it." The burly man showed no regret, as his three underlings were slaughtered by Jiang Chen like chickens. To him, cannon fodder had fulfilled their purpose. Not only had they bought him time to recover his strength, but they had also forced Jiang Chen to reveal his hand. The burly man flexed his thick joints, producing a series of crackling sounds, and grinned menacingly at Jiang Chen. "Kid, you're no pushover." The burly man's eyes bulged, unleashing the full, murderous aura of a Drank Awakener. "If this were before the survival highway, I'd have had trouble dealing with you. Even though I'm bigger and stronger, I'd still fear a trained fighter like you. One slip and I might have capsized in a ditch." The burly man strode toward Jiang Chen, the floor tiles cracking under his immense weight. "But not anymore, kid. Times have changed. I've awakened the Drank talent, rampant giant strength. I'm no longer an ordinary mortal. Even if Prime Mike Tyson stood here, I could punch his head apart like a watermelon." The burly man roared ferociously, his muscles swelling as if inflated, a metallic red glow. "A mere ordinary man like you. What can you do against me? In the face of absolute numerical superiority, any flashy tricks are a joke. Die!" With a thunderous bellow, the burly man charged like a primordial beast, his aura shaking the shelves in the distance. Facing this lethal strike, Jiang Chen didn't dodge. Instead, a cold, mocking smile curled at the corner. "Times have indeed changed, but not in the way you think." Jiang Chen raised his right hand, his palm loosely grasping. In the next second, a silver streak of light flashed through the void. The all-silver desert eagle, exuding an aura of death, materialized in his palm. The pitch-black muzzle aimed directly at the burly man's grinning face. The burly man's pupils contracted sharply, a primal fear of death. Boom! A deafening gunshot rang out, making the entire convenience store tremble. The Desert Eagle's immense kinetic energy coupled with its large caliber bullet unleashed devastating destructive power at close range. The burly man's prized giant strength talent was rendered meaningless against this shot. His head, just as he had said, burst apart like a watermelon. The headless corpse, still carrying the inertia of its charge, collapsed powerlessly 2 steps before Jiang Chen motionless. The thick smell of gunpowder filled the air. Jiang Chen spun the gun in a practiced, flashy move, then, with a thought, stored the silver truth back into his backpack space. "Tisk, it's been too long. My touch is a bit rusty." Jiang Chen glanced at the corpse and chuckled lightly. "I thought your drink talent would be tougher. I was ready to empty the magazine. But you didn't even give me a chance." The convenience store fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Qingya was completely stunned. She stared at the man standing not far away, her mind blank. Was that a gun? He had a gun. Had he really killed all those who nearly caused her death? Jiang Chen stepped over the burly man's corpse and strolled leisurely to Jiang Qingya. He bent down and extended a hand to her, still sitting dazed on the floor. "Jiang Qingya, campus bell, does what you said earlier still count?" Jiang Qingya shuddered, snapping out of her profound shock. But her instinct seemed faster than her mind. Her jade-like fair hand had already reached out, firmly clasping Jiang Chen's broad, warm palm. She looked up at Jiang Chen's breathtakingly handsome face, a touching smile of survival slowly spreading across her lips. "Yes, of course it counts." Jiang Qingya's voice, though still hoarse, carried an unprecedented conviction. "Jiang Chen, from this moment on, I, Jiang Qingya, am yours. This life is yours." The moment Jiang Qingya finished speaking, a wind chime-like sound rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully recruited a teammate, meeting system requirements. Reward triggered. Exclusive cheat activated, extracting SS strength talent. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SS strength talent. Infinite space. Talent description 1. Dimensional space expansion. After acquiring this talent, the host's personal backpack space and vehicle storage space will expand to infinity, with time inside, standing still, and items preserved indefinitely. 2. Unlimited facility construction. Various defensive equipment, living facilities, and special function rooms, such as hot springs, swimming pools, etc., within the host vehicle can be constructed and stacked without limit, no longer restricted by the vehicle's original size. 3. Newbie gift pack. Given that the host's current vehicle level is too low and lacks any basic infrastructure, we are specially providing you with an initial facility module. Luxurious bedroom 1, including temperature control system, private bathroom, home theater, and other basic components. Listening to the series of melodious prompts in his ears, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. SS level talent. Unlimited space. He recalled his cramped Wuling Hongguang, where he couldn't even stretch his legs, and a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. Finally, he wouldn't have to sleep on that painfully hard car seat at night. With this unlimited space, he could take a hot shower anytime, anywhere, and sleep soundly on a 5-star standard bed. Moreover, more importantly, Jiang Chen turned his head greedily, sweeping his gaze across the entire gas station resource point. Since the backpack space had become infinite, why should he be stingy and picky? Clear it out. Take everything. Just take it all. At that point, his wealth would probably rank among the top in the entire 10086 region. "Hey, Jiang Chen, is getting this making you so happy? You see how much you're smiling?" A gentle and melodious voice interrupted Jiang Chen's fantasies. At this moment, Jiang Qingya had already tidied her clothes, facing a shattered mirror, her slender fingers combing through her messy hair, neatly styling it into a clean and tidy high ponytail. As her disheveled black hair was tidied up, Jiang Qingya's perfect and flawless, exquisite face was revealed. It was an extreme beauty that combined coldness and allure. Having just gone through a life-and-death struggle, there was still a faint blush on her cheeks, adding a touch of pitiful charm to her usually aloof goddess demeanor. Even Jiang Chen was momentarily dazzled. It was the first time he had seen Jiang Qingya so closely. Although Jiang Qingya currently looked somewhat disheveled, it added an air of pitiful charm that made one want. Jiang Chen stepped forward, lifting Jiang Qingya's delicate chin with one hand, forcing her to look at him, while revealing a somewhat mischievous smile. "Jiang the school flower, you truly look pitiful right now." Jiang Qingya not only did not resist, but instead leaned her flawless face against Jiang Chen's palm. Her eyes curved into a sweet and obedient smile, her voice soft and charming. "So do you like it, dear?" If Jiang Qingya's crazy admirers saw this scene, their eyes would probably fall to the— Is this really the cold and distant dance department school flower, as pure and flawless as a snow lotus? Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, feeling the smooth touch from his palm, and said nothing more. After all, she was already his. How could she run away? Sooner or later, he would devour her completely, making her dare not to overstep her bounds. All right, time for nostalgia is over. If we want to communicate deeply in the future, we have plenty of time. Jiang Chen restrained his smile, and his expression became serious. The newbie period is about to end tonight, and no one knows what will happen on this survival road tomorrow. We need to hurry and take these supplies away, quickly complete today's journey task. Seeing Jiang Chen put away his playful thoughts, Jiang Qinjia immediately withdrew her previous girlish demeanor, returning to her original cold and reserved appearance. However, the way she looked at Jiang Chen carried a special meaning. She knew that in front of this man she was no longer the proud goddess who rejected everyone equally. At this moment she already had a true belonging. Wait to collect these ordinary supplies. Oh, I have a surprise. Jiang Qinjia smiled mysteriously, then briskly walked towards a corner of the convenience store where a fire escape ladder was located. Jiang Chen curiously followed her. At this moment, he was also curious about what surprise Jiang Qinjia was referring to. Watching Jiang Qinjia climb the ladder, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Jiang Qinjia's figure could score 99 points, even higher than her perfect and flawless face. Her body condition, proficient in various dances, was indeed remarkable. As she climbed the stairs, her fair waist accidentally showed slender and flexible, with a beautifully defined abdominal line. Even wearing such unflattering sportswear, one could still vaguely see the alluring curves hidden beneath the loose clothing. Jiang Qinjia reached the top of the ladder and stretched out her hands to forcefully push open a concealed hatch in the ceiling. Clearly, there should be a special compartment up there. With a flick of her small hand, she pulled out a box about 2 meters long. Catch it. With Jiang Qinjia's light shout, the somewhat heavy black box fell from above. Jiang Chen caught it steadily in his arms, the familiar weight causing his brow to raise. Then Jiang Qinjia gracefully slid down the ladder like a light swallow, landing smoothly. With an expectant look, she leaned close to Jiang Chen. Want to open it and take a look? Jiang Chen unlatched the clasp, and as the lid opened, a cold, sharply contoured black sniper rifle lay quietly in the shock-absorbing foam. M82A1. Barrett. Jiang Chen softly uttered the name, filled with nostalgia. Oh, so this big guy is called this. Jiang Qinjia blinked her big eyes, looking at Jiang Chen with an expectant expression, like a little girlfriend awaiting praise. I used my talent to see it hidden at the top of the ceiling, and I thought you boys would be very interested in this. So how about it? Do you like it? Jiang Chen caressed the cold gun body and shook his head with a smile. This gun is indeed great, but it's not suited for me right now. You currently lack any self-defense weapons. This sniper rifle, combined with your true, I can unleash. From now on, this gun belongs to you. It is your sidearm now. Jiang Qinjia exclaimed in surprise as she held the gun Jiang Chen handed her. Wow, such a good weapon just like that for me. You're only using a small pistol right now. And how did you know about my talent? I don't remember telling anyone about it. From the moment I saw you, I already... Jiang Chen pointed to his eyes, pretending to be mysterious. Jiang Qinjia looked at him with admiration, her eyes full of stars. Wow. Jiang Chen, you are really amazing. You must have awakened the highest level talent as soon as you entered the game. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, and to demonstrate his sincerity, he shared the attribute panel of the infinite space talent with Jiang Qinjia. Upon seeing the word infinite, Jiang Qinjia was so astonished that she was momentarily speechless. She hugged Jiang Chen's arm tightly, bouncing with excitement. My goodness, this is simply a divine skill in survival on the road. Jiang Chen, you are truly amazing. I admire you so much. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose, feeling a slight embarrassment within. After all, without the external aid, he would still be an ordinary person who had not unlocked any talents. In fact, he had only acquired this talent after recruiting Jiang Qinjia. Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly, hastily shifting the conversation away from this somewhat melancholic topic. Ahem, let's keep a low profile. Jiang Chen stood in the center of the convenience store, taking a deep breath. He could feel a peculiar connection forming with the world around him, as the talent known as infinite space awakened within his body. Qinjia, watch closely and see what true stockpiling looks like. Jiang Chen turned his head slightly, offering a faint smile to Jiang Qinjia. Then he raised his right hand, fingers curling in the air as the SS-level talent infinite space activated in an instant. Buzz. With a thought, the goods on the first shelf of the convenience store vanished in an instant, followed by the second and third shelves. Under the influence of infinite space, there was no need to consider the backpack's grid limit. It was a simple one-click sweep. Food area collect. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the rows of shelves, and in a flash, dozens or even hundreds of bags of compressed biscuits, instant noodles, bread, and various other types of food disappeared without a trace after a faint flash of white light. Drinking water area collect. Jiang Chen continued walking towards the warehouse at the back of the convenience store. There were hundreds of boxes of mineral water and various flavored juice drinks piled up. With a brief flicker of white light, the large warehouse was instantly left empty, without even a scrap of packaging on the floor. This is too exaggerated. Jiang Qinjia, who had been closely following behind, was completely dumbfounded. Her clear and beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement. She watched as these incredibly valuable and abundant supplies were swept into Jiang Chen's space with a mere wave of his hand. It was like having a cheat leaving no trace behind. One must understand that even a 500 milliliters bottle of pure water could at least be exchanged for 3 pieces of iron blocks on the trading platform. And now, the man before her was collecting pure water not by the box, but by the piles into his backpack. The stark contrast left Jiang Chen feeling utterly shocked while deep inside, she experienced an indescribable sense of defeat. Sigh. Jiang Chen suddenly sighed, softly, a rare look of disappointment appearing on her otherwise cool face. Your talent is truly impressive, compared to it mine seems utterly useless. I possess a talent that only looks impressive but offers no real combat power. Just a moment ago, I was even chased and nearly killed by a mere level awakener, almost losing both my innocence and my life. As she concluded, Jiang Chen's tone carried a hint of grievance and a sobbing undertone. From once being the proud daughter of heaven, she had fallen to become a prey at the mercy of others. Such a profound psychological contrast was not something easily bearable in a short time. As Jiang Chen stepped out of the convenience store to extract fuel from the underground oil depot, he replied, without looking back, "Don't belittle yourself. Your talent is not as lacking as you think." Jiang Chen's voice was calm and assured, carrying a convincing charm. Your talent is not of the type that directly enhances physical strength. In the early game, everyone is underdeveloped, and the competition is about who has the bigger fists and stronger power. Being chased by a formidable combat-oriented awakener in the early stage is quite normal. Jiang Chen's deep gaze fell upon Jiang Chen's slightly troubled face as he continued to analyze. To be honest, even if I set aside personal combat experience, the infinite space I awakened does not offer significant direct assistance to short-term combat power. It can't spit fire, can't discharge electricity, and certainly can't transform into an indestructible form. Our talents belong to the growth type, the stronger we become as time goes on. Jiang Chen's tone was filled with strong confidence. For example, once you obtain that Barrett and combine it with the top talent Eye of Truth, a single bullet spells a life. That brute who relied solely on raw strength is no different from an ordinary person in front of you. As long as you wish to kill him, he wouldn't even realize how he met his end. And this is only based on the effect achievable with just one weapon. Hearing such reasonable and well-founded praise, the gloom in Jiang Chen's eyes dissipated. She raised her head, looking at Jiang Chen with sparkling eyes. It turned out she was not an utterly useless burden at all. Just then, Jiang Chen, who was collecting fuel, suddenly thought of something. He turned his head, looking curiously at Jiang Chen. By the way, I actually have a question. In that critical situation just now, how were you so certain that I, an ordinary passerby, could defeat that muscular level awakener? Weren't you afraid that I might meet my end at his hands? Jiang Chen, following behind, chuckled, revealing a mischievous and playful expression. At that time, I had no other choice. In that tense moment, I would have yelled for help regardless of who I encountered. She pouted her rosy lips and defended herself with conviction. Being captured by those barbarous creatures is no different from dying. Even if I had to take my own life, I would never become a toy for such people. Jiang Chen then shifted the topic, looking at Jiang Chen with a somewhat complex expression, but to be honest, the moment I saw you coming out, my heart completely relaxed. Jiang Chen, you may not know this, but although we belong to different departments in university and rarely pass each other, I actually know you quite well. Once you decide to take action, the situation is basically secured. Know me? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. He thought he had blended in well at university, like an invisible person. How could he attract the attention of this campus focal point? Back when I first started university, I accidentally won several dance competitions, and some busybody posted my photos online, attracting a swarm of admirers. Among those suitors were some formidable figures, sons of high-ranking officials and arrogant heirs to billion-dollar listed corporations. They usually looked down on everyone, each refusing to yield to the other. A bunch of arrogant second-generation elites, many of whom were hostile toward you from the start. The reason was simple: you were too handsome. So handsome it instinctively threatened them. Jiang Chen subconsciously touched his chin upon hearing this. Was that really the reason? But there was no way he would disfigure himself just to soothe the egos of these brats. Jiang Chen's voice gradually lowered, as if she was recounting a little-known secret. Yet what I found most astonishing was that within half a year, those young tyrants who once swore to make your life miserable at school did a complete 180. Not only did they stop causing you trouble, but every time your name was mentioned, those proud young masters would show nothing but reverence and admiration. Once at a banquet, I even overheard the famous young master Wang from the capital say drunkenly, "If Jiang Chen is willing to pursue Jiang Chen, Wang will gladly back off without a frown. And if he succeeds, he'll even send him a generous gift." Jiang Chen stared at Jiang Chen curiously, trying to find a crack in his calm demeanor. You see, among my core suitors, there were a few who belonged to the same echelon as the Jiang family. For someone to make those unruly young masters bow their heads collectively without daring to resist, you must possess some terrifying secret or wield some extremely formidable influence. Because of this, I once had someone look into your background out of curiosity. Jiang Chen then let out a wry smile, somewhat helpless. But surprisingly, all they found was the most ordinary information. It showed you were just a common person. Yet that's exactly the biggest flaw. How could an ordinary person with no background make those arrogant young masters willingly submit? The only explanation is that your true identity has been thoroughly encrypted by a force far greater than the Jiang family. Jiang Qinjia's curiosity was practically spilling from her eyes. At the time, I thought someone so deeply hidden would eventually set their sights on me. After all, I'm quite confident in my looks, figure, temperament, and family background. Then Jiang Qinjia's cold, yet captivating eyes turned reproachfully toward Jiang Chen as if she had suffered a great injustice. But who would have thought? We're about to graduate, and you've never said a single word to me. Am I really that unattractive in your... If it weren't for being inexplicably dragged into this survival game, we probably would have just been passers-by in each other's lives. Faced with this barrage of questions and accusations, Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words and could only awkwardly rub his nose. Well, Jiang Chen coughed lightly, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Anyway, now that you've joined my team, you're one of mine. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other in the future. Let the past be past. Seeing that Jiang Chen had no intention of continuing, as a smart woman, she knew when to stop. After all, she had already expressed her attitude and thoughts to Jiang Chen. Seeing how understanding Jiang Qingya was, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to bring up his bloody past. Choosing to return to China for university was precisely to cleanse himself of his brutal nature and enjoy a peaceful, mundane life. As for a top-tier beauty like Jiang Qingya, while she was indeed stunning, he had seen plenty of women on the same level. During his years in the underworld, he had countless encounters with royal princesses, heiresses of conglomerates, and top-tier agents. It wasn't like he would lose his composure over a pretty face. If those crazy women overseas, who controlled terrifying forces and were extremely possessive, found out that he had started indulging in women since returning home, the peaceful life he had worked so hard to obtain would be shattered in an instant. He didn't want to face those hair-raising love battlegrounds again. But Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Qinjia's flawless profile, a flicker stirring in his heart. The situation now seemed entirely different from before. This was a world completely independent of Earth, where laws, morality, and other shackles had utterly collapsed. In this world, strength reigned supreme. He no longer had to restrain his true nature. He didn't need to worry about his identity, pretend to be an ordinary college student, or fear those overseas troubles finding him. Those pleasures he had never tasted for the sake of the bigger picture. Could he now truly savor them to the fullest? Jiang Chen lowered his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Qingya with predatory intensity. From her flawless face to the captivating curves that her loose sportswear couldn't hide, especially those long-toned legs from years of dancing. A dangerously subtle smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, his eyes revealing an undisguised look of intense interest. He was already in this bizarre survival world. Surely the crazy women from his original world couldn't cross space and chase him down the survival highway, could they? Since a peerless delicacy had been delivered to his doorstep awaiting his indulgence, if he hesitated any longer, wouldn't that make him a eunuch? Reining in the swirling thoughts in his mind, Jiang Chen redirected his focus back to reality. As he manipulated the infinite space to continuously collect fuel, the system panel began to frantically refresh. Universal Fuel 1000L. Universal Fuel 2000L. When the last fuel tank was completely drained, Jiang Chen glanced at the statistical data in his backpack. Even he couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. Universal Fuel 60,000L. Jiang Chen stared at this number, taking a sharp breath. A full 60,000 liters of universal fuel. What difference is there from directly using a cheat code? It is known that universal fuel is hard currency on the trading platform, often snapped up as soon as it is listed, truly a case of having a price, but no market. In this road survival world, if a vehicle runs out of fuel, it's no different from waiting to die. Yet now Jiang Chen's backpack contained over 60,000 liters of universal fuel. He probably wouldn't need to worry about fuel for a considerable time. Just how long would he need to use this 60,000 liters of fuel? As for the various food supplies in his backpack, there were now as many as 3,000 items. Unfortunately, most of them were just ordinary instant and pre-packaged foods, so he couldn't have too many expectations regarding their taste. Jiang Chen looked at the now desolate gas station and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Now, let alone any supplies, even if a mouse were to wander in, it would have to shed a couple of grains of rice and tears before leaving. All set. Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Qingya, who was still in a daze, and said, "Prepare to retreat. Our journey of survival is just beginning." As the two walked out of the gas station and stepped back onto the scorching asphalt road, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from behind. The two turned around to see the gas station, which had just stood tall, actually transforming into yellow sand before their eyes slowly collapsing. With a gust of wind, the entire structure turned into a cloud of golden dust, thoroughly merging into the boundless desert on either side of the road, as if it had never existed. The two gazed at the scene before them, feeling an immense sense of wonder. They truly couldn't fathom what kind of existence had created this road survival game. Their gaze then returned to the road. Not far away, the sports car that had been smashed to bits by a group of hulking. Looking at the scars on the car's body and the completely ruined tires, Jiang Chen's beautiful face displayed both pain and regret. Alas! Jiang Chen squatted down, gently caressing the somewhat deformed car body. This was a gift for my 18th birthday. The color scheme was handpicked from top Italian craftsmen. It's my favorite and most cherished car among all my vehicles. I didn't expect it wouldn't meet its end in a temperature-controlled garage, but instead be destroyed by a group of scoundrels. After a moment of sadness, Jiang Chen stood up again. Since she had decided to follow Jiang Chen, she had to quickly adapt to her new identity. She then turned her gaze to Jiang Chen, curiously surveying her surroundings. By the way, Jiang Chen, since my car is totaled, which one is yours? How are we going to hit the road? I see that apart from that group of robbers' off-road vehicles nearby, there doesn't seem to be any other cars around. Jiang Chen lightly pointed to an old van parked not far away. Look, see that? That's my beloved vehicle. Oh. Jiang Chen followed the direction of his finger, and upon seeing the dilapidated paint-chipped van that looked like it could fall apart at any moment, was left stunned, as if struck by lightning. Her large, beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. A mysterious big shot with an SS-level talent actually drives a van on the brink of being scrapped. No way. Are we really going to sleep inside that tonight? Just thinking about having to experience many inappropriate things in such a vehicle made Jiang Chen panic. This is too cramped. There's simply no room to move. Jiang Chen's face instantly flushed with two shades of red, her fair neck showing a hint of pink. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at her. What's the hurry? Aren't there still these supplies and equipment sponsored by some kind-hearted people that we haven't claimed yet? Once we refurbish this vehicle, it'll be fine. Huh. Is your vehicle still in LV0's initial state? Jiang Chen pretended to be shocked and teased, my goodness. Even the most inexperienced player should have upgraded to LV1 by now, right? She counted the upgrade conditions on her fingers. The initial upgrade requirements for this vehicle aren't difficult, it just needs some basic materials. Even a lone wolf player like me who is utterly powerless managed to upgrade to LV1 after just a day and a half in this game. How could someone with your strength be in such a dire situation? Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed at her rapid-fire questioning. He couldn't possibly admit that he was actually a non-player, could he? So he shot Jiang Chen a glare and raised a finger to his lips. Little mouth, shut up and stay quiet. Faced with Jiang Chen's slightly exasperated reprimand, Jiang Chen not only wasn't scared, but found it particularly amusing. Her sparkling eyes twinkled with mischief as she playfully stuck out her delicate moist tongue at Jiang Chen, winking and giggling. Giggle. The sound of her silver bell-like laughter echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Ever since being inexplicably dragged into this cruel world and experiencing the life-and-death crisis moments ago, Jiang Chen felt that the heavy shackles on her had been completely shattered. She no longer had to worry about her prestigious family background, nor did she have to follow those tedious social etiquettes, and she didn't have to keep up a cold and distant facade. In front of Jiang Chen, a man who could give her a sense of security, the suppressed little demoness within her, which had been held back for 20 years, began to slowly awaken. She wanted to be her most authentic self here, freely doing what she wanted and loved. Jiang Chen then followed closely behind Jiang Chen, hands clasped behind her back, curiously watching him gather supplies. Jiang Chen walked up to the vehicles left behind by the group of hulking men, extending his palm and saying, "Deke." As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, a mysterious force suddenly descended. The vehicles before him began to be interfered with and twisted by an unseen, inexplicable power. With a sound of metal scraping, the bodies of those vehicles began to melt away like ice and snow. Engines, tires, chassis, and other components rapidly collapsed. The materials and equipment these individuals had left in the vehicle's cabin prior to entering the gas station to save space in their backpacks were now inherited intact by Jiang Chen. As for items still stored within their backpacks, they vanished completely upon their deaths. Still, it was unlikely they carried many valuable tools in their backpacks. This minor loss remained well within acceptable limits. Jiang Chen gazed upon the extraordinary spectacle before him, a veritable explosion of gear and raw materials, and a faint knowing smile curved his lips. He had always insisted that lurking silently in the chat hall could yield invaluable knowledge. And now that insight had borne fruit, when a vehicle's owner perished, the built-in disassembly function of the highway survival game could be used to break down their abandoned vehicle into base resources. This method of resource acquisition far outpaced scavenging haphazardly through city streets for loot-filled crates. Indeed, no horse thrives without midnight fodder. A crisp melodic system chime flooded Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. Target confirmed deceased. Disassembly of unclaimed vehicle successful. Resource inventory acquired in-vehicle core LV. 1 in iron ingots, 600 in rubber, 200 in electronic components, 100 in daily use supplies, 1,000 inch, and a bountiful harvest. Now the materials needed to upgrade my vehicle are secured beyond doubt. Yet Jiang Chen's gaze soon shifted, drawn irresistibly to a mysterious cobalt blue rhomboid object shimmering softly within his system storage. What exactly is this level 1 vehicle core? Jiang Chen studied the unfamiliar item now resting in his inventory with quiet curiosity. Yet he said nothing aloud, not in front of Jiang Qingya. After all, maintaining the aura of a formidable enigmatic figure demanded a certain degree of dignified restraint. With serene composure, Jiang Chen did not so much as glance at the spoils, merely swept his hand, and every last resource vanished into his boundless storage space. Then, carrying the newly gathered bounty, he strode toward the battered Wuling Hongguang van. Combined with the materials he'd already stashed inside, only a modest addition would now suffice to fulfill the full requirements for vehicle ascension. Jiang Chen drew a slow, steady breath and summoned the vehicle upgrade interface within his mind. At last, every condition glowed with a steady, luminous green. Ding! All required upgrade materials detected and verified. In upgrade cost: iron ingots 200, rubber 50, electronic components 20. Confirm upgrade for player Jiang Chen. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen affirmed mentally, upgrade. Command confirmed. Vehicle upgrade sequence initiated. Evolution commences. As the system's cold mechanical voice faded, a breathtaking transformation unfolded. Before Jiang Chen's eyes, the once dilapidated Wuling Hongguang was suddenly enveloped in a blinding, radiant white cocoon. Instantly, the vehicle seemed to awaken, as if infused with sentient life. Every dent, every scuff mark, every patch of deep crimson rust across its body dissolved rapidly under the purifying luminescence. Its entire surface rippled like boiling liquid, warping, twisting, and reassembling with visceral. Then came a thunderous, bone-deep grinding, the sound of colossal mechanical sinews stretching and expanding as the chassis swelled outward with relentless force. The passenger compartment elongated, the ground clearance surged upward, the slender tires contorted violently, emerging as massive, deeply treaded armored off-road tires. The roof arched high, crowned by a sweeping panoramic sunroof. In less than 30 seconds, the white light shattered explosively. When dust settled, the vehicle standing before them bore no trace of its former self. The shabby minivan had vanished utterly. In its place stood a towering steel beast, a colossal, heavily armored off-road motorhome, over 3 meters tall and nearly 7 meters long. Its sleek obsidian black armor gleamed with an unnerving, frigid brilliance beneath the sun. All windows had transformed into one-way bulletproof glass. The front grille now bristled with a menacing, reinforced impact bumper, its entire silhouette exuding raw, untamed aesthetic violence. Jiang Chen ran his palm over the cold, unyielding metal plating, feeling the profound weight and solidity of the upgraded vehicle, and felt genuine admiration, even affection, bloom within him. Absolutely magnificent. This is the true apocalypse war chariot a man should command. Not only has survival capability surged to its apex, but driving experience and quality of life will ascend in tandem. Jiang Qingya stood nearby, eyes sparkling with wonder, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration as she beheld the immense armored motorhome. She darted forward, lightly tapped Jiang Chen's shoulder, and grinned. "Senior brother Jiang, your new vehicle radiates sheer dominance now. With such vast interior space, we won't even need to worry about turning over in bed at night. If it were still the old cramped model, how could we possibly continue sharing those moments that bring us joy?" And she winked at him, playful, alluring, utterly beguiling. Then, before Jiang Chen could reply, blushed furiously and fled, hands pressed to her burning cheeks. Heavens above! Such bold, unrestrained words, uttered for the very first time in her life. Yet for this impeccably raised heiress, raised under strict traditional discipline, there stirred within her an indescribable thrill, the intoxicating rush of transgressing long-held boundaries. It was as though a grand new door had just begun to swing open before her. Once her heart's frantic rhythm had steadied, Jiang Qingya took a deep breath and turned toward her own ruined sports car. She extended a slender, pale finger and tenderly traced the cold, twisted contours of its frame. In-system alert: player's exclusive vehicle critically damaged, structural collapse imminent. To restore functionality, vehicle must be towed to a certified vehicle repair station or serviced by a technician possessing innate repair aptitude. The system's emotionless chime echoed in her mind. She sighed deeply. Where in this endless desert wilderness could one possibly find a repair station or a master mechanic? Her fingertips brushed the fractured emblem on the steering wheel. And my beloved car has carried me this far. It has given its all. Now rest in peace. Her expression hardened, calm, resolute, as she issued her command to the system: activate disassembly protocol. Disassemble vehicle. Severe warning. Detected that player Jiang Chen is actively dismantling her bound exclusive vehicle. Confirm dismantling. Note the vehicle is the player's sole reliance on the survival highway. Once it disappears, the difficulty of survival in the game will skyrocket. Please decide carefully. The system's red warning box flickered wildly before her eyes, attempting to stop this suicidal act. Confirm dismantle. Jiang Chen replied with a firm tone. Command confirmed. Dismantling begins. Accompanied by a soft white light, Jiang Chen's vehicle began the dismantling process, just like the 4 ownerless vehicles earlier. Materials obtained after dismantling the vehicle core: LV1 1 iron block, 100 rubber, 25 electronic component, 10 Jiang Chen collected these meager basic materials, turned around, and walked toward Jiang Chen with a determined stride. Here, take this vehicle core. And these basic materials I've scraped together over the past 3 days, I give them all. Jiang Chen lowered her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly. Jiang Chen, these things should be useful to you now. Her voice grew even lower, tinged with inescapable self-pity and helplessness. This is all I can offer at the moment. In the peaceful world of the past, she was the proud eldest daughter of the Jiang. With just a nod, countless riches, luxury cars, and top-tier resources would flow before her. If Jiang Chen needed anything, she could easily mobilize vast resources beyond ordinary imagination to help him. Yet in this cold, brutal highway survival game, governed only by the law of the jungle, her once esteemed family background became a joke, and her own beauty even became a source of deadly peril. She sadly realized that now, aside from this passably perfect body and the currently useless true sight talent, she could no longer offer Jiang Chen anything of value. I hope he won't despise me. This dowry is indeed too shabby. Jiang Chen's heart churned with these tangled thoughts, her fingers twisting nervously together. Yet the coldness and disappointment she anticipated never came. Jiang Chen quietly gazed at the stunningly beautiful girl before him, so fraught with anxiety, a soft gleam flickering in his deep eyes. He slowly extended his broad, powerful hand and gently placed it on Jiang Chen's head. Her jet-black silky hair felt like the finest silk, exuding a pleasant fragrance. Silly girl, stop overthinking. A tender smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. You've already given me your most precious possession. Your heart is forever more important than these material things, and you mean far more to me than you can imagine. Jiang Chen paused, his voice low and powerful. Since you've boarded my vehicle, you are mine now. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, an indescribable warmth surged within Jiang Chen, granting her immense security amidst this brutal highway survival. She blinked hard, and the complex emotions gradually eased. Emma. She nodded emphatically, blossoming into a radiant smile at Jiang Chen. To prevent her from sinking further into melancholy, Jiang Chen picked up the faintly glowing blue vehicle core and asked curiously, by the way, do you know what this thing is specifically used for? It seems like a rather special item. Jiang Chen composed herself and explained earnestly, this is a necessary material for the next vehicle upgrade. You probably just upgraded your vehicle and haven't checked yet. Open the vehicle upgrade page and you'll understand. Oh. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, immediately communicating with the system in his mind to open the virtual interface. Indeed, under the vehicle upgrade menu, he found the LV2 upgrade requirements list, and this material was included. Current vehicle status: LV1 heavy armored RV LV2 upgrade. Required materials list: vehicle core, LV1 210, refined steel 0, 20 iron block 500500 rubber, 200200 electronic component 100100. Looking at this data, Jiang Chen suddenly understood many things. Upgrading to a level 2 vehicle not only required a greater quantity of basic materials, but also introduced 2 new rare materials: vehicle core and refined steel. The only known way to obtain vehicle cores was by destroying or plundering other players' level 1 vehicles. This meant the system was forcing players to become bandits and hunters. 10 vehicle cores. This so-called highway survival game on the surface is about testing luck and how players survive in various extreme situations. But the underlying logic is actually encouraging players to slaughter each other. Jiang Chen silently pondered the message conveyed by this list. Although vehicle cores were extremely difficult for most ordinary players to obtain, for powerful players like Jiang Chen or for convoy organizations that formed gangs and established forces on the highway, it was not such a difficult task. The Matthew effect dictated that resources would always concentrate in the hands of a select few at the top. As it stands, the more crucial material is this refined steel. There's not even a trace of this stuff in the trading channel, yet its acquisition path is probably locked by the system. It should require players to leave the novice phase and obtain it in the more difficult sections ahead. But no matter how bloody the road ahead or how cruel the system's rules, upgrading the vehicle, strengthening oneself, and expanding the team's power are the eternal truths for surviving on this road of survival. Having composed himself, Jiang Chen waved his hand, storing all the materials into the infinite space, and led Jiang Qingya with large strides onto the black beast-like heavy armored RV. Although this trip to the gas station had delayed them considerably, it had ultimately been quite fruitful. Not only had he successfully upgraded his vehicle, but he had also fortuitously recruited the first member of his convoy. He believed the road of survival ahead would surely become even more exciting. With a soft click as the vehicle's door slowly opened, Jiang Qingya stepped onto the RV's steps, filled with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. As she truly stepped inside Jiang Chen's vehicle, she couldn't help but gasp in amazement, completely stunned by the sight before her. It was like a mobile, super luxurious palace. Thanks to the system's optimization and Jiang Chen's use of infinite space to fold and modify the interior of the vehicle, the space inside this RV was countless times more luxurious and spacious than it appeared from the outside. Aside from the driving area at the front being relatively conventional, the living area in the back was extravagantly excessive. To say it was luxurious would be an understatement. This setup was far more extravagant than the 5-star presidential suites she had stayed in before. Jiang Qingya stepped onto the soft, high-quality cashmere carpet that seemed to swallow her feet as she walked into the living area. The first thing that caught her eye was a luxurious bathroom separated by transparent glass. The bathroom was astonishingly large, almost comparable to an average spacious apartment. Not only was there a small surf bathtub equipped with a water flow massage function, but what surprised her even more was that in the center of the bathroom, there was a surprisingly sizable swimming pool. The blue water shimmered under the light of the ceiling lamp. She turned her head, very curious to look at the other spaces in this room. There was a luxurious private cinema equipped with genuine leather sofas, a self-service bar filled with various drinks, a concealed laundry room, a spacious and bright independent dressing room, and a fully equipped open kitchen with a large double-door refrigerator. All kinds of facilities were impeccably complete and available. Of course, among all these dazzling, luxurious configurations, the most eye-catching was the gigantic bed located in the central area. A super luxurious bed about 6 to 7 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide, placed horizontally. This bed was as big as a small stage. On top of this bed were lavishly smooth silk sheets and a thick, high-quality latex mattress. It was clear that sleeping on this bed would be incredibly comfortable, definitely able to relieve one of all fatigue in an instant. Jiang Qingya walked to the edge of the bed, pressed her hand down on the exceptionally elastic mattress, and turned her head to look at Jiang Chen with envious eyes. Jiang Chen, your life is too comfortable, too enjoyable, isn't it? While everyone else is struggling to survive in this world, you seem to be here just to enjoy a vacation. Jiang Qingya then directly jumped onto the big bed, lazily letting out a soft moan of comfort. Oh my, this bed must be incredibly comfortable to sleep on. You have no idea, I've been sleeping in the seat of a supercar for the past 3 nights. My neck and waist are about to die from discomfort. It feels like my bones are going to fall apart. Seeing Jiang Qingya's envious expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. If even sleeping on a custom-made ergonomic leather seat was uncomfortable for her, what could he say about his days spent on the dilapidated seat of the Wuling Hongguang, where he couldn't even stretch his legs? Was he supposed to be considered resilient? After Jiang Qingya arrived, she was truly enjoying herself. Everything around her had been renovated. He never had such conditions before. After lying there for a while, Jiang Qingya reverted to her playful nature. She flipped over, resting her chin on one hand while pointing at the big bed beneath her with her other delicate hand, teasing Jiang Chen with a smirk. I say, handsome Jiang, since this bed is made so large, how many women do you plan to let sleep on it? She looked around the empty room and said with a smile, isn't it a bit too empty with just the two of us lying here? Jiang Chen could naturally tell that this girl was testing him. As someone who had crawled out of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, how could he be easily handled by this little girl? He didn't put on an act, chuckled lightly, and boldly said, of course, the more the merrier. In this world without the previous comprehensive laws, I must unleash my true self. Even if this 6-meter bed can't accommodate all of them, I can always build a few more luxurious bedrooms. As the saying goes, as long as your thoughts don't decline, there are always more ways than difficulties. As long as they meet the requirements, there is no limit to our team. Jiang Qingya rolled her eyes dramatically, playfully protesting, don't get too ahead of yourself, you old lecher. You still think about having a harem. You better figure out a way to feed me first, don't just brag. With that, Jiang Qingya straightened her back on the bed. Her alluring curves were strikingly accentuated by her athletic wear. She lifted her delicate chin proud like a swan and initiated a provocation. I warn you, if you can't feed me well in the future, I won't easily agree to let you add any foxes to this bed. Besides, let me tell you, I have been practicing dance since childhood. Not only is my body flexibility top-notch, but poses like the splits or back bends are as easy for me as drinking water. And in terms of stamina, I'm not lacking. Running a marathon is just a small matter for me. She pointed her slender finger at Jiang Chen confidently, saying, so you better prepare yourself mentally. Don't think he'll let you off easily if you beg for mercy later. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was full of confidence and unafraid of danger, Jiang Chen said nothing more, instead revealing a meaningful smile. One could only say that this girl was blissfully ignorant. She could not even imagine the terrifying power she would possess after awakening her supreme bone. It's important to note that even in the underground worlds abroad, those top female agents who had been trained from a young age, as well as the daughters of wealthy families and royal princesses who looked down on everyone. After witnessing his incredible strength, they were all immensely captivated and in awe of him. They would rather betray their families, keep themselves pure, and remain unmarried for life. Besides his stunningly handsome appearance and vast influence, his own incredibly powerful attributes were also one of the key reasons why those women completely fell for him. Did she really think she could challenge him with her current conditions? It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Seeing Jiang Chen not responding, Jiang Chen, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, hurriedly changed the subject. Oh, I won't talk to you anymore, she said. I saw there was hot water in the bathroom earlier, and after days of eating and sleeping outdoors, I haven't had a chance to wash up. I'm about to die from discomfort. She then stood up and walked toward the bathroom. At the bathroom door, she turned back and playfully winked at Jiang Chen. Old master, you go ahead and drive properly. Focus on completing today's tasks. From now on, you are my personal vehicle. After saying that, she giggled and dashed into the bathroom like a startled little rabbit, slamming the glass door shut. Teasing and then running away, how exhilarating. Jiang Chen listened to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, catching a glimpse of graceful curves through the frosted glass stretching in the mist. He adjusted his breathing, slightly suppressing the sinister fire within, and strode to the driver's seat, pulling down the lever. The armored RV let out a low roar, commencing today's survival journey. This little girl is getting braver by the day. Does she really think I'm easy to bully? Jiang Chen gripped the steering wheel with one hand, glancing at himself in the rearview mirror, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. One must know a supreme being cannot be humiliated. But daring to provoke me so openly, when night falls she'll know what it means to be unable to seek life or death. Jiang Chen looked at the rising corners of his mouth in the mirror, unable to help but shake his head slightly. Ever since Jiang Chen joined the convoy, life had certainly become much better than being alone. The atmosphere in the entire vehicle had become much more relaxed and joyful. He no longer had to sit idly in the chat hall watching people boast to relieve boredom. Through the bulletproof glass, Jiang Chen gazed at the endless blood-red road stretching ahead, feeling a newfound anticipation in his heart. What new and exciting things would they encounter along the way? Life here was certainly much more interesting than in the first half of his life. The black armored RV, like a steel beast, sped relentlessly over the desolate desert road. Jiang Chen was focused on driving when suddenly a girl's crisp exclamation rang in his ears. "Oh!" Jiang Chen slowed down. "There's a supply box glowing by the roadside 300 meters ahead. Wait, I'll go get it." Jiang Chen then slammed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a steady stop beside the resource box. Jiang Chen in the passenger seat had already eagerly pushed open the car door, bouncing out like at this moment, after washing off the dirt and fatigue from the wilderness, Jiang Chen had completely returned to the stunning schoolflower state that had captivated countless men. After her shower, she changed into a pristine, exquisite JK uniform and came to the passenger seat to accompany him in completing today's mileage task. She wore a fitted white shirt on top with a blue bow tie at the collar and a deep blue plaid skirt on the bottom. Beneath the skirt were pure white over-thinny stockings tightly hugging her beautiful legs, and her feet were adorned with shiny, simple black round-toed shoes. She looked both simple and refreshing, brimming with youthful vitality. As soon as she sat in the passenger seat, the spacious cabin was filled with a pleasant jasmine fragrance. Amidst this delightful fragrance, there was also the unique scent of a young girl after bathing. This mixed aroma was like an invisible hand gently plucking at Jiang Chen's heartstrings, bringing him a sense of comfort just from the smell. Watching Jiang Chen bend down to lift the supply box by the roadside, Jiang Chen comfortably leaned back against the seat, marveling inwardly. With such a stunning beauty accompanying him, it was not just a feast for the eyes. She would also actively run errands to help collect supplies, saving him a lot of hassle. But sometimes it could be a bit. "Hey, I got the supply box." Soon Jiang Chen came back, jogging with the wooden box, placing it on the central control panel. She was slightly out of breath, her little face flushed, and her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang Chen, smilingly asking, "Shall I drive, or will you?" Looking at the box Jiang Chen handed over, Jiang Chen's breath caught. He gritted his teeth, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. I'll do it. I'll try once more. I refuse to believe that my luck will be this bad all day. Jiang Chen chuckled at his competitive demeanor. She generously pushed the supply box towards Jiang Chen, making a gesture of invitation. All right, Jiang Deleo, after you. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, praying to all the gods and Buddhas in his heart. Then he suddenly flung open the box lid. A faint white light flickered. Ding. Ordinary supply box opened. Congratulations, player has obtained Iron Block 5. After the items were revealed, the supply box vanished like a bubble. Only 5 cold iron blocks remained quietly lying in place. The air instantly froze. Jiang Chen was initially stunned, then she covered her rosy lips with her small hand, her brows curving into beautiful crescents. She stifled a laugh looking at Jiang Chen's ashen face and comforted him in a teasing tone. Oh, Jiang Chen, you did great, even the few you got are quite adorable. Besides, this is your highest record today, a full 5 iron blocks. However, it seems that it's still a bit behind my casual opening of Iron Block 30 plus Purified Water 2. There seems to be some room for improvement here, so you need to keep trying. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he casually tossed the 5 iron blocks into his backpack like trash. Then without a word, he shifted gears, stepped on the gas, and continued driving. In fact, it wasn't that he cared much about the basic resources from the supply box. After all, having scavenged the entire gas station, he no longer needed to worry about these trivial resources for quite some time. The resources he currently possessed were undoubtedly comparable to those of the major powers on this road. But one must maintain a facade. To prove once again in front of a delicate and youthful beauty that his luck was indeed very poor was something he found quite embarrassing. Not knowing before that there was a comparison, but this comparison was truly infuriating and hurtful to one's pride. Ever since Jiang Chen abandoned her vehicle and teamed up with him, Jiang Chen discovered a shocking fact. Now that they were driving in a team, the probability of finding supply boxes on the road was at least twice that of when Jiang Chen was alone. Moreover, due to team permissions being shared, they could see and collect each other's supply boxes. This undoubtedly greatly improved the overall efficiency of resource acquisition for the team. Thus, to make the entire search process a bit more interesting, they agreed to take turns opening boxes and compete with each other's luck. However, the results of the subsequent competition left Jiang Chen feeling utterly defeated and depressed. Clearly, along this road, he had opened 2/3 of the supply boxes, yet the total haul was still fewer than what Jiang Chen had obtained from the remaining third. She either opened a box with a critical hit or found rare items. No wonder Jiang Chen was so surprised earlier when looking at his old, unupgraded Wuling Hongguang. It turned out that in the eyes of such a lucky person, gathering supplies and upgrading vehicles wasn't something that required skill, right? This infuriating lucky person. When night falls, I must make her pay for this. Jiang Chen, while casually glancing at the rearview mirror, unintentionally stole a glance at Jiang Chen sitting in the passenger seat. To his surprise, she was sitting elegantly with her legs together, tilting her adorable little head, smiling brightly, and fixating her gaze on him without blinking. Her long, silky black hair cascaded carelessly over one shoulder, revealing her fair neck and delicate collarbone on the other side, exuding a whimsical beauty. Seeing Jiang Chen looking over, her gaze did not falter. Instead, she smiled warmly at him and said softly, Jiang Lei, do I look good? Jiang Chen felt a bit awkward under her straightforward, teasing gaze and quickly shifted his attention back to the road, clearing his throat. You look indeed beautiful, but I don't recall seeing you wear something like this at school before. Haven't you always gone for that high, cold, elegant goddess style? Jiang Chen, hearing the compliment, happily shook her long legs clad in white stockings and replied with a smile, humph, how could I wear something that might provoke improper thoughts in front of unrelated outsiders? This outfit is something I drew from a bronze resource box yesterday. I specially wore it for you after my shower today. So how is it? Does this outfit match Jiang Laoya's taste? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's throat involuntarily swallowed hard, and he couldn't help but turn his head to deeply admire Jiang Chen once more. Jiang Chen, noticing his gaze, confidently puffed out her chest and maintained the most perfect and elegant posture for Jiang Chen to appreciate. One cannot help but admit that Jiang Qinjia's flawless beauty and devilishly alluring figure, once released from the confines of her baggy sportswear, completely unleashed her charm as a top campus beauty. Her entire being radiated not only the unique vitality of a youthful girl, but also a deadly allure interwoven with pure desire. On her exquisitely flawless face, there was the innate elegance of a wealthy young lady, along with a hint of whimsical cleverness and mischief typical of a youthful beauty. With a swan-like neck, perfectly angled shoulders, and a straight back at all times, everything silently testified to her being a well-bred young lady from a prestigious family. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that her white shirt was stretched tight, displaying a breathtakingly upright curve that, with Jiang Chen's keen eye, he could estimate was at least a cup. Her slender, supple waist could easily be encircled with a single hand, complemented by the youthful peach-shaped posterior that remained perky even while seated beneath her pleated skirt. From any angle, Jiang Chen's exquisite figure undeniably deserved the 99-point top rating given by the system. However, what left Jiang Chen dry-mouthed and even a bit unable to tear his eyes away was her slightly angled, perfectly shapely legs. Between the hem of her deep blue JK skirt and the slightly snug white over-thinny stockings formed a mysterious and deadly absolute territory approximately 10 centimeters wide. That exposed skin, illuminated by the car's interior lights, shimmered like exquisite mutton fat, jade, pure and flawless. Even with Jiang Chen's extraordinary vision, he could not detect any pores or blemishes. Her skin was as smooth and pristine as the finest mutton fat jade. Those long, beautiful legs were simply a perfect artwork sculpted by the hands of God. Just as Jiang Chen's gaze lingered and his heart swayed. Without warning, a notification sound simultaneously echoed in both of their minds. Ding! Daytime is ending and night is about to fall. Notice to all surviving players: unknown high-risk mutated creatures will wander on the night road. Driving at night will significantly increase the risk of death. It is recommended to stop immediately. Friendly reminder: the countdown for the current newbie road phase to end is 45950. The next phase of road survival calamity has been generated. The theme confirmed as extreme cold apocalypse. At that time, temperatures will plummet to -50 degrees. All players must seize the last 5 hours to upgrade their vehicles and collect warm supplies, otherwise they will face the risk of freezing to death. Wishing everyone good luck. Several system notifications washed away the lingering, ambiguous atmosphere in the car. Jiang Chen abruptly slammed the brakes, bringing this black steel beast to a steady halt behind a large windbreak on the roadside. He pulled up the handbrake, turned off the main engine, leaving the auxiliary engine running quietly to maintain warmth inside the car. Jiang Chen cleared his throat to mask his earlier distraction and turned to Jiang Qingya, speaking in a low voice. You heard the system broadcast too. Today's exploration is temporarily over, and ahead lies the unknown extreme cold region. We should take advantage of this last 5-hour countdown to rest and adjust ourselves. To be honest, driving attentively all day has made me quite tired. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's somewhat awkward change of topic, Jiang Qingya, who had been nervous due to shyness, suddenly relaxed. She was no longer tense. Instead, she looked at Jiang Chen with a teasing gaze. Yeah, driving all day is indeed tiring. Jiang Qingya elongated her tone, meaningfully, leaning slightly towards Jiang Chen, playfully saying, especially for a certain someone who not only has to focus on driving, but also occasionally steals glances at my white-stockinged legs. Clearly your eyes are full of desire, looking very interested and wanting to see more. Yet that certain someone has maintained an aloof demeanor the whole way, not showing any indication at all. It's quite disappointing. Jiang Qingya covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes sparkling with charm. Oh, I really didn't see that coming. Out there killing without batting an eye, the usually mysterious and powerful Jiang Chen, unexpectedly so innocent in matters of love. Only daring to look, not to act. Faced with this sudden and straightforward teasing, Jiang Chen wanted to return. However, before he could say anything, Jiang Qingya made an outrageous move that left him momentarily blank. She suddenly reached out her cool jade-like little hand, unyieldingly grasping Jiang Chen's large hand resting on the gear lever. Immediately under Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, Jiang Qingya actually held his hand and pressed it directly onto her thigh, wrapped in pure white over-thinny stockings. Boom! As his palm touched the delicate sheer stockings and the tender warmth of the skin beneath, Jiang Chen felt his mind explode, blood rushing to his face. Jiang Chen. Jiang Qingya lowered her head slightly, her voice becoming hoarse and laced with deadly temptation. Upon hearing Jiang Qingya's words, Jiang Chen instinctively tightened his palm slightly. A unique and exquisite warm sensation coursed through his palm, causing his breath to grow heavier. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, slowly turning his head to gaze intensely at the girl beside him. At this moment, Jiang Qingya's fair cheeks flushed a tempting peach blossom pink due to her bold actions, and even her smooth forehead glistened with a fine sheen of fragrant sweat. Nervous, she didn't dare to even breathe. Jiang Chen suddenly chuckled lightly, thinking that they were both equally matched, yet she had the audacity to call him out. Thus he did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he gently caressed the exquisite white silk of her beautiful leg. You girl, how dare you call me pure? Don't think I can't tell. Your body is so tense right now that your little heart must be racing, almost ready to leap out of your throat, isn't it? You? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Jiang Qingya, caught off guard, immediately resembled a small cat whose tail had been stepped on, huffing in a spoiled manner. She quickly turned her head away, too shy to meet Jiang Chen's intensely aggressive gaze, leaving him with only a delicate and charming profile. Unfortunately, her already rosy earlobes completely betrayed the girl's shy feelings, revealing her true emotions. Outside the car window, the night of the road survival world had descended, filling the entire world with darkness and terror. Yet inside the warm and brightly lit cabin of the RV, time seemed to freeze, flowing slowly in this tranquil and ambiguous atmosphere. After a while, Jiang Chen looked at the delicate jade-like hand still resting on his palm, feeling the warmth and softness radiating from her hand. He gazed at Jiang Qingjia's profile, his voice slightly hoarse as he slowly asked, "I once heard a rumor that women with long, beautiful fingers generally have very pretty feet as well. Qingya, do you think? Is this true?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingjia's body uncontrollably shook. She stiffly turned her head, her exquisitely beautiful face instantly blushing even more, and her watery peach blossom eyes were veiled with a layer of dreamy mist. Gently biting her rosy lower lip, she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Since you're so curious, then you should investigate it well." After saying this, Jiang Qingya seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Following that, she placed her jade foot wrapped in white over-thinny stockings directly on Jiang Chen's heated palm along the edge of the seat. The sensation was one of extreme silkiness and softness. Her slender calves were straight and delicate, and her small feet were glossy and exquisite. Through the slightly tight white stockings, one could vaguely see her toes translucent like peeled lychees. What was most intoxicating was that these feet had no odor at all. Rather, they bore a faint, enticing fragrance, a mix of shower gel and youthful body scent, due to just having been washed. This was truly a flawless work of art, meticulously crafted by the creator. Time flowed slowly like this. Fun fact: feet are not X organs. Countdown to the end of the current newbie road stage 25550. With a sudden jolt of clarity, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and lazily stretched. Only then did he realize that he had been in this narrow and spacious position with Jiang Qingya for a full 2 hours. Outside the car window, the pitch-black night made it impossible to see 5 fingers, and the entire road was desolate, devoid of any signs of life. In this dead silence and darkness, only the cabin of this armored RV glowed with warm and ambiguous light. Hiss! Ouch! A soft exclamation came from beside him. Jiang Qingya furrowed her delicate brows, one hand on the control panel, while the other gently massaged her rounded and proportionate thigh. Her eyes sparkled as she complained with a mix of resentment and playful pouting. "Jiang Chen, you are such a big, ungrateful brute. My feet are about to cramp up. I practiced ballet for 4 hours straight in the dance studio for the school celebration, and I wasn't even this time." Jiang Qingya lifted her long and slender, beautiful leg, not caring that there was dirt on her foot, and stubbornly stomped her white silk-clad foot into her black loafers. Then she stamped her foot forcefully, seemingly venting the frustration built up earlier. Huff! After putting on her shoes, Jiang Qingya stretched her arms lazily like a Persian cat. As her body relaxed, the hem of her pristine white shirt slid upwards, fully revealing her exquisite waist akin to the finest jade. Her tight and flat abdomen and the faint outline of her abdominal muscles highlighted the astonishing physical fitness of this stunning campus beauty. Her small feet curled slightly inside the shoes, as if getting accustomed to the somewhat special slippery sensation. After adjusting to a comfortable position, she propped her chin on one hand, turning her beautiful face to look at Jiang Chen, chuckling softly. A glint of mischief and charm flashed in her eyes, and her voice was sweet enough to almost draw out threads. "Lord Jiang, were you satisfied with the service I provided just now?" Jiang Chen, still not fully pulled away from the previous enchanting moment, found himself staring intently at Jiang Qingjia's delicate and slender ankles, his throat involuntarily moving. He truly felt that this little girl had him completely wrapped around her finger. Satisfied, very satisfied. It can be said that it perfectly fulfilled some of my previous fantasies. I hope you'll continue to maintain this in the future. Jiang Chen couldn't help but silently gasp in awe. He never expected that Jiang Qingya, a girl from a wealthy family who seemed as aloof as a white lotus on a snow-capped mountain, would understand so much after shedding her disguise. He truly underestimated her. Her astonishing physical fitness and flexibility even made him, a gifted powerhouse, feel a bit overwhelmed. Hearing the praise, Jiang Qingjia's eyes curved into crescent moons as she giggled. "Whether there will be such special services in the future depends on your performance tonight. If you do well and satisfy me, I'll show you different things every day." Although before meeting you I had no practical experience and was completely clueless in terms of theoretical knowledge, I have read extensively and am proficient in all attributes. I hope you'll still be stubborn then and continue to hold on to your grand ideal of establishing a harem. Hearing such naive words, Jiang Chen gently pinched her delicate face, chuckling. "Well, I didn't expect your feet to be so soft, yet your mouth is so tough. I hope when the sun rises tomorrow you can still say these words with such boldness." Jiang Chen ceased the verbal tug-of-war and smoothly rose from the driver's seat, stretching his broad shoulders as he made his way to the luxurious living area. He approached the open kitchen and turned to Qingya, who was rubbing her legs in the passenger seat, saying, "After all this commotion, your stamina must be quite drained, right? How about steak with pasta for dinner?" Among the supplies gathered from the gas station today, we happened to have the right ingredients and seasonings. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinjia's eyes lit up. She walked over a bit awkwardly in her loafers, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grains, her face full of anticipation as she looked at Jiang Chen. Sounds good, sounds good. I'm so tired after a whole day, my stomach has been growling, I'm starving. I didn't have any good food after all that effort just now. Jiang Qingya obediently sat on the high stool across from the open kitchen, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy. I'll just obediently open my mouth and wait for Chef Jiang to feed me. The RV's living area was outfitted with all kinds of modern high-end kitchen and bathroom facilities. The air conditioning blew out a comfortable breeze, and the powerful silent range hood along with the air circulation system ensured that no unpleasant cooking smells would escape. Cooking here, one could hardly feel the hardships of survival in the apocalypse. Instead, it was filled with a different. If you were to prepare those complicated traditional Chinese dishes, it might be a bit troublesome for Jiang Chen, and the taste wouldn't necessarily be astonishing. But for classic Western dishes like pan-seared steak and boiled pasta, which are relatively simple, he found it quite. In the underground world where he often gambled with his life, he had honed his skills to rival those of a Michelin chef to occasionally reward himself. Slap. The gas stove ignited the heavy cast iron pan, heating up fiercely, emitting a wisp of smoke. Jiang Chen picked up a slice of marbled wagyu and tossed it into the pan. Sizzle. The pleasant sound of fat sizzling filled the air. Under the high temperature, searing the surface of the steak instantly underwent a marvelous Maillard reaction, forming a beautifully caramelized crust. With a slight tremor of his wrist, Jiang Chen added rosemary, garlic, and premium butter, continuously spooning the melted aromatic fat over the meat's surface. His movements were fluid and confident, exuding a charming composure. Jiang Qingya sat at the bar, her bright eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, captivated by his smooth and skillful technique, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It seems that this reckless gamble really did lead me to a priceless treasure. I knew my choice was right. Jiang Qingya silently marveled in her heart. This man Jiang Chen was perfect and exceptional from any end. Whether it was his decisive combat prowess, unfathomable background, or his calm and unrestrained demeanor. His formidable physique and now his cooking skills, filled with a sense of warmth, all provided her with an unparalleled sense of security and satisfaction. At this moment, Jiang Qingya felt immensely grateful for her choice. In her previous circle of wealthy young ladies, many privileged girls relaxed and indulged themselves, taking advantage of their circumstances. But she chose not to succumb like them. Instead, she took a more challenging path. Continuously restraining her desires, she aimed to enhance her personal abilities and charm. She had always remained virtuous, watching her suitors with a cold eye, waiting. Once she encountered the right partner, she would shed all her pride and disguise and boldly take the plunge. She aimed to possess the most perfect beauty and temperament, an impeccable figure that would create an overwhelming advantage that no man could refuse, along with absolute loyalty and understanding. She would capture him decisively, ensuring he would savor the taste of her presence for a lifetime, never able to escape her grasp. Though Jiang Chen had yet to share his past stories in detail, she, being sharp-witted, had already discerned from small details that he was far from ordinary. This man must have been a terrifying presence, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid in his previous world, extraordinarily powerful and exceptional. A beauty like herself with top-tier looks, figure, temperament, and intellect, when they first met, would have only left him momentarily stunned, merely prompting him to take a few extra glances. Furthermore, that gaze was filled only with appreciation for beauty, devoid of any yearning desire. This suggests that in the real world, Jiang Chen had certainly interacted with many top-tier beauties of her caliber. His vision and insight were undoubtedly beyond ordinary imagination. Otherwise, under her deliberate charm and fully unleashed allure in the afternoon, how could he have achieved only such modest success? If it weren't for her being sufficiently pure and clever, beautiful enough, Jiang Chen might not have accepted her so easily. However, fate truly plays tricks on people. Had it not been for this road survival game, according to the trajectory of reality, I would likely have taken over the family business, step by step, marrying into a prestigious family with no feelings involved. In that case, I might have truly passed by Jiang Chen in the vast sea of people. I would have forever missed out on a partner who is worthy of my efforts, someone who deeply satisfies and captivates me. With this thought, Jiang Qingya couldn't help but lower her head. Her gaze focused on her feet, which were wrapped in white stockings and clad in black loafers. Looking at the somewhat unusual shoe surface, a flush rose to her cheeks, her expression momentarily dazed. It's really quite exaggerated. She secretly gasped in embarrassment in her heart. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen, who seems so cold and domineering, has a private preference for this? Just the thought of him holding her delicate foot wrapped in stockings, the fascinating colors reflected in his. Jiang Chen didn't feel disturbed at all, though instead she felt a hint of delight. Fortunately this area is also my absolute strong suit. After every dance practice I use the most expensive essential oils and lotions to meticulously care for my feet, ensuring no calluses or dead skin, soft and fair, absolutely incomparable to those flashy cheap girls outside. Jiang Chen clenched her small fist in secret planning in her heart to relentlessly pursue Jiang Chen's weakness. Just a mere Jiang Chen, let's see if I can't completely win you over. When the time comes I will definitely make you savor the taste of my presence, ensuring you can never leave me. What are you thinking about? You look so absorbed that your face has turned red to the roots of your neck. A deep magnetic voice interrupted Jiang Chen's blush-inducing daydreams. Jiang Chen steadily placed the aromatic, exquisite pasta on the solid wood dining table covered with a pristine white tablecloth. To create an atmosphere, he casually took a pair of candles from the system space and lit them, pouring rich ruby-like red wine into 2 crystal-clear goblets. Oh, like a little rabbit caught stealing a carrot, she jumped in surprise. Jiang Chen quickly hopped off the bar stool and rushed to the dining table, her cheeks slightly flushed as her eyes darted away, saying nothing. Nothing at all. I was just thinking about some plans for the upcoming road survival. Jiang Chen had not completely masked her inner turmoil when her attention was firmly captured by the plate of fragrant steak on the table. The aroma of the meat mingled with hints of rosemary, stimulating her taste buds. Jiang Chen clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "Wow. It smells incredible. You are simply a hidden culinary genius." Jiang Chen sat down opposite her, lifted his wine glass, and humbly replied, "All right, stop flattering me. The quality of this steak and the vintage of the wine are merely average. If the ingredients were of a higher quality, I could make it even more delicious. However, I can only cook this simple food. As for more complex dishes, I'm not quite capable of that. But even like this, it's already perfect." Jiang Chen then elegantly picked up her knife and fork, gently cutting into the thick steak. The tender medium-rare steak was delivered to her mouth with finesse. As her teeth gently chewed, the rich juice burst open in her mouth. The aroma of meat fat blended perfectly with the fragrance of the spices. Jiang Chen immediately closed her eyes in bliss, her long eyelashes fluttering as she let out a satisfied hum. "Wow. This is so delicious. I swear it's 1,000 times better than the Michelin 3-star dishes I've had in Paris." Jiang Chen opened her eyes and through the flickering candlelight gazed adoringly at the handsome face with defined features and sharp eyebrows. At this moment, she felt she was on the brink of happiness. Whether it was her stomach or her entire being, she felt like Jiang Chen was about to completely satisfy her. Jiang Chen raised his wine glass, quietly observing this university beauty who was both elegant and slightly greedy, with satisfaction, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. One had to admit that in such a cruel and lonely world of road survival, having such a stunning school beauty by one's side certainly made this uncertain journey much more interesting. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill and tidied up a bit, they lay side by side on the massive sofa in the living area. Jiang Chen had just nonchalantly taken off her slightly dirty white thigh-high stockings in front of Jiang. After washing her feet, she naturally extended her long, straight, stunningly beautiful legs and placed them directly on Jiang Chen, allowing him to playfully touch and caress them. Jiang Chen seriously browsed the trading hall, helping Jiang Chen search for important supplies. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she propped herself up excitedly, saying, "Hey." Jiang Chen looked quickly. "There's an anonymous player selling bullets in bulk. This is a scarce resource. Should we take the opportunity to buy some more?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen followed her gaze to the panel that Jiang Chen had shared. He noticed that the unknown seller had a fairly complete selection of bullet types. Not only were there pistol bullets and rifle bullets, but even the rarer anti-material sniper rifle bullets were for sale. However, the seller had specified a trading condition. He would not accept iron blocks or wood, but only trade for universal fuel or items of higher value. Fast at 7 paces, accurate at less than 7. It's always better to have more bullets prepared. Buy them all, or let's purchase every bullet listed. He pinched Jiang Chen's smooth and slender calf, speaking in a deep voice. "At midnight tonight, the next phase of the extreme cold disaster will arrive. Fuel at this time is crucial for other players to survive. It is absolutely hard currency. So in the final countdown tonight, those players desperate to survive will definitely go crazy for cold-resistant supplies. On the trading platform, there will definitely be a bunch of good items they usually hesitate to trade. Anything we might need in the future can now be bought with fuel." Listening to Jiang Chen's analysis, Jiang Chen's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. This feeling of not having to think was simply wonderful. So she obediently nodded. He'll listen to you. You decide." Jiang Chen then directly traded a portion of the fuel from his backpack to Jiang Chen for her to procure supplies. However, when she opened her system backpack to check the amount of universal fuel Jiang Chen had traded over, Jiang Qingya was stunned by the numbers before her. Her cherry lips parted in astonishment, unable to close for a long time. Oh my backpack is completely stuffed and even overflowing. My little backpack can't hold so many supplies. Jiang Qingya could only hurriedly operate, returning the excess universal fuel she couldn't carry back to Jiang Chen. At this moment, aside from some of her personal items, her personal backpack's grid spaces were all filled with the current hard currency universal fuel. Jiang Chen looked at her adorable appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. No need to focus all your energy on those supplies. If you come across any little trinkets you like, just buy them directly. If you run out of fuel, come to me for more. Hearing this from her man, Jiang Qingya felt sweeter than eating honey. This feeling of being pampered and respected like a little princess completely captivated her. She snuggled up to Jiang Chen's neck like a clingy little fairy, sweetly whispering in his ear then. Thank you, brother, love you. Hee hee. Jiang Qingya deliberately lowered her voice, laced with a hint of breathiness and allure. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt his bones weaken, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier, and the arms that embraced her delicate waist tightened. Faced with Jiang Chen's aggressive actions, Jiang Qingya merely let out a soft, charming whimper, showing no sign of resistance. Not only did she say nothing more, but she also slightly tilted her chin up, casting a deep, seductive glance at Jiang Chen. Then she subtly adjusted her posture. Like a docile little kitten, she nestled closer, allowing Jiang Chen to hold her more comfortably. In such a moment, even the hardest of hearts would soften. This once aloof and unattainable beauty now lay defenseless in your arms, her eyes filled with affection and submission towards you. She presented a compliant demeanor, ready to be taken at your whim. Which normal man could withstand such a test? Even the worldly wise Jiang Chen couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "What a deadly enchantress! I wonder what strange and unusual things she has learned in her training. She is far more powerful than that red-haired senior sister." It must be said, when a goddess of Jiang Qingya's caliber fully sheds her modesty, her charm unfolds entirely. The alluring grace she exhibited truly was that of a stunning beauty capable of bringing calamity to nations. It is hard to imagine such allure could emanate from a youthful girl, yet untouched by the world. If she were to fully mature, the legendary Sudaji would have to take a back seat. If it weren't for the concern that unpredictable dangers might arise after the novice stage ends, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly transform into a wolf, thoroughly enjoying this luxurious feast meant solely for him. For now, he could only satisfy his urges temporarily. Huff. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the fire within. It is essential to focus on the task at hand now. Utilizing this final golden moment to procure strategic resources on the trading platform. This grand feast could wait until it was entirely safe to savor. As Jiang Chen anticipated, with the onset of the next extreme cold apocalypse phase, the material exchanges on the system trading platform had entered a frenzied and heated state. Those players who had been idle or unlucky over the past 3 days, failing to gather enough materials to upgrade their dilapidated vehicles, were now as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They incessantly cried out in the public chat, desperate to spend their life savings just to purchase a few iron blocks and electronic components, the most basic materials to upgrade their vehicles. Consequently, the prices of these basic materials that could be used for vehicle upgrades had soared to an outrageous level. Meanwhile, elite players like Jiang Chen, who had upgraded their vehicles early, remained calm. Their focus was shifted towards acquiring fuel, weapons, armor, and various special items. These astute individuals understood that at this critical juncture they had to spare no effort in enhancing their hard power. This way they would possess greater confidence to face the harsh challenges ahead in this cannibalistic world. As Jiang Chen held the soft and fragrant beauty in his arms, he swiftly scavenged for resources on the screen. While selecting supplies, he cast a glance at the current number of players remaining in the district. Current remaining players in the district: 7629-810-000. Looking at this cold data, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. In just 3 short days during the so-called novice protection phase, over 20,000 people had already perished on this endless road. Among them, some were killed by zombies, while others perished from a lack of resources due to sheer bad luck. But likely more were brutally murdered by their own kind in their desperate scramble for resources. After all, in this world, there was not only no protection for players, but mutual slaughter was also encouraged. Even the upgrade items for secondary vehicles required the destruction of 10 primary vehicles to obtain. It is truly unimaginable how many more will forever die in this world when the extreme cold apocalypse descends on this survival road. Done. As Jiang Chen pondered, a jubilant voice filled with a sense of accomplishment suddenly came from Jiang Qingya. She tilted her head, her exquisite little face beaming with excitement, as if a little girl seeking praise, saying to Jiang Chen, "I have already bought all the bullets from that seller just now, and all the bullets currently available on the trading platform." Except for those anti-equipment bullets that I kept in my backpack, the rest I transferred to you through the trading system. Jiang Chen looked at the transaction records on the screen, incredulously exclaiming, "The purchasing power of universal fuel is truly astonishing. I bought so many supplies just now, and when I checked the balance it turned out to be less than 100 liters. Those sellers are even grateful to me, begging me to buy more." Ding. Received Jiang Qinjia's transaction request. Congratulations, player acquired pistol bullets, 230 rounds. Congratulations, player acquired rifle bullets, 170 rounds. Seeing the suddenly added ammunition reserves, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. With sufficient firepower, even when facing a small-scale zombie tide or other monsters, he could push through with sheer firepower. Jiang Chen patted Jiang Qinjia's delicately soft shoulder, encouraging her. "Well done. Since fuel is so precious now, let's stockpile more useful items while the market is in panic. Not just bullets. If anyone sells firearms, buy them immediately with fuel." "Yes, brother." Having received the command, Jiang Qinjia's face was filled with excitement as she focused on the trading platform, beginning her second round of frenzied shopping. Watching her concentrated and excited profile, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, no matter when, this frenzied buying behavior is deeply ingrained in all women's nature. Even for someone like Jiang Chen, a top-tier young lady, she would be no exception in the face of such exhilarating shopping spree. Moreover, with the man behind her able to provide trading items, this made her consumption even more pleasurable. The countdown ticked away on the screen as the two spent the time in warm, casual conversation amidst their shopping frenzy. During this process, the two tacitly refrained from engaging in those heart-racing and pleasant activities. After all, they had already indulged in an enticing appetizer in the driver's seat, leaving them quite satisfied without feeling overly hungry. More importantly, both of them knew that a grand feast awaited them tonight. They certainly needed to conserve their energy for what was to come. As the crimson countdown reached 0, the entire world of the survival road seemed to have been put on pause. Immediately, a cold and emotionless mechanical voice exploded in the minds of all surviving players. The newbie protection period has ended, and the current world has officially entered a new round of natural disasters, the extreme cold apocalypse. Duration of this round of extreme cold disaster: 30 days. Daily mandatory target task: 400 kilometers. Those who fail to complete it will be directly erased by the system at midnight. The system's cold voice did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to report the despairing rule updates deep within the souls of the survivors. Rule 1: this phase will significantly enhance the attack power, defense, and aggressiveness of zombies, mutated beasts, and unknown monsters in the wilderness. They will no longer fear ordinary blunt weapon strikes. Players are advised to increase their firepower. Rule 2: the system has modified the spatial folding algorithm, greatly increasing the probability of encounters between players on the road. Remember, in the extreme cold apocalypse, the most terrifying aspect is often not the wind and snow, but the greed of one's own kind. Rule 3: the quality drop rate of resource boxes appearing randomly along the roadside has been upgraded. Players can find higher-level vehicle upgrade materials, cold-resistant gear, and even supernatural items. Rule 4: players have a very low probability of encountering a special area while on the move. This area contains a massive amount of supplies guarded by a powerful Lord-level boss. Defeating the boss will yield high-level resource treasure chests. Be cautious of the temptation, as the bigger the prize, the stronger the storm that accompanies it. The last piece of advice: the cold is consuming everything. Please utilize the resources in your hands to upgrade your vehicles as soon as possible and find ways to enhance your personal strength. In this frozen hell, strive to survive until the end, little ants. As that chilling system announcement came to an end, the reality world suddenly underwent violent changes. Boom. In the desolate and dry desert, the sky suddenly gathered thick rain clouds as dark as ink, with countless purple-black lightning flashing within. A ferocious wind carrying the momentum to destroy the heavens and earth suddenly swept across the desert. The gale swept up a storm of yellow sand and debris, forming terrifying dusty tornadoes. Crack, crack, bang, bang. The dense sand and stones slammed crazily against the glass and exterior of the players' vehicles, sounding as if they were experiencing an unprecedented hailstorm, sending chills down their spines. Even Jiang Chen's vehicle, a steel behemoth weighing over 10 tons after system upgrades, was slightly shaken by this wind that seemed capable of tearing the world apart. Jiang Chen stood in front of the car, his deep gaze piercing through the bulletproof glass, coldly observing the apocalyptic scene outside. What a terrifying storm. He calculated in his mind the destructive power of the storm outside. If any reckless player failed to return to their vehicle in time, they would likely be swept away by the gale, at that moment completely lost in this world. This 8th-level gale, seemingly capable of destroying the heavens and earth, came fiercely and left in a strange manner. After less than 10 minutes, the wind outside the vehicle abruptly stopped. The howling wind instantly vanished, and the swirling yellow sand lost its momentum, gently falling back. Outside the road, silence quickly returned, as dead as before. However, this silence brought no sense of safety, instead brewing an even greater killing intent. Next, in this dry, rainless, boundless desert sky, large flakes of snow suddenly fell from the dark clouds without warning. And this was not ordinary snow, it was truly heavy snow in the literal sense. Each snowflake was as large as a palm, densely and silently falling, visibly transforming the golden desert into an eerie white. Jiang Chen turned his head and glanced at the temperature gauge embedded in the RV's dashboard, his pupils slightly constricting. Hiss. In just over 10 minutes, the temperature displayed on the gauge plummeted to -20 degrees. Moreover, that red number was still jumping rapidly, visibly declining. -21 degrees. -22 degrees. The extreme cold apocalypse officially began at this moment. As the crowd hurled insults at each other in the public chat, venting their overwhelming terror, a chillingly rational analysis emerged instantly, plunging everyone's hearts into the abyss. Brother, stop fighting. Let's think about the real issues. With this cold, the temperature dropping so fast, won't it freeze our car engines solid by midnight? If the engine oil turns to ice, we won't be able to start the car tomorrow morning. How are we supposed to complete the system's daily 400-kilometer mileage requirement? If we fail, the system will annihilate us at midnight. This message caused a brief silence in the public chat, followed by an eruption of even more panicked discussions. Brother, what you're saying isn't just possible, it's inevitable. This kind of sudden temperature drop is the worst for engines. So I suggest everyone tonight don't turn off the engine. Make sure the engine stays at idle with minimal power, using the heat from its operation to prevent it from freezing solid. This way we can also run the car's heater and keep the cabin warm. Otherwise, not only will the car be ruined by morning, but you might also never wake up tonight. But idling all night will burn so much fuel. I have less than 10 liters left. I'm buying universal fuel at a high price. Can any generous big shot spare a little for trade? Even just 1 liter. Ill trade rare resources. I'm freezing to death, my body won't stop shivering. Hello everyone, I'm a student. Just started freshman year. I don't know anything. We're all compatriots. Can anyone give me some basic materials or fuel to upgrade my vehicle for free? They'll be so grateful. Screw your student status. Even if you were a beast right now, it wouldn't matter. I'm freezing to death myself. Who cares about your survival? Watching the miserable wails of that person in the chat hall, Jiang Chen's eyes showed not a trace of emotion. He casually switched to the trading platform. At this moment, the platform was bustling with a surreal frenzy. Universal fuel, iron ingots for vehicle upgrades, rubber, electronic components. These most basic materials had been driven to astronomical prices by profiteers. A common iron ingot, usually overlooked, was now being traded for an entire box of compressed biscuits. Jiang Chen glanced at it, then shook his head with disinterest. He knew well that those frantically bankrupting themselves for these basic materials and a bit of fuel were the lowest tier among the tens of thousands in this survival game. The system's orchestrated extreme cold disaster was likely intended to weed out those who hadn't adapted to this survival game, along with the unlucky ones. These low-level players, already with 1 foot over the system's execution line, couldn't possibly possess many rare items for trade. The junk they had was beneath Jiang Chen's notice. He flipped through a couple of pages, then decisively closed the chaotic trading platform. After all, in his system backpack, with infinite capacity, nearly 60,000 liters of universal fuel lay quietly. Was he worried about spending his hard currency? He would wait until the elite survivors opened more precious blueprints and items from advanced resource crates. For now, he had more important matters to attend to. Jiang Chen glanced at the interior temperature display on the vehicle's center console. Current interior temperature 24°C constant. With his SS-grade talent, the living area of this heavy-duty RV remained pleasantly comfortable, completely unaffected by the extreme cold of -20 to 30 degrees outside. He lowered his head, his gaze burning as he looked at the stunningly beautiful school beauty Jiang Qingya, who was curled up in his arms like a frightened fawn. At this moment, Jiang Qingya's face, beautiful enough to topple cities, slowly flushed a delicate peach blossom pink under Jiang Chen's intense stare, becoming utterly enchanting. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet his aggressive gaze. In those autumn water-like pupils there was both fear of the unknown and a hidden excitement and anticipation. Jiang Chen gently lifted her smooth chin with his rough fingers, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he whispered, "The system alarm was so loud earlier. I thought this extreme cold apocalypse would be something fierce and hard to endure. But this is all. For us, it's not even a tickle." Jiang Chen leaned in slightly, his warm breath brushing against Jiang Qingya's sensitive earlobe, his voice husky as he said, "In that case, Qingya, shouldn't we start our own wonderful nightlife for two?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words filled with restraint and pressure, Jiang Qingya felt as if all strength had drained from her body. She buried her burning face deep into his broad chest, her fair and elegant neck turning like a docile kitten, she whispered timidly yet firmly, "Okay, whatever Big Brother says." Qingyao. Qingyao has been preparing for this day for 21 years. Jiang Chen laughed heartily at that. With a sudden burst of strength from his powerful arms, he lifted Jiang Qinjia's light, delicate body from the sofa in a perfect princess carry. As he moved, her slender, graceful legs and delicate fair feet traced a beautiful arc in the air. Feeling the alluring fragrance and astonishing elasticity of the stunning form in his arms, Jiang Chen strode toward the luxurious large bed. That night outside the vehicle was a bone-chilling, extreme cold apocalypse. Inside, however, it was a garden of spring delights, an intoxicating haven of tenderness. The next day at 10 in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight streamed through the panoramic skylight of the RV, it illuminated the luxurious bed in the living area. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, carefully sitting up and stretching with a languid yawn. As his body extended, his muscles instantly relaxed. He took a deep breath of fresh air tinged with a hint of sweetness and felt particularly invigorated. It felt as if there was an inexhaustible strength coursing through his limbs, his entire body remarkably unencumbered, as if the shackles that had confined him for 21 years had been completely shattered last night. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He turned his head, cautiously afraid of waking the person beside him still in slumber. At this moment, Jiang Qingya lay exhausted, sprawled across the expansive bed, deep in sleep. Her upper body was only draped in a thin cashmere blanket, the delicate curve of her slender waist and exaggerated peach-shaped hips subtly outlined beneath the light, covering, exuding an irresistible allure. Her long, lustrous black hair, usually styled with meticulous care, now lay in disarray across the pure white sheets, blooming beautifully, like inked lotus flowers after the rain. Perhaps she had been through too much the night before. Even in her dreams, Jiang Qinjia's exquisite face was slightly furrowed with traces of unshed tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes. At this moment, it seemed she was dreaming of something terrifying, her head gently shaking, filled with an uncertain sense of refusal. Jiang Chen thus descended from the bed quietly. He stood at the edge of the bed, looking down at the still soundly sleeping Jiang Qingya, whose breaths were barely discernible. He glanced again at the pristine silk sheets beside him, at the blooming red plums, and the large area that could no longer be used for sleeping. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. This girl is ultimately too reckless and naive. Jiang Chen teased inwardly. Though Jiang Qingya prided herself as an absolute powerhouse in theoretical knowledge and physical prowess, she was merely a battle away from conquering him. Then she would be able to completely subdue him, making him infatuated with her, unable to part from her forever. Yet she clearly underestimated the strength of her own noble essence. In the battle last night that determined their future standing, she had nearly exhausted all her skills attempting to force Jiang Chen into submission. But the outcome was that this proud campus belle, amidst continuous cries and pleas for mercy, had completely drained her stamina. In the end, she had passed out like a rag doll, unable to lift even a finger. At this moment, the advantages of the supersized bed became apparent. This bed was not only extremely spacious, accommodating more people without feeling cramped, but also had the functionality of separating wet and dry areas due to its ample size. Of course, this function would no longer be usable once there were more people. I never expected this high and aloof young lady, akin to a celestial maiden, would wet the bed while sleeping. Fortunately, the high-end mattress at the bottom is made of absolutely waterproof material. Once she wakes up, I can just throw the sheets in the washing machine, or else it would be quite troublesome to clean up today. Jiang Chen shook his head, casually taking a clean blanket and covering her long, beautiful legs. Then he activated the RV's night sleep mode, adjusting the skylight and windows to a completely opaque setting, effectively blocking out any potential noise. At this moment, the entire living area had entered a completely comfortable sleeping environment, perfect for the stunning campus belle who had been busy all night to get some proper rest. After making these adjustments, Jiang Chen walked through the living area to the front driving zone. He sat in the driver's seat and skillfully pressed the start button. Vroom. A low, aggressive roar of the engine erupted. The steel beast, equipped with a V8 twin-turbo engine, sprang to life after enduring a whole night of extreme cold. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. The daytime driving hours had long started. He needed to hurry and catch up on the schedule. Through the bulletproof windshield, Jiang Chen looked ahead. The survival road was now a vast white world of ice. The once wide asphalt road was now completely covered by a thick layer of snow. Just from the overnight snowstorm, the snow depth reached an astonishing 20 centimeters. Such a depth of snow posed a significant problem for most vehicles. If one was not careful, they could easily skid and overturn, making it impossible to maintain speed. Although the daily mileage task distance remained unchanged, the difficulty of driving had significantly increased. However, these issues did not exist for Jiang Chen. His upgraded armored RV boasted all-terrain tires with deep treads that were over a person's height. A mere 20 centimeters of snow posed no resistance at all to his vehicle. Jiang Chen smoothly shifted into drive the RV, gliding through the snow like an icebreaker. Looking at the monotonous environment, he casually opened the system panel to check the page for remaining players. A string of crimson numbers caught his eye. Current regional remaining players 69251100 hiss. Despite having prepared himself mentally, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp at the sight of this number. Goodness! In just one night, nearly 10,000 people were eliminated. The efficiency of this extreme cold disaster was truly staggering. Without vehicle upgrades and sufficient supplies, it was a one-way street to doom. Who knows what would happen if this death toll continued to drop so crazily? Surely the district that once had 100,000 people wouldn't end up as a ghost server with only a handful of players left. Jiang Chen shook his head, pushing aside such boundless thoughts. Then he opened the nearby trading platform. He keenly noticed that the prices of iron blocks, rubber, electronic components, and other basic materials for upgrading vehicles, which had been skyrocketing last night, were now plummeting. The current prices were diving like a plunge. Jiang Chen's mind whirled, quickly grasping the logic behind it. Those players who had cried out for help on the public screen last night, unable to gather materials to upgrade their vehicles for cold resistance, must have perished. They had turned into ice sculptures in the despairing, frigid night, dead beyond recovery. With no buyers left, the supply of basic materials exceeded demand, causing prices to drop. However, in stark contrast to the plummeting prices of basic materials, the price of universal fuel remained stable. In fact, it was even higher than during the most frantic moments last night. Those who survived now understood the value of fuel in this extreme cold apocalypse. As long as the engine continued to run, they would not die. Feeling a bit thirsty, hungry, or cold would not lead to immediate death. However, failing to complete the daily mileage would result in the system's ruthless elimination. Unfortunately, after flipping through several pages, Jiang Chen found little in the platform that piqued his interest aside from some scrap metal. It must be that today's road survival has just begun, and with the deep snow outside, those survivors are moving slowly, not having had the chance to uncover any high-quality resource boxes in the snow. The probability of good items appearing on the trading platform will only increase when night falls. Jiang Chen was in no hurry about this. After all, his infinite backpack still held nearly 60,000 liters of universal fuel unused. He certainly had no reason to worry about spending his money. The fuel power was firmly in his hands. These people, desperately struggling for survival in the snowy landscape, would have to shake off all their hardships to gather top-tier resources. As long as he slightly increased the amount of fuel in the trade, wouldn't they have to come crawling like dogs, wagging their tails, begging him to trade with them? He now fully understood the joy of the Americans. Just with this universal fuel, he could extract all remaining value from the other players. The reassembled RV moved steadily and dominantly across the vast white snowfield like a raging behemoth. Jiang Chen suddenly swept his gaze and keenly caught sight of an unusual reflection on the snow surface several dozen meters ahead. It was a square box gleaming with a bronze luster under the sunlight. Bronze supply box. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly adjusted the vehicle's trajectory. Well, the system wasn't lying. After entering the new phase, the drop rate of high-grade supply boxes by the roadside has indeed seen a significant increase. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He recalled that during the first 3 days of the novice phase, the most common sight on the road was the ordinary wooden resource boxes. To encounter a slightly higher-level bronze supply box was a probability lower than winning the lottery. The bronze boxes he had encountered in the past few days could be counted on one hand. Yet now, on the first morning of the extreme cold apocalypse, he could casually stumble upon such a precious item by the roadside. To avoid waking Jiang Qingya, who was sleeping in the rear living area, Jiang Chen did not slam on the brakes. He maneuvered the massive vehicle to smoothly come to a stop on the snow beside the bronze supply box. After all, that poor girl had put in too much effort for him last night. It was best to let her sleep a little longer. And once the vehicle was parked, Jiang Chen didn't rush to get out. With a thought, he pulled out the polar cold-resistant suit he had just purchased last night from the storage space, wrapping himself tightly before pressing the door unlock button. As Jiang Chen stepped out fully armed, a gust of icy wind rushed towards him. Leaving the SS Scrade Talent's vehicle space meant he could no longer shield himself from the extreme cold outside. His feet crunched in the snow with a crisp sound. Standing in the snow, Jiang Chen looked at the surrounding white world and gently exhaled a breath of warm air. That breath formed a large visible cloud of thick white frost as soon as it left his mouth. Tisk tisk, the temperature outside is almost comparable to when I was on a mission in Siberia back in the day. Jiang Chen shook his head in emotion. It was now just past 11 in the morning with a pale sun hanging overhead, yet judging by his experience, the actual outdoor temperature must be over -30 degrees. If the daytime high temperature was like this, the temperature would drop even lower at night, potentially plummeting to -40 or 50 degrees. Jiang Chen tightened his collar, tucking his gloved hands into his pockets, and waded through the snow to the shimmering bronze resource box. It was now the exciting moment for opening the blind box. With Jiang Qingya absent, he was invincible. He rubbed his hands together, mimicking the pose of a web novel male protagonist, and began to chant, "God of wealth, heaven, may the three pure ones bless me. It must yield gold. A top-tier rare item. I have already returned to my roots. Announcing your names should work right." Jiang Chen muttered, feeling unconvinced. "My luck can't possibly be this bad. I don't want to only prove my toughness in bed in front of that little demon Jiang Qingya. Open up for me." As the mysterious ritual concluded, Jiang Chen suddenly flung open the supply box. Buzz! A green light flashed out from within the box, a completely different sound from previous openings, signifying that this time the goods might be good. Jiang Chen eagerly peered inside. Ding! Bronze supply box opened successfully. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a rare living item, advanced razor, excellent one item details, a high-end creation from Apocalypse technology with blades that are incredibly sharp, yet will not harm any delicate skin of the player. With a single stroke, it shaves cleanly, as smooth as silk. Jiang Chen's excitement froze on his face in an instant. He stared blankly at the sci-fi styled advanced razor in his hand, which shimmered faintly, feeling utterly bewildered in the -30-degree cold wind. Have the gods and Buddhas from the heavens already left their service area? Who should I pray to now for it to work? He had finally opened an excellent quality item beyond the common grade, only to find it was a razor. In this perilous survival road, what use was such a broken razor? Ordinary ones were still functional. Sigh. I really don't know what to say about my luck. Just destroy it or I'm tired of this. Jiang Chen looked at the utterly powerless living item in his hand, feeling helpless. It seems I should let Jiang Qingya open such high-grade resource boxes in the future. I'm just wasting the opportunity to open them. If I could open another item with a different grade, I can't imagine how exhilarating that would be. They'll just stick to opening ordinary boxes for a thrill from now on. As a gust of cold wind blew by, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver. This place outside is truly not meant for humans, it's too cold. Jiang Chen casually stored the razor in the system space, and quickly turned back to the vehicle. Bang! The heavy armored door slammed shut, completely isolating him from the wind and snow outside. Returning to the driver's seat, Jiang Chen removed his heavy cold-resistant coat and felt the incredibly comfortable temperature inside the vehicle, letting out a sigh of relief. It's so warm here. Mainly because the item that popped out of the bronze supply box had sent his spirits soaring and crashing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed outside for so long. Jiang Chen took a moment to catch his breath, shifting his hand to engage the forward gear. Roar! The steel behemoth roared once more, its wide tires kicking up a storm of snow as it drove down the endless white road ahead. At 2:30 in the afternoon, outside the car window, the entire world was completely frozen, and as far as the eye could see, there was a despairing bleakness. However, inside the armored RV's cabin, there was no sign of the bone-chilling cold, but maintained a comfortably warm 24 degrees like spring. Jiang Chen held the steering wheel with one hand, gazing deeply at the snow-covered road ahead. At that moment, a fragrance mixed with high-end shower gel and the unique scent of a young girl wafted into the driver's cabin like a spring breeze, entering Jiang Chen's nostrils. Jiang Chen's nerves slightly relaxed, and a barely perceptible curve formed at the corner of his mouth. He steadied the steering wheel while slightly tilting his head to glance at the passenger seat. "Oh, it's Miss Jiang here." At this moment, Jiang Qingya had changed back into the pink sports outfit with minimal exposure she wore when they first met, accompanied by a pair of exquisite and delicate white sneakers. Although the outfit wrapped her tightly, it still could not conceal her perfect, devilishly alluring figure. Especially her slender waist and long, straight legs, which under the contour of the sportswear added a touch of enticing allure. She skillfully and naturally sat in the passenger seat, and upon seeing Jiang Chen turn to look at her, she sweetly and elegantly smiled at him. In Jiang Qingya's smile at that moment, the hint of shyness and wariness from yesterday had completely faded away. In its place was a kind of alluring laziness, thoroughly nourished. The charm that flowed between her brows added a touch of allure reminiscent of a newlywed woman. She leaned gracefully against the back of the seat, using her delicate, slender fingers to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Then she composed her stunningly beautiful face, cleared her throat gently. Ahem. She deliberately adopted a lofty, cold goddess demeanor, slightly raised her chin, and spoke to Jiang Chen in a condescending tone. "Well, little Jiang, regarding your overall performance last night. After a careful review, I can reluctantly say that I was somewhat satisfied. I hope you can remain humble and diligent, and continue to maintain this high level of service in the future." Hearing her tone, which mixed arrogance with a hint of coyness, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at the snow-covered road ahead and casually retorted, "Oh, just somewhat satisfied. It seems that my performance last night still has a lot of room for improvement. As the dedicated driver and vehicle for Miss Jiang, how could I let you down? Rest assured, once today's driving time is over, I will reflect deeply and serve you more diligently. I will strive to make you 200% satisfied with my service. Buzz. Hearing Jiang Chen's words filled with an ominous tone, Jiang Qinjia's mind instantly recalled the terrifying scenes from last night that had made her soul tremble. The cold goddess demeanor she had painstakingly maintained instantly deflated like a popped balloon, collapsing in an instant. Her delicate face, which still bore a hint of arrogance, turned ashen, filled with terror. Oh, are we doing it again tonight? Jiang Qingya, frightened and pale, instinctively shrank back, clasped her hands together, and pleaded with a slight, crying tone, "Hubby, dear brother, I really can't take it anymore. Please show some mercy and cherish this delicate body of mine. Just now I spoke too loudly. I shouldn't have pretended I was wrong." Jiang Qingya was truly at a loss for words. She was utterly enamored and fascinated by that tantalizing feeling, as it was perhaps a joy that most people would never experience in their lifetime. Yet at the same time, facing Jiang Chen's seemingly inexhaustible vigor, she felt a deep-rooted fear and helplessness. No matter how delicious the food is, it must be enjoyed in moderation. Overindulgence can lead to dire consequences. Just thinking about the torment she endured last night sent a shiver down Jiang Qinjia's spine. No, she absolutely could not die like this. She could not collapse here. After a fierce internal struggle, Jiang Qingya took a deep breath. She abruptly turned around, her beautiful face filled with seriousness, her bright eyes fixed intensely on the driving Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have overestimated myself. I shouldn't have been a stumbling block on your path to greatness. After last night's painful lesson, I have deeply recognized my own insignificance and fragility. I truly understand my mistakes." Jiang Qingya looked at Jiang Chen with expectation and eagerly asked, "Hubby brother, please tell me, what are the specific conditions for recruiting new members for our team? Rest assured, this matter is on me. I will help you find other team members. I only ask that in the future you show some mercy and give me a chance to survive." Seeing Jiang Qingya, who was cold as an immortal one moment, so quickly capitulate the next, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head and said softly, "Oh, you want to help me recruit people? That sounds great. After all, many hands. As for our team's recruitment conditions." Jiang Chen paused deliberately at this point, slightly turning his head, his gaze filled with pressure. He unabashedly scrutinized Jiang Qingya from top to bottom, from her exquisitely beautiful face to her long, lovely legs. Jiang Qingya felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, but for the sake of her life, she still obediently nodded. She propped her chin on her hand, her sparkling eyes wide open, eagerly looking at Jiang Chen, waiting for his next words. Jiang Chen raised his head and casually said, "The conditions aren't too high, actually. All hardware indicators must at least be comparable to yours so that they meet the requirements to join our team. We follow a path of elite troops. Better to have fewer than to have poor quality." "Oh, comparable to my conditions." Hearing this, Jiang Qingya was struck like lightning, instantly freezing in her seat. This condition is too high. It's over. It's completely over." Jiang Qinjia's eyes instantly lost their color, as if her soul had left her body. She slumped in the passenger seat like a puddle of mud, staring blankly at the ceiling of the car, looking utterly despondent, murmuring to herself, "The requirements are set so high. I really don't know if I can last until the day the new teammates join." Seeing her in such a comical and pitiful state, Jiang Chen finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. He reached out, ruffling Jiang Qinjia's smooth hair, and comforted her with a smile. All right, stop playing the... If you hadn't relied on your years of dancing experience, being stubborn, and refusing to give up, how would you have ended up in that situation? Don't worry, just take it easy in the future." Although Jiang Chen's comfort made Jiang Qingya feel a bit reassured, she could only bite her red lips and gently nod. She silently sighed, "Alas, it seems that the cultivation I was so proud of is still not enough in front of this true monster Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen then glanced at the clothes she was wearing, a hint of curiosity in his voice as he asked, "By the way, why have you changed back to this pink classic skin? What about that JK uniform you wore yesterday? It looked much more pleasing to the eye with that skin." Hearing Jiang Chen mention that piece of clothing, Jiang Qingya instantly shot him a beautiful eye roll, pouting playfully as she complained, "Humph. It's all your fault, you big brute. I told you to take it off last night, but you wouldn't listen. That JK uniform is currently lying in the washing machine. Even if you want to see me wear it now, it's no use. You'll have to wait until tonight." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, then casually asked, "Oh, I see. By the way, did you put that dirty bedsheet into wash as well?" The air in the car instantly fell silent for 3. Immediately, Jiang Qinjia's previously cool expression turned a bright shade of red, her translucent earlobes almost dripping with embarrassment. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" Jiang Qingya instantly broke down, screaming like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. She waved her little fists, harmlessly hitting Jiang Chen's shoulder, angrily shouting, "You mustn't say that. You can't mention that again. That was just an accident." An accident? Seeing her flustered yet adorable expression, Jiang Chen felt quite... One couldn't help but admit that amidst the endless and perilous cold road, having such a stunning campus beauty bickering with him made even the tedious driving process more enjoyable. After joking around for a while in the driver's seat, the two gradually fell silent and began to focus on serious matters. Jiang Chen was fully concentrated on driving the heavy RV, carving a path through the thick snow like an icebreaker. Jiang Qingya, sitting in the passenger seat, was not idle either. Her eyes glimmered slightly as she activated her S-level talent, Eye of Truth. In this snow-covered, frigid environment, Jiang Qingya's talent was practically divine. She could penetrate the heavy snow and obstacles, helping Jiang Chen accurately search for hidden supplies along the sides of the road. Suddenly, a spark of excitement flashed in Jiang Qingya's eyes. She pointed to a seemingly ordinary snow mound about 250 meters in front of the RV and shouted, "Jiang Chen, stop there." I detected an energy response near that snow mound. It seems to be a silver glowing resource box buried deep beneath the snow. A silver resource box. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at this revelation. Without hesitation, he lightly pressed the brakes. Simultaneously, he carefully turned the steering wheel in the direction Jiang Qingya pointed, steadily bringing the massive steel beast to a stop near the snow mound. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Jiang Qingya eagerly unbuckled her seatbelt. While reaching for the cold-resistant outfit hanging nearby, she excitedly said, "Let me go dig it out." Just as her hand grasped the heavy armored door handle ready to push it open, Jiang Chen's large hand suddenly reached over, gripping her slender arm and stopping her. "Wait a moment. It's at least minus 30 degrees outside and the wind is strong. It's too cold. Plus..." Jiang Chen's gaze swept over Jiang Qingya's long legs, which still seemed a bit difficult to close together. "And your legs seem a bit inconvenient right now. If you stumble in the snow, it won't be me who's hurt, but you. Just stay in the car obediently. Let me handle this." Jiang Qingya felt a bit embarrassed as he saw through her feelings, her cheeks slightly flushing. Yet she obediently stopped her movements. Leaning back against the chair, she smiled at Jiang Chen, who was putting on the cold-resistant outfit, feeling a warmth surge in her heart, while teasingly saying, "Humph, I suppose you, this big ice block, do have a bit of conscience and know how to be considerate. All right, then I'll give you this chance to show off. When night falls, this lady will take good care of you." Jiang Chen was fastening the buttons of his outfit, while teasingly saying, without looking back, "Come on, you look like this now. How else can you take care of me tonight? Just don't end up crying and begging for mercy later." Jiang Qingya, instead of getting angry, mischievously smiled like a little fox. She leaned slightly closer to Jiang Chen, deliberately lowering her voice, speaking in a seductive tone, "Brother, don't underestimate me. Actually, last night, while shopping on the trading platform, I exchanged a complete set of unopened nail polish from other players. They come in all colors and are very beautiful. I originally wanted to take the opportunity tonight to paint my toenails. After all, they have no color at all. It's a bit too monotonous. What do you think of magenta? Would it look good when applied?" Gulp. Jiang Chen unintentionally swallowed hard. Seeing his slightly changed expression, Jiang Qingya's smile widened, feigning a sigh of distress. "Oh, it's such a pity. It's not easy for me to bend down and apply it myself. Oh, I always end up painting outside the lines. I wonder if you would be willing to help me with this little task tonight. This woman is simply a mesmerizing enchantress." Hearing her, Jiang Chen's face instantly turned serious. He withdrew his hand that was about to push the door open. He looked at Jiang Qingya sincerely and seriously, saying in a very earnest tone, "Qingya, I'm sorry I was wrong. I spoke too loudly just now. Please give me this chance to show off tonight." Seeing Jiang Chen's comical change of expression, the two exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. After the two had their fun, Jiang Chen donned his thick winter gear and pushed open the heavy car door. A biting cold wind filled with ice and snow suddenly rushed toward him, and Jiang Chen trudged through the snow, stepping deep and shallow, heading towards the snow mound indicated by Jiang Qingya. He pulled out a shovel from the system space and began to dig through the snow, which was about half a meter deep, before finally uncovering a silver resource box shimmering with a silver halo. "This is just too disgusting," Jiang Chen grumbled inwardly as he carried the snow-covered silver treasure box out of the pit. "If it weren't for Jiang Qingya's talent helping me, there's no way I would have discovered a treasure chest completely buried in snow just by passing by. This survival world is really getting more insidious and twisted. It's nothing like those first 3 days of the novice period where wooden boxes were blatantly placed in the middle of the road. Is this what the survival world is like after the novice period? Even finding a box has turned into a game of hide and seek." After battling the wind and snow, Jiang Chen returned to the warm driver's cabin, took off his snow-dusted winter gear, and handed the heavy silver resource box to the eagerly awaiting Jiang Qingya. Jiang Chen rubbed his slightly reddened hands and said somewhat helplessly, "Here, take it. From now on, you can open all the resource boxes with high rarity. I already tried my luck opening a bronze box this morning, and my luck just wasn't that great. From now on, I'll just open those ordinary wooden resource boxes to satisfy my urge for unboxing. Leave the responsibility of obtaining the premium items to you, the illustrious school beauty. Jiang Chen raised her head proudly upon hearing this. Of course, my luck has always been great. I can always turn danger into safety and then receive rewards beyond imagination. With anticipation, she placed her fair jade-like hands on the lock of the silver resource box and gently buzz. A brilliance even more dazzling than before erupted within the cabin. Ding! Silver resource box opened successfully. Congratulations, player, you have obtained high-grade basic materials, fine steel 5. Yay! Jiang Chen cheered with joy upon seeing the prompt on the light screen. She took out the 5 pieces of fine steel shining with a cold luster and presented them to Jiang Chen like a treasure. Jiang Chen, look. The items we opened this time are quite good. This is precisely the core material urgently needed to upgrade the vehicle. My luck really is quite good. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing the 5 pieces of fine steel, and he joyfully accepted the materials. At the same time, he called up the system panel in his mind and glanced at the materials he still needed to upgrade the armored RV to LV2. Upgrade requirements for LV2 heavy armored RV vehicle core LV1, 210 fine steel, 540. With Jiang Chen, the treasure radar and unboxing expert, the once unattainable upgrade progress seemed to be just around the corner. However, seeing Jiang Chen's enlightened expression willing to give up the precious opportunity to open a high-grade resource box to her, Jiang Chen felt a tinge of curiosity rise within her. She tilted her head, her beautiful big eyes filled with confusion. Jiang Chen, what exactly happened when you opened the box this morning? This is really not your usual style. Weren't you always competitive, wanting to match luck with me and outdo me? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Jiang Chen, his face darkening upon hearing this question. As he continued to control the steering while he focused his thoughts, he retrieved the item from that morning that had humiliated him from the space and tossed it into Jiang Chen's arms, saying irritably, "You take a look. This is what I painstakingly opened from a bronze resource box this morning while enduring the frigid cold of -30 degrees. I thought it was a rare item with levels and attributes, but it turned out to be such a useless piece of junk. I've collected dozens of these at the convenience store and the gas station. I might not even finish using them up. What kind of razor can't shave? What do I need a leveled razor for? It's just a waste of a precious unboxing opportunity." Seeing Jiang Chen's utterly speechless expression, Jiang Chen covered her mouth, barely holding back her laughter. However, when she lowered her head and carefully examined the system attributes and description of the excellent grade razor, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow! She tightly gripped the razor like a treasure, excited. Jiang Chen, this thing is quite good. Every attribute on it is very useful. It's practically a divine artifact. Since you think it's useless, I'll take this razor as my personal item from now on. You can't go back on your word. Jiang Chen was baffled by her unusual reaction. He turned his head, looking at the extremely excited Jiang Chen with confusion. Huh, you want this thing? You don't have a beard on your face. Jiang Chen shot him a glance, and her stunningly beautiful face suddenly flushed with 2 shades of red. She bit her lower lip, her gaze slightly evasive, but still shyly murmured, "What do you know, you straight man? By the way, didn't you say you love eating steamed buns? With this item, I can make them for you often from now on." Huh. Jiang Chen's brain short-circuited for a moment before he quickly realized what she meant. He turned back in surprise to look at Jiang Chen, incredulously exclaiming, "Huh, so all this time, you weren't really sick?" Hearing Jiang Chen's straightforward remark, Jiang Chen felt utterly embarrassed. "You?" Jiang Chen blushed and waved her little fists, retorting through gritted teeth, "How could I possibly have such a strange disease? Do you think such a super rare illness is something I can just get?" Jiang Chen, with a face full of curiosity, continued to question, "Since you're not sick, then how come you?" "Oh, you needn't ask." Jiang Chen explained shyly, "I am from the dance department, a professional dancer. Of course, I must always pay attention to strict body management in the studio and on stage. Otherwise, if I were to perform grand movements in those tight sheer dance outfits, it would be so embarrassing, a total social death." Jiang Chen's voice grew softer as she turned her face toward the window, daring not to look at Jiang Chen. "For areas like underarms and legs, I've already invested heavily in permanent cosmetic hair removal. But for that area, I'm too shy to let outsiders use instruments there. So all this time I've been carefully managing it by myself." At this point, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something. She turned her head again, looking at Jiang Chen with a proud smile. "But now that I think about it, I really am a little genius who prepares for the future. Fortunately, the night before I was pulled into this road survival time, I had already meticulously taken care of everything in the bathroom. Jiang Chen extended a finger, gently poking Jiang Chen's strong arm, her eyes sparkling with a seductive allure in her voice. Otherwise last night, I wouldn't have so easily discovered your one fatal weakness. After Jiang Qianjia's teasing words, the dynamic between them had already shifted. Now it was Jiang Chen who felt awkward. He blushed, pretending to focus intently on driving, muttering defensively, cough. Don't say nonsense. I'm a big man, strong and robust, who expends a lot of energy fighting monsters every day. What's wrong with enjoying a bit more carbohydrates? It's also to replenish the energy needed for survival. After a delightful night, the next morning arrived. Vroom. The RV's engine emitted a steady rumble as Jiang Chen comfortably sat in the driver's seat, embarking on today's journey. The deep sleep from last night combined with profound conversations left him feeling immensely pleased, as if even the harsh cold of the snow and wind outside had become more tolerable. Beside him, Jiang Qingya had already shed her pink sportswear and obediently changed into the pure and charming JK uniform that Jiang Chen favored. The immaculate uniform top paired with a deep blue pleated skirt barely covered her thighs, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Her long straight legs were clad in delicate sheer black stockings, and she sat gracefully in the passenger seat, her skirt swaying slightly with the RV's bumps. The air around was filled with a refreshing and enchanting scent of jasmine. At this moment, Qinjia's fair and delicate cheeks bore a light, healthy blush. She radiated a captivating charm, perfectly blending innocence and maturity, much like a ripe peach, exuding an irresistible allure. However, the expression on this stunning school beauty was somewhat complex. She gazed at Jiang Chen, who was driving with affection, yet her eyes held a hint of conflicting emotions. She sighed helplessly, her slender fingers entwined, her tone filled with deep self-reproach and frustration. Sigh. It's all my fault for being so useless. I clearly rested for an entire day, yet I still couldn't last until the end. I'm simply too incompetent as a girlfriend. Jiang Chen held the steering wheel, his gaze focused on the snow-covered road. Hearing Jiang Qinjia's self-reproach, he replied casually, without looking back, "Stop overthinking. You've done great, and I am very satisfied." Although Jiang Chen was complimenting her, his words only made Jiang Qingya, with her strong sense of pride, feel a little annoyed. Don't try to comfort me. She pouted her red lips in frustration, resembling an angry pufferfish, pushing all the blame onto Jiang Chen. This matter boils down to you. Who told you to set the standards for recruiting new teammates so high? It makes it impossible for me to find any good sisters who can share hardships with me. Jiang Qingya turned her head, her big watery eyes filled with pleading as she tentatively proposed. Good brother, how about we lower the recruitment requirements a bit? Even if they're a little less attractive or have slightly worse figures, as long as they can help share the pressure, that's all that matters. Jiang Chen, hearing this, smiled and shook his head, directly rejecting her suggestion. Don't worry, even though it's just you right now, I'm quite satisfied. I'm not some lecherous man who has never seen a woman needing to party every night. Moreover, a moderate pace each day is just right to ensure we have the energy to get up early the next day and complete our daily mileage tasks. If we were to recruit 10 or 8 sisters, staying up all night every night would only delay our important tasks the next day, wouldn't it? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's reasonable and understanding response, Jiang Qingya, instead of being persuaded by his logic, muttered quietly beside him, "Afraid we won't make it for the next day's itinerary. What kind of flimsy excuse is that?" Jiang Qingya began to counter Jiang Chen's theory, counting on her delicate fingers. If we have enough sisters, we can just line up and implement a shift system. Think about it, if there are more of us, we can directly form groups. When the first group is exhausted, those sisters can rest early to recover their energy, and then the second group takes over. Jiang Qinjia's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she seemed to have found a perfect way to win over Jiang Chen. So those sisters who rest early can get up early the next day, fresh and ready to take over the driving and complete the daily tasks, right? This way there will always be someone resting and always someone on the road completing tasks. Isn't that a perfect perpetual motion machine? At that time we can handle all the other matters while you can just relax in the back living area and rest well. Ha ha ha, I'm truly a genius. Unfortunately, after calculating, Jiang Qingya found herself all alone, once again sinking into deep distress. I'm so frustrated. So annoying. There are just too few people available right now. With just my little self, I simply cannot manage this shift schedule. No matter how I arrange it, the only one who will be exhausted is me. But a girlfriend who cannot make her boyfriend happy is simply unqualified. While Jiang Qingya was gnawing at her inability to realize this grand idea, Jiang Chen suddenly focused his gaze, sensing something amiss deep within the snow-covered road ahead. All right, stop getting tangled up in these trivial matters. There must be a way around this, and some things cannot be. He pointed toward the horizon of the road and said solemnly, Qingya, we must prioritize the important matters. First, use your gifted skill to see what's happening a few kilometers ahead. Yes, I'll check it right away. Her expression sharpened as she instantly entered a combat mode. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened her eyes wide. Buzz! A peculiar wave emanated from Jiang Chen's eyes as her extraordinary S-level talent, the Eye of Truth, crossed the distant distance ahead. The scene happening several kilometers away was vividly drawn into her vision. Hiss! Upon seeing the sight before her, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp, a hint of gravity flashing across her beautiful face. She quickly turned her head and rapidly informed Jiang Chen about what she saw. Jiang Chen, beside the road ahead, the system seems to have suddenly generated a sizable abandoned highway service area. It looks like this should be the special resource point mentioned by the system. However, the situation over there seems a bit dire. Jiang Chen stared at the distant scene and continued, "There's a player team of about 3 people who are currently being chased madly by a large horde of zombies in the open space in front of that service area. The zombies move incredibly quickly, and those players have already been pushed to the brink. They don't even have the opportunity to run back to their few dilapidated vehicles, only able to spin around in the snow." After hearing Jiang Chen's report, Jiang Chen understood what was happening ahead. It was likely that these people had intended to scavenge supplies from the special area, only to be counterattacked by the zombies inside. A cold smirk crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. In this world, risks and opportunities always coexist. If one provokes a powerful existence without strength, it will only lead to a fatal disaster. As he continued to press the accelerator, the massive armored RV surged forward like a roaring bulldozer, effortlessly breaking through the heavy snowfall. Jiang Chen drew closer to the desolate service area, and the scene ahead became increasingly clear through the windshield. As expected, just as Jiang Chen had said, a brutal scene of apocalyptic hunting was unfolding in the snow-covered square ahead. Unfortunately, they were too late. The 3 individuals had already been completely surrounded and torn apart by the zombies. One couldn't help but wonder if they might have a chance at rebirth like the protagonists in the novels. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, carefully observing the zombies that were frantically tearing at the players' bodies. He noticed that since surpassing the first 3 days of the beginner protection phase, these zombies had indeed undergone spine-chilling changes. They were no longer the sluggish, soft-footed zombies of the past few days. Now these zombies had become exceptionally strong and solid, their skin exhibiting a deathly ash-gray hue under some unknown force. What was even more terrifying was that they seemed completely unaffected by the extreme cold of over 30 degrees below zero. Some even had sharp ice spikes growing from their joints. Their speed while sprinting through the snow rivaled that of athletes at full speed, and each step they took sent up large plumes of snow. Any single one of these ultra-cold mutated zombies would possess combat power far superior to an ordinary person armed with cold weapons. And when they charged together as a massive group of over 30, it was nothing short of a catastrophic disaster. Let alone a team of ordinary people. Even a fully armed squad of special forces would find it difficult to deal with them heat-in without the suppression of ranged weapons. Unfortunately, at this moment, Jiang Chen had no intention of negotiating fairness with the zombies. Boom! A fierce, deafening roar of an engine suddenly erupted from the swirling snow in the southwest, instantly drowning out the zombies' howls. An armored RV entirely shrouded in black armor with tires taller than a person and a menacing ram mounted on the front burst forth from the snow. The zombies seemed completely enraged by this commotion. They dropped the flesh they were tearing apart, waving their arms as they charged toward the unstoppable steel beast, letting out desperate howls. However, Jiang Chen in the driver's seat remained as cold as ancient ice, with no fluctuations in his mind. Facing the zombies that had turned around to claw at him with their flesh, Jiang Chen simply uttered 3 words. "Hold on tight." He then abruptly turned the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator to the floor. Rumble. The armored RV, weighing over 10 tons, surged forward with terrifying momentum under the ferocious output of the V8 engine, ruthlessly plowing into the center of the zombie horde. Bang, bang, bang. A series of spine-chilling sounds of shattering bones and exploding flesh echoed continuously in the empty service area. The highly durable and menacing ram at the front of the vehicle was like a precise and sharp scythe of death, wielding an unmatched power. It directly sent more than 10 mutated zombies flying, crashing back 40 to 50 meters. In midair, severed limbs and dark red blood splattered forth, blooming a stunning yet bloody flower of death on the pure white snow. The zombies that were sent flying landed with their bones completely shattered by the terrifying impact, dead beyond any possibility of revival. For Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen, who were securely seated in the luxurious driver's cabin, buckled in the horrific collision of flesh and blood just now when feedback reached the interior of the armored RV. That slight jolt was even less than the sensation brought on by a normal speed bump. This was the absolute crushing power of the steel giant. Jiang Chen drove the steel behemoth weighing over 10 tons, crushing the zombies outside the service area as effortlessly as squashing a group of ants. After several rounds, all the zombies that had chased after them lay down to sleep. Only the blood and grime on the ram and armor plates served as evidence of the sleep service they had just encountered. Jiang Chen and his companion quietly observed the vast abandoned service area through the large, sturdy, bulletproof glass. The roar of the engine and the sound of bones and flesh being crushed had clearly alarmed the local residents. In their line of sight, the spacious plaza of the service area was filled with zombies staggering and frantically gathering towards the exit as they caught the scent of blood. Deep within the service area, 3 off-road vehicles were parked in front of a relatively intact 3-story main building. The doors were wide open, surrounded by glaring crimson bloodstains and severed limbs of zombies. These were obviously the vehicles of the 3 unfortunate souls who had just perished in the midst of the zombie horde. Jiang Chen squinted, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the leather steering wheel, and said in a low voice, "It seems this place is the special area mentioned in the system announcement. High risk, but rich in resources. And according to the previous announcement from the system, as long as we successfully eliminate the big boss inside, we will receive premium resource boxes." Premium resource boxes. These words made Jiang Qinjia's eyes light up. Without wasting any words, she immediately closed her eyes, a mysterious golden light appearing at her brow. When she opened her eyes again, her stunning gaze was completely filled with a faint golden glow. The S-level Talon Eye of Truth was activated. Her vision pierced through the snow and steel concrete walls, revealing the scenes inside the main building of the service area, as if viewed through a perspective lens in her mind. Hiss! Upon seeing the situation inside, she gasped, her face turning slightly pale. "Jiang Chen, this seems a bit tricky." Her voice involuntarily carried a tremor, yet it was overshadowed by the excitement of facing a challenge. In the center of the first-floor lobby of that building stands a terrifying giant. It is a massive zombie wielding a giant axe towering over 3 meters tall. Its body is covered in dark purple muscle lumps, and its skin is armored with a layer resembling bone. System information shows this is a level 1 zombie called Tyrant. Hearing this, Jiang Chen paused his rhythmic tapping on the steering wheel. Tyrant. Level 1. This was the first time they encountered a tiered BOS-level monster since entering this death road. The previous encounters had merely been mindless minions. However, Jiang Qingya swallowed hard, her tone becoming more excited. Her golden eyes sparkled as she continuously surveyed the other areas within the main building. Danger and opportunity indeed coexist. In addition to the generous rewards for killing this level 1 tyrant, my Eye of Truth also revealed. In the second-floor warehouse and the hidden corners of the third-floor office, there are 3 shining silver resource boxes and 5 bronze resource boxes in other locations. 3 silvers, 5 bronzes, plus the boss drop. If we can swallow all these enormous resources, it would be enough for a qualitative leap in our overall strength. The coldness in Jiang Chen's eyes transformed into a fervent battle intent. He took a deep breath, resolutely made his decision, and a bloodthirsty smirk appeared on his lips. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish from hunger. With so much fat meat delivered right to our door, there's no reason not to feast. Today we shall take the initiative and directly raid their lair. As he spoke, Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed intensely on the service area ahead, simultaneously reminding Jiang Qingya, "Hold on tight." Jiang Qingya nodded vigorously. Not only did she double-check her seatbelt, but she also extended her delicate white hand, gripping the overhead handle tightly. At that moment, her breathtakingly beautiful face bore no fear. Instead, it glowed with a charming blush of excitement. Her beautiful eyes were seriously focused on Jiang Chen, filled with anticipation for his next move. Click! Jiang Chen's right hand moved like a phantom across the control panel, forcefully pushing the hefty Metal Gear lever into reverse. Vroom, rumble. The dual turbocharged engine let out a terrifying roar akin to a wild beast awakening. The 4 massive off-road tires of the armored RV spun wildly in reverse on the icy road instantly, sending the heavy snow on either side of the tires flying into the air like a fountain. The vehicle quickly retreated, creating enough distance for this steel behemoth to gain full speed. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, and he slammed his right foot down on the heavy accelerator. Boom! This over-tinted, heavily armored steel beast plunged into madness at that moment. With an overwhelming momentum, it charged towards the service area gate like a cannonball fired from a cannon. Meanwhile, the ordinary zombies in the plaza of the service area, upon hearing the deafening roar of the engine, not only did they not flee, but they reacted like college students hearing of free credits, stumbling towards the gate one after another, confused and eager. Jiang Chen watched these remarkably cooperative zombies and let out a cold laugh, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Vroom! With a piercing sound, the armored RV's menacing ram collided violently at a terrifying speed of 120 miles per hour right through the main entrance of the service area. Bang! A spine-chilling explosion echoed over the service area like countless watermelons being smashed by hammers simultaneously. The dozen or so zombies at the front were immediately sent flying like billiard balls struck hard, scattered black, filthy blood, and severed limbs splattered in all directions, resembling a horrifying rain of. The tremendous kinetic energy of the armored RV sent the zombies behind soaring through the air like basketballs hit away, tracing tragic parabolas. Clang! They crashed through the second-floor windows, flying straight inside. Roar! Just a second after those few zombies flew into the second floor, a terrifying roar filled with penetrating rage echoed through the building, shaking the entire structure. The sound was filled with extreme anger and agitation. It seemed that the slumbering level 1 giant zombie inside had been awakened by the sudden crash. The massive noise created by Jiang Chen, along with the overwhelming scent of blood, completely drove the zombies in the abandoned service area into a frenzy. Aside from the dozens of unfortunate souls that were brutally smashed into pulp, more and more zombies poured out from various exits of the building's first floor, the underground parking garage, and even some hidden storage rooms like a tide. They emitted chilling howls, recklessly charging towards the armored RV. Quite a few of them, huh? Perfect, that saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Jiang Chen looked out the window at the dense swarm of zombies, his eyes betraying no emotion. His hands gripped the steering wheel with unwavering steadiness, skillfully pulling the gear shift back once more. Using the same old trick. The reverse gear engaged the engine, unleashed its ferocious power once again. The massive tires screeched against the icy ground littered with broken limbs, producing a grating noise. Cutting a bloody path through the encirclement of corpses, he retreated to the sprinting starting point 100 meters away. Then he gathered his strength. Step on the gas. Charge. Bang! Another earth-shattering roar erupted. The zombies, just arriving with their claws outstretched, once again fled in despair. Their frail bodies were utterly fragile before the colossal steel beast, more fragile than paper. With more zombies attracted this time than the first, a significant number were knocked away. The immense inertia caused even more corpses to be sent flying from the first-floor lobby and the second-floor windows. They descended like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, crashing into the tyrant's territory. Roar! Inside the building, the roar of the boss-level zombie grew fiercer and more frantic. Within that sound there was even a dull, thudding noise, clearly indicating that it had been thoroughly enraged. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Chen watched the blood-soaked, violent, crushing scene, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. She was not frightened by the gruesome sight. Instead, she cheered enthusiastically in her seat. Ah, so thrilling. Wow, this is just too exhilarating. She tightly gripped the safety handle, turning to watch Jiang Chen's smooth maneuvers, her eyes filled with admiration. This is way more exciting than watching a zombie movie in the theater. The male protagonists in those movies get scared and run away from a few zombies. It's just pathetic. They are nothing like you, brother. You just drive the vehicle and treat them like bowling pins. You're the best, brother. Hearing Jiang Qinji's sweet and soft exclamations, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. In this apocalypse, having such a stunning school beauty cheering for you was indeed an unparalleled pleasure. Jiang Chen blinked a bit curious as she asked, "When are we charging in to deal with that big boss?" Jiang Chen, while reversing the vehicle, smiled and shook his head, his tone as casual as discussing dinner plans. "What's the rush? Before we take on the final boss, shouldn't we clear out these pesky minions first? Just like in a game, if we don't eliminate the surrounding hazards, what if those little fish interfere when we go all out against that tyrant? We must always be on guard against the three-dog slaughtering formation. Underestimate the enemy strategically, but respect them tactically." Jiang Chen glanced at the now sparse horde of corpses ahead, coldly stating, "Let me run over them a few more times and completely clear out these ordinary zombies before we go in to deal with the big guy." Jiang Chen then engaged the reverse gear once more. Backing up, gathering strength, charging. Bang! With this muffled impact, the dwindling number of zombies already battered and scattered were knocked away once again without any suspense. With just a couple more rounds of crashing, the entire plaza's zombies would be completely wiped out. However, just as Jiang Chen was slowly reversing, preparing to deliver the next round of purging to these minions. Boom! The heavy door of the main building suddenly let out a mournful groan under immense strain. With a loud crash, the entire door was unexpectedly smashed outward by a terrifying force from within, crashing heavily onto the snow. Amidst the swirling dust and ice shards, the enormous LV-1 tyrant zombie finally burst forth, unable to contain its fury. However, when she saw the appearance of this big boss, at that moment Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, then burst into a fit of laughter, losing all semblance of decorum. What was once a mighty, towering, armored mutant zombie now appeared covered in thick, foul-smelling, sticky black zombie blood. Moreover, its massive shoulders, head, and the gaps in its bone spikes were all adorned with the remains of zombies that Jiang Chen had knocked inside. In this state, how could it exude any semblance of the big boss grandeur? It looked like a monster just pulled from it. Jiang Chen laughed until tears almost came out, pointing at the tyrant, gasping for breath between laughs. Ha ha ha. No wonder it was howling louder. Just now it was so miserable, and now it can't help but break the door and run out. It turns out it was hit by the bodies that were knocked in, directly stuffed full like a garbage bin. Watching the tyrant in front of him, furious and trembling, wildly swinging its massive arms in an attempt to shake off the filthy blood and rotten flesh, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It was also his first time seeing a big boss make such an embarrassing entrance. This is indeed an unexpected gain. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. But this is good, it's come out on its own, saving us the trouble of going inside to fight it heathen. Since that's the case, let's proceed according to our previously discussed plan. Hearing Jiang Chen's instructions, Jiang Qinjia's smile faded, replaced by absolute obedience, and without hesitation she unbuckled her seatbelt, her movements swift and clean, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement as she shouted, "Qingya understands." She sprang up quickly, leaving the passenger seat. Thud, thud, thud. Following the metallic climbing frame inside the RV like a nimble cat, she swiftly reached the panoramic skylight atop the armored vehicle. Click, the skylight opened. Jiang Qingya leaned halfway out, exposed to the frigid air. At that moment, her small hand waved gently in the void, and a faint glimmer of light flashed from her storage space. The next second, a tumber-long, heavy anti-material sniper rifle entirely black appeared before her. Jiang Qingya skillfully pulled back the heavy bolt, firmly resting the bipod on the vehicle's sturdy bulletproof armor. Then she pressed her enchanting face against the cold stock, her right eye firmly glued to the scope. At this moment, Jiang Qingya was dressed in her pure and adorable JK uniform. Her delicate waist and long, beautiful legs in white stockings contrasted sharply with the black sniper rifle, emanating an aura of death, creating a stunning visual of violent contrast. Since she was only half out, her body remained within the vehicle's confines. Thus, she was still protected by the RV's temperature control system. The frigid winds outside, capable of turning a person into an ice statue, seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier as they approached her. She didn't even need to don heavy winter clothing. The severe cold outside couldn't affect her in the slightest. She was the most lethal thorn on this iron beast. Roar. In the square, the tyrant zombie, whose shredded flesh had mostly been cleaned off, fixed its blood-red eyes firmly on the armored RV that had brought it endless humiliation. It let out a deafening roar, its massive legs moving like those of an elephant, charging towards the RV like a rampaging meat missile. At this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze was as calm as a still pond. He expertly engaged the drive gear, lightly pressed on the accelerator, and quickly turned the steering wheel with both hands. The armored RV traced a perfect arc across the wide square, beginning to fly a kite. With the time, relying on his superb driving skills, Jiang Chen maintained a perfect distance, neither too far nor too close, from the relentlessly pursuing tyrant zombie. This distance ensured that they would not be struck by the tyrant's terrifying charge, while allowing Jiang Qingya, positioned on the roof, to fully unleash the maximum power of the anti-material sniper rifle. From the sunroof, Jiang Qinjia's lips curled slightly, embodying both elegance and coldness. Her beautiful pupils sparkled with golden light, and the entire world appeared to her as pulsating data, even though she held merely an ordinary whiteboard sniper rifle. With the boost from her S-level talent True Eye, this ordinary firearm effectively carried the attributes of guaranteed hit, long-range shooting, and weak-point attack, all of which were considered overpowered. In her scope, the tyrant's massive body revealed all its defense weaknesses, gaps in its bone armor, and even the direction of its next muscle exertion, all highlighted in glaring red spots. "Die, you ugly beast," Jiang Qingya muttered in her heart, decisively pulling the heavy trigger with her index finger. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, instantly tearing through the wind and snow above the frigid road. From the muzzle brake of the heavy sniper rifle, a burst of orange flames, half a meter long, and intense high-pressure gas erupted violently. The powerful recoil even caused the roof of the armored RV to shudder slightly. A specially made tungsten-core armor-piercing round with enough energy to penetrate a light armored vehicle sliced through the air, leaving a visible bullet trajectory. The moment the gun fired, the bullet struck the tyrant zombie's head with pinpoint accuracy. Moreover, the impact point was precisely at a small area of the eye socket, where its facial bone armor did not cover. Jiang Chen, in the driver's seat, fixed his gaze on the rearview mirror. He clearly saw this massive, ferocious tyrant zombie. After being hit in the eye socket by the anti-material bullet, its enormous body was suddenly thrown backward by the force. Its head, along with the upper torso, was jerked back at an odd angle. Yet the tyrant paused for less than 2 seconds before shaking its massive head and straightening its body again. In the eye that had not been hit, a more bloodthirsty and frenzied light erupted. Then it continued to stride forward, accelerating furiously toward Jiang Chen's vehicle. As if that shot from the heavy sniper rifle capable of turning an ordinary person into a mist of blood was merely a mosquito bite to it. TSK. Jiang Chen observed the abnormally terrifying defensive power in the rearview mirror, clicking his tongue in astonishment. No wonder this is a boss that has been enhanced by the survival world and has gained a rank. As a former underground king, he understood the power of firearms all too well. Such an anti-material armor-piercing bullet fired from this close range would surely leave a fist-sized deep dent in even a military-grade light armored vehicle, or even completely disable it with a stroke of luck. Yet this tyrant zombie's body was able to endure such an attack with its head and still charge like nothing. If it were the tyrant zombies from previous films, even with the protagonist's halo, that shot would likely have blown its. However, while astonished, Jiang Chen had absolute confidence in the school beauty on the roof. Jiang Chen was by no means a slouch. After the first bullet test, Jiang Chen had gradually become accustomed to the heavy feel of the anti-material sniper rifle. The violent instinct within her was thoroughly awakened. If one shot won't kill you, then let's fire 10 more. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, her finger pulling the trigger faster and faster. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening roars echoed rhythmically along the empty road. Each anti-material bullet, carrying a breath of death, traced beautiful death trajectories through the air, resembling a small metal storm as they accurately poured towards the tyrant. Faced with Jiang Qingjia's ferocious firepower suppression, Jiang Chen didn't even need to focus on driving anymore. He simply slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. He devoted himself to admiring Jiang Qingjia's personal sniping performance through the rearview mirror. The tyrant zombie, once so arrogant, was now treated like a live target. It was being knocked back time and again by Jiang Qingjia's terrifying shooting effects of guaranteed hit, and the tremendous momentum of its charge was forcefully negated by the bullet's energy. Every step it took forward came at a painful price. As soon as it lifted its head, even the slightest exposure of a flaw, its blood-soaked eyes or vulnerable throat, would be keenly captured by Jiang Qingjia's sharp talent. Then the next tungsten-core armor-piercing round would mercilessly strike its weak spot. No matter how robust and defiant the tyrant zombie's defenses were, the flesh of carbon-based life forms ultimately had its limits, especially under such high-intensity attacks that precisely hit fatal weaknesses. Its previously indestructible facial bone armor began to crack extensively. Finally, bang, accompanied by the last shot resembling the judgment of death. This anti-material bullet smoothly penetrated deep into the tyrant zombie's left eye socket, following the cracks created by the previous shots. Then the terrifying energy contained within the bullet erupted violently in the confined space of the skull. A muffled explosion echoed. This once mighty tyrant zombie had its enormous head burst open like a giant watermelon in midair. Black, filthy blood and fragments of bone armor scattered like fireworks in the icy world. The nearly 3-meter tower-like headless corpse stood rigid for 2 seconds before collapsing. With a loud boom, it crashed heavily into the thick snow, making no further sound. Just as the tyrant fell, a dazzling golden light burst forth from both of their retinas. Ding! Announcement for the entire region. Congratulations to player Jiang Chen. With absolute combat power, she has successfully become the first player in this region to kill a LV1 boss. This is an announcement to encourage and reward all players in the region. May the other surviving players take her as a role model, learn from her, and strive to explore more diligently to overcome the extreme cold crisis as soon as possible. This system announcement, glowing with golden light, resonated before tens of thousands of survivors in the entire district. It was forcibly pinned at the top of the chat channel, continuously scrolling for half an hour. However, as Jiang Chen stared at this announcement, which once again represented the highest honor in the region, he fell into a long silence in the driver's seat. Goodness! In this road survival game, the first global announcement did not fall on him due to lack of capital and a late start, so he endured it. But now this highly valuable second global announcement, the one about the first kill of a boss, also did not belong. If his old buddies and rivals found out, wouldn't they laugh at him to death? Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners. Jiang Chen was the ruthless and formidable existence in the underground world, feared by all. He was the undisputed #1 on both the global assassin and bounty lists. But what about now? Both of these glorious moments did not involve him. He was merely retired, not dead. Where could he put his pride? This is too hasty. If I had known that last shot, even if I had to steal it, I wouldn't have let that kill go to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Just as he was lamenting the loss of his dignity, Jiang Qingjia's footsteps approached. With a light and hurried sound, she climbed back into the cabin through the ladder, her excitement and joy unmistakable as she jogged to the driver's seat. Her exquisitely perfect little face was adorned with a charming blush due to the intense concentration in battle just now. She was breathing heavily with excitement, her chest rising and falling vigorously, still carrying a hint of gunpowder scent. It was evident she had enjoyed shooting from the roof. With a bang, she casually threw herself back into the soft and comfortable passenger seat, her long, beautiful legs stretching out excitedly. Wow, that was exhilarating. It was absolutely thrilling. Jiang Chen exclaimed with joy, the exhilarating feeling of crushing monsters with absolute power, making every pore of her body relax. Before Jiang Chen could even ask, she eagerly moved her mind and took out the first kill supply box that the system had just rewarded her from her backpack. She carefully placed it on the wide central armrest between their seats. As soon as the supply box appeared, the entire driver's cabin was enveloped in a noble and mysterious golden glow. It was a golden supply box made entirely of an unknown golden material intricately carved with complex runes. Seeing this shimmering box exuding a deadly allure before him, even Jiang Chen, who was used to seeing great sights, couldn't help but stare, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Since entering the game, he had only opened wooden boxes and bronze boxes. This was the first time he had seen such a high-level supply box with his own eyes. A supply box of this level would definitely yield many excellent items. If only he could open it himself, how thrilling that would be. Jiang Chen's fingers trembled slightly, almost unable to resist reaching out. But then he thought of his recent performance. He suddenly jolted, forcefully extinguishing that unrealistic no way. Absolutely not. If it turns out to be a useless item, I would want to slap myself. Thus Jiang Chen suppressed the reluctance in his heart and forced a smile at Jiang Qingya, saying, Qingya, since you personally defeated this boss, this is your trophy. So this very precious golden supply box will be opened by you. Upon hearing Jiang Chen grant her the right to open the box, Jiang Qingya grinned, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she obediently accepted. All right, since it's brother's command, I won't be polite. After all, who doesn't have a hobby? She actually thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of opening blind boxes and drawing excellent items. At worst, she would just make it up to Jiang Chen later when they rested tonight. Then she rubbed her delicate little hands and took a deep breath. She gently placed her small hand on the dazzling golden box. A sweet and melodious voice filled with anticipation echoed in the cabin. Open, Virum. As her voice rang out, the runes on the golden supply box were instantly activated. A golden beam shot into the sky, illuminating the entire driver's cabin. Then the system's notification sound rang in Jiang Qingya's ears. Ding. Successfully opened the golden supply box. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the following items. 20 fine steel, 2 Sentinel machine guns superior. Bonus strategic supply 1,000 rounds of ammunition compatible with the Sentinel machine guns. Note, this Sentinel machine gun has a hidden folding function and advanced AI auto-targeting attack feature. When encountering enemy attacks, the machine gun can automatically switch between precise single shots, burst fire, and full auto suppression modes, which can also be set by the player. The gun barrel has been specially modified to perfectly accommodate various calibers and types of ammunition, greatly relieving your logistical pressure on ammo. As the golden light dissipated, 3 physical cards radiating a captivating aura gently fell into Jiang Qingya's fair hands. The golden supply box that had completed its mission transformed into shimmering specks of light and vanished after being opened. After realizing what these 3 cards were, Jiang Qingya let out an excited cheer. She then presented the 3 cards to Jiang Chen as if offering a treasure, smilingly saying, so these advanced items appear as cards once drawn. Quick look. What we drew this time is simply extraordinary, and they are all genuine resources for combat and upgrades. These items are all usable for us right now. Jiang Chen looked down at the 2 weapon cards glowing with deep blue light labeled Sentinel machine gun, and the card radiating a metallic sheen labeled Steel 20. His expression was exceedingly complex. He then sighed heavily. To be fair, these items were indeed very appealing. 20 units of steel directly filled the massive gap in materials required for upgrading his vehicle. The 2 high-quality Sentinel machine guns greatly enhanced the overall combat power of their team. Yet despite having such premium equipment available for immediate use, he couldn't bring himself to feel happy. What a calamity! Jiang Chen silently wept in his heart. Every time Jiang Qingya drew items of better quality and higher grade, didn't it indirectly prove? Was it truly the most rational and correct strategic choice to let her open all the supply boxes? This left Jiang Chen, who also had a considerable addiction to opening boxes, without any excuses to justifiably open those advanced supply boxes in the future. What a calamity! Jiang Chen silently wept in his heart. Every time Jiang Qingya drew items of better quality and higher grade, didn't it indirectly prove? These 3 cards to use them. Swish! 20 heavy units of steel instantly deposited into his system backpack, leaving him just 15 units short of meeting the conditions for upgrading his vehicle. Immediately after, a series of dense mechanical transformation sounds emanated from the front and rear roofs of the armored vehicle. Click, click. Two Sentinel machine guns designed with a futuristic sci-fi aesthetic and glinting with cold metallic luster rose from the hidden armor plates on the vehicle's roof. The infrared sensors of the guns began a 360-degree scan with no blind spots. With the presence of these two killing machines, this already highly defensive armored vehicle was now even more formidable. From now on, any ill-intentioned human players or monsters attempting to ambush their vehicle would be ruthlessly torn apart by the terrifying firepower of the two Sentinel machine guns. After handling the newly acquired premium equipment, Jiang Chen clapped his hands and gazed at the tyrant's corpse in the rearview mirror. Above it, a golden supply box was slowly floating. "Let's go, Qingyao." Jiang Chen took out two thick winter suits from the storage space and handed one to Jiang Chen. His eyes shimmered with a desire for strength as he said in a deep voice, "Put on the clothes, prepare to get out and retrieve the loot that belongs to us." The biting cold wind howled through the desolate service area square, lifting swirling snow and dark red ice fragments. Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyao, clad in heavy and warm polar protective suits, pushed open the heavy door of the armored vehicle. Stepping onto the snow that crunched underfoot, they slowly approached the massive headless tyrant zombie. Despite this LV-1 monster having turned into a lifeless cold corpse, standing before it still evoked an inexplicable fear due to the fierce and violent aura it emanated. Jiang Chen slightly narrowed his deep-set eyes, looking down at this formidable body that was shockingly powerful. He couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Simply put, it was because this boss, which could almost be deemed invincible at this stage, had died in such a pitiful and embarrassing manner. Jiang Chen's gaze slowly swept over the tyrant's body. Its surface was covered with a thick layer of solidified, darkened skin armor, as tough as steel. Those incredibly sturdy limbs were riddled with bulging muscles containing a terrifying power capable of tearing apart an armored vehicle. Not far from its corpse lay a fierce-looking great axe made of some special metal standing over 3 meters tall. It was truly a perfect war machine born for slaughter and destruction. However, this war machine was first drenched in the foul blood and rotten flesh of ordinary zombies when Jiang Chen drove the vehicle over it. Then, when it angrily burst out of the door seeking to find the culprit to exact vengeance, it helplessly discovered that its proud burst speed could not catch up with Jiang Chen's armored vehicle at all. It was merely being played with like a kite. The most fatal blow was that it encountered Jiang Qingyao, this humanoid cheat, who directly unlocked its weaknesses. She bombarded its weak points from a distance using an anti-material sniper rifle. Its strong body capable of withstanding bullets and rocket launchers, along with that fierce great axe, which could easily sever a car, achieved nothing at all and was helplessly defeated. Jiang Chen looked down and carefully inspected its torso and limbs. On the massive body of the tyrant, apart from the already decayed head and the gaping throat, there was not a single trace of bullet impact. This meant that under such extreme conditions, every bullet shot by Jiang Qingyao had hit the tyrant's eyes and throat, its vital weaknesses, without fail. And the other armored areas had not even been grazed by a bullet. This level of precision shooting, akin to a scalpel, left Jiang Chen secretly astonished. As the once undisputed king of the underground world, he wasn't incapable of achieving such miraculous marksmanship. But his extraordinary shooting instinct had been honed through countless life-and-death experiences forged with tens of thousands of bullets. But what about Jiang Qingyao? Before entering this survival world, she was just a vibrant university flower. Even if she had interests and occasionally went to the shooting range, it was impossible for her to develop such a terrifying... And this was the absolute power granted to her by the S-grade talent true I in this world. Jiang Chen gazed at the enchanting school belle before him, her smile radiating charm. In his mind, the image of the burly man he encountered yesterday at the gas station resurfaced. That was merely a guy who had awakened a level talent strength enhancement, yet he could unleash a colossal power far exceeding that of Jiang Chen's well-honed body. This endless survival world. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh deeply within himself. In this world filled with unknowns and uncertainty, even an ordinary person with just a stroke of luck and the awakening of a slightly more powerful talent could gain extraordinary strength overnight. Even someone like him, once a peak powerhouse in the old world, may not be significantly stronger than them. If he were to be careless facing players with bizarre talents, it would not be surprising if he found himself capsized in the gutter at any moment. Jiang Chen slightly lifted his head, gazing at the gray sky, and let out a sigh. To survive stably in this bizarre world that disregards science and reason is truly difficult. Jiang Chen wondered if he could tread carefully through this life and reach the other side. What? I have a cheat, Jiang Chen thought. Then it's not a problem. Just as he was lost in melancholy pondering life, standing beside him, Jiang Qingyao could no longer contain her excitement. She waved her small hand lightly in the air. With a whoosh, a golden resource box shimmering with a captivating golden aura hovered quietly above the remains of the tyrant zombie. It seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, gracefully landing in Jiang Qinjia's arms. Holding the heavy golden box, Jiang Chen did not open it immediately. Instead, she turned her head slightly and curiously looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes. Her gaze held a hint of mischief, as if inquiring if Jiang Chen had any intention of taking a shot at it. Looking into Jiang Qinjia's sparkling eyes, Jiang Chen felt a pang of sorrow. He waved his hand and said with a hint of helplessness, "You should open this box." Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly at Jiang Chen's conflicted expression. "I will listen to my brother," she said, obediently nodding, no longer refusing, and placed the golden treasure chest. Her fair and delicate little hand gently rested on the box's lock, then she forcefully pried it open. Whoosh! A golden light burst forth from the treasure chest, shooting straight into the sky. As the light flickered, a series of system notification sounds echoed in Jiang Qinjia's ears. Ding! Successfully opened the golden resource box. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the following items. Refined steel 20. High strength depleted uranium composite armor, excellent 1. Note this armor is a vehicle-exclusive enhancement item and can be directly installed on the existing vehicle's exterior with one click. After installation, it can significantly enhance the vehicle's physical defense and structural strength. It can ignore attacks from light thermal weapons of the same grade or lower, and also provide excellent protection and cushioning against heavy thermal weapons such as light anti-tank missiles, heavy armor-piercing shells, etc. Jiang Qinjia's beautiful eyes lit up with excitement as she beheld the 2 cards quietly hovering in the air after the light faded. "Wow, this is amazing!" Jiang Chen exclaimed excitedly, grabbing the 2 cards and presenting them to Jiang Chen as if offering treasure. "Quick, take a look. We found something great. This is a super strong defensive item that we will definitely be able to." Jiang Chen took a deep breath and reluctantly reached out to take the card. Upon seeing the detailed attributes on the blue card, he was instantly shocked, gasping in awe. "This little girl's luck is simply unreasonable." Jiang Chen's heart echoed with a sharp explosion of setting aside the 20 units of refined steel for now, as this material isn't particularly precious in high-level treasure chests. However, with those 20 units of refined steel accounted for, one of the most difficult materials needed to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle has been directly resolved. As long as he can acquire the LV-1 vehicle core from the 3 abandoned vehicles within the service area, he will be just 5 cores away from successfully upgrading his armored RV to a level 2 vehicle. Jiang Chen grew more excited as he pondered, extending his large hand to affectionately ruffle Jiang Qinjia's hair, exclaiming sincerely, "Qinjia, your little red hands are truly remarkable, managing to create such an incredible item." Jiang Qinjia, resembling a little cat being petted by its owner, blissfully closed her eyes, fully enjoying the sensation of the warm and broad palm caressing her head. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's praise, she proudly puffed out her ample chest, a sly smile crossing her face as she said, "Of course, my jade hands can grasp the future." As she said this, she suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Chen, lowering her voice, her tone dripping with an alluring charm that sent shivers down one's spine. "Though, considering our current abilities, it might be a bit too much for me to handle completely." Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly at the sight of this little temptress who was always teasing. "Ahem, let's be serious." Jiang Chen's face turned red as he hastily withdrew his hand. He directly took Jiang Qinjia's hand and quickly walked back to the armored RV that had just survived a fierce battle. Standing at the front of the vehicle, without any hesitation, Jiang Chen crushed the card in his hand that gleamed with blue light, which was the high-strength, depleted uranium composite armor. Viru. With the shattering of the card, an immense and mysterious deep blue energy instantly enveloped the heavy armored RV. Then an astonishing scene unfolded. The bulletproof steel plates on the vehicle's exterior began to crumble like a row of toppled dominoes, producing a series of rhythmic metallic scraping sounds. Starting from a corner of the front bumper, a new material composite armor began to rapidly spread, roll, and reorganize across the vehicle's body. The old armor, which was smeared with dark red blood and remnants of flesh, vanished without a trace under the cleansing power of this force. In its place was a layer of deep gray-black cold and hard armor with a non-reflective surface. These gray-black armor plates interlocked like dragon scales. Just looking at its heavy and profound exterior made one feel that its defensive capabilities had undergone a monumental transformation. In less than half a minute after the vehicle donned this brand new battle attire, the entire RV was completely rejuvenated. Compared to its previous appearance, which was purely black and filled with menacing spikes, its current form appeared much more understated and reserved. However, Jiang Chen knew very well that if these two vehicles were placed side by side and collided at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, the strength and weakness would be easily determined. The previous RV had only one fate: destruction and becoming a pile of scrap metal. It could not inflict any damage on this new vehicle clad in depleted uranium armor. After admiring the exquisite armor, Jiang Chen's gaze traveled up along the vehicle's body, slowly resting on the 2 watchtower machine guns at the front and rear ends of the rooftop. Jiang Chen had meticulously considered the layout of these 2 machine guns during installation. One in the front and one in the back. The arrangement was extremely reasonable. In the event of an ambush during actual combat, these 2 machine guns could instantly form a terrifying crossfire network. Hit the front and the rear would follow. Hit the rear and the front would follow. Hit the middle and both ends would follow. This powerful firepower formation, combined with the indestructible depleted uranium armor, provided Jiang Chen with an unprecedented sense of security in this world of survival on the road. Especially when he looked up at the circular gun muzzle made up of thick black tubes, even the violent rage in his heart was soothed somewhat. He gazed at the 2 killing machines, mentally reciting Amitba, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, the great compassion that saves the world. After offering his sincere prayers in his heart, Jiang Chen activated the central control system of the 2 watchtower machine guns. He did not set them to an extremely overt alert state. Instead, through the system's control panel, he set the attack mode of the watchtower machine guns to single shot and activated stealth mode. The reason for setting it to single shot was simple and realistic: poverty. In his system backpack, apart from the 1,000 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition specifically for the watchtower machine guns provided by the system, he had barely 400 rounds of various types of bullets. While that sounds like a lot of bullets, if this thing were to unleash its full potential and enter fully automatic attack mode, with its terrifying firing speed, a little over 1,000 rounds would deplete in no time. In mere moments, he would be left empty-handed, leading to his bankruptcy. As for why he set it to stealth mode, Jiang Chen couldn't help but grin wickedly. Watch me play. After completing these settings, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then brought Jiang Qingyao back into the warm driver's cabin of the vehicle. Let's go. Qingyao, warm-up's over. We're now heading to thoroughly clean out the almost emptied lair of the tyrant. There are still 3 silver and 5 copper resource boxes waiting for us to unlock. With no hesitation, Jiang Chen turned the steering wheel and floored the accelerator. The steel behemoth, which had just donned the depleted uranium composite armor and had its weight increased, let out like a gray-black tortoise crawling out of the abyss of hell. It ignored the ice and snow on the ground and the obstacles, charging fiercely towards the last few dozen zombies that were aimlessly wandering at the edge of the service area plaza. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull sounds of bones and flesh breaking rang out, failing to cause any hindrance to this monstrous vehicle. After Jiang Chen's previous rounds of ruthless assaults, the horde of zombies in this service area had already been reduced by more than half. Now only a few unlucky zombies remained, having survived through layers of selection. What awaited them would be the execution reserved for the lucky ones. Jiang Chen had no intention of wasting time reversing to crush these dozen or so insignificant zombies. His thoughts had already raced ahead to the 8 high-tier supply crates hidden inside the main building. Activate sentry machine gun. In target, eliminate all moving zombies within a 50-meter radius of the vehicle. In firing mode, precision single shot. Jiang Chen issued the command crisply on the touchscreen. In single shot mode, consumed minimal ammunition, perfect for testing the sentry gun's real-world performance in live combat. At Jiang Chen's command click, in sleek armored panels slid silently open from both ends of the vehicle's mirror-smooth roof. 2 sentry machine guns gleaming with cold lethality rose smoothly from within the roof on motorized mounts, halting precisely halfway up at about half a meter. Jiang Chen had not fully deployed the gun system, so the barrels remained partially recessed. In their field of fire was thus constrained by the vehicle's own silhouette, limiting their full tactical potential. Yet even this restricted arc was more than sufficient to eradicate the dozen sluggish, witless common zombies shuffling nearby. The infrared targeting systems atop the gun barrels pulsed faintly red, the eyes of death locking onto prey in an instant. And poo, poo, poo. No deafening roar pierced the air, only a muffled rhythmic popping like peas fired from a shooter, courtesy of integrated suppressors. And zombies wandering just beyond the armored RV's perimeter, drawn instinctively closer, froze mid-step. As though marked one by one on an unseen death register, they collapsed without struggle, without error. Each soft puff heralded the instantaneous detonation of a skull. Headless corpses crumpled silently onto the snow. The sentry gun's advanced fire control system achieved something terrifying: perfect headshots, every round, every time. Within 25 seconds, the remaining dozen zombies across the 50-meter radius lay motionless, scattered haphazardly in pools of crimson. With all immediate threats neutralized, the system declared combat concluded. The twin sentry guns retracted with a quiet mechanical hum. Armored roof panels slid shut once more, returning the vehicle to its deep, dormant stillness. They would lie in wait until the next foolhardy threat dared draw near, then emerge from concealment to deliver merciless lethal precision. Excellent. In this, fire control system's accuracy is virtually indistinguishable from an auto-aim lock-on cheat. Jiang Chen nodded, deeply satisfied. Once he confirmed absolute safety, the two disembarked from the driver's cabin. Jiang Chen did not rush toward the building to crack open crates. He instead strode purposefully toward 3 derelict, ownerless vehicles abandoned nearby. In this resource-starved apocalypse, nothing of value went unclaimed. To miss even a feather was to court extinction. Survival demanded ruthless efficiency. He issued a mental command to his system, decompose, and detected 3 ownerless vehicles eligible for decomposition. Decomposition sequence initiated. Decomposition successful. Player awarded the following base resources: N vehicle core LV 13, N iron ingots 300, rubber 75, N electronic components 30. Salvageable daily use supplies from vehicle interiors: half a bottle of mineral water, half a loaf of bread, 1 roll of toilet paper, etc. NAS. The system chime faded. The 3 wrecked vehicles dissolved into shimmering motes of light. In their place, a scattered heap of raw materials materialized upon the snow-covered ground. Jiang Chen swept his hand forward, and like a leviathan inhaling seawater, instantly drew every item into his boundless system inventory. Not impressive, but still a net gain, Jiang Chen mused inwardly. With these 3 cores, he now needed only 5 more LV1 vehicle cores to upgrade his RV to. Once the quota was met, his vehicle would undergo another quantum leap in capability. Of all the loot dropped by these deceased players, only the 3 vehicle cores held tangible worth. The rest, scrap metal and mundane essentials, was utterly negligible. Of all the loot dropped by these deceased players, only the 3 vehicle cores held tangible worth. The rest, scrap metal and mundane essentials, was utterly negligible. Nowhere near the spectacular mass drop he'd witnessed at that gas station. In these fools, and he curled his lip, a silent lament for lives squandered so pointlessly. Having fallen into utter despair, surrounded, overwhelmed, devoured by zombies, you should at least have acted with dignity in your final moments, and empty your entire inventory into the open before you died. That way it would serve as fair compensation for my arduous journey, for slaying those zombies, for avenging your death. After all, entrusting your gear to a living person like me is infinitely wiser than letting it vanish forever alongside your corpse. Jiang Chen smirked. Into him, earning less than possible wasn't frugality, it was loss. Having secured the outer perimeter, they stepped across the debris-strewn staircase and entered the 3-story structure, once the lair of a tyrant-class zombie. Inside, dim light filtered through grimy windows, casting long shadows over blackened bloodstains and toppled chaotic shelving. To an ordinary survivor, such oppressive dread, paired with unpredictable blind spots and sudden visual occlusions, would be paralyzing. But for Jiang Chen and his companion, it felt no more daunting than strolling through their own garden, because every zombie within had already been eradicated. Moreover, Jiang Qingya's true sight ability scanned the interior at full capacity, rendering the building's layout utterly transparent, like dispelling fog of war, to grant total map awareness. Whether an ancient bronze crate concealed within a second-floor ventilation shaft, or a silver crate wedged into a third-floor storage wall, each system-hidden supply container surrendered its position beneath her faintly golden gaze one after another. The 4 bronze resource crates and 2 silver supply crates on the first and second floors were swiftly looted. And with Jiang Qingya's crimson-tinted hands working tirelessly, they unearthed numerous valuable items. Yet the most astonishing find came when she opened a silver supply crate and pulled forth an exceptional-grade anti-material sniper rifle, its barrel shimmering with eerie emerald light. Even more thoughtfully, the crate included 100 rounds of specialized armor-piercing incendiary ammunition. And according to the detailed stats Jiang Qingya accessed upon taking hold of the weapon, this exceptional rifle, named Phantom Reaper, featured an ultra-lightweight alloy chassis, dramatically reducing weight and recoil. More terrifying still were its bullet velocity and destructive power, both undergoing a qualitative leap compared to her previous baseline sniper rifle. Effective range and lethality each increased by over double. Jiang Qingya caressed the rifle's sleek, icy barrel, her eyes alight with exhilaration. She raised the weapon into a textbook tactical aim, then turned to Jiang Chen, voice brimming with excitement. And if I'd had this beast outside just now, when we fought the tyrant zombie, I guarantee we wouldn't have wasted a second. 3 shots, maximum. And if it doesn't fall by the 3rd, consider me disqualified. Jiang Chen gazed at the radiant, increasingly self-assured beauty before him, and laughed softly, raising a thumb in genuine admiration. After sweeping through every corner of the 1st and 2nd floors, the 2 of them followed the stained staircase to the last office at the end of the 3rd-floor corridor. Due to the height of the floors and the sturdy materials used for the security door, this spacious office remained relatively intact, even retaining some semblance of pre-apocalyptic tidiness. yet it was uncertain which world this entire service area originated from. After opening the door, a faint golden light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. She walked straight to a large mahogany desk, effortlessly pushed open a hidden mechanism, and retrieved 2 supply boxes hidden within. One was a glowing silver supply box, and the other was a heavy and antiquated bronze supply box. Jiang Chen placed the 2 heavy boxes on the wide desk, dusted off her hands, took a step back, and pushed them towards Jiang Chen. With her hands clasped behind her back and her body slightly leaning forward, her bright eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Chen and said with a beaming smile, "Today's box opening operation has been a tremendous success. Whether it's the depleted uranium armor, the Sentry machine gun, or my new sniper rifle, all of these have significantly enhanced our team's overall combat capabilities. So let's leave the last 2 boxes for you to open." Listening to Jiang Chen's sweet and considerate words, Jiang Chen felt the suppressed urge to open boxes stir within him. "All right, since you put it that way, I won't hold back." Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together and directly pressed his calloused palms heavily onto the silver glowing supply box. Having watched Jiang Chen consecutively unveil various top-tier items, he had long been itching to try himself. Previously, he had at least opened a handgun from the bronze supply box. His luck shouldn't be that inferior to Jiang Chen's, right? It must have just been a matter of not performing well before, and soon his luck would return. Jiang Chen fervently reassured himself. At that moment, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and seriously lifted the lid of the silver supply box. "Open." Whoosh. Accompanied by a soft green light, the system's cold prompt echoed in his ears. "Ding." Successfully opened the silver supply box. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained the following items: multifunctional tactical suit, excellent, 3 sets. Detailed item attributes 1. After wearing this combat suit, players can be completely immune to the effects of extreme environments, such as extreme cold or heat in the current apocalypse. The internal microcirculation system maintains the wearer's body temperature at a comfortable and optimal state for combat. 2. This suit is made from special nanocomposite materials. After wearing it, it possesses functions such as tear resistance, anti-stabbing, anti-cutting, electrical insulation, and anti-biochemical contamination. In practical combat, it can resist small-caliber bullets, significantly reducing potential damage. 3. This suit features memory metal recovery and self-cleaning technologies with built-in slow automatic repair and stain-cleaning functions. As the light faded, 3 neatly stacked full sets of tactical suits presenting a deep dark black color with meticulous craftsmanship lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Seeing this, Jiang Chen curiously approached. When she saw the lengthy, detailed introduction on the system panel regarding this clothing, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Wow, this outfit is quite nice." And it even opened 3 full sets at once. She excitedly gestured at the bulky winter coat she was wearing. Most importantly, it can immunize against severe cold. With this suit, we can finally shed these heavy winter coats when we venture outside the vehicle. However, unlike Jiang Chen's excitement, Jiang Chen, the one who opened the box, wore a blank expression as he extended his hand to take out the 3 black tactical suits from the box and handed one set to Jiang Chen. His eyes reflected a calmness akin to a heart as cold as ashes, and he commented with a hint of bitterness, "While this item has a lot of functions, its attributes can only be described as average. It merely fills the gaps in our personal armor." Jiang Chen pointed at the new sniper rifle that Jiang Chen had just opened and said with a smirk, "Both items were opened from a silver supply box, but the attributes of this suit can't even compare to your sniper rifle. If your rifle were loaded with armor-piercing rounds, it could probably pierce through this multifunctional tactical suit. So all things considered, the only useful feature of this suit might be its cold and heat resistance, which is somewhat helpful in this dreadful weather." Watching Jiang Chen's envious and jealous expression, Jiang Chen cheerfully ignored his grumbling. She shook the suit open in midair and held it up in front of her graceful figure, comparing it from top to bottom. However, as she scrutinized the style and cut of the suit, her excited expression suddenly fell flat. Her sparkling eyes revealed a sense of regret as she sighed, alas. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. "What's wrong? Do you think it's ugly?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "It's not about being ugly, but the design is simply too conservative." Jiang Chen pouted, her rosy lips tugging at the high collar and tightly fitted cuffs of the combat suit with her delicate hands, expressing her disdain. "Look at this suit. It's wrapped too tightly all over. Not even a collarbone is exposed. There's not a hint of skin showing. Moreover, it has a relatively loose and comfortable overall fit, presumably designed for ease of movement during tactical maneuvers. If I wear this, my perfect shaped curve won't be accentuated at all." Jiang Chen pointed at the suit's attribute panel, her tone filled with helplessness. "What's even more ridiculous is that it comes with features like tear resistance and self-cleaning. This greatly reduces the suit's playability in certain specific scenarios." Jiang Chen looked up, gazing at Jiang Chen with a wronged expression, her doe-like eyes filled with regret. Brother, this suit is just too formal. It lacks any sense of romance. Wearing this, I can't even play dress-up games like the cool female investigator gets captured or the sexy female agent executing a secret infiltration mission. What a shame. I had so many interesting plots in mind just now. Listening to these wolfish words, Jiang Chen's forehead instantly darkened with lines of annoyance. He could no longer endure it, and pointing his finger lightly knocked a crisp rap on Jiang Qingjia's smooth forehead. Ouch! Jiang Qingya covered her forehead and shot him a playful glare. Every day all that's in your little head is that kind of yellow rubbish. Jiang Chen glared back at her, scolding her in a stern tone. However, despite his outward reprimand, he did not actually feel as resistant as he appeared. As for those gorgeous and glamorous agents, the sultry spies. Back in the underground world, he had encountered many such exceptionally trained women specifically trained to seduce targets. Therefore, he did not have the intense anticipation that an ordinary man might have for such uniform temptations. Moreover, Jiang Chen was looking up and down at the youthful beauty before him who was covering her forehead and appeared pitiful. Jiang Qingjia's inherent clean and pure school beauty aura was indeed worlds apart from those seasoned female agents. Even if she were to wear that tight leather outfit, he probably wouldn't be able to relate to it and instead would find it somewhat. She would actually be more suited to a different type of uniform. All right, stop clowning around. Let's put the clothes away. Jiang Chen shook his head, shaking those chaotic thoughts from his mind. Compared to the trivialities of being a female investigator, what mattered more to him now was the last remaining unopened bronze supply box. This is the final box. Whether it ends in utter darkness or a miraculous turnaround, all depends on this one. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen fixed his gaze firmly on the bronze treasure chest on the table and slowly extended his hand. He calmed his excited and rapid heartbeat, his expression extraordinarily solemn, as if performing some sacred ritual. In the spacious office, the air seemed to freeze. Heaven help me, grant me a powerful weapon. Jiang Chen silently prayed, then suddenly exerted force and flung the lid of the bronze supply box open. Swish! A faint white light flashed, and the familiar mechanical notification sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Bronze supply box opened. Congratulations, player, you have received the following reward: transformative charming nail, set excellent 1. Detailed properties of the item 1. Intelligent adaptation. This set is simple and convenient to operate, automatically scanning and perfectly adapting to the player's nail shape, length, and curvature, eliminating the need for any cumbersome trimming process. 2. Wear it. Will users can choose to wear and remove it with one click based on their needs and moods. The material is tough and gentle, making it easy to reuse. 3. Daily refresh. This set has an independent auxiliary dimensional space that will automatically generate a new set of exquisitely styled nails at midnight every day. Jiang Chen gazed at the lengthy description of this item with great anticipation, but his originally excited expression instantly froze on his face. After realizing the function of this item, he nearly crumpled his nose in frustration. What the hell is this rotten luck? Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. When others opened a bronze box, even if they didn't get firearms or ammunition, they could at least receive a long knife or axe as a self-defense weapon. At the very least, some basic supplies would suffice. But what kind of nonsense is a nail set? What on earth am I supposed to do with this? Just then, Jiang Qingya noticed Jiang Chen's constipated expression and curiously leaned closer. She saw a beautifully packaged, softly glowing small crystal box lying quietly at the bottom of the box, and her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Wow, what is this box for? It looks so exquisite and glamorous. Jiang Qingya reached out her delicate finger, pointing at the crystal box and asking. Jiang Chen, with a face full of despair, took this bizarre item out of the box with annoyance. As if handling a hot potato, he tossed it directly into Jiang Qingjia's arms. You take a look. You should like it just fine. I definitely won't need it. Jiang Chen turned away in frustration, feeling that perhaps the feng shui in this place was not very good, which is why he couldn't open anything useful. Jiang Qingya reached out to catch the crystal box, quickly pulling up the system appraisal panel to check the detailed description of this item, her eyes carefully scanning line by line. Her beautiful eyes grew brighter with every glance, and her fair, delicate face was soon filled with uncontainable excitement and surprise. Wow, who said your luck was bad? Your luck is actually too good. Jiang Qingya exclaimed joyfully, pressing the nail box to her chest and happily stowing it away in her space backpack. She looked at the still sulking Jiang Chen, playfully winked, and said excitedly, "This thing is simply a priceless treasure-level special item for girls. I love it so much." She added, "And this item is not only beautiful, it can also be very useful." Stepping forward naturally, Jiang Qingya brought her fragrant and delicate figure closer. She extended her delicate fair hand, playfully linking it with Jiang Chen's strong arm, her entire being half hanging on him like a lazy little cat. She slightly raised her tiptoes, leaning towards Jiang Chen's ear, and with a charming, somewhat seductive sweet voice said, "Don't worry, brother, since you personally opened it for me, I will definitely make this item shine in the future. At that time, I will definitely make you fall in love with it too." Feeling the incredible softness and elasticity emanating from her arm, as well as the warm and inviting breath near his ear, Jiang Chen's heart slightly swayed. However, he still turned his head in confusion, looking at her stunning face just inches away, and asked in utter bewilderment, Why would I fall in love with this thing? I would never wear such flashy stuff. Besides, having long nails really affects handling a gun and driving right. If I really encounter danger, I probably wouldn't even be able to pull the trigger properly." Jiang Qingyao looked at this cold and ruthless Jiang Chen, who was now as simple as a block of wood. She couldn't help but cover her rosy little mouth and let out a light laugh. "Oh, my dear brother." Jiang Qinjia's watery eyes sparkled with a mischievous light as she lightly traced a circle on Jiang Chen's chest with her slender finger and whispered sweetly, "You don't have to wear girl things, I can wear them just fine. And rest assured, I will show you through action that this won't affect my daily combat operations at all." As she spoke, her voice lowered even further, carrying a tone that sent shivers down one's spine. In fact, at certain special moments, it can yield unexpected effects, greatly enhancing our daily operational experience. "What you just said sounds quite intriguing." Just as Jiang Chen was stirred by her words, feeling a rush of heat in his heart, and curious to inquire further about the matter. Boom! A series of violent, chaotic vehicle engines roared, accompanied by the ear-piercing screech of tires violently scraping against the ground. The sound came from the service area plaza outside the building, instantly shattering the romantic atmosphere between the two. Their expressions stiffened, and they quickly reined in their playful thoughts. They hurriedly gripped their weapons tightly and leaped to the edge of the third-floor window, using the heavy curtains as cover to look down. Through the dust and ice-covered glass window, Jiang Chen's gaze immediately locked onto the entrance of the... He saw 6 vehicles of various styles, all crudely and violently modified, surging in like a pack of hyenas, smelling blood, aggressively entering through the service area entrance. Among these 6 vehicles, 2 off-road trucks were welded with rusty iron spikes, 3 heavy-duty pickups reinforced with crash beams, and even a dilapidated small truck with a homemade cannon mounted on top. They barreled through the plaza littered with zombie corpses, ultimately surrounding Jiang Chen's armored RV, which sat in the center like a sleeping giant, beginning to spin and drift wildly. With the screeching of brakes and the splattering of snow and mud, the 6 vehicles arrogantly formed a circle encircling Jiang Chen's RV in the center. Bang! The lead vehicle, a heavily modified pickup adorned with several zombie skulls, had its door violently kicked open. A burly man with a gnarled scar across his face jumped down from the driver's seat. He was holding a large axe that shimmered with a faint green light, clearly a high-quality weapon obtained from a rare resource box. The scarred man spat a mouthful of bloody saliva onto the ground, flipped his wrist, and a dramatically designed loudspeaker appeared in his hand. He raised the loudspeaker, tilted his head back, and with an arrogant gaze sweeping across all the windows of the building, he took a deep breath, and his boisterous voice echoed throughout the vast service area. "Hey people upstairs, listen up. No matter who you are now completely surrounded by our Black Tiger team. I know you just cleared this resource point, so you must be loaded with goods. Now if you know what's good for you, hurry up and come down, hand over all your supplies and weapons, and surrender control. If you dare to say a single word against it, your fate will be just like that vehicle. I'll split you and your vehicle in half with one swing." In a display of his terrifying power to intimidate those in the building. After finishing his shout, the scarred man growled and activated his proud awakening talent. His muscles instantly bulged like they were inflated, and his skin took on a bronze sheen, transforming him into a hardened bronze figure. He gripped the green glowing axe tightly with both hands, and with a sudden burst of strength swung it down towards the armored shell of Jiang Chen's RV with a terrifying force. "Break for me!" The scarred man yelled, his eyes flashing with a cruel and excited light. He could already envision the tragic scene of this seemingly low-key black-gray RV being torn apart and its armor pierced under his full-force strike. However, there was no sound of metal tearing or sparks flying as he had imagined. Instead, there was only a dull and eerie hum, as if striking a solid steel ingot. The sharp blade of the green glowing axe, at the moment it violently struck the high-strength, depleted uranium. A terrifying backlash far greater than the force he struck with surged back through the axe handle, crashing into the scarred man's hands like a raging tsunami. Crack! A clear sound of breaking echoed. The scarred man felt a numbness in his arms, and then a burst of blood mist erupted from his palms. The intense pain made him scream, and he nearly dropped the axe from his hands. He gritted his teeth against the pain, looking at his weapon with a face of horror, gasping in shock at the scene before him. He saw that his once superior axe capable of effortlessly slicing through the shells of level 1 vehicles. was now completely crumpled and shattered. Even the thick axe handle made of special materials had bent grotesquely due to the terrifying recoil. This axe was completely ruined. However, what filled him with despair and fear was when he tremblingly looked at the RV's exterior that he had just struck with all his might, he discovered that the layer of gray-black hard armor had not even a scratch, let alone a gaping hole. His thunderous all-out strike, which could have shattered stones, had not even managed to scrape off a layer of paint from Jiang Chen's vehicle. What the hell is this? What kind of monstrous vehicle is this? The scarred man's arms spasmed from the impact, blood dripping from his torn palms onto the snow. But the physical pain was far less than the shock and unbearable heartache he felt at that moment. That was a precious green item he had risked his life to obtain. And just like that, it was rendered useless. Seeing their leader in such a sorry state, the lackeys and the surrounding vehicles all pushed open their doors and stepped down. One of the blonde lackeys leaned forward, glanced at the unharmed RV, then looked at the ruined axe in the leader's hand, unable to suppress a gulp. This was the first time he had seen the undefeated leader face such a setback after following him for so long. He knew that whenever the leader activated his talent skill, such a powerful blow would definitely cripple or destroy anyone else's vehicle. When had they encountered such an incredibly bizarre situation? Boss, this opponent seems a bit off. This vehicle's shell is too tough, it's hard to penetrate. Should we? The blonde lackey suggested, his voice. Shut up. The scarred man rubbed his bloody wrist, his face turning ashen, and angrily growled. Do I need a useless fool like you to remind me if it's hard to penetrate or not? Do you think I'm blind? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His cruel eyes swiftly scanned the gruesome remains of the zombies. Then he fixed his gaze on the exaggeratedly armored gray-black RV before him. Damn it, if those people were in the vehicle facing a machine of this level, I would definitely turn and run as far as I could without a second thought. However, a glint of greed and madness flashed in the scarred man's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said to his surrounding lackeys, "But you better use your pig brains to think. They are not in the vehicle right now. They are searching for supplies in the building." In this world of road survival, the level of vehicles and armaments constitutes the vast majority of Once they leave this highly defensive vehicle, they are like a turtle shedding its shell. Right now, they are just a piece of meat ready to be slaughtered. At this moment, it is their weakest and easiest time to kill. The scarred man grew increasingly excited as he spoke, as if he could already see countless resources beckoning to him. Moreover, they have just cleared out such a large service area resource point for us. As long as we set up a good trap downstairs, we can successfully rob them. Then this divine class RV and the exquisite resources inside will be ours. Our Black Tiger team will take off right from here. As for those weaklings from the strongest forces in the area, aren't they just relying on their good fortune to awaken a high-level talent? Once I seize this vehicle, just wait and see how I dominate this highway and deal with them. Listening to the boss' meticulous analysis, the 5 younger brothers around him suddenly found it quite reasonable. Each of them had a greedy glint in their eyes akin to that of a ravenous wolf as they drew out their machetes and inferior firearms, preparing to ambush the 2 fat sheep coming down from the building. However, while they were down below, lost in their fantasies, passionately discussing how to become the overlord of the 10086 survival highway, they had no idea that Jiang Chen, standing behind the 3rd-floor window, was not panicking or afraid of being surrounded at all, but rather his face was filled with sheer joy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jiang Chen stood behind the curtain, using his intense gaze to meticulously count the 6 shabby vehicles that surrounded his RV, as if counting money. A total of 6 level 1 vehicles. Huh. Jiang Chen could hardly contain his laughter. Truly, he had stumbled upon this without any effort after searching high and low. Just a moment ago, he was worried that although he had made a fortune at this service area, he still needed 5 more level 1 vehicle cores to upgrade his RV to level 2. These items could only be dropped from other players' vehicles, and he had no idea how long he would have to wander on the highway to collect them. But just as he was dozing off, this group of people had delivered the pillow right to his door. Moreover, they generously brought him 6 vehicle cores, buying 5 and getting 1 free. Now I can finally meet all the conditions and successfully upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. A sharp glimmer of absolute confidence shone in Jiang Chen's eyes. This announcement of being the first in the entire server to promote to a level 2 vehicle is undoubtedly mine today. Facing the group of reckless thieves downstairs, Jiang Chen didn't even have the interest to draw his gun and confront them. He raised his left wrist and opened the vehicle's remote control panel on the system. His slender fingers gently tapped on the virtual screen. System, activate the rooftop sentry gun. Eliminate all armed hostile life forms around the vehicle, free fire. With Jiang Chen's in the plaza downstairs, a barely audible mechanical click sounded from the top of the massive gray-black armor. 2 tightly fitting armor plates slid open, and 2 6-barrel sentry guns gleaming with a metallic cold light rose up like awakened metal beasts, revealing their fearsome appearance. Emerging from stealth mode, the sentry gun's fire control radar spun rapidly, and beams of infrared laser instantly intertwined, locking onto several younger brothers who were hiding behind the vehicle listening to their boss bragging. The yellow-haired younger brother, who had suggested retreating earlier, suddenly felt something flashing in front of his chest. Huh, who put this red dot on me? The yellow-haired younger brother mumbled in confusion, instinctively looking up and following the direction of the infrared beam to gaze at the top of the RV. What he saw were 6 thick gun barrels slowly rotating under the drive of motors. Puff! A muffled sound of a silenced gunshot rang out. A 12.7mm heavy armor-piercing round carrying terrifying kinetic energy instantly crossed a distance of just a few meters. The yellow-haired younger brother was still in a daze. His head vanished right before the eyes of his boss, who was reveling in the future. The headless corpse remained standing for 2 seconds before collapsing limply. Thump! A large splash of warm liquid hit the scarred man's face, which was covered in flab. The scarred man wiped the warm blood off his face. When he saw the red and white object in his hand, and then looked up to see the sentry gun on the roof rotating, preparing to lock onto its next target, he was immediately scared out of his wits. What the hell? What is this thing? How did a Gatling gun grow on the roof? Intense fear washed over him like a bucket of ice water poured from head to toe, instantly cleansing all his greed and ambition. This was not a turtle without a shell at all. This was clearly an iron fortress fully armed with automated defensive firepower. Before the scarred man could continue to be shocked, puff, puff, 2 clear sounds of targeting rang out. His other 2 younger brothers had not yet reacted when their heads were ruthlessly blown apart, like balloons. Red and white substances splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal. Run, run fast. The scarred man no longer cared about thoughts of dominating the highway or exquisite resources. All these notions were cast aside. The only thought in his mind now was to survive. He let out a pig-like scream and decisively activated his ultimate life-saving talent skill. Class Talent Golden Bell Shield. Activate for me. As he roared, his muscles surged once more. A semi-transparent copper bell glowing with a faint yellow light immediately materialized around him, tightly protecting his entire being. After activating the defense skill, he scurried like a stray dog towards his heavy pickup truck. Puff! The sentry gun's fire control system coldly locked onto this moving target. An armor-piercing round struck the Golden Bell Phantom on the scarred man's body at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Dong crack! A painful sound of metal fracturing echoed. Although the bullet did not directly pierce his body, the terrifying kinetic energy completely shattered the Golden Bell Phantom, creating a small hole filled with cracks. The entire Copper Bell Phantom immediately became unsteady, as if it would shatter at any moment. The scarred man felt a force so powerful it nearly shattered his organs, turning his face as pale as a corpse, and a metallic taste surged in his throat. So terrifying. What level of firepower is this? But he couldn't afford to care about the imminent breakage of his life-saving skill as he suddenly yanked open the car door and frantically scrambled into the driver's seat, using his 30 years of training to start the engine and shift gears. Then he floored the accelerator, and the heavy pickup's engine let out a brutal roar. The tires skidded wildly on the snow, creating a thick cloud of smoke as he sped toward the service area exit, desperately trying to escape this hellish scene. In the brief seconds after he started the car, the last 2 of his subordinates who attempted to flee were unceremoniously shot in the head by the sentry machine guns, all meeting a tragic end. At this moment, the scar-faced man, seizing the precious time bought by the lives of his subordinates, hurriedly drove towards the exit of the service area. Due to the angle, the 2 sentry machine guns located at the front and rear of the RV could not continue to attack. However, limited by the firing rate and shooting dead zones, they could only strike against the heavy rear bumper of his pickup truck, unable to pose any further lethal threat. As the scar-faced man frantically gripped the steering wheel, he glanced at the slow-firing sentry machine guns in the rearview mirror. Clearly, this weapon could no longer hinder his escape. Looking at the service area exit that was just seconds away, an overwhelming joy of having survived a disaster flooded his heart. The scar-faced man laughed maniacally, his laughter carrying both relief and deep-seated resentment. Have you not heard that heaven leaves no path for the desperate? Wait for me. This grudge has been established today. I will return to avenge this. However, just as he finished his harsh words, a faint glimmer flashed from a window on the 3rd floor of the main building. Immediately after, a streak of light shot out from the window. The light, wrapped in blinding flames, moved with incredible speed like a falling meteor, accurately and violently aimed at his vehicle. The wild laughter on the scar-faced man's face froze on his lips. He had not even reacted to what had happened. Boom! A tremendous roar shook the entire service area, causing the ground to tremble. At the moment the speeding heavy modified pickup truck made contact with that yellow streak of light, it burst into flames like a barrel filled with explosives being ignited. A violent crimson mushroom cloud surged into the sky. The several-ton pickup truck, along with the incredulous scar-faced man in the driver's seat, was directly hurled into the air by the terrifying shockwave of the explosion, soaring over 10 meters high. In midair, it disintegrated, transforming into countless burning metal fragments and severed limbs like a rain of fire scattering across the snowy ground. At the third-floor window, Jiang Chen maintained a professional sniper posture. The shot she had just fired triggered the penetrating incendiary round that struck the weakness of the Eye of Truth. It mercilessly penetrated the armor of the pickup truck, hitting the core of the fuel tank with pinpoint accuracy, instantly causing this terrifying explosion. Jiang Chen gazed at the magnificent mushroom cloud outside the window, his eyes filled with amazement, and he generously gave a thumbs up to the girl beside him, praising, "Well done. This precision is simply textbook-level sniping." Jiang Chen waved her delicate hand, and the high-quality sniper rifle, still emitting wisps of smoke, transformed into a streak of light and was elegantly retrieved into her system backpack. With a frosty expression on her beautiful face, she disdainfully snorted, "Humph. I detest those arrogant robbers who gain without labor. Such scoundrels who take advantage of the fire deserve to die. Killing him is simply purifying the environment for this world." Jiang Chen smiled as he ruffled her hair, then with fervent eyes and an excited tone said, "All right, my justice heroine, let's hurry down to collect the spoils. We must seize the next all-server announcement at the fastest speed. We cannot let anyone else snatch it." The two quickly ran down the stairs, reaching the plaza on the first floor of the service area in less than half a minute. At this time, the plaza was littered not only with zombie remains, but also 6 abandoned vehicles. Among them, 5 vehicles parked around the RV were relatively intact. Only the drivers had been shot in the head, with blood splattered throughout the interiors. The nearest heavy pickup truck to the entrance had now turned into a twisted pile of scrap metal ablaze and crackling with fire. Jiang Chen approached the 6 abandoned vehicles. He took a deep breath, suppressing the intense excitement in his heart, and directly issued a command to the system in his mind: "Dismantle all abandoned vehicles." Ding. Received player command. Large-scale dismantling procedure initiated. As the system prompt sounded, a mysterious and immense force of invisible rules suddenly descended upon the plaza. The 6 vehicles, large and small, began to twist violently under the influence of this power, then transformed into streaks of blue data light, rapidly dismantling into thin air. The large quantities of basic materials produced from the dismantling piled up like magic, forming a small mountain neatly appearing before Jiang Chen. Ding. Dismantling successful. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the following vast resources: vehicle core LV16, iron blocks 600, rubber 150, electronic components 60, fire axe excellent 1, damaged other miscellaneous supplies several. Jiang Chen briefly glanced at the pile of materials, ignoring the damaged excellent grade axe and other worthless supplies. His gaze was firmly locked onto the 6 faintly glowing vehicle cores. Finally gathered enough. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen stored all the materials into his backpack. At the same time, he immediately called up the upgrade panel for his armored RV. Sure enough, the previously dull upgrade button was now shining with a dazzling golden light. System prompt detected that the materials in player Jiang Chen's backpack meet all upgrade conditions. Vehicle core LV1 1010 met refined steel 4040 met iron blocks 500500 met rubber 200200 met electronic components 100100 met. Would the player like to execute the vehicle upgrade command immediately? Looking at the screen full of green lights and met labels, Jiang Chen excitedly said, "Upgrade." Ding. Command confirmed. LV2 vehicle upgrade officially begins. With the sound of the system prompt, the relevant materials collected in Jiang Chen's backpack instantly vanished. Immediately after, a stunning scene unfolded before the two of them. The already massive armored RV was enveloped once again by a layer of dazzling, almost tangible, enormous, translucent cocoon. This giant cocoon seemed to possess its own life and pulse, beginning to emit heavy thumping sounds of bang, bang, bang in the wind and snow. Each heartbeat resonated as if striking deep within the soul of a person. Moreover, with each pulse of the cocoon, its volume expanded violently outward. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen raised their heads, their eyes filled with shock as they gazed at the cocoon that seemed to be nurturing a titan beast, feeling the increasingly terrifying pressure forcing them to slowly step back. Finally, after about 2.5 minutes, the cocoon's volume expanded to an exaggerated limit. Bang! A crisp cracking sound. The huge cocoon exploded, transforming into countless specks of golden and blue light particles, scattering like a magnificent meteor shower across the entire service area, creating an incredibly dreamy scene. As the light particles dissipated, the upgraded vehicle at LV2 finally revealed its breathtaking hiss. Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen simultaneously gasped in shock. At this moment, the vehicle no longer resembled a motorhome in any way. It was entirely a mobile steel fortress capable of pushing everything aside on land. The vehicle's body was completely renewed, devoid of any stains. Its overall color scheme continued the classic deep gray-black, exuding an air of understated luxury with hidden allure. The outer shell of the vehicle, with its tightly interlocked composite depleted uranium armor resembling the scales of a giant dragon, became even heavier and colder. Not only that, the front bumper, the rear defense armor, and even around the massive tires on both sides, all vulnerable spots, had sprouted half-meter-long depleted uranium armor shielding spikes. But these were not the most shocking features. The most astonishing aspect was its terrifying enlarged size. The vehicle stood 5 meters tall, 8 meters wide, and its overall length reached an exaggerated 20 meters. Just the 8 pairs of specialized bulletproof tires bearing the vehicle's weight were as tall as an adult. This outrageous size had completely reached the level of modified 100-ton vehicles in the real world. However, the biggest difference between it and those 100-ton vehicles was that those machines needed to be fully loaded with heavy or to reach a total weight of 100 tons. In contrast, the monster before Jiang Chen weighed a terrifying 100 tons even without any cargo. Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen looked up at this indestructible fortress-like super-armored motorhome, excitement and fervor evident on their faces. This is the kind of vehicle a real man should drive. This is the true god-tier vehicle in the apocalypse. LV2 level vehicle. The attributes have skyrocketed beyond belief. Jiang Chen caressed the bone-chilling armored spikes, his heart filled with ecstatic joy. He dared to bet that even without firing a shot, just the terrifying weight of over 100 tons and those spiky armors alone. Surely just a single press of the accelerator could transform that tyrant zombie, which had given them so much trouble before, into a mere speed bump, crushing it into a puddle of flesh. Just as the two were still immersed in great shock and joy, a system notification sound that Jiang Chen had been eagerly awaiting finally rang crisply in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to player Jiang Chen, you have successfully passed the test and become the first player in the entire survival road no. 10086-foot area to upgrade your vehicle to LV2. Unlocking the first upgrade hidden achievement. You have received a mysterious gift package for your first upgrade. Would you like to make an immediate announcement to all players in the area? Listening to the heavenly notification sound, Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction in achieving his long-held wish. As a former king, he had never suffered such great humiliation with announcements being snatched away by others, which was not befitting his status as a powerhouse. Excited, he spoke to the system. Confirm. Make the area-wide announcement immediately. Ding. Command confirmed. Sending pinned announcement to all players in the area. At the same time, Jiang Chen confirmed the announcement, whether ordinary players struggling on the road being chased by zombies or high-level awakened players forming factions and declaring themselves kings. Everyone, no matter where they were or what they were doing, suddenly saw an irremovable, blinding golden pop-up light up before their eyes. Then a system mechanical voice carrying immense authority simultaneously boomed in the player's ears. Ding. Area-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang Chen for becoming the first player in this area to successfully upgrade a vehicle to LV2, hereby issuing a commendation announcement for all players. All other players are encouraged to learn from him and strive to survive in this frigid apocalypse. At this moment, every player in the 10086 road area remembered the name Jiang Chen. 10 minutes before the area-wide announcement was made on a desolate road far from Jiang Chen. In a service area covered in heavy snow and swarming with zombies, a suffocating stealth operation was underway. Tick-tick. The foul-smelling slime dripped from the broken chandelier in the hall onto the blood-stained tiles covered in dust. In the center of this massive building lay a creature over 3 meters tall, an LV1 level mutated tyrant zombie. Its body was covered in grayish-brown muscles and hard bone armor. Its breathing was heavy as a fan echoing through the vast hall, each exhalation stirring up a wave of foul wind. At that moment, it closed its crimson eyes, seemingly in a light slumber. Less than 30 meters away from it, behind a shadowy, load-bearing column, Siebu Ro and his remaining 4 loyal subordinates were tightly covering their mouths and noses, their bodies trembling violently. "Boss, hurry, there's not much time left." One of the younger subordinates spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito, pointing in terror at the countdown timer on his wrist. These words twisted Siebu Rao's otherwise handsome face into a grimace. His eyes were bloodshot and his teeth clicked together. The price they paid to enter this hall was too painful. Outside in the square, the number of zombies was enough to make one's scalp tingle. They had practically stepped on the corpses of over a dozen outer brothers, sacrificing lives to barely tear. Finally, to avoid alerting the tyrant inside the hall, Xie Bureau painfully used a precious trump card, Breath Concealment Item Card. The card was only effective for 25 minutes. If they could not find the silver supply box hidden within before the effect wore off the sacrifices of those dozen brothers, and this invaluable item would be utterly wasted. At this moment, Xie Bureau was just one rare refined steel away from his level 2 vehicle. This material had an atrociously low drop rate at this stage, and only supply boxes of silver quality or higher had a slight chance of dropping it. He had ambition. He wanted to be the first man in this area to upgrade to an LV2 vehicle. He wanted to stand atop the heads of tens of thousands and reign supreme. Search. Split up and look. Even if I have to rip up this floor tile, I need that silver box. Xie Bureau growled in a low voice like a starving wolf in a desperate situation. The few of them, under the terrifying pressure of the tyrant, searched frantically through the ruins like thieves. Heaven did not disappoint the diligent, who, just as the concealment card had 5 minutes left, one of the younger subordinates discovered a gleaming silver under the wreckage of the abandoned cash register. Boss, found it. It's a silver supply box. Boss, you can finally get the announcement now. The young subordinate was so excited he was nearly in tears, scrambling over to report. Xie Bureau felt a surge of excitement upon receiving the news from his little brother, a wave of ecstatic joy rushing through him. Destiny is on my side. I, Xie Bureau, am the protagonist of this world. He trembled with excitement, unable to contain himself as he rushed toward the alluring silver resource box, his hands trembling as they brushed against the lock. As long as he could obtain steel and gather the materials, he would be the first in the entire region to have a LV2 vehicle. At that time, wouldn't all the resources in the whole area be at his disposal? However, just as his fingers were about to lift the box's lid, a blinding golden light forcibly reflected in Xie Bureau's suddenly constricted pupils. Immediately after the announcement that echoed throughout the entire area, 10086 struck him like a heavy hammer on his crown. Ding! District-wide top award announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang Chen for becoming the first player in this district to successfully upgrade a vehicle to LV2, hereby issuing a server-wide announcement. The cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind for a long time. Xie Bureau remained frozen in the position of opening the box, as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell. Jiang Chen, the first to upgrade to LV2. Xie Bureau's lips trembled violently, unable to believe his eyes as they were glued to the flashing golden text on the virtual panel, feeling a dizzying sensation. The sky has fallen. Puff. Overwhelmed with anger, Xie Bureau felt a sweetness in his throat, almost spitting out blood. His eyes turned crimson, resembling a madman, as he flung open the silver resource box before him. Ding! Opening the silver resource box. Congratulations on obtaining Steel 3, Kin Beef 10. Looking at the glimmering steel in the box, Xie Bureau felt no joy. Instead, he sensed that this material was mocking him mercilessly. He had gone through great hardships, sacrificing the lives of dozens of brothers, wasting top-tier life-saving cards, scurrying like a rat under the eyes of the tyrant to search for resources, and finally obtain the materials he had long desired. But what was the result? Jiang Chen had already gotten ahead of him, snatching away the supreme glory and rewards of being the first to upgrade. Even if he gathered the materials now, he would only be a forgotten second. The efforts they had put forth had at this moment completely lost their core significance. Boss, there are less than 2 minutes left on the stealth card. The tyrant seems to be waking up. What should we do? The younger brother looked at the tyrant zombie nearby, already beginning to convulse, his eyelids twitching, slightly terrified to the point of nearly wetting himself. Xie Bureau gripped the steel tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Through gritted teeth, he said, Good Jiang Chen. This world indeed has countless heroes. Let's grab the stuff and retreat. With a humiliating low growl from Xie Bureau, the group fled like stray dogs. Taking advantage of the last moments of the stealth card, they awkwardly escaped from the death service area that had almost led to their annihilation. The scene shifted back to Jiang Chen. After the system's flashy server-wide announcement had been broadcast, 3 times the space in front of Jiang Chen began to twist. A treasure chest radiating brilliant golden light slowly descended before him. Ding! The hidden achievement reward for upgrading to LV2 has been issued. Golden Resource Box 1. Looking at the extremely extravagant golden treasure chest before him, Jiang Chen's breath paused for half a second, but then the corners of his mouth twitched. He glanced at Jiang Qingya, who was equally curious and excited, and pointed directly at the chest on the ground. Qingya, come, this glorious task is entrusted to you. Jiang Chen said naturally with a tone that brooked no refusal. He couldn't help it with his luck, he was genuinely apprehensive. Previously, when he opened a bronze box, he ended up with a ridiculous manicure set. If he were to open this precious golden treasure chest himself, and ended up with something similar. He reckoned he would spit blood on the spot. Having received this server-wide announcement, he was already satisfied. As for this golden resource box, it was better left for Jiang Chen to open so as to avoid resource wastage. After all, whatever was opened would still contribute to their team. If nothing good comes out, it definitely isn't my luck. Mainly the feng shui of this service area is poor. It clashes with my destiny. Jiang Chen found himself a perfect excuse. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Chen was first taken aback, but then her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy and delight. She didn't have as many psychological activities as Jiang Chen. In her eyes, Jiang Chen's willingness to entrust such a precious golden resource box to her was an immense show of trust and affection. All right, watch me. This lady will open something divine for you. Jiang Chen cheerfully approached, extending her delicate hands, pale as jade, gently rubbing them, as if performing some kind of mystical ritual. Then she took a deep breath and placed her hands on the cold, luxurious lock of the golden resource box. Open! With a delicate shout from Jiang Chen, the lid of the golden treasure chest suddenly sprang open. Whoosh! A dazzling blue beam shot into the sky. Ding! Opening golden resource box. Player received the following rewards: Steel 20. Vehicle-mounted laser weapon, excellent 1. As the light faded, a stack containing 20 pieces of steel and a technology card glowing with deep blue light quietly floated above the box. Especially that blue card, its color was incredibly deep, almost turning purple. Jiang Chen curiously leaned forward and clicked on the detailed introduction of the blue card. Equipment name: Vehicle-mounted high-energy laser generator, quality excellent. Note: this weapon is made with ultra-high technology. It possesses advantages such as high precision, quick response, fast firing rate, long range, wide attack area, and great power. It can greatly enhance the attack power of the vehicle, especially effective against high agility units and airborne units. Energy regulation mechanism: players can freely adjust the output power of this weapon, and energy consumption can be converted through the use of universal fuel. Energy consumption range 1L to 100L of universal fuel per second. The higher the total amount of universal fuel consumed over time, the greater the power of the laser. Additional function: after installation, it can perfectly integrate with the vehicle's armor, allowing for stealth camouflage mode settings. Jiang Chen was astonished as she finished reading the lengthy introduction, her rosy mouth agape, her beautiful eyes filled with light. Wow, this weapon seems really powerful. But its appearance, I think I've seen it before on TV. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately perked up. He quickly stepped forward, taking the glowing blue card from Jiang Kenji's hands. The image on the card depicted a large, pure white mechanical device with an incredibly sci-fi aesthetic standing atop a heavily armored vehicle. At the very front of the device was a huge circular blue mirror-like firing port. Jiang Chen stared at this weapon on the card. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. Goodness, this survival world on the road has really improved. They even have this kind of thing as props. At this rate, are they going to bring out that giant log with global attack range too? Despite the complaints, Jiang Chen couldn't hide his excitement. He carefully examined the various data of this weapon. However, when his gaze landed on the energy regulation mechanism and the specific energy consumption data, his previously excited expression froze instantly. Hiss! Jiang Chen gasped, feeling a pang in his teeth. Goodness, this is really something. Even a capitalist would shed tears. Jiang Chen stared at the line consumption of 1L to 100L universal fuel per second, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This system, this damn thing, had listed so many unbeatable advantages like lightning-fast shooting, ignoring defenses, countering flying units, boasting that it was unparalleled in heaven and earth. Yet it failed to highlight this disadvantage which could bankrupt a person in red at the beginning. This was clearly a never-satisfied, gold-guzzling beast. Jiang Chen quickly calculated in his mind. Even if he emptied an entire large gas station with a reserve of 60,000 liters of universal fuel, if he activated this laser weapon at maximum power to attack any hostile unit. 1 second consumes 100L. In 1 minute, that's 6,000L. In 10 minutes. Exactly 60,000 liters. This means that all the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated would only be enough for this thing to shoot for a mere 10 minutes at full power. After 10 minutes, his hard-earned reserve of universal fuel would be completely depleted. Only a rich tycoon with a mine at home could afford this divine weapon. Jiang Chen frowned, unable to suppress a deep sigh. As it stands, although this thing possesses incredible power, its exorbitant cost of use is absolutely not something that can be freely utilized in the initial stage, where everyone is still fighting for a loaf of bread and a liter of gasoline. This thing is a highly deterrent weapon of mass destruction. It must not be activated at maximum power unless it's a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen sighed, but still honestly equipped the weapon. Equip vehicle-mounted laser weapon. As the command was issued, the blue card transformed into a streak of light and shot out of the vehicle. Click, click, boom. With a series of heavy mechanical restructuring sounds, the armored cover plates on top of Jiang Chen's massive armored RV slid open with a thunderous crash. A large sci-fi laser device over 6 meters in diameter rose majestically, supported by complex mechanical arms firmly anchored at the center of the roof. Looking at this deathly aura-emanating weapon on top of the RV, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of pain over the fuel costs, but still nodded in satisfaction. With this thing, his firepower had directly surged. He could confidently declare at his level he could bully anyone. Anyone who dared to disobey could be vaporized by a single laser. To avoid going bankrupt from misfire, Jiang Chen cautiously set the weapon's daily energy consumption to the lowest standard, minimum consumption of 1 L universal fuel per second, and he decisively activated stealth cloaking mode. Creak, creak. Upon receiving the command, the massive vehicle-mounted laser weapon slowly descended with a series of precise mechanical sounds, eventually retracting perfectly into the vehicle's heavy sealing armor. The depleted uranium armor on the roof seamlessly closed up, making it impossible to see any signs of modification from the outside. Thanks to my talent, the internal space of this RV is nearly infinite. Otherwise, with such a huge thing, a regular pickup or SUV wouldn't have enough roof space to install it. In the future, even if I really get a log launcher from a treasure chest, this vehicle can accommodate as much as I can. Looking at the now harmless-looking gray-black armored RV, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Of course, his so-called harmlessness must forcibly overlook the terrifying size of this vehicle, which stands 5 meters tall, 20 meters long, and is entirely covered with depleted uranium armor. Otherwise, such a super vehicle weighing over 100 tons appearing before any player would be like a moving steel fortress, enough to scare any normal player into wetting their pants. After securely placing the new weapon, Jiang Chen curiously opened the vehicle upgrade panel. He wanted to see what kind of outrageous conditions were needed to level up this invincible fortress. Current vehicle status: LV2 heavy armored RV core. Materials needed to upgrade the vehicle to LV3. Vehicle core: LV2010 steel 25, 400 high-grade rubber 0, 400 electronic core 0, 100. Jiang Chen looked at the glaring numbers on the panel and the materials he had never seen before, his mouth twitching as he decisively closed the panel and shook his head. It's obvious that these materials must belong to the next stage of the game, or can only be unlocked in higher danger. Jiang Chen was very self-aware. He was currently the first player in the entire server to advance to a second-level vehicle. Obtaining 10 such cores would not be easy. In the short term, this vehicle would likely not have the opportunity for further qualitative upgrades. Meals must be eaten one bite at a time, and paths must be walked step by step. The immediate priority was to keep moving forward, explore more resource points, stockpile supplies, and enhance his strength. Jiang Chen stood up, stretched, and waved to Jiang Qingya. The two of them walked through the luxurious and spacious cabin to the driver's seat. After sitting in the soft and comfortable leather seat, Jiang Chen pressed down on the accelerator. Rumble. The supersized steel RV let out a deafening low roar, crushing the snow and zombie remains on the ground. Like a steel beast, it drove out of the service area, continuing their survival journey on this road filled with uncertainty and slaughter. The wind and snow raged outside the vehicle. The armored RV traveled steadily on the wide road, its heavy depleted uranium armor and top-notch temperature control system completely isolating the extreme cold that could freeze a person instantly. At this moment in the driver's seat, the atmosphere was ambiguous and enchanting. Outside the window was a world of flying snow and deathly silence, while inside, Jiang Chen lay lazily on Jiang Qingya's long straight legs. Jiang Qingya was wearing a fitted black bodycon dress today, with her legs wrapped in a layer of gossamer thin, yet highly textured high-grade stockings. Jiang Chen's head rested on her soft knees, wrapped in stockings, the faint scent of jasmine emanating from the girl, tickling his nose, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Looking at the half-ceiling above the driver's seat, he felt so comfortable that his bones were almost melting. However, this rare moment of peace did not last long. A sharp warning sound echoed in Jiang Chen's mind, accompanied by a bizarre crimson light suddenly ringing in the minds of all surviving players in the region. Ding! It has been detected that the number of surviving players in the current region 10086 has sharply decreased to less than 3000, triggering the base-level merging rules. Rules are initializing, scanning and assessing the overall strength and number of surviving players in adjacent unmerged regions. Assessment successful. From now on, the highway section and spatial coordinates of region 10010 with 40 survivors and region 9527 with 5 survivors will be forcibly folded and transferred to region 10086. The countdown for spatial fusion has begun. All local players in region 10086, please Please prepare for absolute combat. After the regional merger, the competition for resource points will enter a heated phase. A more brutal and bloody game rule awaits you in the darkness. The only system prompt in this world weakness is original sin, elimination. Means complete death. Jiang Chen, who was enjoying the soft comfort of black silk knee pillows, suddenly opened his eyes, the laziness in his gaze sharpening instantly. Merging regions. Qingya, did you also receive that crimson merging prompt over there? As Jiang Chen asked, he prepared to sit up to study what had happened. However, before he could straighten up, Jiang Qingya's soft jade-like hand gently pressed against his chest. With a gentle yet irresistible force, she pressed him back onto her soft thighs. Jiang Qingya did not look down. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the snowy road ahead, her hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, concentrating on driving the massive vehicle. Yes, I also received this prompt here. Jiang Qingya's voice remained crisp, but lacked some of her usual playfulness. Don't rush to get up. Nothing unusual has happened on the highway for now. Just open the system's chat hall and see what has happened inside. She paused, a hint of sentiment in her tone. Unknowingly, we have already spent over 20 days on this frigid highway. Initially, everyone couldn't even afford fuel, but now we have even developed such emerging gameplay. It seems this world is about to undergo a major reshuffle with significant changes ahead. Jiang Chen then lay back onto the incredibly soft knee pillow again. His gaze involuntarily fell on the beautiful, exquisite jade-like hand resting on his chest. He noticed that Jiang Qingya's already fair and slender fingers were adorned with a set of exquisite manicures at that moment. Today's manicure was automatically generated as a luxurious and deep starry sky design, shimmering with charming luster under the sunlight, making her hand look like the most perfect piece of art. Looking at that hand, Jiang Chen instantly recalled the scenes from last night. Although the manicure seemed very hard and gorgeous, Jiang Qingya's soft and agile little hand compensated well for that. This perfect combination of hardness and softness, along with the flawless little hand, resembling a work of art, plus the exquisite and wondrous feeling manicure, truly produced a special effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. The indescribable, delightful experience was simply enchanting. Jiang Chen felt his breathing become slightly heavier. He quickly shook his head, trying to dispel those alluring emotions from his mind. Then he nestled his head against Jiang Qingya's embrace, deeply inhaling the reassuring fragrance of jasmine, and changed to a more comfortable position. He followed Jiang Qingya's suggestion, opened the system interface, and clicked on the already bustling inner region. I must say, ever since his vehicle successfully upgraded to LV2, not only had its overall defense and size undergone a qualitative leap, even the space in the driver's cabin and the comfort of the seats had become as luxurious as a top-tier airline first-class cabin. During this time, they had thoroughly developed and explored the spacious driver's cabin of this RV. After retracting these whimsical thoughts, Jiang Chen focused his attention on the wildly refreshing chat hall in front of him. In the uppermost region information bar, the previously meager numbers had now undergone an exaggerated. Current channel survival highway 10086. Current online player count in the chat hall 123,450, 123,456. Looking at the astonishing figure that had suddenly surpassed 100, Jiang Chen knew that this highway could no longer remain as calm as before. As the number of people increased, resources would seem even scarcer. To survive, the evil of human nature would be infinitely amplified. At this moment, the chat hall was filled with a scent of gunpowder and arrogant provocations in every line. Clearly, the players from the two newly merged regions were dissatisfied and furious about being forcibly shoved into the sparsely populated region 10086. What the hell? Has the system gone crazy? Why did you forcibly merge our region 10010 into this crappy place? Our region has over 4200 elite players. The brothers from region 9527 have even more than 500. Exactly. Protesting. Strongly protesting. Why should we two super regions come here to this ghost area with less than 300 people bowing and scraping? You folks are almost dead. A bunch of useless trash. Damn it, this is really unlucky. Our region was originally ranked in the 4-digit numbers in the system, but now being dragged down by you garbage, the number has suddenly turned into 5 digits. It's simply trash. Hee all natives of region 10086, listen up. I am the vice captain of the racing team from the original region 9527. Who is your boss in this region? Right now, immediately come over to report coordinates, kneel before our boss, and pay protection fees. Otherwise, if our boss encounters you on the highway later and is in a bad mood, he might just wipe you all out. Seeing these arrogant and overweening remarks, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. These guys really didn't know the sky was high and the earth was thick. One would think they were all flying aircraft carriers. However, Jiang Chen did not speak out to slap them in the face. He now possessed absolute strength to crush. This kind of verbal conflict was meaningless. When he actually encountered them on the highway, his LV-2 armored RV and the laser cannon on the roof would naturally teach them how to behave. Just as Jiang Chen was about to close the chat hall, suddenly a bold, enlarged, and pinned bounty message abruptly pushed aside the insults in the hall, dominating the entire top of the screen. Attention, everyone. We are offering a bounty for a female player named Yusing Wan. Although she possesses stunning beauty, she has a heart as venomous as a scorpion. Recently, she used her looks and disguise to brutally murder the leader of our 9,527 district's strongest team, and in a despicable manner stole many top-tier treasures and crucial upgrade materials from our team's core warehouse. She is currently driving a heavily modified black Porsche Cayenne. This woman is extremely dangerous and belongs to the category of lethal threats. If you encounter this car on the road, do not be deceived by her stunning appearance, or you will surely meet your doom. If anyone discovers her whereabouts or coordinates, please message our Tianlong team immediately. Upon verification, there will be a generous reward of exceptional equipment. If you can bring her head, a reward of fine-level equipment will be given. Once this bounty was released, the chat room that had been wildly bickering instantly fell into a brief pause. Then messages erupted like a volcanic eruption, but the tone turned strangely bizarre. What the hell? What kind of divine being is this woman? So fierce and ruthless. She managed to single-handedly take down the #1 regional boss, and this is like a real-life Black Widow. Wait, did you notice that name? Yusing Wan. Damn, why does that name sound so familiar? Am I imagining things? Could it be? Is she the superstar, the top actress Yusing Wan who dazzled the world in our original life? No way. It has to be her. Beautiful, same name, who else could it be? My goodness, I ended up in the same district as my goddess. What the hell? Tianlong team, upstairs, you beasts. How dare you put a bounty on my wife? If it's really the real Yusing Wan, forget about her killing your boss. If she wiped out your entire team, you would have deserved. Yusing Wan, mommy. Step on me. Step on me hard with your high heels. I want to be your dog. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on my goddess, I'll fight them to the death. Jiang Chen watched this and couldn't help but be amused by the wild imaginations of these players. Originally, the Tianlong team that issued the bounty aimed to create a serious and terrifying atmosphere for the pursuit, rallying the entire district to isolate and hunt down that murderous femme fatale. However, they never anticipated that it would coincidentally collide with the name of a famous female star in another. This turned the serious bounty into a ridiculous grand event of fandom and star chasing. The higher-ups of the team who released this message must be seething with rage while watching the chat screen. But this Yusing Wan is quite impressive. She would definitely be the kind of first beauty in a female-oriented novel who can solve most problems just with her looks. Hearing Jiang Chen's laughter, Jiang Qingya, who was focused on driving, slightly lowered her head, and a few strands of smooth hair fell across Jiang Chen's cheek, bringing a ticklish sensation. Her bright, curious eyes looked at Jiang Chen, who was lying on her lap, and she gently asked, "What fun thing happened? Why are you suddenly so happy?" Jiang Chen laughed as he held a strand of Jiang Qingya's hair, playing with it between his fingers. He then vividly recounted the amusing comments he had seen in the chat hall, along with the absurd situation of the cold-blooded female assassin named Yusing Wan being treated like a superstar by the netizens. After hearing this, Jiang Qingya imagined the comical scene of those men on the public screen recognizing her as a maternal figure and couldn't help but let out a melodious laugh. These people are too funny. Even in the apocalypse, they are still crazily chasing stars. After laughing, Jiang Qingya tilted her head slightly and thought, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly, then confidently stated, "However, I watch some entertainment gossip when I'm bored, but I don't recall ever hearing of a global star named Yusing Wan in our original world. This name sounds nice, but I'm sure she doesn't exist in our world. She must belong to someone from a parallel universe." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, expressing his approval. "I think so too. Based on the excitement of those players in the chat earlier and their crazed behavior, this woman named Yusing Wan is definitely not an unknown small star in their world. She is likely a global diva. However, we absolutely have no recollection of this name in our memories. It seems that the scope of this road survival world is quite broad." As Jiang Chen said this, Jiang Qingya, who was driving, suddenly seemed struck by lightning, her beautiful eyes lighting up with excitement and urgency. She shouted excitedly, "This merger is a godsend opportunity. This is absolutely the best chance for us to expand our team and recruit new members. Just think about it, when there were only 30,000 people in our district, I tried every possible way to help our team recruit members to make up for the shortage. And what happened? All were ruthlessly eliminated by your harsh selection criteria. But now it's different. The district has merged and the number of survivors has surged to over 120,000. With such a large base, surely we can find someone who meets your outrageous requirements, right?" As she said this, a mischievous glint flickered in Jiang Qinjia's peach blossom eyes as she slightly lowered her head to look at Jiang Chen, especially the recently wanted suspected global superstar, Yusing Wan. Just think about it, a woman not only beautiful, but also able to take down the strongest team leader in the apocalypse all by herself, escaping with the supplies intact. This intelligence, means, and strength make her an absolute top talent. If she really exists and can be recruited, she will definitely meet your picky requirements. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Qingya, who was filled with excitement and couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out and gently pinched Jiang Qinjia's tender cheek, teasingly saying, "I say, Qingya, why do I feel like your train of thought is a bit off? Aren't we in a wonderful two-person world with food, drinks, and a big motorhome? Isn't our life quite harmonious and sweet? Why are you constantly thinking about bringing other women into the team? It feels like you want to push me away as your boyfriend." Jiang Qingya shot a disapproving glare at Jiang Chen upon hearing his feigned grievance. "Harmony? Is that what you call harmony?" Jiang Qingya, feeling like a kitten that had just been stepped on, blushed and protested directly, without caring about her image as the school goddess. "Brother, do you have some misunderstanding about your terrifying and abnormal physical condition? Every night, even if it costs me all my strength and leaves me completely exhausted, I can barely manage to please you once. What kind of harmony is this?" Jiang Qingya became more and more aggrieved, her big eyes shimmering with a layer of mist as she pitifully complained, "Look at me, every morning when I wake up, I have to hold onto the wall just to walk to the bathroom. I really want someone to help share this terrifying pressure. It's not just for your happiness, but also for my safety, okay? The intensity of exercise these days has been too much. My body can barely hold on. I want to enjoy a few more days in this world, and I don't want to be worn out by you and die an untimely death." Jiang Chen, listening to her heart-wrenching complaints, felt his face flush with embarrassment, and he awkwardly coughed twice. "Well, if you can't take it, you can just tell me directly. I'm not some perverted lecher who can't enjoy life without women. I can just restrain myself in the future." Jiang Chen awkwardly defended himself, touching his nose. "Oh, come on." Jiang Qingya mercilessly exposed him. "I would actually prefer if you were the kind of cold-hearted playboy. You've been tormenting me alone day and night. How can I stand it? Besides," Jiang Qinjia's voice suddenly softened, her cheeks flushed as if they could drip with water, her tone carrying a hint of feminine tenderness. "You are my man. If you say it's fine, then it's fine. Doesn't that make me seem useless as your girlfriend? Although I admit that I am not a very competent girlfriend due to the absolute gap in physical strength, I can't fully satisfy you. However, as your woman, I must try every possible way to help you with your basic physiological needs and emotional release in this world. Moreover, I actually do enjoy it, but my own strength is too insignificant. I easily overindulge." Jiang Qingya took a deep breath, calming her shy emotions, her tone becoming serious and resolute. "So, saying anything about restraint is useless. The best way to solve our problem now is to take advantage of this wave of merger benefits and recruit some new teammates for our empty RV that meet your requirements." She tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her eyes sparkling with hope for the future. "Even if it's just one good sister who can share joys and hardships. This way, not only can our combat effectiveness be effectively enhanced, but I can also catch my breath and finally get a good night's sleep." After a day had passed, Jiang Chen still lay comfortably on Jiang Qinjia's long and straight thighs. Today the girl wore a pure pleated skirt, her top-quality white stockings wrapping around her thighs, soft to the touch and elastic, making for the perfect lap pillow in the world. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, feeling Jiang Qinjia's delicate fingers gently massaging his temples, the comfort making him feel as if his bones were melting. This is the life one should have in the apocalypse. Jiang Chen mused inwardly as they enjoyed their leisure time, casually discussing where to gather advanced resources next. Suddenly, a dazzling earth-yellow beam of light erupted at the horizon ahead, without warning. The beam was exaggeratedly thick, like a sword piercing through heaven and earth, tearing apart the snow. Even though it was daytime and well-lit, this earth-yellow beam remained glaring and dazzling, illuminating the clouds within hundreds of meters into an eerie yellow-brown. Half asleep, enjoying the lap pillow, Jiang Chen was instantly captivated by the strong light. He could no longer indulge in Jiang Qinjia's soft and comfortable lap, and with a sudden effort, he straightened his body from his seat. "Qingya, what's going on up ahead?" Jiang Chen gazed at the beam outside the bulletproof glass, his eyes flickering with barely contained excitement as he eagerly asked, "What big event is happening over there? Is there a rare top-tier treasure appearing, or has some wild boss refreshed?" It's no wonder Jiang Chen was so. Ever since they had taken down the once mighty LV-1 mutated tyrant zombie during the newbie phase, they had not encountered any interesting enemies. After driving on this road for so long, they had faced nothing but ordinary zombies or low-level mutated beasts that crumbled easily. The weapons in their armored RV were gathering dust. Now he was eager to find a significant target to test out his current terrifying firepower. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Chen immediately understood. A serious expression appeared on her pure and beautiful face. Let me take a look. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen activated her special talent. Buzz. Her originally clear eyes flashed with a brilliant golden light. In an instant, her once black and white pupils were completely transformed into divine and majestic golden eyes. Before these eyes, nothing could hide. As her talent activated, the blurred image several kilometers away was instantly magnified, as if equipped with 100 times optical zoom, clearly presenting itself in Jiang Chen's eyes. After a moment, Jiang Chen frowned slightly, her voice laced with evident confusion. The situation over there seems to be different from what we thought. Jiang Chen maintained her innate ability to observe the distance, while meticulously describing the scene she saw to Jiang Chen. That towering yellow beam of light is likely not caused by any naturally occurring treasure or a system boss. Looking at the fluctuations of that energy, it seems more like a player has used some rare special item, such as a forced assembly order or teammate summoning card, to create such a commotion. Accompanying the continuous flicker of that yellow beam, various types of vehicles were pouring out from the void beneath it endlessly. On that originally spacious highway, it is now densely packed. Rough estimates suggest that at least 30 or 40 vehicles have gathered there. Moreover, judging by their formation, these later arriving player vehicles are tightly encircling the central vehicle, one circle after another surrounding it, so that not even a drop of water could leak through, as if they were specifically targeting it for a hunt. Hearing Jiang Chen's description, Jiang Chen showed no signs of fear, but rather his eyes lit up with great interest. Oh, a large-scale player gathering. An encirclement. How interesting. This is the first time we've encountered such a massive player group fighting each other after mixing in this survival highway for so long. He turned to Jiang Chen and said, in our previous 10,086 district, there were few players and plenty of resources, and generally, everyone got along quite peacefully. Such a grand battle involving dozens of vehicles chasing and blocking each other does not seem like something we could stir up around here. Perhaps these are the ruthless characters that the system forcibly brought in after merging with those other two districts. Anyway, since we have nothing better to do, and those guys happen to be blocking our way forward, let's go. Let's join the fun and see what these newcomers are really made of. All right. Jiang Chen smiled sweetly and pressed down the accelerator of their 100-ton beast. Boom. The armored vehicle let out a deafening deep roar resembling an awakened prehistoric giant beast crushing the accumulated snow and ice on the road with an unstoppable ferocity as it sped towards the direction of that yellow beam. As they drew closer, the scene before them gradually became clearer through the swirling snow and wind. At the center, surrounded tightly by those 30 or so vehicles, was a massive pure black Porsche Cayenne. From the widened chassis of this vehicle, its heavy armor, and the unique roar of its engine, it was clear that this was a rare vehicle that had successfully passed the novice stage and advanced to level 2. However, this once stylish level 2 Cayenne now looked utterly tragic. Its once proud layer of bulletproof steel was now covered with numerous dents and terrifying scratches, while the bulletproof glass was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Even the machine gun mounted on the roof had its barrel bent by an unknown heavy weapon hanging pitifully, clearly unable to be used anymore. In front of this war-torn Iraqi version of the Cayenne, 3 intact level 2 vehicles were arrogantly parked. 2 heavy off-road vehicles and 1 armored pickup truck formed a triangular formation directly facing the battered Cayenne. The spikes mounted on their front glinted ominously, indicating they were not to be trifled with. This was an inevitable death hunt akin to a cat catching a mouse. On the snow-laden survival highway, the atmosphere was stifling to the extreme. At this moment, a loud, arrogant laughter suddenly echoed from the heavy armored off-road vehicle among those 3 level 2 vehicles, amplified by loudspeakers. Ha! Yusing Wan, oh Yusing Wan. Your luck is truly at its lowest. Do you think you can escape from our grasp amidst the chaos of the system's sudden merger? Even if the district space is folded, we can still find your location. I wonder where you can run this time. The shrill female voice from the loudspeaker was filled with a delight that was almost physically uncomfortable. Faced with the heavy encirclement of 30 or so vehicles and the enemy's frenzied taunts, the nearly wrecked Cayenne did not emit any sounds of pleading. After a brief moment of silence, a cold and noble, yet weary and disgusted female voice stubbornly emerged. Oomph! Put away your nauseating expressions. Though her voice was weak, it was melodious and carried an aura of strong, noble dominance. You bunch of foolish women who turn black into white and feign innocence. Do you think that by splattering dirt on me, you can continue to act like innocent white lilies and find a new force to parasitize in this newly merged district? Let me tell you, dream on. The woman's voice suddenly rose, filled with a chilling determination of mutual destruction. Today, even if I Yusing Wan die here, I will ensure that you do not have it easy. If I survive this calamity, I will definitely grind you scum to dust and make you pay with blood for your debts. This declaration reverberated through the icy snow, causing many surrounding players in Tier 1 vehicles to shudder involuntarily. Ha ha ha! A dead duck quacking stubbornly. The shrill female voice echoed from the loudspeaker again, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. What a time for you to still be dreaming. Do you think a divine being will descend to save you? Sisters, kill them for me. Just as the leading woman was about to give the final attack order to completely obliterate that battered Qian. Beep. Beep beep. A massive horn suddenly exploded in everyone's ears without warning. The horn was domineering, carrying terrifying sonic penetration, instantly drowning out all the sounds of engines roaring and the howling wind. It abruptly shattered the tense atmosphere that felt like a drawn bowstring. Everyone's actions came to a sudden. The players in those 30 or so vehicles instinctively turned their heads, directing their gaze towards the source of the sound. In the next moment, everyone felt their breath come to a standstill. Amidst the swirling snow and wind, an enormous gray-black armored RV, as if straight out of a futuristic sci-fi film, appeared. It rolled in like a moving mountain of steel, crushing the hard ice with a speed that appeared slow, yet was terrifyingly swift. What the? The player driving the van on the outskirts nearly had his eyes pop out, instinctively cursing under its size, and the overwhelming pressure it exuded were simply absurd. Even the 3 secondary vehicles that were previously considered massive by everyone, including the strongest and largest off-road vehicle from the Tianlong team, seemed insignificant. In front of Jiang Chen's 100-ton King armored RV, they looked like stunted growth. The heavy off-road vehicle size was even less than half that of Jiang Chen's armored RV. Before Jiang Chen's absolute steel behemoth, those secondary vehicles that they had once proudly regarded now resembled defenseless little girls, appearing so fragile that they seemed ready to shatter upon a mere touch. As for the primary pickup trucks and sedans on the outskirts, they could hardly be called vehicles. They were more akin to plastic toys discarded on the ground, easily trampled. The RV, radiating an oppressive aura, came to a slow stop at the edge of the encirclement. Its enormous shadow completely engulfed several smaller vehicles in darkness. Gulp. Inside the leading off-road vehicle of the Tianlong team, the previously arrogant woman struggled to swallow her saliva. Suppressing her fear, she gritted her teeth and grabbed the horn, shouting in a fierce yet cowardly manner, "Who? This is our 9527 district, a private matter of the Tianlong team, dealing with traitors. I advise you to leave immediately. No matter which district's boss you are, it's best not to meddle." Just as Jiang Chen was reclining with his legs crossed in the luxurious leather driver's seat, preparing to turn on the external speaker and mockingly reply, "I'm just passing by to watch the excitement you all continue," something suddenly happened. A long-lost melodious voice of the wind spirit echoed unexpectedly in the depths of Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. Detected a top-tier teammate who fully meets the recruitment criteria 50 meters ahead of the RV. Strongly recommend the host to recruit them immediately. Following this, a detailed character attribute panel radiating a dark golden light instantly appeared in Jiang Chen's retina. Prospective teammate detection file name, Yusing Wan, age 27 years, overall attractiveness 100, full score. A beauty that can topple kingdoms, bringing disaster upon nations. Outstanding figure, 96, golden ratio of 9 heads, legs that are top tier. Exquisite curves that are incredibly exaggerated. Core specialty, a top global female star from the original parallel world Blue Star. Her acting is at its pinnacle, her voice ethereal and versatile, and her demeanor is captivating. All aspects are top-notch. Especially her beauty, which has reached an astonishing perfect score, a true embodiment of flawlessness, truly stunning. S-level awakened talent, no avatar talent detail. Players possessing this talent can ignore spatial distance and directly activate no avatar after killing any enemy unit, such as players, zombies, exotic beasts, etc. Randomly stealing 25 of items from the enemy's backpack or personal items and forcibly placing them into their own space backpack. No cooldown. No consumption. Note, once this player successfully joins the team, the teammates' kills of enemy units can also trigger this talent. System evaluation, this is a super alluring superstar with perfect score in looks and top-tier physique. Flawlessly embodies the dual qualities of a cold goddess and a gentle, mature woman akin to the ripest, most perfect peach. Especially her pinnacle acting skills and versatile vocal qualities can perfectly capture any role-playing minigame, unlocking more unknown joys in the dreary apocalypse for you. This teammate's practicality in combat, as well as day-to-day life, has reached its maximum potential. Strongly recommend the host to recruit her into the team, enhancing the overall strength of the team. What the heck? Jiang Chen stared at the series of golden character introductions in front of him, completely dumbfounded, feeling as if his eyes were dazzled by this golden panel. Yet another top-tier divine teammate. Putting aside that breathtaking perfect score in looks and the impressive 96 for physique, just that S-level talent no avatar was enough to drive him completely insane. The appearance of Yusing Wan perfectly resolved his pain point of being unable to loot after killing enemies. With Yusing Wan's addition, he could simply focus on firing wildly in front, while she could stealthily loot equipment from the RV. Moreover, paired with his infinite space, he wouldn't even need to worry about where to store the stolen equipment. It was simply a match made in heaven. As for the specialties mentioned in the system evaluation, such as acting skills, vocal talents, and role-playing, he could wait until the night when everything was quiet to delve into and discuss these skills with her. Jiang Chen gripped the steering wheel ready for anything, turning to look at Jiang Chen only to find him staring intently at the dilapidated Qian, prompting her to curiously wave her little hand in front of him. "What are you daydreaming about? What's wrong? Did something happen?" Jiang Chen finally snapped out of his golden daze, turning to look at Jiang Chen, excitedly smiling and saying, "Chen, our team's next teammate has already appeared." He pointed at the surrounded Qian ahead, speaking decisively. "The woman stuck in the middle, I just used a probing tool to check, and she perfectly meets our team's recruitment standards. She seems to be the superstar from another parallel world Yusing Wan mentioned in the chat channel." "Really? Is it true?" Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes instantly sparkling with "That's fantastic." Jiang Qinjia's eyes turned red with excitement, almost brought to tears. Heaven knows how she has endured during this time. She was close to breaking under the pressure of daily meals that were nearly overwhelming. Now that a good sister had finally come to help share the burden, how could she not be thrilled? Jiang Chen was 1,000 times more eager than Jiang Chen, the team leader, about recruiting new teammates. Because without hard work it truly could lead to death. "Honey, don't move just yet. Leave this to me." Jiang Chen, fearing that Jiang Chen might change his mind, or that delays would lead to complications, wasted no time. Without a second thought, she decisively reached out and pressed the vehicle's external speaker button on the console. A crisp, sweet, yet piercingly clear maiden's voice spread like a spring breeze across the battlefield, which was filled with the roar of engines and torrents of curses. "Hey, that beautiful lady trapped in the middle. Your name is Yusing Wan, right? If we help you out of this crisis right now and rescue you, are you willing to wholeheartedly join our team, follow our orders, and swear never to betray us?" The moment Jiang Qinjia's sweet voice rang out, the scene fell silent for an instant. But immediately after, the Tianlong convoy erupted into chaos. Who was this audacious little girl daring to openly steal someone right in front of their 30-odd members? Wasn't this a direct slap in the face to their Tianlong convoy? Hey, you over there. Think you're something special, huh?" The sharp, shrill female voice of the leader roared again in fury. "Where did you come from, you reckless little bitch? Daring to meddle in the affairs of our Tianlong convoy. Don't think that just because you're driving a slightly bigger hunk of junk RV you're invincible. Let me tell you, we've taken down grade 2 vehicles before. Get lost now, or we'll blow you to scrap metal along with your ride." Hearing this vulgar tirade, Jiang Qinjia's delicate brows furrowed. She immediately activated her golden eyes talent following the sound to look at the lead heavy-duty off-road vehicle. However, with just one glance, Jiang Chen seemed to see something repulsive. She deactivated her talent as if shocked, shutting her eyes tightly. Clutching her chest, her stunning face was filled with disgust, nearly suffering from work-related nausea on the spot. "Oh my, talk about being born without a care for aesthetics." Jiang Chen, after catching her breath, retorted politely, but sharply into the microphone. "You over there, the one who looks like a fat pig, shut your mouth. I'm talking to the beautiful lady here. What business is it of yours, you pig? If you're that ugly, just stay home and don't scare people, okay?" "Huh?" The obese woman in the off-road vehicle, upon hearing this vicious insult, was so furious that smoke seemed to pour from her 7 orifices and her lungs felt like they would burst. You arrogant little slut. Your grandmother here will tear you apart alive today. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, sisters, let's blow this piece of junk RV to kingdom come to." Just as the two sides were at a standoff and the obese man was about to give the order to open fire, from within the silent, battered Qian trapped in the middle, Yusing Wan's gentle yet cool voice, carrying a tone of desperate resolve, rang out again through the speakers. "I accept your terms." Yusing Wan's voice spread across the entire scene through the loudspeaker without a hint of hesitation. "As long as you can help me kill all these disgusting bastards in front of me, I, Yusing Wan, am willing to wholeheartedly join your team, be at your command, and never betray you. Even if I have to toil like a beast of burden, I will do so willingly. As long as I can slaughter them all, I will have no regrets, even in death." The moment she agreed, the beautiful sound of the wind spirit rang out again in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully recruited a top-tier teammate, Yusing Wan, who meets the requirements. Recruitment mission accomplished. The system is now randomly drawing a reward for you. SS grade talent extraction in progress. 10, 50, 99. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SS grade talent infinite recovery. Jiang Chen felt golden light explode before his eyes. Immediately after a detailed description of the talent domineeringly occupied his entire field of vision, immortal flesh. Upon acquiring this divine talent, the host's physical body will be completely transformed. No matter what fatal injuries are sustained in battle, as long as the host is not instantly obliterated into nothingness, this talent will trigger a passive effect allowing immediate recovery to the optimal state at a visible speed. Even if you are reduced to a single drop of blood or a fragment of flesh, it can trigger resurrection from a single drop of blood, achieving a perfect revival. Vehicle enhancement. This talent has automatically bound to the host's vehicle. When the host's vehicle suffers any external damage, it will activate the infinite recovery trait, automatically repairing all damage to the vehicle at a rate of 1% per second. Invincible shield. At midnight every day, the system will automatically refresh an invincible shield for you that can last for a full 2.5 minutes. While active, it renders you immune to all physical, magical, and special attribute damage in the world. The shield's duration cannot be accumulated, but it can be activated in segments and paused at any time. Brand new. Simultaneously with the daily shield refresh, a purification spell will be passively cast, instantly cleaning all stains inside and outside the RV, restoring it to a pristine, unboxed, perfect state of cleanliness. This purification spell can also be activated by the host at a self-adjusted time. Jiang Chen looked at the SS grade talent he had drawn, feeling as if struck by lightning. He exclaimed inwardly, what the hell? What kind of godly talent was this? Wasn't this essentially the famed character secret of a certain emperor? As expected of an SS grade talent, each one was a game-breaking existence. Jiang Chen trembled with excitement. He turned his head to look at his sister Jiang Qingya, who was still unaware, and a confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Hey Qingya, you've really shot yourself in the foot this time. With infinite recovery in hand, Jiang Qingya would never be able to defeat him again, no matter how many sisters she gathered. After all, regenerating severed limbs was nothing to him now. He could even resurrect from a single drop of blood. Those trivial nightly tasks. A piece of cake. He had become a literal perpetual motion machine. Besides that, what reassured Jiang Chen the most was the vehicle's infinite healing ability. His 100-ton armored RV was already maxed out in defense. Now, with the absurd setting of recovering 1 per second, what did that mean? It meant that as long as the enemy couldn't consistently inflict damage exceeding one of the vehicle's total health per second, this vehicle would be practically invincible against them. Health regen, on-the-go automatic armor recovery. How could the enemy possibly fight against that? Even if hypothetically the enemy could pull out some special weapon that broke through the vehicle's defenses, surpassing its recovery rate, he still had the invincible shield in his hand, which could be activated and paused at any time. If he couldn't win, couldn't he just run? At this moment, Jiang Chen felt he truly lacked nothing. Watching Jiang Qingya flee like a startled deer, Yusing Wan, Jiang Chen sat in the driver's seat feeling delighted as he studied the recently acquired SS level. The members of the Tianlong team across from him were furious, provoked by Jiang Qingya's insults and the indifference of Yusing Wan, completely losing their patience and entering a frenzied combat mode. Damn it, what a brazen thing. The plump woman, her face twisted with rage, slammed the steering wheel and viciously shouted into the horn, since the people in your broken RV want a medal and wish to be a tragic couple with this wretched woman, then I will fulfill your wish and send you both to hell today. Sisters, stop holding back. Attack. Smash that obstructive broken RV to pieces and then disfigure that woman named Yusing Wan before selling her. Isn't she just relying on her good looks? Then I will destroy what she prides herself on most. It won't matter when the lights are off anyway. I believe those men must be eager to taste the flavor of a big star. With the plump woman's orders filled with jealousy and murderous intent. Click, click, click. The 30 or so vehicles surrounding the Qian instantly shed their disguises, revealing their vicious fangs like a pack of wolves. As the top team in the region, these players were armed to the teeth with firepower. Various weapons instantly emerged from the windows and rooftops of their vehicles. The more powerful second-tier vehicles had their armored panels on the roofs opened, revealing the gaping black muzzles of mounted Browning machine guns and even small-caliber mortars. Meanwhile, the players in slightly weaker first-tier vehicles also turned bloodshot, pulling out various automatic rifles, grenades, and even individual RPGs from their backpacks. All the muzzles and cannons were locked onto the armored RV and the damaged Qian ahead in that instant. Damn, such fierce firepower. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow as he watched this scene through the screen. Although he had the backing of infinite recovery and composite depleted uranium armor, he wasn't afraid of these scrap metals. But he knew very well that the Porsche Qian, which had already been damaged in battle, would definitely not withstand such a terrifying concentrated fire. In just a few dozen seconds, Yusing Wan would be blown to bits along with the car. After all, she was the top-tier teammate he had just recruited, and her talent hadn't even warmed up yet. How could he bear to watch her be killed by this bunch of trash? Qingya. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, exuding a chilling killing intent, as he commanded loudly, "Don't let this garbage hurt our newly recruited teammate. Charge straight in. Run them over." Understood. At this moment, Jiang Qingya also had a fierce glint in her beautiful eyes, her innocent face, revealing an excited battle frenzy. "Rest assured, I will never let such a hard-to-cumby sister who can share the pressure with me get hurt. We still have to fight side by side in this world." As soon as her words fell, Jiang Qingya's slender and beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings exerted force, slamming the armored RV's accelerator to the floor. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar of the terrifying engine. This steel beast, weighing over 100 tons, spewed a several-meter-long blue flame from its exhaust pipe. Like a waking apocalyptic dragon carrying an unstoppable, terrifying momentum, it charged straight towards the dense line of vehicles ahead. "Quick! Fire! Load up!" The players of the Tianlong team screamed in terror, frantically pulling the triggers. Tat 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 tat. Boom, boom. Countless bullets and rockets poured down like rain on the heavy gray-black armor of the RV. However, these attacks, which were enough to tear apart ordinary vehicles, merely sparked weakly against the 100-ton armor, leaving not even a white mark, unable to slightly impede the charge of this beast. In the next second, disaster struck. Bang! Accompanied by a sound that sent chills down the spine, the massive and menacing front of the armored RV crashed violently into the densest line of the first-tier vehicles. At that moment, those small vehicles blocking the charge of this 100-ton king had truly hit the worst luck. The slightly larger SUVs and pickups were better off. They were simply launched into the air like balls upon contact, crashing into the distant snow, with players inside unaware of their fate. But those smaller, poorly armored vans and sedans, along with vehicles that were too late to dodge, suffered catastrophic fates. Faced with the overwhelming, unmatched power of the armored RV. Crack screech. PFF. No high-level weapons were even needed. The terrifying weight of over 100 tons combined with the kinetic energy of the high-speed charge was enough to crush a wide area of the intercepting vehicles like a steamroller crushing soda cans. The hard chassis and engine blocks of those cars were mercilessly ground and flattened under the RV's massive tires, as if they were made of paper. And those players still hiding in their vehicles didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into pulp along with the twisted steel by this terrifying pressure, dying beyond redemption. Devil. This is a devil. The remaining players of the Tianlong team watched in horror as the blood-soaked violence unfolded, their hearts racing as they desperately tried to reverse and escape. However, the massive mountain-like body of the armored RV executed a perfect drift, firmly blocking the path of the damaged Qian. Like an insurmountable wall of steel size, it protected Yusing Wan behind it. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat in the driver's seat, watching the fleeing enemies on the monitor with a cold smile creeping across his lips. After all this crashing, time to stretch a bit now. Jiang Chen's finger moved to the flashing red weapon control button on the main control panel, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It's time for you frogs at the bottom of the well to see what real firepower coverage looks like. 2 heavy sentry guns, automatic fire control, radar lock mode, activated. Give me. Kill. After over 20 days of accumulation, the various types of large-caliber ammunition in Jiang Chen's backpack were close to a full 10,000 rounds. This amount of ammunition consumption was completely affordable for him, a nouveau riche with unlimited supplies. Click, click, click. Vroom. The armor on both sides of the RV's roof instantaneously slid open, and 2 menacing, thick-barreled automatic sentry guns rose up. The dark muzzles gleamed coldly, locking onto all vehicles attempting to escape or fight back ahead. The symphony of slaughter began to play at this moment. Bang! Bang! The deafening gunfire and explosions echoed wildly across the desolate free. The swirling snowstorm was torn apart by the furious barrage of fire, with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the burnt stench of engine oil filling the air. This was an utterly unbalanced war. From a numerical standpoint, Jiang Chen's side was outmatched, possessing only 1 intact vehicle. In contrast, the Tianlong convoy was numerous, with 30 to 40 vehicles surrounding them. However, the battle scene was astonishingly one-sided, a complete rout. Jiang Chen's heavily armored RV, upgraded twice to a monstrous 100-ton king, stood like a towering black mountain among the vehicles, motionless. The incredibly thick, depleted uranium composite armor glimmered with the dazzling sparks of bullets ricocheting off it, producing a metallic clanging sound, yet it left not even the faintest mark. On the other hand, the Tianlong convoy was suffering heavy losses. Boom. The 2 automatic sentry guns atop Jiang Chen's vehicle unleashed deadly flames half a meter long. The large-caliber armor-piercing rounds, brimming with tearing energy, ruthlessly swept across the enemy's positions. Those initially imposing first-tier vehicles crumbled like paper under the relentless fire of the sentry guns. Any vehicle struck by the fiery tongues had its bulletproof glass instantaneously shattered, doors torn to shreds, and fuel tanks ignited, transforming, within mere seconds, into brilliant fireballs that exploded. The players inside the vehicles barely had time to scream before being annihilated by the overwhelming firepower. Their once proud, terrifying might that could dominate the survival highway was rendered useless. Before Jiang Chen, it was nothing less than a grand joke. They simply could not withstand his tempestuous and terrifying counterattack. Inside the RV, Jiang Chen was comfortably seated in the driver's seat, observing the vehicle status panel on the central control screen. He watched as the durability of the vehicle barely dropped from 100 to 99 after the frenzied scraping attacks from outside. Yet in the next moment, thanks to the SS grade talent infinite recovery and its monstrous characteristics, the 99 flashed only for an instant before returning to a full 100. Jiang Chen looked at the panel and couldn't help but chuckle. After all, that they couldn't even scratch the surface. Can these scrubbers exert a bit more effort? At that moment, the enemies outside seemed to sense that something was amiss. Their once proud firepower advantage had failed to obliterate the obstructive RV, while their own troops fell in droves like cut wheat. Stop! Everyone quit fooling around. A woman in the lead armored off-road vehicle shouted in a panic over the intercom, "This RV is suspicious. Its armor is way too thick, conventional weapons can't penetrate it. Everyone stop holding back. Put down your rifles and handguns. Bring out the trump card. Concentrate all heavy firepower and take that RV down." With the leaders, order the players who had been dazed from the beating finally came to their senses. They hurriedly discarded their flimsy weapons, readied, and retrieved their last resort gear from their spatial backpack. High-explosive incendiary bombs, fragmentation grenades, military-grade C4 explosives, and even anti-tank rocket launchers. A variety of powerful weapons were hurled towards Jiang Chen's armored RV like a torrential downpour. Whoosh! An RPG armor-piercing rocket trailing a long tail of fire sliced through the snowstorm, shrieking sharply as it accurately struck the front windshield of Jiang Chen's vehicle. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted at the front of the vehicle, far surpassing the previous blasts. The blinding firelight instantly engulfed the entire windshield, and the violent shockwave even caused the 100-ton steel beast to sway slightly. Jiang Qingya in the passenger seat had never seen such a spectacle. Even knowing the RV was indestructible, she was still frightened, her pretty face paling at the sight of the towering flames. She let out a gasp and instinctively shut her eyes tight, gripping the seatbelt with both hands. After several seconds, as the aftershocks of the explosion dissipated, Jiang Qingya slowly reopened her eyes, still feeling a lingering fear. When she saw the scene before her, her heart skipped a beat. The once incredibly resilient, high-strength, bulletproof windshield was now covered in cracks, as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment. Jiang Chenhui. Jiang Qingya turned to Jiang Chen with a worried expression, her voice trembling slightly, fearing the defenses would be breached. Yet Jiang Chen did not even furrow his brow. He remained calm, a hint of a relaxed smile on his face, extending a finger to point at the cracked windshield. "Qingya, don't be afraid. There's nothing to worry about. Look." Jiang Qingya followed Jiang Chen's finger and turned to look at the windshield again. What happened next stunned her, leaving her mouth agape. The cracks caused by the rocket had begun to emit a faint. Those cracks seemed to be hitting the rewind button of time, rapidly healing and stitching themselves back together at a terrifyingly visible speed. Crack, crack, crack. In just 1 or 2 breaths' time, the windshield, once covered in cracks, was completely restored to its original state under her incredulous gaze. Smooth and flawless, not a single trace of its previous damage could be found. Jiang Qingya stared at this scene, her beautiful eyes suddenly filled with disbelief. Then she turned her head, her gaze fervent, her cheeks flushed as she looked at the man beside her, who was as steady as a mountain, filled with fervent admiration. "Wow, brother, you're amazing. What kind of divine ability is this?" Jiang Chen ruffled her hair, smiling without saying a word. Although Jiang Chen suffered such terrifying concentrated firepower without losing any durability, the Tianlong convoy was not having the same luck. Accompanied by the relentless sweep of the sentry guns on Jiang Chen's vehicle, bullet casings rained down like a waterfall on the roof. In just a few minutes, the outside highway had become a sea of flames. The vehicles of the Tianlong convoy, under this wave of deadly counterattack, had dwindled from the initially grand 30 to 40 vehicles to just over a dozen that remained relatively intact. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Where in the world did this monster come from? Inside the armored off-road vehicle, the plump woman leading the Tianlong team was completely shattered as she looked at the burning vehicles of her subordinates. Her hideous face was twisted with extreme fear and anger. Her eyes were bloodshot, resembling a beast driven into a corner. "I refuse to believe this evil. Since you insist on seeking death for that wretched person, don't blame us for being ruthless and dragging you down to hell with us." The plump woman gritted her teeth, slamming her fist on the center console, shouting frantically, "Sisters of the Tianlong team, activate the hidden ultimate weapons in the backup and kill them for me." With her hysterical command, a series of dull mechanical grinding sounds echoed. The massive armored off-road vehicle had its armor panels suddenly slide open, revealing a complex launch. Vroom vroom vroom. A cacophony of sounds, unsettlingly dense, emanated from the top of the off-road vehicle. The sound resembled thousands of killer bees buzzing in unison, creating an eerie and terrifying ambience on the vast snowy plain. In the next second, a flock of tiny flying machines glimmering with dangerous red lights burst forth from her vehicle like a black torrent. These tiny flying machines quickly assembled in midair, transforming into a terrifying swarm of drones that nearly blotted out the sky, locking onto Jiang Chen's RV. Yusing Wan, who had been hiding in the massive shadow of Jiang Chen's vehicle, caught sight of this scene through the broken window. Her already pale and beautiful face instantly drained of color. "Not good. It's a suicide drone swarm." Yusing Wan hurriedly pressed the car horn, her voice frantic and desperate as she shouted at Jiang Chen's RV. "Two benefactors. You must be careful. This is the most powerful weapon recognized within our 9527 district. These people infiltrated the first convoy and killed the leader, all for this vehicle and this weapon. This thing is incredibly powerful. We cannot let them get close." Inside the RV, Jiang Chen watched the suicide drone swarm attacking with ferocity on the monitor, and instead of panicking, he raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. "Oh, the strongest weapon. Suicide swarm drones." Jiang Chen shook his head, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth. "Isn't it a coincidence? Isn't this just a perfect match for me? Such trivial garbage thinks it can harm me. Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's fingers began to fly over the main control screen. "You reveal your trump card, and I'll reveal mine. Vehicle-mounted laser weapon activate. Increase the energy consumption to 25 liters of universal fuel per second for a single shot. Automatic target acquisition and attack program initiate." With a series of commands from Jiang Chen, the quiet steel behemoth finally unveiled its true fangs. Sizzle. The concealed armored hatch at the very center of the RV's roof instantly sprang open. A gigantic vehicle-mounted laser emitter shaped like something out of science fiction and emanating a ghostly blue light slowly rose from the roof with a deep rumbling energy sound. With the aid of a supercomputer, the tactical radar on the main control screen had in less than a tenth of a second accurately marked all the suicide drones in the sky with red crosshairs. Target locked. Fire at will. Viru. Accompanied by a piercing, soul-piercing sound of high-frequency energy oscillation. A thick and dazzling beam of ghostly blue high-energy laser shot out from the cannon at the speed of light. The terrifying high temperature contained in this beam instantly vaporized the wind and snow in its path into nothingness. The swarm of suicide drones which had been rushing in had not even managed to cover half the distance before they were directly targeted by this terrifying laser. The large laser on Jiang Chen's vehicle, under the control of the intelligent fire control system, began to sweep through the dense swarm of suicide drones at a speed unimaginable to the naked eye. The scene looked as if someone was wielding a gigantic electric fly swatter, ruthlessly swatting at a swarm of insignificant mosquitoes. Crackling. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, crisp explosions and flashes of fire continued to ignite. The ultimate drones, which had just taken off and were highly anticipated by the Tianlong team, would explode if even slightly grazed by this high-energy laser. Their intricate electronic components and high explosives would be melted and detonated by temperatures in the thousands of degrees. They could only helplessly emit thick black smoke, falling like dumplings, losing power and crashing into the snow, exploding into insignificant sparks, unable to launch any effective attack against Jiang Chen's RV. "No!" A shrill scream erupted from the plump woman inside the Tianlong team's armored vehicle. "Ah, my drone swarm. How is this possible? What the hell is that thing? How dare you? I will make you pay with your lives. This is our treasure that took countless effort and the lives of dozens of sisters to acquire." Looking at the enemy's collapse on the screen, Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, not caring about that. "Treasure? Here it's just a pile of scrap metal." Jiang Chen sneered and cruelly pressed a button on the control panel, doubling the power of the vehicle-mounted laser, reaching an energy consumption intensity of 20 units. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. An even thicker and more violent laser, like the brush of death, madly smeared across the sky. Combined with the ruthless fire from two mounted machine guns below, it formed an impenetrable net of absolute death. In just a few seconds, the previously overwhelming swarm of drones had been completely reduced to ashes. The dozen or so Tianlong team vehicles that were still stubbornly resisting were utterly torn apart under this overwhelming firepower, turning into burning scrap metal strewn across the ground. Thus the area was completely cleared. At this moment on this wide road apart from Jiang Chen's armored RV, which stood like a mountain, and the battered Porsche Cayenne behind it, there were no other surviving enemy vehicles. In the face of Jiang Chen's unreasonable absolute strength and overwhelming firepower, the so-called human wave tactics and hidden cards were nothing but a ridiculous joke. With a click, the heavy pneumatic door of the armored vehicle slowly opened and Jiang Chen, dressed in a crisp tactical suit and military boots, calmly stepped out of the vehicle. He stood on the blood-stained, oil-slicked, charred snow, scanning his surroundings and observing the scattered wreckage of vehicles and charred corpses stretching for hundreds of meters, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, this firepower coverage is truly cost-effective, Jiang Chen mused to himself. Having annihilated over 40 vehicles and shattered a major encirclement, the glorious victory cost him merely a few thousand rounds of ammunition and over 1,000 liters of universal fuel. For him, at this moment, such consumption was completely within a controllable range. As for the 100-ton King armored vehicle that shielded him from countless artillery shells, Jiang Chen glanced back. Under the influence of the incredible trait of infinite recovery, the vehicle showed no signs of damage, its armor still smooth and pristine. The only flaw was that the front and around the tracks had accumulated some fragments of enemy bullets and black stains left by explosive blasts. Just a little dirt on the hem of his clothes. But that doesn't matter. After all, once midnight passes tonight, the passive effect of the purification spell will refresh, and this vehicle, along with everything inside, will return to a brand new state. Just as Jiang Chen admired his achievements, a grating sound emerged from behind. Creak. The Porsche Cayenne, which was on the brink of being scrapped, had its door twisted and deformed. A pair of slender, fair hands pushed the door open with effort, and Yusing Wan slowly descended. She stood still and looked up. At that moment, even Jiang Chen, who was accustomed to beautiful women, and Jiang Qingya, who was equally stunning, were momentarily dazzled when they saw her face. She was simply a super beauty destined to stand in the spotlight, admired by thousands. Her face was nothing short of perfection. After a long period of desperate escape and intense battles, her cheeks were dusted with a few specks of dirt, and she looked somewhat haggard and fatigued. Yet her radiant, majestic, and flawless mature beauty was still mesmerizing. With picturesque, distant mountains as her dark eyebrows, her eyes seemed to hold the stars and the sea, yet they also conveyed a sense of cold detachment. Her high, delicate nose and slightly pursed red lips exuded an irresistible allure. What was even more striking was her high-class aura as a top celebrity. It was a unique nobility that made others feel inferior even amidst the apocalypse's sea of corpses and blood. At that moment, Yusing Wan was casually wearing a slightly tattered black waist-cinching trench coat. But this simple coat was worn by her with an exaggerated visual impact fit for a cover magazine. Under the trench coat, she stood tall and slender, at least 175 centimeters in height. Her delicate waist, the coat collar unable to conceal her magnificent curves, and the straight, long legs subtly visible beneath the coat perfectly illustrated what it meant to be a top-tier mature woman. She appeared quite disheveled, like a swan in distress. But as she approached Jiang Chen and the others, she still made an effort to calm her shocked heart and revealed a gentle and reassuring smile. She slightly bowed, elegantly smiling. "Thank you both, my two incredibly powerful little seniors, for saving my life. Since I have sworn an oath, from now on Yusing Wan shall be yours. You can command me without any doubts." Wow. Jiang Qingya, standing aside, looked at this impressively beautiful sister with both imposing stature and presence, her eyes flashing with awe. She immediately approached with familiarity, warmly grasping Yusing Wan's hand and cheerfully saying, "Oh, dear sister, you are too polite. Your aura is so mature and beautiful. Ooh, just call me your little sister. No need to add that little. Once we spend more time together, you'll definitely be surprised by how big I can be." As she said this, Jiang Qingya smartly took half a step back, pointing with her little finger at Jiang Chen, who had his hands in his pockets, her tone carrying an undeniable pride. "Moreover, I must emphasize, in our team, he is the sole leader. Your aura is so mature and beautiful. Ooh, just call me your little sister. No need to add that little. Once we spend more time together, you'll definitely be surprised by how big I can be. For the upcoming battlefield cleanup, we will just stand aside and enjoy his performance." Upon hearing this, Yusing Wan's beautiful eyes slightly shifted, taking a deep look at this seemingly young, yet extraordinarily capable, handsome man, nodding obediently. "All right, Qingya, little sister. Jiang Chen." "Captain." Jiang Chen was very pleased with Jiang Qingya's thoughtfulness and her constant support of his authority. He nodded slightly to Yusing Wan, refraining from further idle chatter. Turning around, he stretched out his hand and issued commands to the scattered wreckage of vehicles on the ground. "Systems, scan the area and decompose all unclaimed vehicle wreckage." With the mechanical voice of the system sounding coldly, the wreckage of the scrapped vehicles on the highway, which were emitting black smoke, was suddenly interfered with by a mysterious, unexplainable force. One by one, the steel wreckage rapidly disintegrated and separated like melting snow in the blue data stream light, ultimately transforming into pure basic materials and parts neatly piled at Jiang Chen's feet. Decomposition successful. Acquired vehicle core, LV2X1. Decomposition successful. Acquired high-strength steel, X20. Decomposition successful. Acquired ordinary iron block, X200. Decomposition successful. Acquired inferior rubber, X50. Hundreds and thousands of materials piled up like mountains, transforming into beams of light and continuously being casually collected by Jiang Chen into his seemingly bottomless spatial backpack. Watching this incredible scene, Yusing Wan's cold eyes suddenly lit up. Even as a top player who had seen the world, she couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "My God. So, you collected all these materials in an instant. Do you perhaps hold some rare item that can significantly increase the storage capacity of your backpack? You must know that in survival games, players start with a pitifully small backpack, and every item that expands its slots is worth a fortune." Hearing Yusing Wan's exclamation, Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth and paused his actions. He turned to look at Yusing Wan's shocked, stunning face and feigned humility by spreading his hands. "Oh, you figured it out. How did you know I awakened an SS-level talent called Infinite Space?" SS rank talent. Infinite Space. Hearing Jiang Chen's casually spoken words, which struck like thunderbolts, Yusing Wan was utterly astounded. Her already beautiful eyes widened, instantly bursting with an unprecedented brilliance. In their district of tens of thousands, and rank talent was enough to form a top-tier team, and S rank was merely a legend. This man before her possessed the legendary SS rank talent that could break the game's balance. And it was the most heaven-defying spatial-type talent. Heavens, your talent and mine. There. Simply a perfect match. Yusing Wan's voice trembled with excitement, as if a realization had dawned on her. She hurried over to Jiang Chen, pointed at her spatial backpack, and said urgently, "Captain, just now, when you killed all those people, for some reason my system notification kept ringing wildly. It was as if a bug had occurred in my backpack. Suddenly, without any warning, a huge pile of random equipment and materials appeared. This sudden deluge of supplies nearly overflowed my backpack slots. I didn't even dare to move, afraid that the inventory would burst and all these items would disappear." As she spoke, Yusing Wan eagerly waved her fair jade-like hand. Rustle. With a crisp clatter, a small mountain of supplies, food materials, and equipment radiating multicolored light materialized on the snow, casting an alluring glow under the sunlight. "Captain, since you have infinite space, you should take all of these. They're all from those scumbags we just killed." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the piled-up treasures. He didn't stand on ceremony with Yusing Wan. With a wave of his hand amid a flash of light, he accepted it all, swallowing everything into his infinite backpack. After all, his space was truly infinite, so there was no need to bother organizing or worrying about whether these items were useful or not. In this apocalypse, resources were everything. He just packed them all in without a second thought. Jiang Chen leisurely stored the looted materials and items into his backpack. Then in a calm tone, he explained to the bewildered Yusing Wan, "Don't be alarmed, it's not a bug. Since you agreed to join our team earlier, you've essentially bound yourself to a permanent party state of life and death camaraderie." Jiang Chen turned to look into Yusing Wan's eyes. "In this advanced party state, any hostile units we kill as teammates will perfectly trigger your talent regardless of distance." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Yusing Wan was even more shocked. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, staring at him as if he were a monster, and exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Captain, how do you know the exact ability of my talent?" A faint smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth as he said casually, "S-rank talent, Void Touch, right? With this talent, after killing a hostile unit, you can randomly and forcibly obtain 25 of their high-value equipment from their spatial backpack or corpse. Am I right?" Hiss. Hearing Jiang Chen describe her closely guarded talent, one she had never revealed to anyone, with such precision, Yusing Wan's crimson lips parted in shock. "How is this possible?" she murmured. "If I remember correctly, this is definitely the first time we've met. How could you know exactly what my talent is, and even the precise percentage of theft? I've never mentioned this secret to anyone." At that moment, in Yusing Wan's eyes, the man named Jiang Chen before her not only possessed terrifying power that could crush everything, but was also shrouded in an ominous aura of omniscience and mystery. With that, she finally fully understood why her talent had gone into such a frenzy of theft. The enemies Jiang Chen had just killed were all judged by the system as kills by their party, thus triggering her Void Touch passive plundering. Taking a deep breath to calm the storm within her, Yusing Wan gazed deeply into Jiang Chen's eyes with a mix of contemplation and joy and said, So from now on, as long as the captain goes on a killing spree ahead, even if I just sit still in the car, I can continuously loot spoils from the enemy's corpses. Right. Heavens, it seems I've stumbled upon a remarkable divine team by accident. She turned to look at Jiang Chen's terrifying armored RV, which had withstood all heavy fire without a scratch, and suddenly understood the deeper meaning behind the server merge. She finally realized why their powerful district of over 50,000 players had been forcibly folded into this seemingly weak remote district with a low ranking. It wasn't a system error. Instead, this originally barren district hid a super player whose strength had completely broken the game's balance. Even the most elite and tyrannical Heavenly Dragon team in their district was as fragile as ants before him, utterly powerless. Completely relieved, Yusing Wan began to pull out more stolen equipment and items from her backpack. Suddenly, she paused, and a glint of surprise flashed in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. "Oh, Captain, look. My talent actually dropped this core item directly." Excited like a little girl showing off a treasure, she held out a card emitting a faint blue light and solemnly handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took the card curiously and examined it. The moment he saw its attributes, a blazing light ignited in his usually calm eyes. Item named Suicide Drone Swarm, excellent one. Function note: using this blueprint allows the host to install a large drone swarm array on their vehicle. The host only needs to input the corresponding amount of basic metal materials to automatically produce self-destruct drones of the corresponding grade on an assembly line within the swarm. Produced self-destruct drones can be stored without limit in the swarm's folded space. Attack mode locked on by radar. The drone swarm performs saturation impact self-destruction, causing devastating area damage. Moreover, the higher the drone's grade, the more its armor defense, flight speed, and self-destruct power increase exponentially. It is effective against both single and multiple targets, making it the ultimate battlefield weapon. Production rules for suicide drones. Produce 1 LV-0 recon self-destruct drone, consumes 1 basic material. Produce 1 LV-1 armor-piercing self-destruct drone, consumes 10 basic materials. Produce 1 LV-2 high explosive destruction drone, consumes 100 basic materials. Hiss. What a treasure! Jiang Chen excitedly flipped through the blue card, growing fonder with each glance. This weapon was incredibly powerful and truly extraordinary. It perfectly compensated for the current lack of large-scale precise strikes in the mobile home. These swarm drones not only had tremendous self-destruct power, but they were also incredibly convenient for Jiang Chen to produce. Just from dismantling those vehicles, he had obtained thousands of basic materials just like the ones required above. Moreover, in Jiang Chen's infinite backpack, even without 100,000 basic materials, it was a breeze to pull out several tens of thousands. Recalling the battle just now, Jiang Chen pondered over this weapon. The reason why the swarm drones from the Heavenly Dragon team posed no substantial threat to his mobile home was not due to the weapon's inherent weakness. It was because his infinite recovery and defensive armor were simply too outrageous and powerful. Coupled with the perfect counter of laser weapons, their defeat was not unjust. If it were any other player, even those top-tier players with renowned vehicles would likely be obliterated by a volley of LV-2 suicide drones in a dive. They would be completely shattered, turning both vehicle and occupants into a pile of debris. Good stuff. Must equip it immediately. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen clicked to use the Suicide Drone Swarm Exquisite card. It seems that my 3 companions on the roof will be gaining another terrifying aerial strike partner today. Jiang Chen decisively used the blueprint, and a miraculous scene unfolded once again. A dazzling blue light flashed across the heavy top armor of his vehicle's rear. Out of thin air, a metal area measuring dozens of square meters filled with sci-fi patterns appeared. This was the launch well for the drone swarm. It was cleverly hidden just beneath the heavy armor. If one were to look down from above, they would see densely packed hornets' nest-like mechanical cavities inside this massive hive. These dense cavities were meant for parking and launching those terrifying suicide drones. Unfortunately, since it had just been constructed, it was still empty inside with no drones produced, yet due to a lack of materials. However, there was no need to rush. Once back in the vehicle, he had plenty of time to study how to optimize the production ratio of different drones for maximum firepower. Jiang Chen crossed his arms, looking at his mobile fortress, which had just gained more firepower, and nodded in satisfaction. This road survival was indeed becoming more and more interesting. Jiang Chen stood beside the iron beast-like heavy armored mobile home, casually hiding the suicide drone swarm beneath the vehicle's top armor. He turned around and looked at the slender Yusing Wan, who appeared fragile in the wind and snow. What do you plan to do? Are you going to sit in your vehicle and follow behind, or simply give up and walk with us? Hearing Jiang Chen's question, Yusing Wan instinctively turned to look at her Porsche Cayenne parked by the roadside. At this moment, the Qian had its hood raised high, emitting black smoke with the body covered in dents from stray bullets, its windshield shattered into a spiderweb, losing all its former luxury and prestige. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's mobile home shielding her both the car, and she would have become a fireball from the concentrated fire just now. A look of struggle flashed in Yusing Wan's peach blossom eyes. In this brutal road survival game, vehicles were the player's second life and final refuge. Giving it up meant handing their life over to others. But she was ultimately a woman who had stood at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, not someone indecisive. Since I've sworn to join you, then let's go together. Yusing Wan bit her red lip, her eyes filled with determination. Moreover, only by cutting off my retreat can I prove my loyalty. After saying that, she raised her right hand, decisively pressing the operation key on the illusory system panel. Ding. Detected player. Yusing Wan applying to decompose the bound exclusive vehicle. This operation is irreversible. Confirm. Confirm. She uttered in a low voice, and a brilliant blue data stream instantly enveloped the nearly scrapped Qian. Vehicle decomposition successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the following items. Acquired surveillance machine gun, exquisite. One note: the core component of this weapon has been damaged. Status is crippled, currently unusable. Acquired vehicle core, LV21. Acquired fine steel, 20. Acquired iron blocks, 200. Acquired electronic components, 100. As the light dissipated, the massive LV2 vehicle disappeared, leaving behind a pile of materials emitting various colors of light, along with a damaged, exquisite surveillance machine gun card, still radiating a faint blue glow. Yusing Wan stepped forward without hesitation, handing over these decomposed resources along with a large pile of high-level materials and special items accumulated in her spatial backpack to Jiang Chen. Captain, these are all my possessions, now belong to the team. At this moment, this once great star had only a few changes of clothes and very few personal items left in her backpack, which was now empty. A true fresh start, leaving no retreat. After giving up the resources, Yusing Wan looked up at the mobile fortress-like heavy armored mobile home. Before her, the thick, depleted uranium armor glistening with a cold sheen. A surge of fear of the unknown and confusion about the future welled up in her heart. She couldn't help but steal glances at Jiang Chen. The wind tousled his bangs, and his profile was strikingly distinct, exuding a calm demeanor with a deadly allure. Yusing Wan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, even though she had mingled with top celebrities in her past life, accustomed to seeing all kinds of top-tier young stars and international supermodels. She had never encountered a man like Jiang Chen, who perfectly blended ruggedness, mystery, and beauty. Even if I truly give myself to him in the future, it wouldn't be a loss, Yusing Wan thought to herself. Then she glanced at Jiang Qingya beside Jiang Chen, who looked at him with adoration. As another top beauty, Jiang Qingya's clear big eyes were filled with happiness and a sense of security, radiating an aura of being cherished. Since this little sister could be so joyful and carefree in this team, surely the Captain Jiang Chen wouldn't be the type with a twisted mind or a super pervert who enjoys tormenting others, right? It should be right. Standing beside her, Jiang Qingya keenly captured the fleeting look of entanglement and unease on Yusing Wan's face as she observed her current state. It was as if Jiang Qingya had traversed time and space, recalling how not long after she had entered this bizarre road survival game, she was first rescued by Jiang Chen and brought into the vehicle. At that time, she too was filled with vigilance and apprehension, fully prepared for the worst scenario. Their choices and hesitations now were strikingly similar. Oh dear sister, don't worry unnecessarily. Jiang Qingya smiled radiantly, casually stepping forward to link her arm with Yusing Wan's, cheerfully saying, I can guarantee that joining this team is undoubtedly the most correct and wise decision you will ever make in your life. As she said this, Jiang Qingya leaned closer to Yusing Wan's ear, lowering her voice, her tone imbued with a slyness that only she understood. Moreover, the timing of your joining us is far better than when I joined. At least now you have a sister by your side, and we can help each other bear the various pressures. When I first joined the team, there was no such good opportunity. Jiang Qingya silently complained in her heart. The aches and pains from the journey, along with those salty and fishy experiences, were known only to her. Listening to Jiang Qingya's suggestive words, Yusing Wan, though not fully understanding, felt her unease dissipate significantly. Thus, with half-hearted persuasion, she was warmly pulled into the armored RV by Jiang Qingya. Once they got into the vehicle, Jiang Qingya took Yusing Wan's hand and walked towards the airtight door leading to the living area at the back of the RV. Jiang Chen did not immediately follow the two women into the vehicle. He glanced down at the card of the Watchtower machine gun excellence level that had been disassembled from Yusing Wan's vehicle. This machine gun had not only run out of ammunition during the previous gunfight, but its barrel had also warped severely due to overheating, and the servo motor at the bottom was emitting black smoke, rendering it completely useless. For other players without special repair tools, this would just be a pile of scrap metal. But with a smirk, Jiang Chen directly mounted the broken machine gun onto the front roof of the vehicle. Talent, fulfill your role. Beep. Detected that the vehicle's mounted components are in a severely damaged state. SS level talent, infinite recovery passive triggered. As the cold mechanical prompt faded away, a gentle golden light enveloped the wrecked machine gun, filled with a certain supreme power of law. In just a few breaths of time under Jiang Chen's gaze, the twisted barrel straightened, as if time were reversing. The charred circuits regained their luster, and the jammed gears emitted a crisp resetting sound. Ka-ka-ka. A series of crisp mechanical sounds echoed, transforming the previous scrap into a brand new state, the dark gun body glistening with a chilling matte finish. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Very good, now we have 2 machine guns at the front of the vehicle and 1 at the back, plus that suicide drone hive and the vehicle-mounted laser. The firepower network of this vehicle has been comprehensively enhanced. Having completed the external upgrades to the vehicle, Jiang Chen leisurely opened the car door and returned to the leaning against the wide and comfortable leather driver's seat. He focused his thoughts to open the spatial backpack, reviewing the spoils gained from the previous battle. To his surprise, when he took a look, even Jiang Chen himself was astonished. Yusing Wan's S-level talent, Formless Hand, was nothing short of monstrous, allowing them to randomly acquire 25 of the enemy's equipment upon killing them. With this passive enhancement, their haul this time was simply a super huge windfall. This was not a battle, it was practically restocking. Not only did they not lose any capital, but instead they had profited immensely. Jiang Chen looked at the long string of terrifying numbers in his backpack, his lips curling into a wild grin. First were the ammunition consumables. Nearly every player in the 30-odd vehicles of the Tianlong convoy had hoarded a large amount of ammunition. Now all these bullets had been taken by Yusing Wan's talent. The total number of bullets from various calibers added up to more than 20,000. Compared to before the battle, it had increased by more than 3 times. Even if he used the 3 machine guns like a fire hose, they could last for a long time. Next were the weapons and equipment. Various submachine guns, rifles, high-explosive grenades, and Molotov cocktails were all collected, totaling over 100 items. Unfortunately, although there were many people, most of the loot they dropped was either blank or ordinary grade junk, with not a single exceptional item above the excellence level. However, whether for personal use or for trading in the market for other resources, this was still a substantial sum of money. Besides these conventional light firearms, they also obtained several magical items with special functions this time. For example, a few basic energy shield blueprints that could withstand a single lethal attack and advanced filters capable of purifying water sources. Of course, what shocked Jiang Chen the most was still the quantity of those basic materials. The Tianlong convoy had frequently engaged in killing and smuggling, and every person's backpack was filled with massive amounts of basic supplies. Now all of these had come at a bargain for Jiang Chen. Basic materials like iron blocks, rubber, and electronic components added up to a staggering total of over 30,000 pieces. Looking at that outrageous number, Jiang Chen immediately thought of the suicide drone hive that had just been installed on the roof. 1 unit of basic materials can create 1 lowest-level self-destruct drone. If all 30,000 units of materials are dumped and making them all into the lowest-level self-destruct swarm. Jiang Chen smacked his lips, imagining that scene. Tens of thousands of drones taking off, simultaneously blocking out the sky like a locust swarm. Even if a top-tier convoy came looking for trouble, they would be blasted to pieces. After counting these extremely satisfying assets, Jiang Chen felt elated. He looked up and glanced through the rearview mirror at the back of the vehicle. He could vaguely hear Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan chatting cheerfully in the living area, punctuated by occasional delightful laughter. Jiang Chen shook his head, too lazy to care about what the 2 women were up to in the back. He withdrew his gaze, gripping the steering wheel with both hands, and pressed the start button. Vroom, rumble. The powerful heavy truck engine roared wildly as the massive armored RV crushed through the debris on the ground. With 1 foot on the gas pedal, the vehicle surged forward like a steel beast crawling out of the abyss, charging down the endless snow-covered road. Jiang Chen drove the vehicle ahead, while the living area at the back of the RV presented an entirely different scene. The slight shaking caused by the vehicle's start was almost negligible. Jiang Qingya held onto Yusing Wan's hand, a smile gracing her face as she said, "Sister Wan, although we no longer have our own exclusive vehicle, we have exchanged it for a top-tier vehicle that all players in the entire server could only dream of." Jiang Qingya winked at Yusing Wan and added in an ambiguous tone, "This vehicle you see can not only be used to travel and fight during the day, but at night. It can be driven in another way." Yusing Wan listened to Jiang Qingya's cryptic words, her exquisite face filled with confusion. She couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind her last remark about using it at night, assuming it was just the little girl boasting about the vehicle's comfort. "Sister Qingya, no matter how good the vehicle is, it's just a metal shell." As Yusing Wan spoke, she turned her head. However, upon seeing the living area at the back of the RV, the words she hadn't finished suddenly caught in her throat. She was utterly speechless, astonished by the unbelievable sight before her. She had thought that the armored RV, despite its imposing exterior, would only contain a few military cots and perhaps a small toilet. But when she truly saw the interior of the RV, she realized how wrong she had been. The vast space and overwhelming luxury far exceeded her meager imagination. The living area inside the RV was spacious, with a high ceiling that gave no sense of oppression, resembling a mobile, luxurious apartment. Beneath her feet lay a soft and expensive Persian handmade carpet, walls embedded with gentle temperature-controlled lighting, and in the center a wide, comfortable leather circular sofa, faced an enormous family cinema projection screen. Even more astonishingly, in the finely divided functional areas, there was a large bathroom, with an opulent massage pool right in the center, bubbling with warm steam and rose petals floating on top. Compared to this paradise on earth, Yusing Wan recalled the days she spent curled up in a dilapidated car, where even washing her face required careful consideration of the remaining water resources. It was both shabby and pitiful. Observing Yusing Wan's alluring red lips, slightly parted, her eyes wide with shock, Jiang Chen proudly puffed out her ample chest, excitedly saying, "So what do you think, Sister Wan? I wasn't lying to you, was I? Joining our celestial vehicle team is absolutely the best and luckiest choice you've ever made in your life." Jiang Chen pulled Yusing Wan to sit down on the sofa, feeling the delicate touch of the leather, and remarked, "Here, whether it's the overwhelming sense of security or the happiness of being held in someone's palm, it can fill you up completely. Sometimes I lie here eating snacks and watching movies, and I even experience an illusion. It feels like living in this perilous world where life is as cheap as grass, is even more carefree and comfortable than in my previous world." Seeing Jiang Chen's genuine joy and the pure radiance that showed she had not been worn down by the apocalypse, Yusing Wan couldn't help but resonate with her sentiments. Indeed, having such an invincible man shielding you from the wind and rain truly makes this place a... However, as Yusing Wan's gaze casually wandered, she turned to the end of the spacious living area and saw an enormous, luxurious bed that could easily accommodate more than 10 people. A strange glint suddenly flashed in her cold eyes. As a top-tier celebrity who had navigated the entertainment industry for years, her observational skills were exceptionally keen. She stood up, strode over with her long, graceful legs, and pointed at the center of the big bed, feigning curiosity as she asked, "Oh, how come this bed is so wet in such a large area? Did you or the captain accidentally spill water while drinking? Moreover, why are there high heels thrown on the bed? These red stilettos seem to be a bit dirty too. And those black translucent stockings beside them also look rather unclean." Following Yusing Wan's pointing direction, Jiang Chen turned to look. When Jiang Chen saw the disaster-level crime scene before her, with a buzz, her mind instantly, her breath caught in her throat at that moment, and her heart nearly jumped out of her throat. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from Jiang Chen's mouth, as she had completely forgotten about the cleanup after living so comfortably and carefreely these past few days. Today's cleanliness had yet to be attended to. Following that, under Yusing Wan's half-smiling gaze, Jiang Chen erupted with an unprecedented speed, rushing to the front of the bed. Her face flushed, she hurriedly grabbed the bed sheet, stockings, and high heels, and clutched them tightly, then, with a thought, tossed them into her spatial backpack. Then she relayed the previously cleaned bed sheets. Having completed all of this, Jiang Chen turned around, her originally fair and delicate face, now flushed bright red, even her slender neck tinted with a layer of pink. She looked at Yusing Wan, her gaze evasive, and stammered an explanation. That, Sister Wan, those were all accidents. Right, they were accidents. You didn't see anything just now, did you?" Seeing Yusing Wan's "I understand" expression, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and directly shifted all the blame onto Jiang Chen. "Oh dear, Sister Wan, you know how men are. Especially men like the captain, who tend to be a bit rough around the edges. It's not unusual for them to be a bit untidy and toss their shoes and clothes around on the bed, right? Moreover, he might, perhaps, have a slightly odd little hobby. As women, it's reasonable and appropriate for us to be more accommodating and cooperative with him, right? You agree, don't you?" Looking at Jiang Chen, who was usually pure and cute, but now seemed flustered and shy to the point of wanting to find a hole to hide in, Yusing Wan couldn't help but smile. Yusing Wan laughed, sincerely, emitting a pleasant bell-like sound. In this cruel apocalypse, having such a pure, cute, and uncalculating beauty by her side was a comforting presence. Yusing Wan felt her previously taut nerves finally beginning to relax. She no longer had to disguise herself constantly. She no longer had to endure the deceit and treachery of the entertainment industry from her past life, nor face the dirty dealings of life-and-death struggles in this world. Perhaps Qingya is right, Moon Xingwan thought to herself. After joining this convoy, even if just as an accessory, it might indeed be much happier than the previous life of constant fear and anxiety. Then her mind uncontrollably recalled the powerful and explosive physique of Jiang Chen she had seen outside the vehicle, along with his cold and handsome features that resembled a top model. Just thinking of that godlike man causing this little girl to be flustered to such an exaggerated extent. Yusing Wan couldn't help but lightly squeeze her long legs, a rare blush appearing on her stunning face. To alleviate Jiang Qingjia's embarrassment, she feigned nonchalance, flicking her hair by her ear, and gently said, to Jiang Qingya, I've been chased by those people for so many days, and I'm a bit dirty. I haven't had the chance to take a proper hot bath. You don't need to stay here with me, go accompany the captain up front. After I take a shower and change into clean clothes, I'll find you in the driving area. Jiang Qingya felt as if she had been granted amnesty, her face flushed, nodding vigorously as she hurriedly escaped from the mortifying area. On her way to the driver's cabin, she couldn't help but mutter angrily about Jiang Chen. It's all that bad guy's fault. Relying on his great stamina, he doesn't know how to restrain himself. He made me lose so much face in front of my new sister today. Stinky Jiang Chen, just you wait. Once Sister Yusing Wan is fully on board, I will team up with her to give you a big lesson in bed. It's all that bad guy's fault. Relying on his great stamina, he doesn't know how to restrain himself. Watching Jiang Qingya flee like a startled deer, Yusing Wan couldn't help but chuckle again. It seems my new sister is indeed a bit cute. Turning around, she found herself alone in the spacious living area. Yusing Wan's smile gradually faded as she walked gracefully to the enormous luxurious bed. She extended her delicate fingers to gently caress the brand new soft sheets, and her mind recalled the tragic scene she had just witnessed. As a former superstar who had navigated the entertainment industry for many years, what kind of storms had she not seen? What absurd stories had she not heard? She had merely maintained her integrity and had not personally engaged in such matters, but how could she not understand the secrets between men and women? How the stains on the sheets definitely weren't made by an ordinary cup of water. As for those torn stockings and slightly dirty high heels. Yusing Wan then smiled alluringly, a mischievous glint flashing in her peach blossom eyes. So this seemingly invincible handsome guy actually has a weakness for high heels and stockings in private. Though this preference may seem a bit niche and somewhat peculiar compared to the old men in the industry with perverse interests, this one is practically fresh and innocent. I'm not entirely opposed to it, in fact. Yusing Wan paused and walked to the gigantic floor-to-ceiling mirror in the bathroom. In the mirror reflected a stunningly beautiful visage capable of driving all the men in the world wild. Looking down, she saw her proud figure, a height of 5'7", barefoot, a delicate waist, and a pair of long legs that could only be described as perfect. She smiled confidently, a certain determined fire flickering in her eyes. Moreover, speaking of the charm of wearing high heels and stockings, this happens to be my area of expertise. Little brother Jiang Chen, Yusing Wan said, looking at her reflection in the mirror, sticking out her tongue to lightly lick her red lips. Since I'll be under your care in the future, I must take the initiative. Just wait and see how I'll effortlessly captivate you with the most perfect demeanor. I hope your physique is tough enough and not like those useless men outside begging me to call them mommy within 3 minutes. Yusing Wan playfully threw a charming glance at her reflection in the mirror. In that moment of breathtaking beauty and ultimate allure, it perfectly exemplified what it truly means to be a global top-tier superstar. Confident, radiant, elegant, proud. Meanwhile, in the narrow corridor connecting the living area and the driving, Jiang Qingya, before reaching the driving area, shyly patted her slightly reddened delicate cheeks with both hands. She took several deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heart. She never expected that just meeting her good sister for less than 10 minutes would lead to such a huge and embarrassing. Thinking of Yusing Wan's gaze that seemed to see through everything, Jiang Qingya wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. But I can't blame myself for this. Who told that guy Jiang Chen to have such abnormal stamina and such peculiar preferences? Jiang Qingya silently shifted the blame. Once Sister Wan truly steps onto the battlefield and experiences it herself, she will understand. Some things really can't be controlled. In order to ensure her own happiness, I must help Sister Wan with some psychological preparation. I'll try to help her get on board quickly so she can help me share this burdensome yet pleasurable duty. After making up her mind, Jiang Qingya took a deep breath and tried to calm her mindset. Then she forced a sweet smile and pushed the door open to enter the spacious and bright driver's cabin, sitting naturally in the passenger seat next to Jiang Chen. Hearing the noise, Jiang Chen, who was focused on driving, glanced at her slightly. Although with his keen perception, he immediately noticed that Jiang Qingjia's breathing rhythm was a bit off, and the blush on her cheeks hadn't completely faded. Her emotions were clearly not quite right. However, Jiang Chen merely withdrew his gaze blandly and said nothing more. After all, women's thoughts are too complicated, and he didn't want to guess. Jiang Chen, steadying his grip on the steering wheel, skillfully maneuvering the massive steel beast through the wind and snow, said to Jiang Qingya in a calm tone, "Today, I'll personally drive the vehicle. You can take this time to communicate more with Yusing Wan." After all, you girls might have more common language, allowing her to adapt to the rhythm of our convoy more quickly. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, straightened her back and nodded obediently. Then she turned her eyes and smiled cheerfully at Jiang Chen. Understood, Captain. I promise to complete the task perfectly and will teach her the rules so you can eat quickly. Ahem. Jiang Chen turned around with a face full of black lines and hastily defended himself. Stop talking nonsense. That's not what I meant at all. I just wanted her to adapt to the team's survival rhythm. Then seeing Jiang Qinji's sly expression that clearly said, I know, stop pretending, Jiang Chen immediately recalled the hidden nature of this little temptress. He sighed helplessly, completely giving up resistance. Fine, think whatever you want. Anyway, it's impossible to reason with a little girl whose mind is full of dirty thoughts. Jiang Chen then glanced at the empty rearview mirror and casually asked, by the way, what's Yusing Wan up to? Why didn't she come with you? Jiang Qingya covered her mouth with a giggle, deliberately drawing out her words in a sweet tone. Wan Jia is taking a nice clean bath. She said she'll come find you after she's all fragrant and pretty. Captain, when you hold her, she'll be soft and sweet. Well, Jiang Chen was thoroughly enlightened. Now, no matter what question he asked, Jiang Qingya would twist it into that direction with just a few words. He simply shut his mouth and stopped engaging with this slightly unhinged girl. Thus, he fixed his gaze like a torch on the wind and snow ahead, focusing intently on driving the vehicle. Seeing Jiang Chen retreat step by step under her verbal assault and ultimately choose to concentrate on driving without probing further, Jiang Qingya finally breathed a long sigh of relief in her heart. Phew, I managed to fool him. She absolutely did not want Jiang Chen to know about the embarrassing debacle she had caused by forgetting to clean up the scene earlier. After all, Jiang Qingya still had some face to save. Having successfully diverted Jiang Chen's attention, Jiang Qingya docilely curled up in the spacious and comfortable passenger seat. She intermittently activated her special ability, warily scanning the roadsides for potential dangers while idly raising her hand to browse the regional chat hall in the system. Since I've got nothing to do anyway, let's see what everyone's up to in the hall and maybe gather some useful intel. Jiang Qingya sat in the passenger seat watching the frenzied scrolling chat logs on the system's light screen. A news post had just been published in the chat hall, capturing everyone's attention. Shocking. The Tianlong convoy, once dominant in the 95-27 region with immense prestige, has been annihilated by a mysterious player. Their core high-ranking members encountered an irresistible force in an unknown area, resulting in the total wipeout of the leader and key personnel. With the loss of its core organization, the Tianlong convoy has announced its disbandment. As soon as this news broke, the entire chat hall erupted. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! The Tianlong convoy disbanded. That was a super convoy with dozens of heavy vehicles. Heavens! I was scavenging supplies just a few kilometers away, and the explosions over there sounded like thunder. I thought some super boss had spawned, but it turns out the Tianlong convoy was wiped out. Players who had lost the convoy's protection begged frantically on the public channel. Is there any other powerful convoy willing to take me in? I was an outer member of the Tianlong convoy equipped with top-tier firearms and ample ammunition. My strength is reliable. Please, some big shot, take me in. Some players who disliked the Tianlong convoy sneered. Hey, I'm from the original 95-27 region. You only know the Tianlong convoy ruled the area, but you have no idea how deep the waters run. First, the strongest leader died mysteriously a few days ago. Then these newly ascended and arrogant high-ranking members also met a strange and violent death today. It seems blindly forming teams and clumping together in this apocalypse isn't necessarily a good choice. Who knows when you'll be betrayed by your own people? A bold golden VIP bordered message scrolled by, capturing everyone's attention. According to the latest insider info I got from a special channel, the entire high-ranking team of the Tianlong convoy, the 30-plus vehicles with the heaviest firepower and best equipment, were all slaughtered in a crushing defeat in an extremely short time. And the killer, all died at the hands of a single terrifying mysterious player. As the message spread, the chat hall fell into a brief silence, then exploded into even more frenzied discussion. What a... Dude, are you kidding me? One player taking on over 30 fully armed vehicles and killing so many top-tier experts. Do you think this is some sci-fi movie? If this news is true, this world is terrifying. Where did this monster-level big shot come from? Guess from now on, when I see other players' vehicles on the road, I better floor it and steer clear. These days, more people die at the hands of others than from monsters. As everyone marveled at the mysterious big shot's terrifying power, the hall began to fill with a unified message. Pay homage to the mysterious big shot. Big shot, do you still need any lackeys? Calling out to the mysterious big shot. What are the conditions for joining your convoy? I may not be strong, but am hardworking and can do any dirty or tiring job. I want to join you. Me too. Me too. Count me in. As long as I can follow the big shot ID, even be a dog. Jiang Chen watched the frenzied scrolling messages, her big eyes twinkling slyly. Ah, this is a golden opportunity for free advertising. She mused to herself. Now that Yusing Wan has joined, if I can recruit a few more stunning beauties, won't my nighttime workload be much easier to share? This way I can help that lecher Jiang Chen expand his forces, and he'll be secretly overjoyed. With that thought, Jiang Chen extended her delicate fingers, quickly tapped on the system panel, and boldly posted the convoy's recruitment conditions in the public hall. Ahem, silence everyone. I am the chief personnel officer of that mysterious convoy. Our convoy's recruitment conditions are actually quite simple, not as complicated as you think. As long as you meet a few small requirements, you can enter our reserve assessment list. Jiang Qingjia's message instantly suppressed all chat information. Hundreds of thousands of surviving players across the entire district held their breath, fixating on the light screen with expectant, even fervent gazes. Everyone wanted to know what conditions were needed to join such an invincible force, one that could easily crush even super convoys underfoot. Jiang Qingjia's second message drifted out slowly. Recruitment conditions are as follows: 1. Female players only. Must be natural, without makeup, photo editing, or any history of plastic surgery. Appearance and figure must have a comprehensive score above 95. Emphasis: good physique. Those in the know will understand. 2. Number of charges must be 0. Purity and flawlessness are hard standards. 3. Must be in strength, special talent, awakener, or above. We don't keep mere decorations. As Jiang Qingjia's 3 recruitment conditions were announced, the chat hall first fell into an eerie silence lasting 10 seconds, then erupted like a volcano, stirring up a storm of uproar and abuse. Holy crap! Is this recruiting teammates? This is clearly selecting an empress for an emperor, right? No, even the requirements for choosing an empress aren't this absurd and harsh. Female only, and top-tier natural beauties with scores above 95. The world has ended and we can't even get enough to eat. Who still has the mind to maintain skin and figure? And 0 charges. I'm completely dumbfounded. The most absurd is the third condition, right? Strength or above talent, awakener. Across the entire district of hundreds of thousands, those who have awakened strength talents can probably be counted on 2 hands. A powerhouse of that level would be treated like an ancestor anywhere they go. Why would they come to your convoy to be a maid? Brothers and sisters, and everyone, note what she just said. Even if you fully meet those 3 outrageous requirements, it only gets you into their assessment list. In the end, whether you can join still depends on whether they're satisfied. This is absolutely insane. Although the public chat screen was filled with all kinds of complaints, and some even cursed loudly, saying these conditions were too harsh. But human nature is so complex. The louder the public outcry, the quicker the private actions. No sooner had Jiang Qingya closed the public chat than the private message notification sound began ringing frantically, like a machine gun. Beep, beep, beep. Countless female players harboring ulterior motives and seeking to change their fate secretly sent Jiang Qingya lengthy self-introductions and photos from various flattering angles. In the apocalypse, dignity and principles are worthless before absolute power and the guarantee of survival. These female players often harbored a kind of wishful thinking. Though they didn't fully meet those 3 twisted requirements, some might be slightly lacking in looks, some might be proficient in bar hopping and tattoos, and some might only have drink talents. But what if? Don't those old TV dramas and romance novels always play out like that? The domineering CEO just happens to fall for the ordinary plain me. The invincible big shot, tired of gaudy beauties, just likes me, this stubborn girl as fresh as lotus from the water. What if this face or some condition just catches the fancy of this mysterious big shot? After all, if they could successfully latch onto this golden thigh and enter that rumored invincible vehicle as solid as an iron fortress, they could truly walk sideways on the entire survival road, enjoying the best of everything, without ever having to worry day and night. However, the cruel reality was that those sexy photos they sent, which they thought were alluring, and even carried strong hints, never had a chance to reach Jiang Chen's eyes. However, the cruel reality was that those sexy photos they sent, which they thought were alluring, and even carried strong hints, never had a just by looking in the mirror every day, she could see her own breathtaking, nation-toppling beauty. So her aesthetic standards had long been elevated to a rather harsh level. Jiang Qingya sat in the passenger seat, her face ashen, swiping through the system light screen. After browsing the mountain of private messages in the background, she finally let out a despairing sigh. She leaned back in her seat with a lifeless expression and said helplessly to Jiang Chen, "Sai, I originally thought that after this merger of several major districts with hundreds of thousands of new players added, finding suitable new teammates would be easier. But what's the result?" Jiang Qingya rolled her eyes, pointing at the photos on the screen. "Look at these ugly ducklings using 10 levels of beauty filters and still daring to claim their natural beauties with a score of 95. And this one claiming to have a top-tier talent, but her ability is just being a super glutton. What is all this? Even if I slightly lower the conditions and look for those who can only meet one or two of the requirements, they're already as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Jiang Chen kept both hands steady on the steering wheel. Hearing the complaint, the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. Qingya, don't rush. This road survival world is vast. As we continue forward, we'll always find the right people. Remember, the principle for our convoy's recruitment is quality over quantity. Rather have none than have inferior ones. Jiang Chen's gaze grew profound, his tone carrying an aura of world-dominating arrogance. Haven't you seen that our convoy only had the two of us before? And didn't we still sweep away that so-called #1 convoy of the district? Jiang Qingya, upon hearing this, pulled a pitiful face and sighed miserably. Oh, Captain, what I'm worried about is hardly our vehicle and team's combat power. With you as the backbone, combat power is definitely not an issue. What I'm worried about is the combat power of us who drive the vehicle. Jiang Qingya lowered her voice, her pretty face slightly reddening as she cast a resentful glance at Jiang Chen. If it weren't for our good luck today and finally finding a new teammate like Sister Yusing Wan to help share that terrifying pressure in the future, they'll definitely die young, worn out from overwork at my post. Huh, were you just mentioning me? And is our convoy's mission really that heavy? Is there any physical labor I can help share? An elegant and gentle voice carrying the unique charm of a mature older sister came from behind the two like a celestial sound. The person was heard before being seen. Accompanying this voice, a scent of high-end perfume drifted slowly into the cockpit like the morning mist. The fragrance was elegant and refined, refreshing the heart without any hint of vulgarity. Accompanying this voice, a scent of high-end perfume drifted slowly into the cockpit like the morning mist. The fragrance was elegant and refined, refreshing the heart without any hint of vulgarity. Jiang Qingya instinctively glanced backward upon hearing the sound. Just this one glance left her stunned, her breath momentarily caught. At this moment, she was completely captivated by the dazzling, stunning star quality of Yusing Wan, especially that flawless beauty, as if all fatigue and sorrow had been washed away, resembling a lotus emerging from water. It made Jiang Qingya feel as though her eyes, tainted by a barrage of private messages, were being purified and baptized. She gasped in excitement within her heart. Compared to Sister Wan now, those so-called beauties who had sent photos in the private messages were nothing but a bunch of grotesque fruits. Even I, who never chases stars, am now so drawn to her beauty that I want to fanatically support her. At this moment, Jiang Qingya finally understood the true reason why Jiang Chen insisted on being selective. After getting used to seeing top-tier beauties like herself and Yusing Wan every day, those ordinary women and superficial fans no longer sparked even a flicker of interest. I'd rather rest alone than compromise my eyes and body. Seeing Jiang Qingya suddenly staring blankly behind her, Jiang Chen felt puzzled, so he casually glanced back through the rearview mirror. Then Jiang Chen's usually calm eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. He instantly understood why Jiang Qingya had been mesmerized. At this moment, Yusing Wan was clearly dressed to perfection, radiating an allure that was fully unleashed. As a global top star, she indeed possessed the talent and confidence to stand out. Having just bathed, Yusing Wan's skin was a rosy white, exuding an enticing dewy glow. She chose not to wear clothes that were convenient for movement in the survival world, but rather boldly donned a knee-length pure white chiffon dress that was beautifully tailored to fit her figure. Her slender waist was simply cinched with a delicate light green satin ribbon, showcasing a perfect waistline with golden proportions, and the proud curves that subtly rose and fell with her breath were displayed without reservation. Standing at 1.75 meters, her long jade-like legs emerged from beneath the light skirt, exuding an enchanting allure under the gentle light. Looking up, her flawless, angleless visage was not adorned with heavy makeup, only a hint of light red lip gloss, yet it appeared so pitifully delicate and irresistibly vibrant. In this moment, she perfectly fused the gentle elegance with a regal grace. This might be the unique and irresistible aura of a top star who once dominated the globe. Her fair and long neck was elegantly raised like that of a noble swan, coupled with her exquisite collarbone and the faintly visible deep snowy white below it. This was clearly a stunning goddess lost in the mortal realm. Seeing Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingya staring at her in a daze, a glimmer of pride flashed in Yusing Wan's eyes. She gracefully approached, striding like she was on an international red carpet, then smiled sweetly at Jiang Chen. Yusing Wan dignifiedly walked to the passenger seat beside him, sitting down in the luxurious chair next to Jiang Qingya. Leaning slightly, she extended her delicate hand to brush her damp, fragrant, wavy hair, settling herself properly. In that moment, Jiang Chen's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. His gaze, seemingly with a mind of its own, uncontrollably glanced down at the hem of Yusing Wan's skirt as she sat. Boom! A certain nerve in Jiang Chen's mind throbbed violently. On her fair long legs there was a layer of almost invisible misty white. If a straight man saw it, he might think it was just the skin reflecting light. But Jiang Chen saw through it instantly. It was definitely expensive and skin-tight 0D matte white stockings. These stockings were almost transparent, accentuating the leg lines to perfection, akin to the exquisite jade, exuding a fatal allure of pure desire. On her delicate feet wrapped in white stockings, she wore a pair of sexy champagne-colored stilettos. The slender high heels and the snowy white dress perfectly complemented Yusing Wan's elegant and noble mature aura, striking a perfect balance between purity and desire. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, retracting his gaze to feign calmness, focusing on driving. However, being under the spotlight and able to capture every gaze, and Lin's Yusing Wan was incredibly perceptive to the surroundings. Jiang Chen's earlier subtle movements and the brief pause of his gaze on her beautiful legs in white stockings and high heels did not escape her enchanting eyes. Moreover, Jiang Chen's slightly heavier breathing further confirmed her earlier assumptions drawn from that luxurious big bed. Yusing Wan lowered her head, a delightful smile forming at the corners of her mouth. It seemed her carefully designed little scheme had successfully worked. In this desperate world, it was rare to encounter such a perfect man whose strength, beauty, and figure made her heart race, someone she wanted to conquer completely. She must have him. Although Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan were secretly engaged in an intense psychological, yet Jiang Qingya did not think much of it. She had completely transformed into a little fangirl, grabbing Yusing Wan's fair hand with stars in her eyes, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow! Sister Xingwan, you are so beautiful, like a celestial fairy descended to earth. No wonder you were once a top star. Your aura and figure are simply astounding. Sister Xingwan, you are so beautiful, like a celestial fairy descended to earth. No wonder you were once a top star. Your aura and figure are... Can you teach me in the future? Compared to your mature and elegant aura, I feel like a little girl who has stolen her mother's clothes." Yusing Wan looked at this little sister whose beauty, figure, and delicate skin were no less than her own, and a similar fondness flashed in her eyes. She held Jiang Qingya's hand in return, smiling radiantly, as she said, "Qingya, your words are so sweet. You have a better base than I do. Your skin is as tender as a peeled egg." She held Jiang Qingya's hand in return, smiling radiantly, as she said, "Qingya, your words are so sweet. You have a better base than I do. Your skin is as tender as a peeled egg." Jiang Qingya's cheeks flushed as she leaned happily against Yusing Wan's shoulder. "Oh sister, please don't praise me. I'm really embarrassed to hear it." The two of them exchanged words, and the atmosphere was as harmonious as that of biological sisters. Then Yusing Wan seemed to recall something, her peach blossom eyes slightly turning as she continued to ask softly with confusion, "By the way, Qingya, I overheard you complaining to the captain about the heavy workload and how it could kill you. What exactly do you mean by work? Now that we are on the same team, living in the same vehicle, please don't hesitate to let me know if there's anything I can help with." Hearing Yusing Wan broach the topic, Jiang Chen, who was focused on driving, perked up his ears, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Jiang Qingya's pretty face instantly flushed red. She stole a glance at the seemingly serious Jiang Chen and then leaned closer to Yusing Wan's ear, whispering discreetly, "Ahem. Well, sister, the workload during the day isn't too heavy. It's just that the captain is out there fighting monsters and gathering supplies while we're in the vehicle enjoying the air conditioning, helping monitor the radar, and organizing backpacks, which is quite easy." However, Jiang Qingya emphasized, her little face growing redder. When night falls, the pressure of the tasks becomes terrifying. Some people have stamina and energy that seem endless, like a monster. So, I hope you can help me share the burden more during the night. How clever Yusing Wan was. After hearing Jiang Qingya's subtle words and recalling the disastrous scene in the living area with the big bed, she understood perfectly what the heavy nighttime work entailed. Although she had prepared herself mentally, even putting on high heels, when Jiang Qingya subtly pointed it out, her perfect cheeks still flushed with a charming shade of red. Yet having experienced major events, Yusing Wan did not retreat. Instead, she cast a seductive glance at Jiang Chen's back. Taking a deep breath as if making a significant resolution, her chest rose and fell dramatically. She nodded seriously and said softly, "I understand what you mean. Rest assured, since I'm on this vehicle, I will definitely help share the workload during the nights and won't let you suffer alone." Then she turned her head, boldly looking at the silent Jiang Chen with her peach blossom eyes. Yusing Wan's voice was soft with a hint of flirtation. "Captain, I hope to receive your guidance while living in the vehicle from now on. If Yusing Wan does anything unsatisfactory, or if there are any tasks I don't perform to standard, please forgive me. I will certainly work hard to learn and meet your expectations." This, hearing Jiang Qingya's charming and confident declaration, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a cold breath. This woman was simply a born enchantress. Jiang Chen did not turn back, nodding solemnly, the slight movement of his throat barely noticeable. "With this exquisite beauty, joining my workload at night is going to double. Fortunately, with the help of my new talent, otherwise if I had a few more teammates I might really not be able to handle it." With a strategy of overwhelming numbers, and wheel warfare. Who can withstand that? Fortunately, I have a cheat. Jiang Chen secretly rejoiced. At this moment, seeing that the new sister was so cooperative and had even prepared to take the initiative, Jiang Chen felt relieved and let out a long sigh. After all, having someone to share the firepower quickly meant one more day of rest. To alleviate the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere in the vehicle, Jiang Chen smiled and changed the subject. Curiously, she asked Yusing Wan, "By the way, Sister Wan, I just saw in the chat hall that the arrogant Tianlong team seems to have been completely disbanded. What grievances did you have with the Tianlong team? How did it escalate to the point of a full-scale pursuit?" Hearing this question, Yusing Wan's charming smile gradually faded, replaced by a cold, helpless, and angry expression. She sighed, her eyes filled with complexity as she slowly said, "Actually, I was one of the founding members of the Tianlong team. The original leader might have seen my movie, so he had a certain fondness for me at first. But I felt he was somewhat unreliable, so I firmly rejected him, stating that there was no unnecessary romantic relationship between us. We were merely relying on each other during the early apocalypse, occasionally exchanging resources and information." Yusing Wan's eyes flashed with disgust. "This leader has a fatal weakness. He is a brain-dead saint. Moreover, he is easily swayed by beauty." Later on, he, in a fit of compassion, attempted to rescue a scheming White Lotus woman by the roadside. That White Lotus, fueled by her favor, gradually pulled her entire group of so-called girlfriends into this elite survival team. At first, since these were just weak women who couldn't even lift a finger, the veterans of the team didn't pay much attention and thought they could afford to support them, but Yusing Wan's words turned icy and piercing. Once they firmly established their foothold and secretly took control of the resource distribution rights, the higher-ups of the team could no longer control them. The entire Tianlong team became a dictatorship of those women, and all decisions had to be made by them. Then this group of cunning women went on a rampage, purging anyone who opposed them. They recklessly recruited women who conformed to their twisted values into the team. Then, using various underhanded means, they framed, sabotaged, and even sold their bodies to eliminate the original veterans who fought on the front lines. But in this apocalypse, strength is paramount. The petty tricks played in peaceful times just won't work in a world where only the strong survive. When other forces stared hungrily at the Tianlong team, they panicked. Then they made a crazed decision. Yusing Wan took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. They had the audacity to forge information in my name, luring the team leader out, and then poisoned him with rare toxins in his food. After the leader died, they naturally seized the advanced vehicles along with all the weapons and rare items the leader had hoarded. Jiang Chen gasped in shock, covering her mouth. "Goodness, these women are so malicious." Yusing Wan sneered repeatedly. "And that's not all. After they succeeded, they insidiously dumped all the blame for the leader's murder on me, claiming that I assassinated the leader for power. Then they launched a surprise attack with advanced weapons, brutally killing the remaining few elders who resisted and attempting to uncover the truth, seizing their equipment to fully control the Tianlong team. As the only variable in their scheme, they believed that only by killing me could they rest easy and solidify their rule. Particularly, the sudden merger of various districts made them even more anxious. They were extremely worried that I would have fortuitous encounters in this vast world, and after rising again, would take bloody revenge on them. Thus, this group of venomous women would stop at nothing, using their last resort weapons, hoping to eliminate me as quickly as possible after the merger." Yusing Wan turned her head, her bright peach blossom eyes filled with admiration and gratitude as she looked at Jiang Chen's figure. Little did they know they would encounter a captain as powerful as you in this world. Not only did they fail to kill me, but they also met a captain 1,000,000 times stronger than them, leading to their swift demise. "Captain, thank you," Yusing Wan said softly and alluringly. "Your saving grace. I will surely repay you in the future." The passenger cabin was quiet after Yusing Wan recounted her experience of betrayal, and the air fell still. She slightly raised her head, her autumn water-like eyes illuminated by the soft glow within the car, gazed deeply at Jiang Chen, who was focused on driving the steel beast. The man's back was broad and upright, his fingers clearly defined around the steering wheel, radiating a sense of power. His profile was chiseled flawless like a sculpture. Yusing Wan felt her heart skip a beat uncontrollably. This man not only possessed a handsomeness that drove all women wild, but also had an immensely powerful and mysterious strength that could overpower gods in this apocalyptic world. A deep sigh escaped Yusing Wan's heart as a fervent desire to completely rely on him surged within her. She secretly clenched her delicate fist, vowing internally, "If heaven allowed me to meet him in my most desperate times, I would use all my charm and womanly wiles to win him over and keep him firmly by my side." In her previous world, she was the national movie queen, standing at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, adored by millions of fans. She had grown accustomed to the hypocrisy of the wealthy and the arrogance of the rich second generation, as well as the pretentious elites. Yet none of those men could make her heart flutter, let alone provide a sense of security. She had spent half her life searching for that one person who could allow her to shed all her facades and be a carefree woman, but he never appeared. Who would have thought that fate could be so cruel? In this survival world where death loomed at every corner and monstrous horrors lurked amidst sinister human hearts. On this endless road filled with bloody carnage, she unexpectedly found the perfect man she could entrust her life to so quickly. The process of our meeting was fraught with danger and twists, and I almost lost my life, but as long as I can have such a perfect man by my side to lie in his broad and warm embrace, then my life, Yusing Wan, would be considered complete. Yusing Wan's lips involuntarily curled into a gentle and infatuated smile. Beside her, Jiang Chen's eyes turned red after hearing the story of Yusing Wan's betrayal by her friend and nearly being poisoned. As a woman who had also struggled in this devouring apocalypse, she felt a deep empathy. She recalled being trapped in that despair-filled gas station before meeting Jiang Chen. Faced with the disgusting thugs outside and the ever-looming threat of death, the despair that felt like heaven did not respond, and the earth did not listen. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's godlike appearance, this pure school flower revered as a goddess by all the boys in school would have already turned into a cold corpse or been tormented by those psychologically disturbed survivors to the point of wishing for death. At this thought, Jiang Chen's kind and tender heart was immediately touched. She sniffed her pert little nose and, choking back emotions, reached out her delicate arms to embrace Yusing Wan. Jiang Chen buried her exquisite and delicate little face deeply in Yusing Wan's soft and fragrant embrace, filled with the luxurious scent of Chanel. Like a little kitten seeking comfort, she gently nuzzled in. Feeling the youthful aura and genuine kindness of the girl in her arms, Yusing Wan was slightly taken aback, but her expression softened completely as she reached out her jade hand to lightly pat Jiang Chen's back. After hugging for a while, Jiang Chen finally lifted her head. Her youthful, radiant face still bore traces of tears, yet she wore a serious and comforting expression as she looked at Yusing Wan and said, "Sister Wan, you can rest assured. Since you've successfully joined our team, those chaotic betrayals and dangers will never happen again." Jiang Chen proudly glanced at Jiang Chen's back, her tone filled with blind admiration and reliance. "With our husband around, nothing on this road can harm us. Everything will be just fine." At this point, Jiang Chen seemed to think of something, and a lovely blush crept onto her cheeks. She leaned closer to Yusing Wan's ear and whispered in a shy voice that only the two women could hear, "Of course. Although sometimes my husband, he might put a lot of pressure on people, a pressure that sometimes feels like you might die. But actually, once you get used to it, it's quite comfortable and relaxing. Actually, my husband is very good to us, very gentle." Jiang Chen clenched her small fist, cheering herself and Yusing Wan on. "Especially since we now have two of us in our team. As the saying goes, two fists can't beat four hands. As long as we sisters work together, we will definitely succeed in completely winning him over. Make him not dare to act recklessly like before, not that unrestrained." Hearing Jiang Chen's naive words, Yusing Wan nearly burst into laughter. She lowered her head, looking at the stunning school flower in her arms, who was both beautiful and curvaceous, and said nothing more, merely giving a charming and meaningful smile. "Gentle." Yusing Wan rolled her eyes internally, finding it hard to believe. Recalling the terrifying battlefield she encountered today, resembling a scene from hell. Over 30 fully armed vehicles were instantly torn apart, with debris and blood scattered everywhere. How could that possibly relate to the word gentle? This Jiang Chen fellow undoubtedly harbored a terrifying and tireless, ferocious beast within him. Moreover, Yusing Wan glanced over Jiang Chen's youthful and delicate figure. "My dear little sister, although you are young and beautiful at heart, you are merely a naive girl, and compared to her, a fully matured top-tier woman, you simply cannot compare in strength." Looking at this girl with her inexperienced demeanor, once we truly enter the battlefield, she would definitely be the first to drop her weapons and beg for mercy. In the end, the terrifying pressure of this main battlefield will probably fall upon me, the elder sister, to, "Oh well, who told me I found this girl pleasing to the eye? When the time comes, let me protect this lovely little sister and shield her from a few bullets." Yusing Wan felt a wave of helplessness rise within her, yet it was accompanied by a hint of unique antipathy. Time quietly flows by in this cruel world filled only with endless roads. In the blink of an eye, the countdown on the system panel has reached the second to last day of the extreme cold road survival stage. The external temperature has already plummeted to a terrifying -60 or 70 degrees. The entire world seems frozen, with thick layers of solid ice covering the roads, while violent snowstorms whip through, capable of instantly freezing a person into an ice sculpture. However, inside this secondary vehicle, which has been grotesquely upgraded and transformed by Jiang Chen into a mobile steel fortress of the apocalypse, a different scene unfolds resembling a paradise on Earth. Jiang Chen comfortably leaned back in the premium leather driver's seat with top-notch massage functions. He wore a thin and comfortable pure cotton t-shirt, feeling the 25-degree warm air blown by the vehicle's constant temperature system. Driving the vehicle with a clear mind, he smoothly navigated the seemingly endless frozen road. Ever since the arrival of Yusing Wan, a top-tier star with an alluring presence who understands the subtleties of human emotions, into their team a few days ago, Jiang Chen felt that his once monotonous apocalyptic life was suddenly filled with exhilarating passion. Most importantly, he was now faced with two stunning beauties, each possessing a unique charm. Finally, he no longer had to suppress himself every night until the early hours. Having more members in the convoy is indeed better. Now with two, the overall strength has already increased significantly. If I could have an entire convoy of beautiful women in the future. Jiang Chen fantasized about that alluring scene in his mind, while humming a cheerful tune happily. Occasionally, when supply boxes covered in ice and snow appeared ahead on the road, he would stop, casually throw on his tactical gear, get out to collect the boxes, and then continue his leisurely journey. This relaxed and enjoyable life continued until 2:30 in the afternoon, when something unusual finally occurred. Just as Jiang Chen was focused on the vehicle's radar while driving, suddenly two distinct and pleasant floral scents wafted in from the passageway leading to the luxurious living area behind him. One was Jiang Qingjia's fresh and elegant, filled with youthful vitality and a pure jasmine fragrance. The other was Yusing Wan's rich and intense, carrying a deadly allure with a high-end rose scent. These two contrasting floral aromas intertwined in the air, yet blended together seamlessly. They formed a captivating and unique fragrance that made one feel dazed with just a single inhale. Finally awake, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Turning his head, he indeed saw the two enchanting fairies slowly walking out from the living area together. Their states were in stark contrast. Jiang Qingya appeared relatively better off. After all, she was young, just over 20, in the prime of her physical capabilities. Moreover, she had been a school beauty who specialized in dance, maintaining good flexibility and basic stamina. Despite her cheeks being slightly flushed and her eyes carrying a hint of lazy charm, her steps were somewhat unsteady, yet she could still walk independently. However, Yusing Wan beside her was not in a good situation. At this moment, the beauty, usually so dignified and elegant, had her brows tightly knitted and her moist lips trembled slightly. Her fair jade-like hand gently rested on Jiang Qingjia's arm, as if Jiang Qingya was her last lifeline amidst the storm. With each small step that Yusing Wan took, her beautiful legs encased in black stockings wrinkled her brow in pain. She could only cautiously shuffle toward the luxurious passenger seat in the driver's cabin, her pitiful appearance enough to stir any man's protective instincts. "Ah, it seems that we lack exercise," Jiang Chen muttered to himself. In fact, he couldn't entirely blame her. Though she had spent time in the gym doing professional physical training to maintain her figure and stamina in her she had no issue with performing several high-intensity concerts or shooting for extended periods. But her once proud physical abilities pale in comparison to these two monsters beside her, making her feel utterly inadequate. There was no need to mention Jiang Qingya, who could effortlessly complete a full marathon of 42 kilometers, a vibrant college student brimming with youthful energy. Before meeting Jiang Chen, Jiang Qingya had long forgotten what it felt like to be exhausted to the point of not wanting to move a single finger. Since arriving in this survival world and encountering Jiang Chen, this inhuman being, Jiang Qingya tragically discovered that she felt drained every day to the point of collapse, her mind blank, directly fainting, and being forced into a deep sleep state. As for Jiang Chen, the culprit behind it all, his monstrous stamina needs no further elaboration. His original physical quality was already terrifying, and now combined with that perverse talent for rapid recovery, it was practically like a perpetual motion machine. For Jiang Chen's stamina seemed like an endless ocean, never reaching a dry bottom. The abilities that terrified them were merely routine for him, like drinking water or breathing. These two women often found themselves with grievances they couldn't voice, lacking even the strength to surrender or plead. Supported by Jiang Qingya, Yusing Wan struggled to move to the wide leather double seat beside the passenger. She slumped down into the soft seat, like a heap of soft mud, breathing heavily. Her proud curves heaved violently, outlining a breathtaking arc. After a while, Yusing Wan finally managed to lift her head with difficulty. She looked at Jiang Chen in the driver's seat, who appeared relaxed and content, not a drop of sweat on him, as if the terrifying battle from last night was merely a hallucination, as if nothing had ever happened. Yusing Wan's eyes were filled with resentment, biting her red lips as she complained with a hint of a sob, "Dad. Oh no, that's not right. Honey, can't our convoy's recruitment standards be just a little bit lower?" Yusing Wan, truly frightened, pleaded pathetically. Honey, just look at your terrifying stamina. With just the two of us delicate ladies, we can't complete the daily tasks you set for us. If this continues, we will be completely torn apart by you. I beg you, recruit a few more teammates to help share the pressure. Hearing these familiar words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Chen looked at the disheartened expression of Yusing Wan and felt a sense of schadenfreude in her heart. Now Yusing Wan's reaction was simply a replica of her own when she first encountered Jiang Chen's terrifying. So Jiang Chen turned her head, looking at Yusing Wan with a sly smile, playfully saying, "Mom. No, that's not right." Sister Xingwan. Jiang Chen leaned closer to Yusing Wan, poking her soft arm that was exhausted, teasing her without mercy. Sister Xingwan, I remember someone was once so determined to take on the heavy responsibilities and help me bear the terrifying pressure of work when they first joined, right? What happened? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to be just a pretty face with no real capability. You look like a battle-hardened woman, but in practice you often shrink behind me, scared of the pressure from your husband, clutching a pillow and screaming, too afraid to face the challenge. Not only that, you've been officially on the job for several days now, why haven't you adapted well to this work yet? Upon hearing Jiang Qinji's blunt and heart-wrenching mockery, Yusing Wan, who usually presented herself as mature and aloof, did not rebut. Instead, just thinking about the seemingly endless crazy work during the nights and the bone-deep exhaustion made Yusing Wan involuntarily shiver. She hurriedly shook her head in fear, grabbing Jiang Qinji's hand, completely dropping the demeanor of a big star, appearing utterly humble. Sister Qingya. No good sister. Mama Qingya. Before I was young and naive, I raised my voice. I was too reckless and seriously underestimated how hard you work every night on your own. Yusing Wan was almost in tears. I overestimated myself. In the future, please help me shoulder the heavy responsibility of facing the front line at night. I can just support you from behind. Hearing these two stunning beauties engaging in sisterly banter, Jiang Chen in the driver's seat could no longer hold back. Seeing you both huddled together for warmth, one would think you were about to face some life-and-death battle in a sea of corpses and blood. You two, is it really necessary to be like this? Seeing you both huddled together for warmth, one would think you were about to face some life-and-death battle in a sea of corpses and blood. Jiang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. If you really can't hold on anymore, you might as well surrender early each night, beg for mercy, and go to sleep to rest. Why must you grit your teeth and endure causing yourselves to wake up so late each day, trembling as you walk? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Mentioning this infuriating topic, the two women simultaneously turned their heads, giving Jiang Chen a seductive eye roll. They truly didn't want to say another word to this non-human monster who took advantage and played coy. Surrender and beg for mercy. Once this person gets into the zone, can you really stop by surrendering? It's simply an unreasonable frenzy. To avoid being driven to madness, Jiang Chen abruptly jumped away from this dangerous topic and steered the conversation elsewhere. Let's ignore this big pervert. Jiang Chen leaned back in her chair, looking out at the dreadful, icy, and snowy environment while glancing at the spotless interior of the car, sighing. But speaking of which, the items and talents in this apocalyptic survival world are indeed bizarre, and as Jiang Chen pointed at the living area they had just walked out from, saying, gratefully thanks to my husband being able to activate the purification technique once a day, even the troublesome cleaning can be fully automated. Otherwise, would have to tidy up well before bed every night, otherwise it would be uncomfortable to sleep in a dirty environment. Now it's much more convenient. As soon as he shines with white light, our messy bed instantly becomes neat and if it weren't for my husband's bizarre talent with fewer people in the car, now we could barely manage to separate dry and wet bedding. But if more people really come later, just washing and changing the sheets every day would be quite a hassle. Yusing Wan was gently rubbing her slightly round belly as if she had overeaten. She followed Jiang Qinji's lead, expressing her heartfelt admiration. Yes, this world is truly amazing and unbelievable. Yusing Wan's eyes sparkled with brightness. Who would have thought that you could open such miraculous pills from the As long as you take that pill during its effect, a woman's body really enters a miraculous suspended state. No more egg cells will be produced. This way, not only does it perfectly block the troublesome monthly visitor in this apocalyptic world, but it also alleviates the worry of unexpected pregnancies due to the high frequency of work. After all, if one were to be pregnant on this perilous survival road, it would severely affect future battles and survival. Upon hearing Yusing Wan mention this, Jiang Chen proudly raised her delicate chin, confidently humming twice, of course. Just look at who I am, my luck is quite extraordinary. However, Jiang Qinji's eyes shifted, landing on Jiang Chen as she changed her tone. But the biggest beneficiary of this miraculous item is probably not the two of us. Rather, it's a certain big pervert who can indulge freely. Jiang Chen was focused on driving, and although he did not turn around, his keen perception instantly detected the two fiery gazes beside him, filled with resentment and shyness, fixated on the back of his head. With a helpless touch of his nose, Jiang Chen could only chuckle bitterly in his heart. So can I be blamed for this? There's no helping it, it's all due to the SS-grade talent's perverse effect. Once the talent begins to operate, even a single drop of blood can be reborn. Oh, a mere amount of anime energy hardly counts for anything. It seems that for the long-term happiness of the team, and to protect these two girls from being overindulged, I must work harder and find more exceptional teammates that meet the system's recruitment criteria. Jiang Chen's thoughts involuntarily drifted away. He unwittingly recalled those old acquaintances he had met while executing various secret missions on Blue Star before his transmigration. Those women, the cold and ruthless blonde assassin, the aloof female tycoon controlling a vast financial empire, and the exotic royal princess. If only they could come to this world now. Jiang Chen silently calculated in his heart. At least from the system's judgment on their appearance and figure, although they might be slightly inferior to the two stunning beauties Qinya and Xing, one they would definitely qualify as exceptional. Moreover, because I was picky back then, their recharge counts are all absolutely zero. I just wonder, given their strong personalities, what level of talent would they awaken if they came to this world? However, compared to that, as long as they meet the 3 strict requirements of the system, it shouldn't be a big problem. If their awakened talent is too trash, then it's fine to have them join my team as full-time personal mates. At least I know them well, and it would be easier to train them. It would also be convenient and handy, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, Jiang Chen helplessly shook his head, casting aside these unrealistic fantasies. Those people are probably still struggling to survive in a few major regions abroad. I haven't even fully grasped this newly merged domestic region yet. Now, thinking about crossing regions to find them abroad, the difficulty is as high as climbing to the sky. I should focus on the present first. He retracted his wandering thoughts. Suddenly, Jiang Chen thought of the large number of unopened wooden resource boxes stored in the internal storage space of the vehicle, which he had kept for the sake of traveling and monster hunting. He turned his head and glanced at the 2 girls in the passenger seat, who were laughing and joking. A defiant smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Chen's face. I don't believe it. I am a man with awakened cheat abilities. How can my luck in opening boxes not surpass Jiang Qinya and Yusing Wan? With this thought, Jiang Chen decisively slammed on the brakes, bringing the massive steel beast to a steady stop in the middle of the frozen road. He turned to the 2 girls and confidently said, a gentle smile appearing on Jiang Chen's face. Anyway, I've already completed today's mileage task, and the daytime driving period is about to end. Since that's the case, why don't we 3 play a thrilling minigame together? Upon seeing Jiang Chen's kind smile and hearing the phrase thrilling minigame, the 2 girls in the passenger seat shivered as if electrocuted. Jiang Qinya and Yusing Wan's faces instantly turned pale. Without a second thought, they shook their heads in panic, speaking in unison with terrified, pleading tones. Hubby. Please. No. Hubby, we just got up not long ago. We had to lean against the wall to walk earlier, and our bodies haven't fully recovered from the soreness yet. You're being merciful. Let us rest for a bit first, and when night falls, we can play games with you then, okay? Hearing the tragic wails of the 2 women who had completely misunderstood him, Jiang Chen felt a line of black lines suddenly appear on his forehead. With a face full of speechlessness, he exclaimed, Hey, what on earth are you 2 women thinking about all day? Jiang Chen pointed at his own nose in exasperation. Do you really think I'm the kind of pervert who only thinks with his lower half endlessly and tirelessly? Jiang Chen thought that his righteous questioning would make the 2 women feel ashamed. But to his surprise, the 2 beautiful goddesses, each with distinct charms, showed no hesitation after hearing his question. They nodded vigorously at Jiang Chen with a serious and extremely certain expression. Their synchronized movements and unwavering gazes made it clear that they genuinely agreed with Jiang Chen's earlier perverted playboy assessment. Jiang Chen was instantly left speechless, feeling that his reputation had been greatly insulted. You win this round. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. With a wave of his hand, whoosh, 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 bright light flashed as Jiang Chen pulled out a total of 15 wooden resource boxes exuding an ancient aura from the vehicle's storage space. He roughly divided the boxes into 3 piles, pushing 5 boxes each to Jiang Qinya and Yusing Wan, leaving 5 boxes for himself. It must be said that after Jiang Chen's multiple upgrades, the current second-level vehicle had become quite luxurious and spacious in the front driver's area. Even with 3 people sitting side by side, adding this pile of wooden boxes on the vast central console did not feel crowded at all. Jiang Chen smiled and pointed at the boxes, explaining, Don't be nervous, the game I'm talking about is this. Since we are parked here and have nothing to do and it's freezing outside, why don't we test to see who has better luck? Who can open the most exceptional items? The 2 girls, seeing that it was not a life-threatening game, immediately felt as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders and let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Qinya's previously pale face instantly regained its color as she disdainfully laughed. Oh, You scared me. I thought it was something life-threatening. Turns out it's just opening boxes. So hubby, are you still not convinced about my earlier luck with opening hide-ear items? It seems that today this lucky emperor must teach you the unlucky one a good lesson. Yusing Wan finally relaxed at this moment, elegantly brushing aside the loose strands of hair by her ear, looking at the box in front of her, and confidently said with a smile, "Although my luck hasn't been particularly great before, overall it's still quite acceptable. Don't forget, my dear, that on the roof of our car there are 3 mounted machine guns, and one of them I personally piloted to bring out. Today I absolutely will not be the one with the worst luck." Looking at the 2 girls who were no longer afraid, but rather eager with excitement, ready to take action, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile confidently. I have been holding back for several days without opening a supply. The luck and fortune accumulated over these days must have reached a terrifying level. You may not be my match. Jiang Chen was certain in his heart. This time, during the 5 consecutive draws, I will surely open plenty of extraordinary treasures. At the very least, I must completely shift the title of worst luck in the convoy to that woman Yusing Wan. Honey, don't daydream. Let's get started quickly, Jiang Chen urged playfully. She was wearing a comfortable light gauze sleeveless nightgown, lounging in the soft passenger seat, her big eyes sparkling with cunning and anticipation. As her voice fell, Jiang Chen casually rubbed her small jade-like hands. In this world of survival filled with death and crisis, resource-blind boxes are the foundation of survival for everyone, and each opening is a gamble that could change one's fate. But Jiang Chen was clearly an exception. Her long, fair fingers lightly tapped in the air, quickly opening the first wooden resource box in front of her. Buzz! A faint yet pure white light flashed, and a cold mechanical voice from the system echoed in her mind. She glanced briefly at the system's opening box prompt, then proceeded to open the remaining 4 boxes with a flurry of pop, pop, pop. A series of glimmers flickered and various basic materials flowed into her personal survival backpack like a stream. She pointed her long, fair fingers at the system screen, skillfully calculating how many resources she had gathered. Then she lightly clapped her hands, her stunningly beautiful face calm, as she casually said, "Today's luck feels rather average. All totaled, it should be around 100 units of basic materials, which can only be considered a normal performance." Upon hearing this large number, Yusing Wan, who was sitting upright and prepared to open her box, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. She turned to look at Jiang Qinji's interface, summarizing her box opening rewards, her alluring eyes as beautiful as autumn waters, filled with deep shock and disbelief. Although she had already heard Jiang Chen complain many times in the car and knew that Jiang Chen had outrageous luck, her little hands were practically glowing red. But this was still the first time she had faced such a terrifying scene of luck in such an intuitive way since Jiang Chen successfully recruited her into the car. One must understand that for ordinary players, getting more than 5 units of basic materials from a wooden resource box is already considered a stroke of good fortune. Yusing Wan looked down at the 5 wooden boxes in front of her that had yet to be touched, feeling an immense pressure. She helplessly brushed her wavy hair aside, enviously saying, "Sister Qingya, your luck is truly incredible. This is simply the luck of the system's favored goddess. In this endless road where one could lose their life at any moment, your luck is even more useful than some advanced talents. Compared to your heaven-defying luck, my luck is indeed quite lacking. I'm almost afraid to open them now." After saying this, Yusing Wan took a deep breath, her heaving chest rising and falling. As if performing some kind of ritual, she clasped her hands in front of her chest and earnestly prayed, then proceeded to open her own 5 resource boxes one by one. With a series of flashes of light, Yusing Wan carefully examined the system prompts. As the last box transformed into tiny starlights and vanished, she calculated the total and revealed a helpless, bitter smile on her once hopeful, beautiful face. She shook her head with regret and sighed lightly. As expected. My luck is just slightly worse. These 5 boxes combined yield only about 75 units of basic materials. It seems that in the future this box opening task will have to be left to you, Sister Qingya. I'm just wasting resources." At this moment, Jiang Chen was sitting in the driver's seat, looking through the rearview mirror at the number of items the 2 girls had opened, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, the pressure overwhelming. He felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Good heavens! Jiang Chen opened a total of 100 units from 5 boxes, averaging 20 units per box. Even Yusing Wan, who always called herself a non-lucky beauty, managed to get 75 units from 5 boxes, averaging 15 units each. What does this mean? It means that as the owner of this top-tier vehicle, as a powerhouse with a super cheat, he must wash away the shame before these 2 women. To maintain his dignity as the team leader, he must open at least 15 units of basic materials from each of the remaining 5 boxes. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his expression serious, under the curious and concerned gazes of the 2 girls. He rubbed his hands and cautiously opened his own supply box. The first box. I must hold steady. Jiang Chen silently prayed in his heart. A flash of light. System prompt obtained 8 units of basic materials. Jiang Chen's cheeks twitched slightly, and his heart sank. The second box. Give me a big win. System prompt obtained 7 units of basic materials. The third box. System prompt obtained 10 units of basic materials. The fourth box. Please let it be a critical hit. Jiang Chen almost gritted his teeth as he clicked on the fourth box. System prompt obtained 5 units of basic materials. After a brief silence. Haha. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Chen, who had been trying hard to suppress her laughter, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She covered her small mouth, giggling cheerfully and somewhat schadenfreude, her laughter causing her to tremble. Wow, honey, your luck today is quite good. You only opened about 30 units of basic materials among the 4 supply boxes. It's just a pity that compared to mine, you're still a little short. Jiang Chen made a small gap with her thumb and index finger. If a certain countryman saw this gesture, they would probably be enraged and break their defenses on the spot. Jiang Chen playfully counted with her delicate fingers, pretending to be serious as she said, just take a look. If you can pull out 45 basic materials from your last chest all at once, you will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Sister Yusing Wan. If by any chance you manage to open more than 70 basic materials, then you will completely surpass me. Come on, darling. I believe you can create miracles. Yusing Wan found it quite amusing at that moment. Her earlier disappointment from only obtaining 75 materials vanished instantly, as she was healed by Jiang Chen's even worse luck. She rested her chin on one hand, looking at Jiang Chen with eager anticipation, her gaze resembling that of a gambler who had lost everything and was about to take a final desperate gamble. It was uncertain if he could create a miracle with the last material chest. At that moment, Jiang Chen's forehead was already covered in dark lines. He felt that his once great reputation in this apocalyptic world was about to be completely tarnished in front of his woman. He looked somewhat desperate and helpless at the last remaining solitary material chest. After all, this was the most basic wood resource chest. Even if luck were to defy the heavens, Jiang Chen, who was akin to the favored daughter of this survival world, had only pulled out a maximum of 33 basic materials from a wooden resource chest in her past records. Now Jiang Chen was asking him to pull out 45 or even 70 materials. It was truly asking too much to expect him to far surpass Jiang Qingji's highest record. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and suddenly pressed down on the last material chest, his eyes fixed intently on it as he flung it open. Give me gold. Ding. Congratulations, player Jiang Chen, you have triggered a rare low-probability item drop. Acquired high-end women's suit black 1 set. Looking at the exquisitely crafted high-end suit that lay quietly inside the chest, exuding a faint fragrance, Jiang Chen's expression instantly turned ashen, frozen in place. Defeated, utterly defeated. As expected, he lost this competition without any surprises. His abysmal luck now compared not only to top-tier Jiang Chen, but even to Yusing Wan, who considered herself unlucky, revealed an enormous, insurmountable gap. Oh dear, it turned out to be clothing. And it's a complete set. Yusing Wan's beautiful eyes lit up. In this severely resource-scarce survival world, a clean, brand-new high-end garment held tremendous allure for women. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and summoned the high-quality garment from the system space of the material. Jiang Chen, ever the curious one, leaned over, and the 2 exquisite little heads came together to examine it closely. Then Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen with delight, clapping her little hands. Wow, darling, what you pulled out from this last chest is quite remarkable. Although it's not a survival essential material, it's an extremely rare high-end uniform. On the trading platform, it would be hard to buy clothes of such high quality. As a former top star who once stood in the spotlight, Yusing Wan naturally had a discerning eye for fabric and tailoring. She gently caressed the silky, cool fabric of the women's suit with her delicate fingers, tracing the collar down to the cuffs, nodding in approval as she said, "This fabric, this drape, and this pure handmade three-dimensional tailoring, it's definitely the work of a top artisan." In that previous world, such a suit would cost at least over 100,000 for a set. If this suit were to be sold on the trading platform, it could conservatively fetch around 20 basic materials. Jiang Chen also nodded in agreement with this insider judgment, adding, Yes, Sister Yusing Wan's estimation is about right. Although this suit doesn't have any additional attribute bonuses, and it's not very convenient for movement, it is indeed stunningly beautiful and can be considered a small treasure. Darling, your luck isn't too bad either. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, felt no joy at all, collapsing onto the steering wheel with a face full of helplessness, saying, Forget it. Even if it truly was worth 20 basic materials, the total yield from all 5 of my chests combined is only a pitiful 50 materials. Compared to Yusing Wan's 75 materials, I'm still half a step behind. Where's my dignity as the Seeing Jiang Chen's rare look of defeat, Jiang Qingji's eyes twinkled as if she thought of something fun. She then cheerfully approached Jiang Chen, wrapped her arms around his sturdy arm, pressed her soft body against him, and cooed, all right, darling, don't be sad. Opening chests is all about luck. You handle the fighting outside and leave such luck-dependent tasks to seeing you so pitiful. Let this young lady perform a magical trick to compensate you." Jiang Chen looked up at her with some confusion, unsure of what this quirky girl was up to. Jiang Qingya mysteriously turned her back, rummaged through her spatial backpack for a moment, and then took out a pair of exquisite golden-framed glasses. Then she gently placed the glasses directly on the beautiful face of the still bewildered Yusing Wan sitting. After putting them on, Jiang Qingya playfully winked at Yusing Wan, conveying a hint of "you know what to do." As a top actress who had won countless awards and played numerous classic roles, Yusing Wan understood Jiang Qingya's scripted cue the moment she put on the glasses. A charming and elegant smile curved at the corners of her mouth, perfectly allowing Jiang Qingya to adjust the glasses for her. She casually tidied her somewhat disheveled long hair, pushing it behind her ears, revealing a long, slender, snow-white neck. After putting on the glasses, Yusing Wan's originally alluring eyes filled with tenderness and a hint of a domineering aura slowly closed. She took a deep breath, her ample bosom rising and falling. In that moment, her entire aura underwent a terrifying transformation. When Yusing Wan opened her eyes again, the elegance and charm that once adorned her gaze had vanished. In its place was a sharp and imposing presence, the terrifying aura of a cold, tyrannical female CEO who had long held power and commanded others. This aura seemed to take on a tangible form, bursting forth from her delicate figure, chilling the very air. Yusing Wan slightly raised her snow-white chin, her eyes refracted through golden-rimmed glasses gleaming with a cold light, scrutinizing Jiang Chen with icy detachment. With her red lips slightly parted, she spoke with an exceedingly harsh and oppressive tone, coldly reprimanding him. "Jiang Chen, what is the matter with your performance this month? Every day you laze around in the office. Your overall output rate is dead last among all projects. If you don't want to work, then roll up your things and get out. Our U Corporation absolutely does not support wasteful individuals like you." Hiss. Looking at Yusing Wan's fierce and stern gaze, which seemed capable of piercing one's very soul, and hearing her severe reprimands, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He instinctively put down the steering wheel, genuinely applauding Yusing Wan's textbook-level top-notch acting. I must say the terrifying aura she displayed at this moment was certainly not inferior to those billion-dollar tycoons who commanded tens of thousands of people with an imposing presence before the calamity. That kind of lofty demeanor, looking down on others as if they were mere ants, easily incited an impulse to kneel and submit. Under this terrifying aura, one could even momentarily forget that the woman reprimanding him had an unrivaled beauty capable of toppling nations and an incredibly alluring figure. This stark contrast further ignited the desire deep within men to conquer this unreachable flower atop the mountain. Seeing Jiang Chen with a look of enjoyment, his eyes sparkling in delight, Jiang Qingya then jumped up from her chair like a cunning little fox whose scheme had succeeded, smiling brightly. She grabbed Yusing Wan's delicate hand, excited, yet with a hint of mystery, saying, "Hubby, please wait here," obediently for a moment. "No peeking. I'm taking Sister Wan to change into a different outfit. We'll be right back. I promise to give you a bit." Humph. With Jiang Qingya's pull, Yusing Wan could no longer maintain her previous aloof and abstinent CEO demeanor. She let out a soft laugh, and her stunning cheeks instantly flushed with two charming shades of pink resembling a sunset. Yusing Wan tightly held onto the black high-end women's suit that Jiang Chen had just brought out, slightly lowering her head, her voice soft with a hint of shyness that could melt bones. "Hubby, please wait a moment for us. Just a moment. After we change into our outfits, we'll come back to continue the story with you." Before Jiang Chen's flustered mind could react to the teasing, then the two women swiftly moved, a rush of fragrant wind following them as they dashed towards the private shower and living area behind the vehicle like startled, exquisite little white rabbits. From the rustling noises coming from inside, it was evident they were preparing to use the props just brought out to change outfits for a splendid makeover before coming out to give Jiang Chen a tremendous surprise. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, seated in the driver's seat, watched the graceful figures of the two women disappear, still reminiscing about the unique charm Yusing Wan displayed after putting on the glasses. Tisk, the potential of this actress is indeed formidable. Just how many surprises do these two treasure girls hold that I have yet to discover? Jiang Chen licked his lips, savoring the lingering fragrance within the car as the surging flames of desire in his heart seemed to rise again with vigor. In this oppressive and uncertain post-apocalyptic road, to possess such a rare warmth and romance was truly an invaluable experience. Jiang Chen in the driver's seat didn't wait long. In less than half an hour, a refreshing jasmine and rich rose scent wafted over. The two women had evidently put in considerable effort, stepping out from the living area in high heels, moving with a heart-racing cadence. The moment Jiang Chen saw their outfits, his breath caught his pupils constricting fiercely, his throat rolling with difficulty. In front was Jiang Chen, youthful and lively. She wore a light, blue-fitted business suit, and her originally smooth black hair was now elegantly styled into a meticulous professional bun. A few playful strands of hair hung by her delicately white ears, making her appearance significantly sharper and neater, shedding the youthful innocence of a university student for a more mature and dignified workplace aura. Her flawless porcelain-like face had no heavy makeup, only a delicate layer of glossy red on her lips resembling tempting cherries. Yet this elevated her overall temperament, exuding a captivating charm amid her purity. What was most striking was her lower half. Wrapped tightly around her perfect peach-shaped curves was a form-fitting pencil skirt paired with high-quality sheer flesh-colored stockings that nearly melded with her skin. Her long, slender legs, tightly encased in the stockings, radiated an unbeatable youthful allure, with the subtle skin texture providing an ultimate visual test. On her feet were exquisite champagne-colored stiletto heels at least 7 centimeters high. This outfit made Jiang Chen look like a newly employed, vibrant, hardworking, yet slightly naive top-notch. Standing there, she seemed ready to guide you through work troubles with a sweet, gentle, and patient voice. Even in the late-night office, she would diligently and patiently help you resolve some life troubles that were hard to speak of. "Hubby, how do I look in this outfit?" Jiang Qinjia's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with spring warmth, shyly turning around in place. As she moved, the blue pencil skirt traced a tempting curve that made Jiang Chen's breath quicken. However, before Jiang Chen could praise his secretary's outfit, another exquisite beauty, Yusing Wan, elegantly walked over. Her presence was in stark contrast to Jiang Qinjia's innocent demeanor. She exuded a commanding and formidable top-tier aura. Yusing Wan was wearing the pure black high-end women's suit that Jiang Chen had just brought out. The outfit fit her devilish figure, as if it were custom-tailored. Adding a touch here would make her look bulky, and taking a bit away would make her look thin. Unlike Jiang Chen, she wore her long, seductive waves of hair cascading down her snow-white shoulders, exuding an air of allure. Her already stunning and atmospheric features were rarely adorned with a striking red lipstick that exuded a queenly aura. She still wore the golden-rimmed glasses, her fox-like eyes behind the lenses cold and profound, gazing down at everything with rational detachment. This ensemble instantly amplified her cold and imposing demeanor, her aura fully Yet what held one's gaze most irresistibly was Yusing Wan's astonishingly voluptuous figure, her pronounced curves even more generous than Jiang Chen's by a full measure, straining the white silk blouse beneath to taut exquisite tension. The two delicate buttons at her chest hung in desperate peril, bearing a crushing pressure far beyond their modesty. It seemed that even a single deep breath from Yusing Wan would send them flying, while through the taut gap between fabric and skin a breathtaking, fathomless abyss glimmered faintly. A form-fitting black pencil skirt accentuated her waist-to-hip ratio to perfection, framing a pair of long, elegant legs sheathed in premium, luxuriously smooth black stockings. The finest black stockings subtly revealed the warm, jade-like hue of her skin, a tantalizing, elusive allure far more potent than bare legs capable of driving any man to utter frenzy. On her feet rested a pair of sleek, stiletto-heeled black patent shoes with crimson soles, aggressive, commanding. Each sharp click-clack of her heels struck precisely upon Jiang Chen's wildly pounding heart. At that moment, Yusing Wan stood with arms crossed naturally before her chest, not only lifting her striking silhouette, but radiating the austere, decisive aura of a dominion-wielding CEO, cool, untouchable, fiercely disciplined. She seemed poised to trample every man beneath her heel without mercy. A black rose blooming atop an ice-clad peak, formidable, thorned, and utterly unapproachable, yet stirring an irresistible primal urge to conquer her completely. "Jiang Chen," she murmured, her crimson lips parting slightly, voice icy, yet laced with a magnetic timbre that sent shivers down the spine. Jiang Chen felt his mouth go dry, his blood surging backward in dizzying rush. He then turned his full attention to these two flawless goddesses standing before him, equally stunning in beauty, yet diametrically opposed in temperament. To his left stood the pure, alluring personal secretary draped in sheer stockings. To his right, the aloof, commanding icy, black-stockinged, and leggy. A scene ordinary men could only dream of now unfolded before him in stark, vivid reality. Just as he teetered on the edge of losing control. Beep. A cold, emotionless system alert pierced the minds of all three. That tone instantly dissolved the car's sultry, intoxicating atmosphere. Region-wide mandatory broadcast alert. 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 Daytime safe driving period has officially ended. The frost-bitten apocalypse highway survival phase enters its most brutal final day. Due to excessive surviving players on the current track, the system will accelerate natural selection to identify true elites. Accordingly, the final day challenge, Apocalypse Life or Death Dilemma, is now activated. As the system's sterile mechanical voice faded, a blinding crimson light screen forcibly projected itself onto every survivor's retina. Each character on the screen appeared forged from thick, glistening blood, dripping viscous crimson droplets. Ultimate Game I Death Race. Rule at midnight tomorrow, all players on this track, regardless of vehicle class or modification level, will be forcibly teleported onto a single, endless frostbound racetrack for a 12-hour unrestricted death race. All means of vehicular assault against opponents are permitted. Penalty upon countdown expiration. Players ranked within the bottom 30% globally, including both driver and vehicle, will be immediately and irrevocably erased by system decree. Ultimate Game 2 Death Slaughter. Rule players selecting this option will be stripped of all vehicle privileges by system mandate. They will then be randomly deployed into an unknown wasteland teeming with terrifying mutated zombies and grotesque aberrations. To clear this trial, players must survive unaided for 12 hours. Rewards risks. This zombie-infested wasteland brims with lethal danger. Zombie tiers remain unknown, but also conceals extraordinary opportunities and top-tier rewards capable of elevating one to supremacy. Players may freely explore this realm. Note: fatality risk is extremely high. Choose with utmost caution. Once confirmed, selection is irreversible. Staring at this sudden blood-soaked malicious system directive, Jiang Chen and his companions exchanged glances, their earlier desire evaporating, replaced by grim solemnity. They swiftly abandoned any lingering thoughts of workplace games. In this accursed apocalypse, survival always reigns supreme. Yusing Wan and Jiang Chen promptly returned to their seats, sat upright, and opened their individual system interfaces. All three began intently reviewing the official game announcement and scanning the public chat channel. Indeed, no sooner had the system announced the final day rules than collective tension across the regional. Curses and cries of despair erupted instantly, flooding the feed like an unrelenting waterfall. Heavens above, is this damn survival game determined to exterminate us? Eradicate the bottom 30%. Has this wretched system stopped pretending altogether? First there was a novice protection phase. Now it openly orchestrates mass slaughter. I file a formal protest. Exactly. I just checked the survivor count. We're merged into several large zones totaling over 100,000 souls clinging to life here. Which means, under this vile 30% threshold, tomorrow's race will erase over 30,000 living survivors, without exception. Such lethality is monstrous, pure carnage. I quit. Let me out. Wah. I'm piloting nothing but a rusted tractor. Even after scavenging day and night, barely upgrading it to level 2, my top speed caps at 40 miles per hour. In a death race against elite drivers and hypercars and armored off-roaders, I'll inevitably finish last and get purged. Who'll save me? I don't want to die. Hee, the one upstairs driving a tractor, stop pretending to be pitiful here. It's been a month since the survival game started, and those who are still alive and have upgraded their vehicles to level 2, how many of them are truly soft persimmons? Each one of them has blood on their hands and is ruthless. Are you still pretending to be a big shot? Do you really think we don't know that you spent a fortune on adding reinforced steel ramming horns and various spikes to your tractor? Your speed is slow, but who dares to get close to you? Exactly. I just can't stand people like you. What's the difference between this and those nerds in the previous world who would cry about not studying before every exam, claiming they played games all night and would definitely fail? When asked, he wouldn't know how to answer any question, yet when the results came out, he got everyone right. Stop throwing smoke bombs to confuse everyone. If you think racing is dangerous, then don't drive and go participate in that death kill where vehicles aren't even allowed. Oh well, death kill. Ahem, maybe you'll pass on that, brother. Although I'm not good at long-distance running or close combat. But, after some calm thought that death racing, according to the system's past cunning nature, is definitely not just a simple contest of vehicle speed. During the 12-hour racing process, who knows what other special items might spawn on the road, like magnet slow traps or speed boosts. After all, with an elimination rate of only 30%, as long as one plays it safe, the vast majority of players can pass through smoothly. The tractor driver began to analyze rationally, but that death kill game is completely different. The system is so perverse that it doesn't even allow the use of vehicles, which directly strips us of our greatest survival capital. What difference is there between someone like me who relies entirely on modified vehicles for survival and those ordinary players who are powerless without vehicles? Going in is just delivering takeout to zombies. Moreover, if you look closely at the system description, it doesn't even state the mortality rate, only written in red, extremely high mortality rate. And there are alluring extra rewards. In such a doomsday game, those who understand know that the more the system claims the rewards are plentiful, the more terrifying the game actually is. At first glance, it doesn't seem like a good choice. In a terrifying world full of unknown, mutated zombies surviving for 12 hours without any weapons. Damn, just thinking about it gives me chills. Anyone wanting to survive would be a fool to choose the second option. Although this guy with a level 2 tractor was a bit pretentious in his speech. But seeing this meticulous analysis, the other players had to nod in acknowledgement. No wonder he is an advanced player who has survived in this brutal world and upgraded to a level 2 vehicle. He truly has a profound and unique understanding of the system rules in this survival world. In this survival game filled with death and deception, the higher the rewards, the greater the risks will geometrically increase. Since the system dares to claim that the death kill game offers generous rewards, even having top-tier items drop, there is no doubt that the zombies and monsters that spawn inside will be terrifying, and there is a high likelihood of second or even third-tier mutated bodies existing. The mortality rate will definitely far exceed the 30% elimination line of the racing competition. It can be described as a life-or-death killing ground. However, looking at the constantly rolling chat messages, a small portion of players thought completely differently. Those who were already unlucky or had terrible initial talent, who could only drive the lowest-tier junk cars, have been struggling at the bottom of the game, teetering on the brink of death every day. When they saw these two different rules, their eyes instead burst forth with the crazed light of gamblers. For them, participating in death racing with their barely functional daily task cars would absolutely leave them far behind the skilled players from the very start. So for them, the mortality rate of the racing competition is not 30% at all, but a despairing 100%. Death is inevitable. Choosing death racing is just signing up for death. Since it's death either way, why not go all in and participate in death kill instead? After all, once everyone enters, they need vehicles. Those normally high and mighty wealthy big shots lose their metal shells for protection and are basically forced onto the same starting line for close combat. The physical bodies of those big shots may not be much stronger than those of the struggling players. Perhaps with a stroke of good luck, they could survive in there and even obtain amazing rewards, staging a miraculous turnaround in their fortunes. Of course, at this point, if any friends who studied game theory were present, they would uncover a chilling little secret. If the 30% of lower-tier players who were supposed to be eliminated all smartly chose to withdraw from death racing and instead participated in death kill to seek survival, then those who remain on the death racing track will face the risk of being eliminated. Originally, those driving medium-tier vehicles who thought themselves safe and could easily avoid elimination would now find themselves forced to become the bottom tier of the new track, the last 30% of players the system requires to eliminate. As a result, this portion of mid-tier players who once had stable survival rates would suddenly see their absolute safety plummet to a terrifying 100% mortality rate. This is a deadly psychological game for the lower-tier players. In these two life-and-death game choices, any slight misjudgment by the players could significantly increase the likelihood of this group facing death in tomorrow's game. As this theory was proposed, the entire chat channel immediately fell into a frenzy of suspicion and mutual deception. Countless people began to disguise their own strengths, attempting to lead others into making wrong choices. Of course, these torturous choices and psychological battles that could drive ordinary players insane would not trouble someone like Jiang Chen at all. Even the weakest member of their team possessed S-level survival talent, and their vehicle was already a steel behemoth, making them absolute top-tier players. With Jiang Chen's current strength and firepower configuration, he didn't need to participate in such low-level psychological games. They only needed to choose a gameplay option that pleased them. Whether it be racing or killing, he was absolutely confident he could crush it. Regardless of whether it was the seemingly civilized world of the past or the current brutal world where the weak are devoured by the strong. The rules will always favor the strong, who stand at the top of the pyramid with special treatment. In the spacious and luxurious driver's cabin of the RV, the heavy atmosphere slightly eased. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the light screens of the two game introductions, finally focusing as he turned to the two women beside him and said in a deep voice, "Now that we are so strong with overwhelming firepower and top-notch awakened talents, in that case, let's choose the one with the greatest benefits." Jiang Chen's lips curled into a proud arc of confidence belonging to the former king of the underground world. In this survival world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, only by facing the most brutal challenges and seizing the finest resources can the strong become even stronger. Therefore, we choose the second game, Death Slaughter. Hearing Jiang Chen's commanding words, Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan exchanged glances, both seeing admiration for this man in each other's eyes as they nodded in agreement. "We will follow your lead," the two said in unison. With the main business settled, Jiang Chen relaxed his leaning back in the comfortable leather seat. His gaze unconsciously traced the beautiful figures beside him. At that moment, Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan were still dressed in two enticing high-end office lady outfits. Jiang Qinjia's light blue fitted suit paired with sheer nude stockings exuded a pure and capable senior secretary vibe, while Yusing Wan's pure black bespoke suit complemented by gold-rimmed glasses and matte black stockings radiated a cold, domineering, yet deadly seductive aura. Looking at these two charming and stunning office ladies, he suppressed the heat rising in his heart and waved his hand helplessly, saying, "All right, it's getting late. Let's rest early today. I won't trouble you tonight. After all, we have an unknown slaughter game tomorrow, and you need to conserve your strength. Otherwise, if it impacts your performance tomorrow, it would be a loss." Jiang Chen thought that the two women who usually complained would breathe a sigh of relief and rush back to the living area to rest well. However, he forgot one thing: sometimes women can be more lustful than men. What she called not wanting it was often just a shy act of feigning innocence. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, the two women did not move. Jiang Qinjia's watery peach blossom eyes turned a sly smile forming on her lips as she cheerfully, "Oh darling, you face such great pressure outside every day. If you can't release it at night, how will it affect your performance tomorrow?" She exhaled sweetly, her voice making one's bones feel weak. "Actually, even if it's not that kind of trouble, my sister and I have ways to help you relieve stress and keep you in the best condition for battle." As she spoke, Jiang Qingya turned her head and playfully winked at Yusing Wan, slowly extending her delicate jade-like fingers. As a big star thriving in the entertainment industry with her acting talent fully maxed out, Yusing Wan instantly understood the hint in Jiang Qinjia's eyes. Her charming eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses flashed with understanding as she too extended her delicate hands. In the next moment, the two pairs of beautifully manicured hands naturally intertwined in the air, fingers tightly clasped together. They then leaned in closer. They tilted their heads slightly, their enchanting and obedient gazes like autumn waters unabashedly directed at Jiang Chen in the driver's. They tilted their heads slightly, their enchanting and obedient gazes like autumn waters unabashedly directed at Jiang Chen in the driver's seat. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt as if his mind exploded instantly, taking a sharp breath. One was pure as water and the other seductive as fire. Both were strangely and exquisitely beautiful. These two faces, peak creations of beauty, pressed closely together, looking at him with a gaze that seemed to pull at the very strings of his heart. The visual impact of this scene was overwhelmingly strong. What normal man in the world could withstand such a test? Ahem. Since you both say so, I look forward to your performance next. The two women looked at Jiang Chen, who was trying to maintain composure, yet couldn't hide his heated appearance, and immediately burst into laughter. In unison, they said in a bright, respectful, yet mischievous voice, "Rest assured, we guarantee you an unforgettable night. We will take care of you, as if we respect our father." The next morning, inside the armored RV, it was quiet with sunlight streaming through the panoramic sunroof. Jiang Chen had indeed kept his promise last night, and gave them a day off. He did not engage in any strenuous activities that would consume a lot of energy, but instead fulfilled his obligations in a gentler manner. Therefore, when the two women got up this morning, aside from feeling some inexplicable soreness and swelling in their wrists and ankles, they did not have the usual severe fatigue that made them feel like they had fallen apart. At 7:30, the three had finished washing up, and after putting on the black multifunctional tactical suit pulled from the silver supply box, were hurriedly making their final preparations for battle in the spacious cabin. To prepare for the upcoming intense battle, Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan tied their normally loose and waist-length hair into sleek and tidy high ponytails with black hair ties. Their beautiful bare faces, although lacking any cosmetic embellishments, were instead accentuated by the outfit and high ponytails, adding an aura of dashing heroism that was rarely seen. It must be said that although this nanomaterial tactical suit was designed to be quite loose and secure, without any elements that highlighted sensuality, it still could not hide the incredibly alluring curves of the two women's figures. Especially as the tight clothing accentuated their bosoms, which rose with their breathing and weapon checks, it seemed as if they might burst the zipper at any moment, providing a unique allure filled with power. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also methodically preparing for battle. Listening to the crisp click sound of the magazine's metal buckle, a glint of fervor flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he unexpectedly found the long-lost feeling he had when executing those life-and-death secret missions back on Blue Star, a mix of tension and excitement. Phew. I've relaxed too long on this survival road, and I do indeed want to experience the thrilling. Jiang Chen chuckled internally. Time passed second by second until it was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. The cold, emotionless, mechanical voice of the system rang out in every player's mind, announcing, "The game time for today officially begins." Detecting special choice rules for the current phase, all players must immediately select their game mode: Game 1, Death Racing. Game 2, Death Slaughter. Hearing the prompt, the three stopped their movements and exchanged knowing glances before nodding in unison. "We choose Game 2, Death Slaughter." The three issued commands to the system panel in the void in unison. The system responded simultaneously. Game mode selection confirmed. Currently random killing map is being drawn. Draw complete. The current random killing map is Raccoon City. The game officially begins. Survive for 12 hours in this world to complete this death slaughter game. As the system's lingering tone faded, a blinding flash of blood-red light suddenly enveloped the massive armored vehicle. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, and Yusing Wan only felt a darkness before them and instantly disappeared from the secure driver's cabin. When they opened their eyes again, the scene before them had undergone a drastic transformation. They had left the icy road behind and were forcibly transported to a desolate city filled with the aura of death. The city of zombies, Raccoon City. At that moment, Jiang Chen and the others were randomly teleported to a room on the third floor of a dilapidated apartment building, and through the dust-covered window, they could vaguely see a police station building not far away. The air here was thick and murky, each breath filled with the stench of rotting wood and mildew. Additionally, there was a very unpleasant smell of blood. Looking out through the shattered window of the apartment, the pale sun cast a lifeless glow on the ground. The dilapidated streets, covered in dried black blood, were littered with crashed and burned abandoned vehicles, scattered limbs, and severed arms, as well as hundreds of zombies aimlessly wandering the streets, dragging their broken bodies. This was a true hell on earth. The three opened their eyes, quickly scanned the surroundings, and after confirming the room was temporarily safe and seeing each other unharmed, they let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Chen patted her swollen chest, a hint of relief appearing on her delicate face. She turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Honey, your earlier guess was indeed correct. We are bound as a highly privileged team, and even entering such a special dungeon map, the system will still teleport us to the same starting point." Looking at the dense horde of corpses outside the window, she said with lingering fear, "This is far stronger than those loosely assembled teams that were not recognized by the system in the chat hall. I estimate that the other players are probably scattered, now randomly appearing in various dangerous corners of the city. Just finding teammates will likely cost many lives." Yusing Wan had already fully entered battle mode. She took long strides towards the window, carefully peeking outside while pressing against the wall. In her enchanting eyes, sharpness filled her gaze. Moments later, she turned her head, and an excited smile appeared on her stunning face. "Sister Qingya truly has incredible luck randomly landing us in such a strategically advantageous location. Look, not far from our apartment is the police station of Raccoon City. This place in the Apocalypse game is definitely a huge arsenal and resource point. We can first go there to scavenge some supplies, and then execute our score-boosting plan." Jiang Chen also walked to the window, his sharp eyes scanning the area outside. After confirming the location of the police station and the distribution of the zombies, he wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, he activated his SS-level talent, Infinite Space. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of weapons suddenly appeared beside the three. These were the assets they had accumulated during their time on the survival highway. Several different types of automatic rifles, heavy sniper rifles, submachine guns, and more were lined up on the tattered bed. Next to them, stacked like a small mountain, were matching magazines and a massive amount of golden bullets. Jiang Chen casually grabbed an AK assault rifle equipped with a high-capacity magazine and a high-grade suppressor. He pulled back the bolt, listening to the crisp metallic sound of the round chambering, his eyes filled with a chilling. He turned to the two women before him and said in a calm yet serious tone, "Since we chose the death slaughter mode, our goal is certainly not merely to survive for 12 hours like those rats. I want to see what kind of heaven-defying rewards the system will offer us once we achieve first place in this dungeon with the strongest firepower." Looking at the Jiang Chen before them, emanating bloodlust and dominance, as if he had transformed into a different person, the two women had no objections. They quickly picked up the nearby firearms and nodded obediently. Before heading to the police station, their first task was to clear the zombie horde on the mandatory path below the apartment. This was to avoid attracting more zombies during combat after going downstairs, potentially getting surrounded by the horde. Additionally, it allowed them to test in advance how the zombies in this independent dungeon differed from those they encountered on the frigid survival highway. The three swiftly dispersed, holding their rifles equipped with suppressors, taking positions at three different windows of the room. With the rifle stocks pressed against their shoulders and holding their breath, they steadily trained their crosshairs on the rotting heads of the wandering zombies below. Fire! With Jiang Chen's low command, three guns simultaneously unleashed deadly fire tongues. Puff! 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 Thanks to the high-grade suppressors, the gunfire was muted to a low thud. The zombies aimlessly wandering the streets didn't even hear the sound, and were promptly struck down by the high-speed spinning bullets. Bloody blossoms erupted from the back of their heads. One by one, the broken bodies fell like marionettes with severed strings onto the asphalt stained with filth and garbage. Those zombies, still wandering about due to their low intelligence, merely paused in confusion. With hollow eyes, they stared at their fallen companions, entirely unaware of what had happened or where death came from. Before they could comprehend the situation, they too were shot in the head, and with a bang they lay obediently in the ruins of the city. Due to the distance and the suppressors, these zombies didn't hear any distinct gunfire, and thus didn't trigger a massive zombie wave. In just a few short minutes, under the efficient and ruthless harvesting by Jiang Chen and the others, the zombies on the short path leading to the police station were completely cleared, leaving not a single living creature standing. The entire passage was now completely unobstructed. After confirming that the downstairs was temporarily safe, the three slowly lowered their smoking guns. Jiang Qingya replaced the magazine in her gun, while recalling the feedback from her previous shots, analyzing seriously. I just used the true eye to capture their reaction to being hit. These ordinary zombies in Raccoon City are weaker in physical defense, movement speed, and desire to attack, compared to the mutated zombies enhanced by natural disasters that we encountered during the extreme cold apocalypse highway phase, roughly only half as strong. She then changed the subject, her expression becoming more serious. However, although their individual attributes are weaker, look further ahead. The number of zombies in this city has increased by hundreds, or even thousands. It's practically an ocean of zombies. Moreover, I suspect these are merely the most basic cannon fodder zombies in certain core areas of the city. For instance, in the police station we are heading to, although my talent can't see far, there are definitely higher-level elite zombies and other monsters hiding there. If we don't encounter some advanced monsters, just these slow-moving minions would make survival for players armed with a plethora of firearms far too easy. The survival system would definitely not be that merciful. After listening, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. While the two analyzed the battle situation, Yusing Wan discovered a fascinating phenomenon while checking her personal backpack. Her coldly beautiful face suddenly flushed with excitement, and she eagerly waved to the two. Husband, Sister Qingya, I found that after we killed these zombies, my talent could actually be triggered, allowing me to forcibly loot a portion of resources from them as spoils. This is completely different from the monsters we killed in the highway survival world. Yusing Wan spoke rapidly with excitement. In our one-sided massacre upstairs, just now we killed over 200 zombies. And in my system backpack, just moments ago, I inexplicably gained a full 520 basic materials. This is so exhilarating. Yusing Wan could not wait to wave her delicate hand in midair. Accompanied by a series of crisp clattering sounds, the 520 looted basic materials poured into the room like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, these resources piled up on the ground into a small hill occupying half the size of the bedroom in this studio apartment. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight, and he waved his hand without hesitation. The pile of resources on the ground instantly vanished, being stored in his infinite backpack. After all, his backpack had no capacity limit, making it the best choice to store resources. Jiang Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction and praised, "Well done, Xingwan. I didn't expect that upon arriving in this world your talent would have received an epic enhancement. This world is now a vast treasure trove for us. This way, as long as we keep slaughtering, the materials needed for our suicidal drone swarm can be replenished continuously, allowing us to enjoy the vast resources here for free." Jiang Qingya seemed to have made a new discovery in the system interface, and she quickly said seriously to the two, "This death slaughter game seems to be more complicated than we thought. You both quickly open your personal pages to check. The system has now launched 2 real-time updated leaderboards." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan immediately opened their personal information pages with their thoughts. Sure enough, on the right side of the information interface, 2 blood-red leaderboards appeared that had never been seen before. One was the kill leaderboard. Jiang Qingjia's name was prominently displayed at the top, currently ranked 27th, with a suffix showing a total of 176 points of kill value. Jiang Chen's name was ranked 52nd, with 130 points of kill value. As for Yusing Wan, she was ranked 1,250th, with only 25 points of kill value. Since they had just stopped shooting to tally the situation upstairs, their rankings were being chased by players engaged in frenzied slaughter, and their ranks were slowly sliding down. Jiang Chen looked at his position ahead of Jiang Qingya and helplessly touched his nose. There's nothing he could do. Even though he was once a top assassin with peak shooting skills, he could not compete. However, he couldn't match Jiang Qingya, who had an S-level talent that was practically a cheat. When she fired, it was as if she had activated an aim bot in the game, hitting headshots with no delay. In terms of killing efficiency, his mortal body truly could not compare to her divine skills. However, Yusing Wan at this moment did not pay attention to her low kill ranking. She seemed to have discovered a new continent, excitedly pointing to another area and saying, "Don't pay attention to that kill leaderboard, look at the other leaderboard next to it in first place." Jiang Chen then focused his thoughts and switched to another page called Wealth Leaderboard. Upon closer inspection, he indeed saw the name Yusing Wan shining brightly at the top, radiating golden light. Her wealth value displayed an astounding 520 points, while the unfortunate second place had only a pitiful 176 points, which was a staggering gap of dominance. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingya had awkwardly zero wealth values displayed in their sections, indicating no earnings. It seems that the wealth value determined by the system must be directly obtained from monsters or resources collected in this world. Although you transferred the resources to me under the system rules, I cannot increase any wealth value myself, Jiang Chen analyzed thoughtfully. Player talents have significantly increased in value in this survival world. Indeed, he, a pure newbie, could not compete with these two, who were practically cheating. However, after seeing these two high-profile leaderboards, all three of them understood one thing clearly. It was likely that after the 12-hour game ended, the system would conduct a final reward settlement based on these rankings. Players at the top of these leaderboards would surely receive special rewards beyond imagination. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with intense fighting spirit and ambition. He decisively closed the system page, pulled back the gun bolt, turned to the two women, and excitedly said, "Since the system has already delivered the meat to our lips, we have no reason not to eat it. The three of us must claim the top spots on both leaderboards in this game and seize all those special premium." Jiang Chen was the first to reach the door, kicking open the ajar wooden apartment door, leading the charge into the corridor. "Let's go. Our next target, the police station. Once we clear that resource point and completely resupply, we will follow the planned course. Start the city slaughter to rack up points." The pale sunlight seemed shrouded in Jiang Chen, Jiang Qingya, and Yusing Wan walked down the worn streets filled with the remains of zombies and abandoned vehicles, rifles loaded with ammunition in hand. Just 10 minutes ago, they had used their advantageous position on the rooftop of an apartment building equipped with silencers to dispatch the roving zombies in the nearby blocks one by one. Thus, as they made their way here, they encountered no living creatures. This was a large stone building with a strong sense of age. The emblem of the ugly nation representing order and authority was now tattered and hanging askew above the entrance. The heavy double-glass doors had long been shattered by a powerful force, leaving a ground covered in sparkling shards of bulletproof glass. The three stepped cautiously onto the littered floor of broken glass and dust, entering the sizable, dilapidated building through the ruined entrance. Upon entering the police station's lobby, a nauseatingly strong stench of decay hit them 10 times more intense than that outside on the streets. The three hurriedly donned simple air filtration devices. The air here was far from the sweet fragrance described by the propaganda of the big colonies. The scene inside the police station lobby was beyond what the word gruesome could describe. The once orderly desks and chairs lay overturned, and various documents were scattered everywhere like snowflakes. The walls and marble floor were splattered with dried black blood, and there were ghastly handprints everywhere. The handprints spread from the floor up to the walls, silently recounting the horrific slaughter and desperate struggles that had occurred here. Jiang Chen held his gun, walking ahead of the two women, keeping them safely behind him. His deep gaze swiftly scanned the spacious lobby, confirming there were no visible dangers before he slightly turned his head and whispered to Jiang Qingya, "Qingya, activate your powers and see what hidden treasures this building holds," focusing on high-value supplies. "Understood, darling." Jiang Qingya nodded obediently. Instantly, she withdrew her usual lively and naive demeanor, adopting a focused and cold attitude. Buzz, a wave of strange energy surged forth. In Jiang Qingya's clear, watery eyes, a brilliant light of pale gold suddenly flickered. With her S-level talent true, I fully activated. She slightly raised her head, her eyes radiating a sacred golden light as they began to scan the entire building in all directions. In her sight, the physical barriers of the world ceased to exist. The thick floors, solid security doors, and even the safes in the compartments all became intangible, allowing her to see through them. The internal structure of the entire police station and all the hidden items along with energy fluctuations were presented to her without reservation. Huh. Jiang Qingya scanned carefully, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly, her voice laced with peculiar. Strange. This is clearly a special building. There should be plenty of monsters around, yet how come there isn't a single wandering, ordinary zombie on the 3rd floor? She looked upward and continued, "However, I did find a few bronze supply boxes hidden in the blind spots of the offices on the 2nd and 3rd floors. That counts as a bit of a gain." After saying this, Jiang Qingya withdrew her gaze and looked down at the ground beneath her feet. As her pale golden gaze penetrated the thick steel-reinforced concrete, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. "Ah, so the big boss is hiding down there." In her X-ray vision, a massive dark red energy entity was coiled in a vast space on the 2nd underground level. When her gaze glided over this terrifying entity, she then discovered a large cache of firearms and ammunition in another closed room right next to it. Found it. Jiang Qingya instantly withdrew her powers, and the golden light in her eyes gradually faded. She turned her head, her fair face filled with barely contained excitement. "Darling, I found the armory of this building. It's on the -2nd level of the underground passage. It's quite spacious inside, filled with various firearms and crates of ammunition. It's definitely enough for us to restock. Hearing this news, Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan's eyes lit up as well. Firearms and ammunition were their greatest assets in this slaughter-filled scenario. Indeed, this police station had given them quite a surprise. However, Jiang Qingjia's excitement quickly subsided as her expression grew serious. She continued, "But there's a problem. There's a gigantic mutated spider guarding the armory's entrance. From the energy fluctuations it emits, it must be an elite boss. I suspect that the reason there are no ordinary zombies in this police station is that they've all been devoured by this mutated spider." Jiang Qingya recalled the underground layout she had just seen, looking at Jiang Chen with some concern. The terrain in this underground passage is very narrow and cramped, with little room for maneuvering. If it suddenly attacks us, relying on our previous tactics of kiting it with firearms may not work well. After hearing Jiang Qingjia's analysis, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a confident smirk. It was finally his turn to shine. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, his eyes brimming with the desire for battle. This can be easily resolved. Since the terrain is too narrow for kiting, let's not kite. We'll confront it here. Jiang Chen quickly made the following tactical arrangements. When we go down, I'll take the lead, engaging it in close combat to draw all its aggro. Qingya, you stay behind, keep a safe distance, and use your anti-material sniper rifle to provide cover and strike at its weak points for lethal damage. After assigning Jiang Qingya her task, Jiang Chen turned to look at Yusing Wan, who had been quietly waiting nearby, her face also filled with anticipation. As for Yusing Wan, Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then retrieved a large searchlight from his spatial backpack and handed it to Yusing Wan, speaking gently, "The basement will definitely lack light sources. Your role is equally crucial. You'll stay in the safest rear position, ensuring absolute battlefield illumination so that I and Qingya are not affected by the darkness. Remember to protect yourself." Yusing Wan took the heavy searchlight, her charming eyes filled with joy from being. She nodded earnestly, her tone gentle yet resolute. "Don't worry, darling. I won't let the darkness become an obstacle for you." The tactical distribution is complete. Jiang Chen casually stored the rifle he was holding into his backpack. With a flip of his palm, he took out a high-quality Qijia knife from the bag. This Qijia knife has a slender blade with a perfect curve, its surface shimmering with a cold light reminiscent of autumn water. Jiang Chen gripped the hilt, executing a smooth flick of his wrist. With a buzzing sound, a dazzling knife flower was formed in the air. "Good knife." Jiang Chen marveled in satisfaction, feeling the substantial quality transmitted through the hilt. This excellent long knife produced by the system not only boasts exceptional sturdiness and an excellent grip, but also significantly enhances the sharpness of the blade, capable of cutting through iron like mud. In this relatively narrow space where close combat is necessary, this Qijia knife is exceptionally suited for the upcoming melee slaughter. Seeing Jiang Chen brandish his weapon, Jiang Qingya was equally resolute. She decisively retrieved her terrifyingly powerful quality anti-material sniper rifle, Phantom Reaper, from her spatial backpack. She lifted the heavy sniper rifle, expertly chambering around her originally innocent and charming demeanor, replaced by that of a calm and deadly sniper. Holding the gun, her expression serious, she nodded at Jiang Chen, signaling that she was ready for battle at any moment. "Let's go meet this big fellow." Once all pre-battle preparations were completed, Jiang Chen took the lead, followed by the two women, continuously descending the staircase covered in dust and dried blood as the surrounding light visibly dimmed. The air was filled with a stench of blood and the dampness of earth, creating an instinctive sense of oppression. However, this darkness did not last long. With a click, the last person in line, Yusing Wan, pressed the switch of her strong flashlight. A dazzling beam of white light pierced through the heavy darkness of the underground level. The high-intensity light, several thousand lumens, instantly illuminated the underground passage ahead. The light striking the mottled walls rendered the oppressive space no different from the outdoors in daylight. With the assurance of illumination, the darkness posed no threat or panic to Jiang Chen and his companions. The three of them carefully advanced along the passage, stepping over the scattered debris on the ground. Not far along, as they turned a corner and approached the heavy blast-proof door of the armory, something horrifying appeared within their sight. A giant mutated spider, grotesquely exaggerated in size. Its entire body was as large as a room, its dark brown shell covered in hard bristles like steel needles. At that moment, it lay in front of the armory door, its 8 long spear-like legs curled up and covered in barbs, seemingly asleep. But soon the giant spider abruptly raised its terrifying head. Its 8 scarlet compound eyes, the size of lanterns, flickered with a cruel and bloodthirsty light under the bright illumination, fixating on the 3 tiny humans, daring to disturb its slumber. Roar! The giant spider opened its horrifyingly sharp mandibles, unleashing a deafening roar of anger from deep within its throat. The sound reverberated through the narrow underground space, causing one's eardrums to ache. Facing this terrifying beast capable of sending ordinary players fleeing in an instant, Jiang Chen, standing at the forefront, showed no signs of retreat. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on the Qijia knife, its blade angled towards the ground, his eyes blazing with fierce battle intent. Instead of fear, a provocative smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. Sleep? What time is it that you're still sleeping? Time to wake you up. Jiang Chen shouted, his muscles tensing instantaneously, exuding an overwhelming aura. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's roar, the two women behind him quickly moved in perfect synchrony. Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan hurriedly retreated a few steps, leaving ample space for Jiang Chen to engage. Yusing Wan steadied her flashlight, locking the beam tightly onto the giant spider, ensuring that every detail and every movement of it was visible, providing the battlefield with optimal visibility. Meanwhile, at a safe distance, Jiang Qingya unhesitatingly set the anti-material sniper rifle on a cover. Buzz! A faint golden light flickered in her eyes as her S-level talent, True Eye, activated in an instant. In her scope, the giant spider's massive body began to appear translucent, with red dots indicating weak points of defense clearly marked across its body. Holding her breath, her finger lightly resting on the trigger, she stood ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Hiss! Enraged, the giant spider roared, its massive body suddenly exploding forth with a speed that belied its size, lunging forward with its two front limbs transforming into sides, slicing through the air towards Jiang Chen's chest. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen remained as calm as ice, his footwork shifting in a strange manner, his body spinning at an impossible angle, gliding past the spider's legs like a leaf unscathed. Enraged, the giant spider roared, its massive body suddenly exploding forth with a speed that belied its size, lunging forward with its two front limbs transformed. With a surge of power from his abdomen, strength coursing through his arms, he tightly gripped the Qijia knife, using the momentum from his spin to slash upward, a bright silver arc slicing through the air. A muffled sound echoed as the blade sliced through the hard shell. The Qijia knife effortlessly severed the giant spider's proud, tough exoskeleton as if it were soft wood. With a surge of power from his abdomen, strength coursing through his arms, he tightly gripped the Qijia knife, using the momentum from his spin to slash upward, a bright hiss. Severely wounded, the giant spider lost its balance, stumbling as it opened its interlaced mandibles, emitting a mournful cry of pain. In its agony, the ferocious beast went completely berserk, its abdomen violently contracting as a foul green venom began to coalesce deep within its mandibles, ready to spray at the nearby Jiang Chen. But just as it opened its mouth before the venom could spew out, bang! A thunderous gunshot erupted within the underground passage, shaking off dust. Jiang Qingya, lying in wait, pulled the trigger. A specially made tungsten-core armor-piercing incendiary round accompanied by a sonic boom soared dozens of meters and accurately entered the gaping maw of the giant spider. Boom! The terrifying kinetic energy erupted within its vulnerable mouth. A muffled sound reverberated as half of the giant spider's head was blown apart, green blood mist and shattered carapace bursting forth, a gruesome sight. Well done, Qingya. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, preparing to pursue the victory. However, before everyone could enjoy the giant spider, whose head was half blown off and two front legs severed, did not collapse as expected. Within its broken body, a powerful vitality suddenly erupted. The green blood gushing from its wounds abruptly stopped as countless fleshy buds writhed and intertwined like a disco ball. In just a few breaths, in the gaze of Jiang Chen and the others, the two severed front legs astonishingly grew back at a visible speed. Even the barbed hairs on them were restored to their original state. Not only that, but its face, which had been blasted to a pulp, was rapidly recovering, accompanied by a sound of bone reformation. The heavily injured giant spider quickly regained its peak condition. The 8 compound eyes fixed fiercely on Jiang Chen, their roar more frenzied and furious than before, as if mocking their helplessness. Faced with this unbelievable scene, Jiang Chen showed no signs of retreat or fear, gripping his blade tightly, pointing its edge steadily towards the giant spider that had risen again. His gaze was extremely indifferent, completely unconcerned with the incredible regeneration. Has super recovery ability, huh? Jiang Chen sneered, his tone filled with disdain. I suppose this is standard for high-tier mutated monsters like you. However, even if your recovery ability is perverse, it still requires energy to sustain it. Jiang Chen gently twisted his neck, the bones cracking loudly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I want to see how many times you can recover today, beast. Is your recovery speed faster, or is my blade faster? Before his words fell, Jiang Chen exerted force under his feet, launching himself like a cannonball, raising his blade once more to engage in close combat with the frenzied giant spider. The clash of blade light and spider legs intertwined, venom splattering as the underground passage transformed into a meat grinder. On the second underground level, the battle had already escalated to a white-hot intensity. Using his extraordinary agility and combat intuition, Jiang Chen weaved through the giant spider's 8 spear-like legs. Clang, clang, clang. The Qijia blade collided continuously with the spider's hard exoskeleton, sparking dazzling flames. With each swing of his blade, Jiang Chen was able to precisely leave deep wounds on the spider, exposing bone. Even though the monster possessed a perverse regenerative ability under Jiang Chen's unreasonable high-frequency attacks, its recovery speed began to falter, green blood splattering across the passage. Meanwhile, several dozen meters behind Jiang Chen, Jiang Qingya transformed into a calm and deadly sniper. She was completely unaffected by the melee ahead, her true eye locking onto the giant spider's every move. With her slender fingers, every time she pulled the trigger, the bullet struck its weak points with uncanny precision. Bang, bang, bang. In the deafening gunfire, every armor-piercing round penetrated the giant spider's eyes, the joints, and even the freshly grown tender flesh. With one person holding the front line to draw aggro, and another providing pressure-free output from the back, this classic tactic proved remarkably effective in the narrow underground passage. Under the near-perfect dual firepower assault of Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingya, the once mighty giant spider finally began to feel the fear of death. Its roar, as its energy depleted and injuries worsened, began to change significantly. Initially a deafening roar of rage, it gradually transformed into a painful wail of agony from its broken legs and blinded eyes. Finally, when its regeneration could no longer keep up with the destruction, only despair and anguish remained in its voice. Die for me. At last, Jiang Chen delivered a powerful strike, cleaving open the giant spider's head, and Jiang Qingya's bullet followed, closely, accurately penetrating its core within the head. The giant spider's massive body froze. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed like a small mountain onto the concrete floor, soaked in green blood. Its 8 stout legs twitched weakly in midair a few times, then fell completely still. The monster was dead, and the system's cold notification sound rang in the minds of the three. Ding! Congratulations to the player team for working together and successfully defeating the regional elite BOSS venomous giant spider. The total kill points obtained from this kill will be distributed according to the combat contribution of the team members, as determined by the system. Hearing this notification signified that the battle was completely over. Both Yusing Wan, who had been holding the spotlight, and Jiang Qingya, who was holding the large sniper, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two women quickly stepped over the debris and green slime, arriving in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Qingya eagerly used her mind to open the kill ranking. When she saw the number next to her name, her stunningly beautiful face broke into a radiant smile, and she cheerfully exclaimed, "Wow, husband, look quickly. After killing this big spider, my kill points suddenly increased by over 700. Now I've shot straight up to 10th place on the ranking. This increase is just too exaggerated." Yusing Wan also checked the panel, and although her kill points didn't increase much, she still nodded with a smile, agreeing. "I may not have participated in direct attacks earlier, just providing illumination nearby, but the system determined that I provided critical visual assistance and granted me 25 kill points." Saying this, a spark of excitement flickered in Yusing Wan's charming eyes like a little treasure seeker presenting her finds. She continued excitedly, "But the biggest surprise isn't this. After you two teamed up to kill the spider, my talent, Formless Hand, triggered again." Yusing Wan opened her pale palm, revealing 5 pieces of metallic material radiating a silvery sheen beside her, exclaiming excitedly, "My talent forcibly stole 5 pieces of refined steel from the boss's corpse. Because of these 5 high-grade materials, my personal wealth value surged by 500 points. Now the unfortunate soul in second place is falling further behind in wealth compared to me." Listening to the excited reports from the two women, Jiang Chen silently opened the ranking. However, when he saw that his kill points had only increased by a measly 200, his smile froze, and he quietly closed the somewhat painful ranking. He rubbed his nose somewhat helplessly, saying, "It seems the system's contribution points are calculated based on the actual damage inflicted on the monster. While I dealt considerable damage in close combat, most of the time I was dodging and restraining. The burst damage certainly didn't compare to Qingya's sniper's direct hits, thus my kill points aren't too many." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen continued, "The 3 of us combined our kill points to defeat this BOS-level giant spider, and the system granted roughly 1,000 kill points in total. This last battle only lasted a few minutes at most. The time spent walking earlier was even longer than the time spent fighting the monster. It seems that we need to adjust our previous strategy. Grinding ordinary zombies on the streets is too in. Next, we should look for elite bosses with ranks like this, or find ways to gather ordinary zombies in large numbers. This way we can quickly amass a massive amount of points." After analyzing the ranking, Jiang Chen no longer dwelled on the score. After all, meat cooked in the pot is the same regardless of who takes it. He turned around, his gaze directed towards the heavy blast door behind the giant spider's corpse. The armory door had been somewhat deformed from the impact, revealing a wide gap. Unlike other games, this door could not be opened from this side. Jiang Chen then grasped the doorknob with both hands and pulled hard to the side. Accompanied by a jarring metallic sound, the heavy underground blast door was fully pushed open. As Jiang Chen and his companions stepped into this military armory hidden deep within the police station, a strong, almost suffocating smell of gun oil combined with the cold hardness unique to firearms instantly assaulted them the moment they crossed the threshold. In their minds, a mechanical voice devoid of any emotional tone echoed with a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the player team for successfully discovering the hidden special resource point Raccoon City Police Department Armory. As the first explorers to enter this area, each member of the team would receive a reward of 1,000 wealth points. The prompt resonated in their minds, yet the three showed little concern for this unexpected reward. A mere 1,000 wealth points were nothing. Such a trivial gain could hardly stir their hearts. What truly captivated their attention were the mountains of arms before them. With a click, the last one, Yusing Wan, adjusted the power of the military flashlight in her hand to its. In an instant, a blinding white light fanned out, illuminating the pitch-black armory as bright as day. When they finally saw the scene before them, the three were momentarily frozen as if under a spell. Each of their eyes widened in shock, even their breaths suspended for a brief moment. Even Jiang Chen, who was usually calm and composed, couldn't help but swallow hard, his deep eyes igniting with fervent light. He stared intently ahead, murmuring, "My heavens. We are truly going to strike it rich this time. The weapons and ammunition in this room are far more abundant than all the resources we painstakingly gathered." At this moment, Jiang Qingya instinctively covered her red lips, while Yusing Wan's hand, holding the flashlight, trembled slightly. Under the beam of the flashlight, they were faced with the ultimate treasure trove of firearms. A diverse array of firearms was neatly stored on specially designed metal display racks. The arrangement here was devoid of any chaos typical of a post-apocalyptic setting, resembling exquisite goods displayed in a high-end department store. An abundance of choices awaited them. Each firearm was in perfect, unopened condition, the barrels and receivers coated in rust-preventive oil glinting sharply under the light. The sheer quantity of these firearms was astonishing. The variety and accessories were also exceptionally, from massive RPGs capable of destroying armored vehicles to the 6-barrel Gatling gun known as the battlefield meat grinder, as well as heavy sniper rifles designed for anti-material use. Smaller items included various gun mounts, high-magnification optical sights, infrared night vision devices, holographic laser sights, and an array of specialized suppressors, leaving nothing to be desired. This was not merely a police armory, it was a light weapon exhibition hall. On the other side of the storeroom, countless boxes of ammunition were stacked high, their quantity almost impossible to count. They were tightly sealed in green military boxes, neatly stacked up to the ceiling. Each box was marked with clear white paint categorizing the types and specifications of the resources within. Among these neatly piled ammunition boxes were various calibers of shotguns, high-caliber sniper armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive rockets, and even neatly arranged boxes of C4 explosives and fragmentation grenades. Jiang Chen walked up to a box of bullets and wiped away the dust on top. He knew well that although these were classified as the most basic, ordinary items by the system, they did not possess any magical special attributes. However, if he were to take just a portion of these vast resources and put them on the trading platform of the survival road outside, it would undoubtedly cause an unprecedented uproar. In this novice stage, where even a few axes were considered life-saving weapons, these firearms were absolute hard currency. They could easily create a top-tier wealthy individual who could dominate the entire district. At this moment, Yusing Wan had already regained her composure from the initial shock. She stepped up in her tactical boots, quickly walking to Jiang Chen's side, her enchanting eyes filled with admiration and relief, exclaiming softly, "Darling, it's a good thing you possess the SS-level talent known as infinite space. Otherwise, we would have wasted the discovery of such a large resource point. If it were any other players, even if they discovered this place, their meager backpack slots couldn't hold much of this massive equipment. They would have no choice but to watch these treasures gather dust here, which would be heartbreaking." Hearing Yusing Wan's praise, Jiang Chen turned and smiled slightly at her, his gaze exuding an air of natural dominance. "Since we are here, there is no reason to let these treasures gather dust." Jiang Chen turned around, facing the dense forest of weapon racks and the mountain of ammunition, raising his right hand and lightly swiping it through the air. "Gather!" With his low shout, the terrifying swallowing power of the SS-level talent infinite space erupted instantly. In an instant, various firearms, ammunition boxes, and even the heavy metal display racks within this vast armory were enveloped by an invisible spatial force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They transformed into fleeting shadows, disappearing into the air. Like rivers returning to the sea, they were collected into Jiang Chen's exclusive infinite space. In less than 10 minutes, the armory, once filled to the brim, was completely emptied, leaving not even a single bullet on the floor. Watching this somewhat familiar scene, Jiang Chen, standing beside them, seemed to recall something, a hint of excitement flushing her pure and beautiful face. She quickly walked to Jiang Chen's side, linking her arm with his, and said, "Darling, doesn't this scene look very familiar? Doesn't it feel reminiscent of that fuel station resource point we encountered during our novice phase? At that time you also waved your hand like this and emptied the entire fuel station." Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully, recalling the scene in his mind. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit similar. I was a bit curious before why, after entering the extreme cold apocalypse road phase, I hadn't heard of anyone activating such special resource points again. It turns out the system has its hidden secrets." Jiang Chen thought carefully and nodded in agreement, continuing to analyze along Jiang Chen's line of thought. Indeed, perhaps those special resource points that appear in the novice stage are fragments projected by the system from various parallel worlds. With the game difficulty now escalating, we can no longer rely on the randomly spawned wooden boxes by the roadside to obtain high-value materials and equipment on a large scale in the future. We can only take the risk of our lives to explore and acquire resources from small worlds and special dungeons like Raccoon City. Jiang Chen smiled as he ruffled Jiang Qinjia's long, smooth black hair, praising her. "Qingya is right. In that case, while we traverse and loot this city, we should pay more attention to special buildings with specific functions such as police stations, hospitals, or large supermarkets. After all, for ordinary survival players, while special resource points offer a vast quantity of resources, most items within are of average quality, and their storage capacity is simply insufficient. Thus, players often find themselves in a painful dilemma when faced with a room full of materials, ultimately only being able to take a very small portion." Jiang Chen clenched his fists, his tone filled with absolute confidence. "But for us, this situation is entirely different. My storage space is infinite. We don't have to face such problems at all. Children make choices, but we want it all. Whatever materials we encounter, we can take them all." Upon hearing these domineering words, the two women immediately brightened, as if they could already see countless resources beckoning to them. Looking at Jiang Chen's broad and reliable back, they spoke with a hint of playful reproach and admiration. "Oh dear, you often praise how powerful and useful our talents are. Now, compared to your infinite space, our talents seem like mere assistants. Your ability is truly a..." Listening to the women's playful remarks, Jiang Chen laughed heartily and said no more. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his space backpack to tally the astonishing haul from his recent exploits. Inside the space backpack, there were various types of firearms, including rifles, sniper rifles, and machine guns, totaling over 1,000, enough to arm a reinforced battalion. The total number of bullets was around 300,000. Additionally, there were various high-level accessories, grenades, bulletproof vests, and more, collectively amounting to over 20,000 military supplies. Now we truly have struck it rich. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp. With a reserve of 300,000 bullets in this 12-hour survival dungeon, what's the difference between this and unlocking a bullet infinite cheat code? "Let's go, we need to set off quickly," he declared with enthusiasm. "Find the highest building in Raccoon City with the best view and start a massacre. We need to let the zombies in this city know that today's bullets are plentiful." The two women were also infected by Jiang Chen's fighting spirit, excitedly shouting in unison, "Yes, we will all listen to our husband." The three of them no longer lingered in the empty basement and quickly turned towards the exit of the armory. However, before leaving, the meticulous Jiang Chen did not forget to finish her work. She quickly approached various hidden spots in the police station and opened all the bronze treasure chests she had previously scanned with her true eye. With a flicker of faint light, a system prompt sounded. Jiang Chen took out dozens of oddly shaped bullets, their tips coated with a ghostly green glow. "Husband, look. These are special bullets that can suppress self-healing cells." Jiang Chen held up the bullets for Jiang Chen to see. "This is quite a pleasant surprise. With these bullets, if we encounter monsters with abnormal recovery abilities like the giant spider we just faced, we won't have to deal with them so painstakingly. A few bullets can directly sever their life force." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Well done, this is definitely a weapon for killing bosses." After leaving the bloody police station, Jiang Chen and the two women did not choose to engage in meaningless entanglements with the endless sea of zombies in the surrounding buildings. Their goal was very clear. Head towards the city center, to that international skyscraper that offered the highest vantage point in the entire city. However, with the ace of infinite space in hand, Jiang Chen naturally could not miss this nearly desolate city treasure trove. On the way to the city center, they implemented an efficient three-light policy. Jiang Chen was responsible for forging ahead, using his formidable melee skills and precise shooting to clear the path, while Yusing Wan remained vigilant. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen activated her true eye the entire time, acting like a sophisticated human radar, constantly scanning the abandoned buildings on either side of the road. As long as it was a supermarket, hardware store, or large pharmacy that Jiang Qinjia's sight scanned, the three of them would recklessly storm in. Jiang Chen, confident in his infinite storage, did not need to meticulously calculate or pick and choose like other struggling players. Wherever he passed, like locusts sweeping through all items on the shelves, whether it be compressed biscuits, drinking water, or first aid kits and antibiotics in the medicine cabinets, were swept away with a wave of his hand. However, the most exciting discovery during this journey came after crossing 3 blocks, where they unexpectedly stumbled upon a large underground gas station resource point at an intersection. When Jiang Chen used her abilities to probe underground and found 4 massive storage tanks well preserved beneath the deep concrete, Jiang Chen nearly laughed out loud on the spot. In this survival world where vehicles are the foundation of survival, fuel is a key resource more precious than gold. Under Jiang Qinjia's probing, Jiang Chen successfully located the underground refueling point of the gas station. He pressed his hands tightly against the cold metal pipe, and his spatial abilities surged into action. Rumble, a dull, thunderous sound of liquid surging echoed from deep within the earth. Under the unreasonable power of the infinite space ability, the vast amount of fuel from the underground storage tanks was forcefully drawn into Jiang Chen's system backpack like a floodgate opening. Watching the numbers representing the universal fuel on the backpack panel wildly jump upwards, Jiang Chen felt ecstatic. 100,000. 150,000. As the last drop of fuel was drained, an empty sound echoed underground. The reserve of universal fuel in Jiang Chen's backpack had skyrocketed from over 40,000 liters to an exaggerated 25,000 liters. A full 25,000 liters of universal fuel. The laser weapon atop his vehicle could even be used for normal attacks from now on. Why bother being frugal when he could just max out the power? Standing in the desolate ruins of the gas station, Jiang Chen let out a long breath while laughing boldly at the 2 women beside him. This battle is truly making us richer. It seems we made the right choice by not engaging in the racing mode and decisively opting for this death slaughter game. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. This is a massive profit for us. The 2 women looked at Jiang Chen's spirited demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, their eyes shimmering with admiration and reassurance. Following such a strong and handsome man in this apocalypse was an extraordinary experience. Jiang Chen glanced around, observing the ordinary zombies on the streets moving sluggishly and attacking by instinct, and said to the 2 women with a smile, "Currently we are witnessing the terrifying rewards of this mode. Even without the final reward, we have not wasted our trip. But where is the extremely high death risk mentioned by the system? I haven't seen it at all." It was noon. Suddenly, the harsh white sunlight was completely obscured by heavy dark clouds, and the entire city's tones darkened in an instant. Immediately after, a glaring, blood-red system announcement flashed in front of all players in the Raccoon City instance like a death warrant. Ding. Emergency announcement for the entire region. Only 6 hours left until the death slaughter game ends. Half of the countdown has passed, and the mutation catalyst program in Raccoon City has been activated, increasing the strength of the monsters significantly. All players are advised to remain absolutely vigilant. Hell has just begun. These few lines of text were like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing the joy of players who had just found some supplies. The 3 of them looked at the blood-red warning, their expressions turning serious. They knew the system would not issue baseless threats, and the true horrors of this city would awaken in the next 6 hours. Let's go. No time to waste. Head to the rooftop of the building at full speed. Jiang Chen then put away his lightheartedness and quickened their escape. After some rapid maneuvers and climbs, the 3 of them finally reached the top of the international skyscraper, which soared 60 stories into the sky, thanks to their robust physical abilities. Bang! Jiang Chen kicked open the heavy iron door of the rooftop, and the 3 of them surged out in single file, stepping onto the highest point in the entire city. As soon as they stepped onto the rooftop, the steep cold winds howled in like a knife, causing their pitch-black combat suits to flutter. Jiang Chen swiftly began adjusting various heavy weapons he had extracted from space at the edge of the rooftop. The 2 women standing in front of him, though their hair was blown wildly by the wind, wore relaxed smiles on their stunning faces. Yusing Wan took a deep breath, stretched her arms wide, allowing the wild wind to brush against her enchanting face, and smiled at Jiang Chen, saying, "Although the wind is a bit strong, the view here is quite nice, overlooking the city with a broad perspective." Jiang Chen nodded, inhaling deeply the fresh air at this altitude, glancing down at the city with a hint of disdain, and sighed indeed. Moreover, the most important thing is that we're hundreds of meters above the ground, and the air is much fresher here, finally free from the nauseating stench below. This is simply a perfect place for farming points. At this moment, Jiang Chen was fully focused on his task. He retrieved the angle steel bolts and welding tools he had previously collected from the infinite space. With his steady hands, he quickly crafted several sturdy, makeshift weapon mounts at the various shooting angles on the roof. Click, click. While firmly securing several heavy machine guns onto the mounts, Jiang Chen explained to the women, without turning his head, with these specially designed mounts, we can secure the heavy machine guns in place. This will not only greatly reduce the terrifying recoil of these killing machines, but also allow me to conduct wide-range sweeping and aiming more easily and steadily, without exhausting us too much. After tightening the last screw with a wrench, Jiang Chen patted his hands in satisfaction, straightened up, and gazed at the apocalyptic scenery outside the rooftop. The three of them stood shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the tallest building in the city, looking down at the zombie city, filled with blood and slaughter. From their elevated position, there were no blind spots in their view. On the abandoned streets that crisscrossed like a spider web amidst the dimness of crumbling buildings. Everywhere there were various zombies and bizarre mutated monsters wandering like ants. In the farthest corners and in front of supermarkets, Jiang Chen, with his keen eyesight, could still clearly see faint flashes of gunfire. Those must be other survival players desperately trying to survive in this city, engaging in fierce gunfights against the tide of monsters. The survival state of those players was extremely difficult. They were often forced into dead ends, desperately waving their cold weapons and letting out piercing screams. Once this 6-hour limit is lifted and the monsters go berserk, there will surely be countless casualties. The brutality of the death slaughter game has only just begun. Jiang Chen looked coldly at the tragic scene below, his tone flat and undisturbed. Because in this world, being weak is itself a sin. With a thought, Jiang Chen brought up the real-time leaderboard on his personal system page again. When he saw the numbers on the leaderboard wildly jumping, his brow involuntarily raised. After such a long time of scavenging for supplies and preparing before the battle without engaging in large-scale killing actions again, Jiang Qingya and Jiang Chen, who were already low on the kill leaderboard, saw their ranks drop even more severely. They fell to 191st and 232nd respectively. Even Yusing Wan, who had previously jumped to first place on the wealth leaderboard due to her talent for wealth theft, was now overtaken by those crazed scavenging players, dropping from the top to 19th place. Hiss! The speed at which these people farm points is simply insane. Jiang Qingya couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at her ranking. Jiang Chen closed the list, a fierce competitive spirit blazing in his eyes as he sneered. It seems those who have survived until now and dare to participate in this death slaughter game are truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Everyone has their trump cards, and a moment's negligence could see us left behind. Jiang Chen turned around and strode toward the weapon platforms that had already been set up. A cruel smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as a surge of killing intent erupted in his eyes. Now that the preliminary preparations are complete, it's time for us to exert our strength and teach them a good lesson. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Chen promptly secured several Gatling 6-barrel machine guns which he had moved from the armory firmly onto the weapon stands at the edge of the rooftop. He then summoned large, special ammunition boxes feeding the metallic belts of golden 7.62mm bullets into the Gatling's feeding ports one after another. Next to him, the ammunition chains for resupply resembled a golden waterfall, filling several large boxes on the rooftop. The supplies they had now were enough to support a small-scale localized war. Jiang Chen stood at the center behind the Gatling, gripping the heavy handle of the machine gun tightly. The muzzles of these killing machines, composed of 6 thick barrels, hung slightly downward, shimmering with a deathly glow under the last faint rays of sunlight. Cold and ruthless, he watched the unaware zombies slowly wandering below. Jiang Chen's thumb slowly rested on the red electric firing button. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan, who had reached their respective positions by the heavy machine guns, and calmly said, "Are you both ready?" The three stood behind the short wall at the edge of the high-rise, their cold, heavy gun barrels extending downward, aiming at the abyss-like city streets below. A smile full of wicked delight crept across Jiang Chen's face. He didn't fire immediately, but instead leisurely took out a precision black remote control from his spatial backpack. Looking at the sea of corpses below, he decisively pressed the prominent red button on the remote control. Beep! The electronic signal was instantly transmitted, and a sudden change occurred on the desolate streets of Raccoon City. At several key intersections and crowded plazas, dozens of super-large speakers suspended in midair by high-strength steel cables simultaneously connected to the power supply. The volume of these professional-grade array speakers was turned all the way up. Boom! The deafening music burst forth like thunder, instantly tearing apart the oppressive air of Raccoon City. "You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky." The passionate and lively music erupted with overwhelming momentum above the ruins of the city. The penetrating bass and soaring soprano formed a terrifying sonic storm. Even though Jiang Chen and the others were several hundred meters high on the rooftop, they could still clearly hear the energetic music, and the floor beneath them seemed to tremble with the rhythm. Not to mention the zombies below. At that moment, on a dilapidated street not far from the speakers, a 5-member player team was cornered in the dead end of a convenience store by hundreds of frenzied zombies. They had run out of ammunition, their knives dulled, and despair and fear were etched on everyone's faces. It's over. We're going to die here. The captain looked at the zombies rushing toward them despairingly, closed his eyes, preparing to face the fate of being torn apart. But the agonizing pain he anticipated did not come. With the tsunami-like energetic music sweeping and the crazed zombies ready to devour, the players suddenly froze in place. Zombies had poor vision, but were extremely sensitive to sound. Under such a massive auditory stimulus, their poor brainstems were instantly overtaken by the bewitching music. Hundreds of zombies turned their targets, abandoning their nearby prey, and like pilgrims staggered and fanatically moved toward the source of the sound. Are we saved? The players in the corner of the convenience store, having narrowly escaped death, stared blankly at the retreating horde of corpses, their minds in a daze. But this music is so damn addictive, it makes my hands, feet, and mouth move without my control. I want to dance along. One of the players swallowed hard and muttered to himself with a strange expression. This bizarre phenomenon was not an isolated case. The sound spread wildly, attracting all the zombies within several kilometers. They surged like a black tide, pouring out from streets, alleys, and abandoned buildings, ultimately gathering densely beneath the towering giant speakers. They tilted their decayed heads, bewildered, turning in circles at the spot. The tremendous sound waves completely disrupted their sonar perception system. They didn't know who to attack or where the sound was coming from. On the grotesque gray faces, a kind of clear stupidity surprisingly emerged in their murky pale. They were bewildered, but Jiang Chen and his 2 companions hundreds of meters above were not. The prey has gathered, prepare to reap. Jiang Chen shouted loudly. The 3 stood at the edge of the rooftop, gripping the handles of the Gatling 6-barrel machine guns fixed on the makeshift stands tightly. With the help of the custom metal stands, operating this steel behemoth weighing dozens of pounds was effortless. The terrifying recoil was perfectly absorbed into the building's load-bearing walls. All they had to do now was pull the trigger and unleash their fury upon the mass of zombies gathered below. Fire! Buzz! Boom, 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 boom. Da-da-da-da-da. Amidst the deafening whir of the motors spinning wildly, all 3 Gatlings roared simultaneously. 3 metal whips made of high-temperature flames and golden bullets spiraled down from hundreds of meters high, striking down fiercely into the horde of zombies that had gathered to listen to the music. In the face of this metallic storm falling from the sky, the flesh and blood bodies were as fragile as paper. The zombie horde below didn't even have time to react before being shredded by the rain of armor-piercing rounds at a rate of thousands of rounds per minute. They fell in droves like wheat swept by a giant scythe. Uft, uft, uft. As the bullets penetrated their flesh, countless zombies found their arms severed and limbs shattered upon contact with the bullet storm, their chests blown out with huge gaping wounds. They then lay miserably in pools of blood, completely incapacitated. The other zombies, lacking vision and with low intelligence, seemed oblivious to what was happening. With the crowding of the zombies behind and the lure of the music above, they continued to trample over their fallen companions, ultimately becoming the soulless victims under the relentless bullets. This was an unequal massacre, a pure aesthetic of violence. The 3 stood on the rooftop, manipulating the Gatling gun, indiscriminately firing at the carpet of corpses below. Countless shell casings poured out of the ejection window like a golden waterfall, crashing onto the concrete ground with a crisp, clattering sound. Wow, this is exhilarating. Jiang Chen tightly gripped the machine gun handle, feeling the intense vibrations at her fingertips. Watching the monsters fall in droves below, she couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Her pure and beautiful face was now adorned with a tempting flush from extreme excitement. The same was true for Yusing Wan on the other side. This firepower was limitless. There was no need to consider recoil or fear being approached by monsters. It felt just like using cheats in a game, making mowing down enemies incredibly thrilling. Even her usually dignified, elegant, and aloof demeanor couldn't help but show a hint of charming crimson. Her luscious lips parted slightly, and her eyes sparkled with fervor. However, before Yusing Wan could fully immerse herself in this ultimate sensation, a sudden urgent system alert rang in her mind. She was taken aback and looked down to see that she had received a warning space backpack full. It turned out that the carnage below was so severe that hundreds, if not thousands of zombies were falling every minute. With her S-level talent Formless Hand, every time her team killed a target, she could forcibly plunder 25 of the resources. Under this terrifying killing efficiency, a massive influx of basic materials and ordinary items surged into her backpack, like a flood, completely filling her already upgraded space backpack. Reluctantly, Yusing Wan released the trigger and quickly focused her thoughts to dump all the massive amounts of materials and items dropped by the slain zombies from her backpack. Clatter. On the rooftop, a small mountain made of iron blocks, rubber, electronic components, and various debris instantly formed, shimmering with a mesmerizing glow under the sunlight. The three unleashed their full firepower, frantically shooting, causing their ranking on the system leaderboard to soar upward at a terrifying speed. And at the top of the wealth leaderboard, the one rising the fastest, and most absurdly, was still Yusing Wan. At this moment, she resembled a super pump running at full capacity as long as Jiang Chen and Jiang Qinjia's machine guns continued to fire. She was continuously extracting valuable resources from the fallen zombies, piling up the mountain of supplies behind her higher and higher. However, while Jiang Chen and the others were enjoying the thrill of mowing down enemies at the highest point in the city, a tense and thrilling desperate escape was playing out in a corner of Raccoon City. At this time, Xieburu, a top player who once dominated the leaderboard in the extreme cold apocalypse, was leading his elite team, frantically hiding from the pursuit of a terrifying area boss in the abandoned buildings, and the entire team was plunged into deep despair. "Boss, this monster is too abnormal and too hard to kill," shouted a bloodied team member, firing frantically behind him in a state of collapse. "Our bullets hit it like a massage, they don't penetrate at all. If we don't run now, there won't be any chance left. The casualties among our brothers are too severe." Xiebura's current condition was also extremely dire. He gasped heavily, his body shimmering with brilliant golden light as his level trump card talent, Indestructible, was fully activated. With this talent, he was desperately fighting against a mutated zombie 4 to 5 meters tall, covered in pus-filled lumps, a massive creature resembling a moving mountain of flesh in the middle of the street. This flesh mountain zombie not only possessed terrifying strength, but could casually swing its thick arms, sending a wrecked car flying like a toy. Xiebura's talent granted him strong physical defense. The solid golden light could not be penetrated even by ordinary rifle bullets, allowing him to barely hold the front and engage the boss in combat. However, his teammates were already struggling to hold on. This flesh mountain boss not only had a variety of attack methods, but its corpulent body could also spit out highly corrosive acid at a distance, causing significant damage to his subordinates. But what was most despairing was its grotesque recovery ability. Just earlier, Xieburu, despite being severely injured, managed to work with his teammates to focus fire, finally blowing off the disgusting head of this zombie with high explosives. But who would have thought that this creature's attacks were not affected by the loss of its head, but rather became more frenzied? In just a few breaths, the disgusting meat buds at the severed neck began to twitch and squirm, and a brand new, even more grotesque zombie head miraculously grew back. It cannot be killed, it simply cannot be killed. Looking at the dwindling teammates and the looming behemoth, Xieburu gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and determination. He knew that if they continued to drag this out, everyone would die. "Everyone, do not linger in battle, retreat immediately. I will hold the rear and buy you time." Xieburu roared, his golden light surging again as he took a heavy blow from the flesh mountain zombie, tearing open a path for his teammates to retreat. The teammates retreated and turned through the shattered back door of the abandoned mall, with Xieburu covering them, shooting while retreating. He dared not let his guard down. Once the golden light dissipated, he would be torn apart by this monster in an instant. But just as they retreated to the wide street outside, they despaired to find that the obese giant zombie had directly smashed through the mall wall, roaring like an out-of-control tank as it charged out. "Damn it, it has set its sights on us." Xieburu and the few remaining subordinates were preparing to scatter and flee, seeking a glimmer of hope. Boom, boom. A muffled sound suddenly came from the air, like something tearing through the sound barrier at supersonic speed. Xiebura's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked ahead in disbelief. The flesh mountain zombie, which had just been roaring and ready to grind them into paste, had its newly grown hard head explode into a pile of foul-smelling fragments in midair without warning. Black blood and shredded meat rained down like a downpour. But that was not the end. The massive body, still standing due to the loss of its head, was hit again with a whoosh. Whoosh. Two indistinguishable streaks of light cut through the air. Two specially made anti-material armor-piercing incendiary rounds carrying terrifying kinetic energy accurately shot through the gap above the zombie's head, penetrating deep into its enormous body without obstruction. Boom, boom. Accompanied by two muffled internal explosions, two groups of eerie green flames erupted within the monster's belly, instantly destroying all of its vitality and those grotesque self-healing cells. The 4 to 5 meter flesh mountain zombie collapsed like a giant punctured balloon, its massive body rapidly deflating. Then with a thud, it fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. It was dead. The street was eerily silent, only the sizzling sound of the monster's corpse burning could be heard. The surviving subordinates stared blankly at the enormous corpse before turning to look at the shining Xieburu. They clearly had not grasped the situation, breathing a sigh of relief after narrowly escaping death, their faces filled with awe as they exclaimed, "Wow, Boss, you're amazing. A boss with such a troublesome and grotesque recovery ability was actually taken down by your hidden move. What skill was that just now, boss? It was simply incredible. We didn't even see how you made your move. However, at this moment, Sieburu did not feel the slightest joy from defeating a formidable enemy. He retracted his indestructible talent, his face as pale as paper. Ignoring the flattery of his subordinates, he looked towards the distant sky with a face full of fear, his body even trembling slightly. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse, filled with deep reverence and terror. Shut up. The one who killed this boss is definitely not me. What? Not you, boss? His subordinates exchanged glances, their faces full of shock. Sieburu did not explain. He quickly took out a high-magnification military tactical binoculars from his spatial backpack. Following the approximate trajectory of the bullets that had just been fired, he looked through the heavy snow and ruins towards the center of the city. With the aid of the binoculars, his field of vision continued to zoom in. Finally, at the end of his sight, he spotted a towering skyscraper's rooftop, where a glimmer of reflection from a sniper rifle's optical scope was faintly visible. Sieburu inhaled a breath of frigid air. He lowered the binoculars, incredulously lifted his still trembling hand, pointing at the towering building that seemed to merge with the clouds, and stammered, "The terrifying sniper who killed this boss is right on the rooftop of that skyscraper in the city center." What a... His subordinates looked in the direction pointed by Sieburu, all revealing expressions of disbelief. This? How is that possible? Boss, did you see it wrong? One subordinate shouted in disbelief. That distance is simply unscientific. That skyscraper is at least 5 or 6 kilometers away from our district, right? What kind of gun can shoot that far? Moreover, the visibility is so poor, and hitting the same gap with 3 consecutive shots. Even the arrival of a wolf wouldn't achieve that. His subordinates, skeptical, looked back at the skyscraper, thinking the boss must have been frightened into hallucinations. But then a slightly calmer subordinate seemed to think of something. He hurriedly opened the system panel for a glance, and his face instantly changed drastically. He stammered, "Brothers. This is indeed a possibility. Quick look at the system's kill leaderboard. Boss, your long-held first place has just been pushed down." What a... At this moment, everyone, including Sieburu, couldn't believe their eyes as they opened the leaderboard. When they saw the bright red ranking, everyone's breath caught in their throats. They saw that the current first place on the kill leaderboard was a female player named Jiang Chen. At that moment, her score had surged, terrifyingly surpassing the original first place, Sieburu, by a full 1,000 points. This sudden 1,000 points undoubtedly came from the enormous reward for the boss that was instantly killed by those 3 shots. Aside from Jiang Chen, the crowd was also terrified to discover that there was another player named Jiang Chen, ranked 19th. Unlike others whose kill values increased by small increments, his numbers were wildly spinning upwards like a broken meter, schwa schwa schwa. At this unreasonable killing speed, it wouldn't be long before he trampled the 18th place and burst into the top 10. It was only a matter of time. When they shifted their gaze to another leaderboard, an even more despairing sight unfolded before them. On the wealth leaderboard, the player, named Yusing Wan, who had been silent for a long time, was like a returning king reclaiming her loyal first place. Moreover, her wealth value could no longer be described as terrifying. It had reached an absurdly exaggerated. Her wealth points were increasing by dozens to hundreds, every second reaching a staggering total of over 4,000. Meanwhile, the player desperately clinging to second in wealth rankings only had a pitiful 2,500 or so. Yusing Wan alone had almost doubled the second place. This terrifying gap made it impossible for anyone to muster the courage to chase. Sieburu closed the system leaderboard panel, gazing at the distant building harboring death, filled with deep helplessness and trepidation. He murmured, "Not only does she possess a god-level sniper capable of instantaneously killing boss from beyond sight, but she also has an unknown means of instantly harvesting over 1,000 wealth. These 3 people are definitely in cahoots. Their team must be dominated by Yusing Wan and Jiang Chen. As for Jiang Chen, he must just be lucky enough to ride on their coattails." Sieburu took a deep breath, suppressing the fear within him, and turned to the remaining subordinates, saying, "This deadly slaughter game is about to change drastically. The monsters that wiped out the Tianlong convoy without taking any damage are not something we can provoke right now. However, we must also not fall behind in the leaderboard rankings. The ones at the forefront of these 2 leaderboards must have unimaginable top rewards prepared by the system. While we can't afford to offend them, we must at least maintain our ranks by picking off low-level monsters." At this moment, on the rooftop of the towering international building 5 or 6 kilometers away from Sieburu and the others, the cold wind at high altitude was still biting, but the atmosphere on the rooftop was exceptionally relaxed, even with a hint of joyful merriment. Jiang Chen had just put down the anti-material sniper rifle in her hand, which was still emitting a ghostly green light, its barrel slightly warm. She let out a long breath, rubbing her shoulder which had gone numb from the immense recoil. The miraculous long-distance kill just now was indeed her handiwork. After securing the sniper, Jiang Chen did not rest. Like nothing had happened, she moved a couple of steps to the side and gripped tightly the heavy handles of the Gatling machine gun in front of her once more. Virum da-da-da-da. The sound of the motor roared again, the orange-eared flames spewed forth. The light of talent flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as she continued to unleash an endless hail of bullets upon the densely packed zombie crowd below, which resembled ants. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing next to another Gatling gun, just finishing changing a magazine. He looked at the real-time updated kill leaderboard on the big screen, watching Jiang Chen's name firmly in first place, about to pull far ahead, feeling a twinge of jealousy in his heart. Jiang Chen then stopped shooting, turned to Jiang Chen and commented with a tone of helpless envy. I say, Chen, with your S-level talent of true, I combined with the special bullets you just drew, it's just too effective. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim from a distance of 4,000 to 5,000 meters, with the wind, snow, and the ruins of buildings blocking the way. Not only can you see through the hidden boss's weakness at a glance, but you can also hit the same fatal gap with 3 bullets accurately. With your skills just now, you could definitely crush all the mercenaries in the original world and become the world's #1 unmatched sniper. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's high praise, Jiang Chen released the trigger. A blush appeared on her pure and beautiful face, and she shyly smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, "Oh honey, don't flatter me, it's not as exaggerated as you say." Jiang Chen playfully stuck out her little tongue and explained humbly, "My shooting skills are quite average, relying entirely on the talent traits of weakness lock and sure hit, which the system helped me correct for wind deviation and bullet drop. Moreover," she blinked her beautiful big eyes and continued, "if it weren't for that silly regional BOSS which happened to run into the open street while chasing other players, exposing itself to my line of sight. Otherwise, no matter how strong my talent is, I wouldn't be able to spot it through several thousand meters of obstacles, let alone kill it." Jiang Chen twitched the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. Looking at Jiang Chen's cute appearance of having taken advantage while pretending to be innocent, he sighed softly and said with a hint of sourness, "That coincidental probability of yours is really too high, it's infuriating. It was like this when opening supply boxes, and now it's the same with killing bosses." Jiang Chen pointed to the virtual light screen in front of him, speaking helplessly, "Look, how long has it been since we officially started scoring? You just stood on the rooftop slaughtering zombies while casually checking if any boss appeared on the street, then fired a few shots to steal some kills. And now you've easily topped the kill leaderboard with the gap between you and the second place widening. Here I am diligently using a Gatling gun for half the day, my hands nearly numb from the vibrations, killing who knows how many zombies, and I can barely squeeze into the top 20. I'm still far from getting into the top 5. Who do I talk to about this?" Seeing Jiang Chen's frustrated and pained expression, the support staff, Yusing Wan, couldn't help but cover her rosy lips and let out a chuckle. Yusing Wan walked gracefully to Jiang Chen's side, and a rich rose fragrance wafted in the air. She reached out her delicate hand, gently linking her arm with Jiang Chen's. Her seductive peach blossom eyes were filled with pride as she sweetly said, "Honey, don't just look at the kill leaderboard, take a look at me too." Hearing Yusing Wan's reminder, Jiang Chen finally focused his mind and opened the wealth leaderboard. When he saw the terrifying wealth value exceeding 100,000 and still continuously increasing, Jiang Chen instinctively turned his head. Hiss! Behind him on the rooftops open space, an enormous pile of supplies resembling a small mountain had quietly formed at some point. Inside were iron blocks and precision parts, along with occasional high-level materials and various survival tools. Under the sunlight, this pile of supplies emitted a dazzling brilliance, roughly estimated to be nearly 10,000 items. This all came from the frenzied shooting of zombies by Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen just moments ago. Yusing Wan, using her extraordinary S-level talent, formless hands, ignored spatial distances and forcibly stole the loot from those dead zombies and bosses. Looking at the materials pile that had risen once again, Jiang Chen shook his head speechlessly. He waved his hand, activating infinite space. A flash of white light passed, and the thousands of materials and items were instantly cleared away, all secured into his own space, becoming their capital for creating suicide drones in the future. After collecting the supplies, Jiang Chen turned his head. He looked helplessly at the stunning star in front of him and sincerely exclaimed, "In terms of cheating, I've completely accepted it today. Who in this world can compare to you two sisters?" He pointed at Yusing Wan, feeling both amused and helpless. "Especially you, Qinya at least fired a gun, but you are simply a merciless juice extractor. Even if you just stand here doing nothing, without even touching a gun, as long as Qinya and I keep firing, you'll still be able to maintain your position at the top of the wealth leaderboard after today's game ends. Your ability to extract resources from enemies would make capitalists weep." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's helpless complaints, Yusing Wan did not refute. She just shyly lowered her head and let out a soft giggle. On her perfect mature face, a rare hint of a little girl's pride and shyness appeared. She gently leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder, not saying anything further, her beautiful eyes looking at Jiang Chen, filled with growing affection and admiration. Without Jiang Chen, there would be no her today. Raccoon City. The pale sunlight shone down on the city ruins filled with zombies. Bang, bang, bang. A bloodied player, his tactical vest torn to shreds, desperately pulled the trigger of his jammed rifle. Less than 50 meters behind him, a three-turtle bones pike zombie roared like an out-of-control heavy armored vehicle rampaging down the abandoned street, tossing wrecked cars as if they were toys. Damn, I'm out of bullets. The player desperately hurled his empty rifle at the monster like an ant trying to shake a tree. As the giant bloodthirsty maw was about to crush his head, he closed his eyes in despair. At the critical moment, "You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky." A rhythmically explosive music sounded from behind him. The bones pike zombie, preparing to enjoy its prey, froze in its gigantic body. Before it could react to the source of the music, its head exploded like a watermelon blasted apart by an unknown force. The massive headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. The two quickly met at the corner of the convenience store. The player who had just been rescued wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking nervously at the elite zombie lying on the ground outside, and asked tremblingly, "What in the world is going on? Where is that music coming from?" Moreover, it seems that all the ordinary zombies around have disappeared. Hey, the players in the convenience store had gleaming eyes filled with fervent admiration, excitedly exclaiming, "A top-tier expert has forcibly established a safe zone in the tallest skyscraper downtown, specifically to protect us ordinary players who are low in level and weak in strength. You just need to lure any high-level boss you encounter outside into this street covered by the music. You won't even need to lift a finger. Soon after, terrifying firepower will rain down from the sky, instantly turning the boss into mush." Not only have I heard about it, but I also witnessed it with my own eyes just now. The player who had narrowly escaped slapped his thigh, his eyes turning red with excitement. I was being chased by that bones pike boss earlier, and I had exhausted all my ammunition, yet I couldn't do anything to it, not even scratch its skin. Later I heard some commotion over here, and thought I might as well try my luck, so I lured it onto this main road. To my surprise, not long after arriving here, a bullet rained down from the sky, and that arrogant boss exploded right in front of me. The two exchanged glances, their expressions noticeably more relaxed than when they first entered this deadly game world, as the shadow of death that had been looming over them began to dissipate. They say the closer you get to downtown, the safer it becomes. Let's team up and head over to that expert's protection. As for those kill points and wealth rankings, we don't have the strength to even think about that. Oh, just surviving in this zombie-filled world and making it through the last few hours would be great. The two supported each other as they walked towards downtown, even finding the mood to joke around. One of them, hearing the folk music still playing in the air, grinned and said, "You know, even though this square dance song is a bit tacky in this apocalyptic environment filled with severed limbs, it actually feels quite reassuring. I don't know why, but I feel like my hands and feet are becoming a bit unresponsive, as if I want to twist a little." The other person nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, if you listen closely, this classic old song is pretty good, at least much better than those whiny internet songs and earworms." Such scenes were unfolding in every corner within a few kilometers of downtown Raccoon City. After all, in this massive battle royale involving tens of thousands of people, the vast majority of participants had no ambition for supremacy. Their only demand was to survive. As for those who sought to crazily grind points for top rewards, they were merely a rare few at the tip of the pyramid. For most ordinary players, having a few top-tier experts with immense power was not only a blessing, but also not an abuse of their strength. In fact, they could utilize this music-luring method to provide a safe haven, making them, like living bodhisattvas, and great benefactors in this apocalypse. However, for ordinary players, Jiang Chen and his small team were the divine players, benefiting everyone. But for those equally ambitious top-tier players seeking to claim the top rewards, their perspective was entirely at this moment in front of an abandoned mall a few blocks away from downtown. After a fierce and unwilling howl, the formidable tall stone-armored zombie finally collapsed under a barrage of armor-piercing rounds and high explosives, turning into a pile of stinking flesh. Huff, huff. Sieb Buru gasped for breath. The scrayed golden light of his indestructible ability had dimmed to the extreme, as if it could extinguish at any moment. His once pristine tactical gear was now tattered from the monster's attacks, leaving him looking disheveled. "Boss, these monsters are just too hard to handle right now." One injured teammate collapsed on the ground, looking nervously at the corpse of the monster. Sieb Buru said nothing, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain all over his body, quickly opening his personal system page and staring intently at the red kill ranking. When he saw his ranking on the list, he was nearly driven to anger. Ever since noon, not only had the monsters become stronger, but the system seemed to have adjusted its mechanism, making the kill points they dropped more plentiful. If everyone were competing on the same starting line, it wouldn't be a problem. But the issue was ever since that female player named Jiang Chen inexplicably used some miraculous method to start racking up points indiscriminately, directly dominating the top spot. The balance of the entire district was completely shattered. Other previously hidden top players, seeing the terrifying points gap at the top, were also stimulated and began to push themselves. They spared no effort to use all their trump cards, trying every means to crazily kill zombies. This directly led to the ranking list descending into a frenzy of competition. Sieburu, who had initially held a steady and dominant first position, saw his rank plummet like a stone, now having dropped to 11th place on the list within just a few short hours. Falling out of the top 10 meant he was highly likely to lose eligibility for the system's high-level rewards. The immense psychological blow and resource loss were extremely unacceptable for someone as proud as Sieburu. Boss, don't think too much about it. Getting worked up isn't worth it. A loyal subordinate, seeing Sieburu's face dark enough to drip water, quickly stepped forward to advise. After all, this is a forced merge of 3 super districts, and there are definitely some hidden players we haven't encountered before, those who are exceptionally strong. Just like this Jiang Chen and that Jiang Chen who is ranked 5th, weren't they also quite inconspicuous when they were in our district? Who knows what kind of luck they stumbled upon to suddenly increase their strength so much? The subordinate handed over a precious stamina recovery potion and continued to encourage. Right now the urgent thing is not to worry about how they are racking up points, but to help you stabilize your ranking and push back into the top 10. As long as you can get a reward in the top 10, we won't be at a loss. Hearing the advice from the surrounding subordinates, Sieburu tightly clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He took a deep breath of the bloody air, forcing himself to calm down, then nodded emphatically. You are right. Even if I can't secure first place, I absolutely won't let anyone take my spot in the top 10. Sieburu tilted his head back and down the recovery potion, feeling a surge of strength rise within him, once more his gaze becoming resolute. Everyone, check your ammunition. Prepare to enter the next high-risk district. Today, even if it costs me my life, I must reclaim my ranking. With Sieburu's command, this weary yet unwilling team plunged once again into the endless tide. Thus began their nearly insane journey of point grinding. Time flowed slowly in the bizarre atmosphere of polarization within the city. The streets, spanning a few kilometers, were already piled high with countless zombie corpses, the stench of black blood even pooling into small streams in the low-lying areas. Surrounding this carpet of corpses was a ring of makeshift defenses built from various abandoned vehicles. In this absolute safe zone passively created by Jiang Chen and his companions to earn points lay a scene that could be considered miraculous in the apocalypse. Thousands of ordinary players fleeing from various perilous districts were sitting without a care on relatively clean steps or inside shops. Some were bandaging deep wounds that exposed bone, while others wolfed down hard compressed biscuits. There was even a group of carefree players who had pulled out a somewhat worn deck of playing cards from their backpacks, casually relaxing and chatting while playing in the dim firelight. 3 of a kind. Full house. 8 high. Can't handle it. Ha, brother, your hand is no good. But seriously, if it weren't for those big shots on the rooftop, we would have probably been eaten to the bone in some corner by those. A player tossing cards looked up at the rooftop hundreds of meters high, still spewing flames, and sighed, since, right? I really don't know which god is up there. That Gatling has been roaring for hours. The barrel must be glowing red by now. How many bullets must that consume? It's simply inhumane. Indeed, the disparity between people sometimes surpasses even that between humans and pigs. Outside this peaceful safe zone at the edge of the city, another wave of high-end players like Sieburu were desperately grinding for points, working overtime with bloodshot eyes amidst mountains of corpses. They played all their trump cards. Each kill came with immense risk and severe depletion of ammunition. A single misstep could lead to total annihilation. This is the gap in strength and the barrier of class. As the sun sank completely below the horizon, the entire city of Raccoon was shrouded in deep darkness. As the sun sank completely below the horizon, the entire city of Raccoon was shrouded in deep darkness. A resonant mechanical voice like a great bell echoed in the minds of all surviving players. 1-minute countdown begins, the settlement process is initiated, and all surviving players are forcibly transported back to their respective survival vehicles. 60, 59, 58. The system's melodious countdown sounded, and on the edge of the skyscraper's rooftop, Jiang Chen and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Jiang Chen hurriedly released the tightly gripped electronic trigger, stopping the gun that had been spewing fire continuously. Virum, zzz. The M134 Gatling gun roaring in turns for hours finally ceased. The 6 robust special alloy barrels glowed red like branding irons, radiating terrifying heat in the night breeze, visibly distorting the air. Jiang Chen also put down the hot anti-material sniper rifle, rubbing her sore wrist, her pure and beautiful face full of unquenched excitement. Is that it? I feel like I could have sniped dozens more bosses. Yusing Wan lightly wiped the sweat from her brow, her charming eyes filled with fatigue and utmost joy. She turned her head to look at the empty space behind them excitedly, saying, "Honey Qingya, look behind you." Inside were thousands of basic materials like iron blocks, electronic components, fine steel, and many. Under the S-level talent of Yusing Wan's formless hand, there had formed a 2-story tall mountain of supplies occupying hundreds of square meters. Inside were thousands of basic materials like iron blocks, electronic components, fine steel, and many glowing common-grade armors, low-level energy cores, and countless survival odds and ends. Under the dim light, this mountain of resources exploded from the corpses of hundreds of thousands of zombies, radiating dazzling wealth. With the countdown reaching 0, time was pressing. Looking at the mountain of supplies, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped forward and spread his hands wide. Infinite space, collect everything. With a wave of his hand, whoosh, boom. A massive and unreasonable suction force instantly enveloped the rooftop. The mountain of resources like snow before the sun melted before this force, turning into brilliant streams of light, and within mere seconds Jiang Chen had collected everything without leaving a trace. Not even a rusty screw in the corner was left behind. He had just completed this task. As the countdown ended completely, he didn't even have time to say a word to the 2 women. Whoosh. The survival chapter of this slaughter game has come to a successful conclusion. Now the system will compile the data and tally the gains of all players. In order to ensure fairness for players who appear on both lists, the system will only take the highest ranking for the final reward settlement. Upon hearing this rule, Jiang Chen and his companions nodded slightly. This indeed prevented any one person from monopolizing the top rewards of both lists, but it didn't matter to them, as they had already occupied all the top 3 spots. The system's voice continued to broadcast, its pace noticeably slower, each word striking at the hearts of all. Now we announce the reward rules for the Death Slaughter chapter. All excellent players ranked from 11th to 100 on the final leaderboard will receive the following rewards: 1 golden resource box and 1 inferior gene enhancement potion. Players ranked from 4th to 10th will receive the following rewards: 1 platinum resource box and 1 quality gene enhancement potion. Upon hearing this, all the experts who had fought hard to enter the top 10, such as Siebu Ro, who had finally secured the 10th place, let out howls of excitement from their vehicles. The subsequent announcements from the system made everyone in the district perk up, not daring to breathe too heavily. Finally, for the peak players who dominated the rankings and placed in the top 3 on any leaderboard, the system will grant the highest level of top-tier awards. The top 3 players will receive 1 exclusive diamond resource box, 1 perfect quality gene enhancement, additionally a precious special item, a ticket for advanced slaughter game entry. Note: all resources, treasure boxes, and potions rewarded in this slaughter game are bound to the player's personal information and cannot be traded or dropped, only used by the individual. If forced to trade, the items will be destroyed immediately. With the long system announcement concluded, inside the RV's driver cabin, Jiang Chen could no longer contain herself and eagerly opened the virtual screens for the 2 established lists with her thoughts. Her beautiful eyes scanned the screen from top to bottom, confirming that the numbers and names were fixed in black and white, and she finally let out a long sigh of relief. Excitedly, she turned to Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan like a lark bringing good news, and cheered. "It's stable. It's stable. Hubby sister Xingwan, our ranking is completely secure." Jiang Chen pointed at the first line of the wealth list excitedly, saying to Yusing Wan's sister, "Xingwan, you ranked first on the wealth resource list with an absolute advantage. Your final wealth points are an astonishing 125,000. Do you know? The second place, that guy called Long Ao Tun, barely scraped together over 6,000 points. You've completely left him behind by a whole times." Upon hearing this result, Yusing Wan's stunning face blossomed with a captivating smile. She brushed her beautiful wavy hair and shot Jiang Chen a flirtatious glance, saying sweetly, "Oh, it's not that powerful. It's all thanks to you and hubby tirelessly outputting firepower in front. I'm just a little transparent, enjoying the feast at the back." Jiang Chen switched the screen to the slaughter list, her proud little face nearly overflowing with joy as she excitedly reported their battle results to Jiang Chen. "And hubby and I have also claimed the 1st and 2nd spots on the slaughter list." Jiang Chen pointed at the numbers above, her eyes filled with pride. "I have 7,500 slaughter points, and hubby, you have 5,000 points. The poor soul in 3rd place only has a meager 2,500 points. Together our points exceed the combined total of the 3rd to 10th ranked players." Jiang Chen confidently patted her ample chest with a smile. Therefore, according to the system's reward rules, the best 3 top-tier rewards exclusively for the top 3 will surely be ours without any exception. As soon as Jiang Qinji's words fell, the 3 of them immediately received the system's notification sound for reward distribution. Congratulations to players Jiang Chen, Jiang Qingya, and Yusing Wan. Your final results rank in the top 3 of the leaderboard, and the highest specification rewards have been issued to your exclusive space. Congratulations on receiving rewards: 1 exclusive diamond resource box, 1 perfect gene enhancement potion, and 1 ticket for advanced slaughter game entry. The notification sound faded away with a soft rustle. 3 epic rewards radiating dazzling light appeared out of thin air, hovering steadily in front of the large control panel before the 3 of them. Jiang Qingya looked at the radiant treasure boxes before her, her big eyes almost sparkling with stars. She rubbed her fair little hands with a smile, feeling as joyful as a child, and cheered, "Yay! It's time for our most anticipated and thrilling unboxing session." Jiang Chen too had lost his usual. He leaned forward, his eyes ablaze with excitement, fixated on the diamond treasure box that belonged solely to him. It was made entirely of an unknown transparent material surrounded by intricate divine runes constantly shimmering with dazzling diamond light. This was the first time since their arrival in this survival world that they had seen a treasure box of such high quality, far surpassing the golden resource box. This was the first time since their arrival in this survival world that they had seen a treasure box of such high quality, far surpassing the... This meant he could finally experience the ultimate temptation and exhilaration of opening a top-tier resource box himself, without having to maximize the team's interests by letting Jiang Qingya open it. Today I finally have an opportunity to shed this non-lucky hat. Jiang Chen thought to himself, secretly thrilled. At this moment, Yusing Wan also picked up her diamond treasure box, feeling the warmth and powerful energy emanating from it. She smiled at Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingya, saying, "Hubby Qingya, it seems our decision to exhaust ourselves to rank higher was indeed the right choice." This directly bypassed the golden and platinum resource boxes, and the system generously rewarded us with the highest specification diamond resource box, right? Yusing Wan's beautiful face was filled with longing for the unknown power as she gently caressed the box's patterns, confidently stating, "Given the system's stingy nature, if it offers such a level of box, the items inside will surely possess incredible attributes." The 3 of them nodded in agreement, fully recognizing this. They no longer hesitated and firmly placed their palms on their respective diamond treasure boxes. The 3 exchanged glances across the control panel, and they could see the excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes. "Are you ready?" Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his voice low. The 2 women responded in unison. 3, 2, 1. Open! Jiang Chen shouted, and the 3 of them simultaneously exerted force, lifting the lids of the diamond resource boxes. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling diamond light, even brighter than the midday sun, surged forth from the 3 boxes like a volcanic eruption, accompanied by an immense wave of energy. This directly bypassed the golden and platinum resource boxes, and the system generously rewarded us with the highest As the light gradually converged, an emotionless prompt echoed in Jiang Qinji's mind. "Congratulations, you have received an epic reward, Forge Table Epic." In Jiang Qinji's fair and delicate hand, a miniature holographic card radiating a rich purple-gold halo floated. It displayed intricate mechanical gears and mysterious runes filled with industrial aesthetics. "What is this thing?" Jiang Qingya suppressed her inner excitement, her peach blossom eyes fixed intently on the blueprint, and with a slight thought, she opened the detailed attribute panel of this epic item. Forge Table Epic Quality. 1. Equipment can be forged according to the blueprint. The equipment crafted from this forge table has a chance to improve in quality. The lower the blueprint quality, the higher the chance of quality enhancement when forging equipment. 2. By investing materials equivalent to the equipment, the forge table can randomly enhance the equipment by 1 to 5 times. 3. Creative Workshop. You can try adding materials yourself to forge equipment, which may enhance or weaken it. Specific recipes need to be explored on your own. After reading through it word by word, her bright eyes instantly sparkled with dazzling light, and her pure and beautiful little face was filled with overwhelming joy. "Wow, husband, sister Yusing Wan, you all have to see this." Jiang Qingya was as excited as a little girl who had received a gift, jumping up from the leather seat of the passenger seat. Eagerly, she presented the virtual panel shimmering with purple gold light to Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan, showcasing it like a treasure. Jiang Chen leaned forward to carefully examine the attributes of that piece of equipment. At first, he appeared calm as he possessed the SS-level skills of infinite space and infinite recovery. His perspective had been honed to be discerning. But when his gaze swept over those 3 bizarre attribute lines, the shock and joy that he could not conceal surfaced on his originally calm face. "Hiss!" Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment, then excitedly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Good stuff. This is truly a heaven-defying treasure." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to the two girls, seriously analyzing, "Do you know what this means? Right now on this entire survival highway among thousands of players, the finished equipment they can obtain is far too random and singular. Most people can only rely on opening those broken wooden boxes and bronze boxes to gamble on luck. The weapons they get are either rusty iron knives or mediocre loader ability whiteboard firearms." Jiang Chen's finger pressed down firmly on the forge table panel, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. "It allows us to produce certain equipment on a large scale and in batches based on the blueprints. The most terrifying part is it can perform 1 to 5 times random enhancement and even has a chance to directly elevate the equipment's quality tier." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen's mind already painted a grand blueprint. Its enhancements are so powerful that it is easy to imagine that in future survival games this will be a golden goose that continuously lays golden eggs. As long as we master the core technology and blueprints, it means we have grasped the economic lifeline of the entire survival world. At that point, it won't be comparable to the increasingly devalued universal fuel we sold before. This is definitely a god-level item leading a major version. Sister Qingya. Looking at the stunningly beautiful school flower before him, Jiang Chen waved his hand grandly and said, "I will use my talent to carve out an independent area from the excess folding space inside our heavy armored RV to create a top-notch exclusive forge room for you. The hundreds of thousands of iron pieces, fine steel, rubber, electronic components, and countless other miscellaneous equipment we stockpiled before will all be opened up to you, and you can use them as you wish." Moreover, Jiang Chen's eyes became incredibly sharp, exuding an undeniable dominance. "In the next game phase, as long as any blueprint-type items appear in the trading hall or slaughter instances regardless of the price offered by the other party, we must find a way to acquire them at all costs. From now on, the equipment upgrades and replacements for our team and future forces will all depend on you, our chief forging master." Looking at this epic item, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with deep emotions. In this cruel and ruthless world of survival highways where human life is as cheap as grass, they experienced so many bloody battles. From being unarmed novices to reaching the current stage, he deeply understood the importance of talent and equipment for players. Undeniably, talent can indeed play a miraculous role in turning the tide at critical moments and breaking the rules of the game. A powerful S-level or even S-level talent can significantly raise a team's combat ceiling, creating miracles that ordinary people cannot comprehend. But equipment is the most solid foundation in this survival world, the absolute lower limit for whether a team can survive steadily. Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall the battle at the abandoned gas station. The burly man with a face full of flesh who had awakened the terrifying level power enhancement talent could crush a heavy security door with a punch. But what was the result? Back then, he had merely relied on an ordinary Desert Eagle pistol obtained from a bronze. He didn't even use any special skills. He just pulled the trigger, and a high-speed spinning bullet easily killed that arrogant level talent awakener. He didn't even use any special skills. He just pulled the trigger, and a high-speed spinning bullet easily killed that arrogant level talent awakener. After all, the direction of equipment upgrades is relatively stable, and the increase in combat power, a sniper rifle equipped with a high-powered scope and armor-piercing rounds can pose a significant threat to high-level monsters, even to an ordinary person from hundreds of meters away. In contrast, talent abilities tend to be rather unique and singular. Once countered or faced with a situation of mutual restraint, they can fall into a deadlock. Otherwise, Jiang Qingya, who possessed the top-level S-level talent of True, I wouldn't have been chased into a corner by a crude level talent brute at the beginning of the game due to lack of any self-defense weapons. And now with the emergence of this epic forge table, it not only greatly enhances the overall strength of their team, but also becomes a goose that continuously lays golden eggs. Finally, they can escape the situation of selling cheap raw materials and sell industrial products to other players in abundance. Their team's wealth is set to experience explosive growth once again. The goal of becoming the richest in the entire district is just around the corner. Jiang Qingya heard Jiang Chen's unwavering support for her, even going so far as to entrust the entire logistical backbone of the convoy and vast resources to her. Her heart, already filled with reliance and affection for Jiang Chen, was now completely overwhelmed with. Jiang Qingya immediately nodded obediently, her fair and rosy little face blooming with a sweet smile that could put 100 flowers to shame. She confidently patted her ample chest and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, my husband. This matter is in my hands. Leave it to me, and there will be no problem. I will definitely use this forging table to create the most powerful equipment for us, and I will not disappoint your expectations." Looking at the dazzling epic forging table blueprint in Jiang Qingya's hands along with Jiang Chen's unreserved affection and importance towards her, Sitting nearby, Yusing Wan's alluring peach blossom eyes flashed with a hint of envy that was hard to conceal. As a former top actress who once captivated the world in another parallel universe, Blue Star, what kind of storms and treasures had she not seen? Yet at this moment in this crisis-ridden apocalyptic world, a strategic artifact capable of directly enhancing team survival levels indeed made her feel a twinge of envy. She lightly pursed her tempting red lips, elegantly ran her fingers through her cascading waves of hair, and said softly, with a hint of playful reproach and envy, "Sister Qingya, your luck is truly enviable. Clearly we both opened the highest-tier diamond exclusive treasure chests, and both got epic-level items, but the gap in practicality and combat value between our two items seems quite significant." Hearing Yusing Wan's somewhat resentful words, Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingji's attention was instantly drawn to her. "Oh, Sister Xingwan, what good item did you get? Hurry and show us." Jiang Qingya curiously leaned over, blinking her big eyes. Yusing Wan sighed helplessly, her beautiful face tinged with a hint of sorrow that could easily captivate anyone's soul. Then she gently waved her hand in the air. She revealed the item card she had obtained from the diamond treasure chest, as well as the attribute panel shimmering with purple light. The card that appeared in Yusing Wan's hand was not a blueprint or a mechanical creation, but a seed that seemed to be carved from the purest jade, containing a miniature galaxy and the flow of the 4 seasons within. Time Nursery Epic Quality 1 can create an independent planting space. The size of the space is closely related to the internal space of the player's currently bound vehicle. 2. Can significantly accelerate the growth cycles of various plants within the planting space. The lower the tier of the plant, the stronger the acceleration effect. Plants that are fully matured have a chance to improve their quality, and consuming them can permanently increase various additional attributes of the player, such as constitution, spirit, agility, etc. 3. Can cultivate high-quality seeds to help them grow faster. As Jiang Qingji's gaze swept over these 3 detailed attribute descriptions, she was momentarily taken aback, and then a brilliant light erupted from her clear, large eyes. Heaven! Jiang Qingya was so excited that she jumped up and hugged Yusing Wan's slender arm, shouting in delight, "Sister Xingwan, you call this a big gap? You call this useless? This is an invaluable treasure and absolutely wonderful." Jiang Qingya was so excited that she even swallowed hard, her greedy cat-like demeanor making people want to laugh. She shook Yusing Wan's hand excitedly and said, "Sister, think about it carefully. Ever since we were forcibly brought into this cruel survival world, what have we been eating every day, eh? It's either those dry packaged foods or those somewhat monotonous snacks. Only occasionally, when our luck bursts, can we open up some canned meat and canned vegetables or fruits from those boxes." Jiang Qingya said pitifully as she rubbed her flat little belly, continuing to complain about the food conditions in this world. "We haven't had fresh fruits and vegetables for a long time. If it weren't for some trace element supplements, we wouldn't know what state we would be in now." In the survival highway, how many players have suffered from malnutrition and deteriorated health? Even the living conditions we have now can be called paradise by many. But now that you have this time nursery, we can truly call this place a real paradise. In the future, we can grow strawberries, apples, and various juicy fruits and vegetables in our RV. Jiang Qingya pointed at the second attribute, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Moreover, sister, look closely. It's not just about satisfying our cravings and allowing us to achieve fruit freedom in the apocalypse. It clearly states here that fully matured plants have a chance to increase the player's additional attributes. This is simply a continuous source of attribute potions. Such an item that can fundamentally enhance our physical attributes, how can it possibly be inferior to my forging table?" After hearing Jiang Qingji's excited words, Jiang Chen also looked at the card with brightening eyes. He looked at Yusing Wan with appreciation in his eyes, nodding in satisfaction. As a leader, he saw the problem from a longer-term perspective than Jiang Qingya. In the apocalyptic highway survival, a stable, fresh, and attribute-boosting food source holds strategic value that is absolutely equivalent to a military factory. In extreme environments, long-term monotonous diets and nutritional deficiencies not only lead to a decline in combat effectiveness, but can also trigger mental breakdowns. With this time nursery, their armored RV would truly become a self-sufficient mobile fortress. Jiang Chen could not hide his joy as he said to Yusing Wan happily, "Qingya is absolutely right, Xingwan. What you have opened is indeed excellent, truly worthy of being an epic top-tier item." Jiang Chen then made a promise equal to that of Jiang Qingya. "After we finish sorting out our gains, I will also use the infinite space to transform the internal folding area of the vehicle and create a vast exclusive planting space for you. And from today on, whenever we encounter any plant or seed-related items on the trading platform or in various dungeons, no matter the cost, we will prioritize collecting them and fully support your development of this time nursery." Jiang Chen walked in front of Yusing Wan, looking at her with gentle yet trusting eyes. "At that time, improving the quality of life for our convoy and providing a continuous source of attribute bonuses will depend entirely on Yusing Wan. Hearing such high praise and unreserved support from Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingya, the slight disappointment that Yusing Wan felt from the comparison instantly vanished, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude and the happiness of being needed. She let out a relieved sigh, and that stunningly beautiful, enchanting face once again bloomed with the confident, radiant smile of a top-tier superstar. She straightened her proud posture slightly, exuding the reliable aura of a mature woman. She winked playfully at Jiang Chen and said with confidence, "Don't worry, honey. Since you both trust me so much, from now on leave all the logistical support in this area to me. I promise in this cold and brutal apocalypse, I'll make sure you get to eat the sweetest fresh fruit every day and boost your stats to the max." With the two epic strategic items distributed, the atmosphere in the driver's cabin was unprecedentedly light and joyful. Both women were genuinely happy for each other's powerful new abilities. The entire convoy's future development plan was now crystal clear and brimming with hope. After the brief excitement, Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan seemed to remember something. They turned their heads in tacit understanding. Their pure yet alluring faces were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Their sparkling eyes fixed on Jiang Chen in the driver's seat, they chimed in unison. "Honey, we've both opened our treasure chests. What about yours? Yeah, as the powerhouse of our convoy, what kind of epic item did you get from your diamond chest? Come on, show us. Let us see it." Hearing the women's expectant, almost worshipful questions, Jiang Chen, who had been so composed moments before, froze instantly. The corners of his mouth twitched awkwardly, his eyes darted away, and he felt so embarrassed he could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment into the armored RV's sturdy chassis with his toes. Well, Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice, trying to hide his embarrassment. He rubbed his nose, his voice laced with indescribable helplessness and frustration. He smiled bitterly. "Don't get your hopes up. What I got is indeed rated as epic by the system, that's true. But its attached attributes are too ordinary to you. It can't compare to the game-changing items you two just got. They're worlds apart." Seeing Jiang Chen's bitter expression, the women's curiosity only grew, and they urged him to reveal the secret. Jiang Chen let out a long, resigned sigh, as if accepting his fate. With a thought, he displayed the equipment he had just drawn from the diamond chest, along with its purple glowing attribute panel, fully revealing it to the two women. What appeared on the light screen was not some earth-shattering heavy weapon or reality-altering artifact, but two exquisitely crafted miniature accessories floating serenely. Space Ring, Epic Quality X2 Attribute Description. Wearing this ring grants the user an additional 100 cubic meters of foldable storage space. Players can freely store and retrieve various equipment, materials, and items. Special effect time within the ring's space is completely frozen. Any items placed inside will not spoil or decay, but living creatures cannot be stored. Jiang Chen stared at the two floating rings and couldn't help but sigh heavily again, his voice full of world-weary melancholy. "Sigh, do you think the system is messing with me? I awakened the SS grade talent infinite space. My personal space can hold an entire city's worth of supplies. What use do I have for these two rings that only offer a measly 100 cubic meters? For me, isn't this just completely redundant? This diamond chest was a total waste on me." Jiang Chen fully expected that these two incredibly lucky goddesses would also complain about the system's unfair distribution of luck when they saw this useless item. But when he looked up ready to receive their consolation, he was stunned to find that both the usually mischievous Jiang Qingya and the worldly wise top actress Yusing Wan were as if enchanted. Their beautiful eyes sparkled with an incomparably brilliant light filled with fanatical fervor. They hadn't listened to a word of Jiang Chen's complaint. Instead, they were fixated on the two space rings floating in midair. The reason? The design of these space rings was simply too beautiful, too breathtaking. The bands of the two rings were made of an unknown, mysterious metal, displaying a noble and enigmatic mithril hue engraved with delicate ethereal cloud patterns. At the top of each ring was set a gem the size of a pigeon's egg, which seemed to contain an entire radiant galaxy and endless void, a supreme space gem. Under the soft light of the driver's cabin, the space gem refracted a dreamy, mesmerizing spectrum of colors. It was more luxurious and more captivating than any top-tier engagement ring in the old world. For any woman, such a sparkling, exquisitely beautiful work of art held a fatal, irresistible. Jiang Qingya clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes turning into hearts as she stared at the ring, murmuring in awe, "Wow. This ring is absolutely gorgeous. The shape, the fire, the color. It's simple." Jiang Qingya wasn't just won over by the ring's beauty. Her sharp mind quickly grasped its practical value, and she continued excitedly. "And the attributes are incredibly useful. Although you have that monstrous infinite space, honey, and we can store all the big supplies with you, we still have way too many odds and ends." Jiang Qingya complained about her pitiful initial backpack capacity, desperately trying to prove the ring's worth. Our system's initial backpack only has a few dozen slots. That space is nowhere near enough. Every time we open a few chests in battle, we get tons of good stuff, and it fills up before we know it. Every time I get a top-tier item, I have to run over to you to trade and clear space. It's such a hassle. With this 1000 cubic meter frozen space, it's like having a super warehouse I can carry with me. From now on, when we find too many treasures to carry or run out of ammo, we won't have to bother you so often, huh? Beside her, Yusing Wan listened to Jiang Chen's explanation, nodding in deep empathy. She too was fixated on the exquisitely beautiful ring, her tone brimming with intense desire. Yes, Qingya's sister is absolutely right. Especially when we are engaged in high-intensity combat, managing supplies is nothing short of a disaster. Yusing Wan recalled her previous experience on the rooftop in Raccoon City and said empathetically, with my S-level talent Wuxiang Shou, as soon as you fire your guns, the endless loot will automatically fly into my backpack. Even if I had previously used the space expansion scrolls exchanged for a high price on the trading platform, forcing the number of slots in my backpack to increase, it simply wouldn't last long. Often within just a short period, my backpack space would be completely filled, unable to sustain prolonged combat. The two women seemed to reach some sort of tacit understanding. They simultaneously turned their heads, their flawless, delicate faces adorned with a charming shyness and unshakable anticipation. The pair of watery, beautiful eyes like pools of spring water stared eagerly at Jiang Chen. In a voice as sweet as honey, they asked in unison, "Darling, since this ring holds little significance for you, could we possibly use this ring?" Looking at the two stunning goddesses who resembled kittens begging for food, their eyes sparkling with hope as they gazed at him, Jiang Chen's previous annoyance instantly vanished. How could he bear to refuse? Looking at their adorable expressions, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He said no more unnecessary words, merely smiling with a gentle, yet slightly domineering tone, addressing the two women, "Extend your hands." Hearing Jiang Chen's seemingly magical words, Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan were momentarily taken aback, their cheeks instantly flushing a charming crimson reminiscent of a sunset. Both women wore joyful expressions, yet could not hide their shyness and excitement, obediently extending their delicate fair hands in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen extended his hand, which bore a layer of thin callus, gently cradling the soft, boneless hands of the two women. Then, with a thought too dazzling, space epic rings fell into his palm. In the tranquil yet ambiguous atmosphere of the car compartment, Jiang Chen's movements were gentle and incredibly serious as he slowly placed the two space rings embedded with galaxy gemstones on the left ring fingers of Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan. In this apocalyptic wasteland survival world, there were no flowers, no officiants, and no guests filling the hall. Yet this simple action represented a significance far more profound and impactful than any grand wedding during peaceful times. The ring finger directly connected to the heart. The two women lowered their heads, gazing at the perfectly sized space ring on their fair, jade-like fingers. Under the soft light of the dome lamp in the driver's cabin, the space gemstones on the rings shimmered with captivating depth and unique, brilliant colors. At that moment, an indescribable sense of immense happiness and overwhelming security instantly filled their chests. Their hearts felt a sweetness 100 times greater than honey, as all their anxieties in this survival road were completely dispelled. They couldn't help but lift their heads simultaneously, their stunning eyes glistening with excited tears, beaming towards Jiang Chen with smiles that could make the heavens and earth lose their color. "Thank you, darling." Two sweet, tender voices filled with deep affection and a sense of belonging rang in Jiang Chen's ears simultaneously. "This gift you gave us, we really like it very, very much." Looking at the genuine joy and satisfaction on the faces of the two women, Jiang Chen felt a warmth surging in his chest like never before. Although what he obtained from the precious diamond treasure chest was indeed somewhat useless to him, even a bit of a white elephant, seeing the two women express such fondness for this gift, even to the point of tears of happiness. This instead brought Jiang Chen a sense of satisfaction more exhilarating than obtaining a legendary artifact. Who says men in this world don't need emotional value feedback? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a comfortable, contented arc. Watching my women smile with such happiness because of me, feeling deeply admired and relied upon, and knowing I can bring them joy and happiness. Isn't that quite enjoyable and fulfilling? After savoring this warm and romantic atmosphere for a moment, Jiang Chen gently patted the backs of the two women's hands, pulling their thoughts back to reality. After all, the tallying of rewards was not yet finished. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, looking at the remaining few potions on the control panel that emitted a strange glow, and said solemnly, "All right, since our most anticipated diamond treasure chest has been opened with abundant rewards." Then next, Jiang Chen's gaze was like a torch. It's time for the final highlight of the system rewards, the perfect quality genetic enhancement potion. Upon hearing this, the two women immediately put away their little girl demeanor, their expressions becoming serious as they nodded heavily. Then all three extended their hands simultaneously, tightly holding the three potions that emitted a dreamlike blue glow as if liquid galaxies were swirling inside. The Perfect Genetic Enhancement Potion. Perfect Genetic Enhancement Potion item details breaks the genetic shackles of carbon-based life forms, allowing players' overall attributes, including strength, agility, physique, spirit, cellular vitality, etc., to be enhanced fivefold comprehensively on the original basis. Characteristics: the most perfect gene recombination with no rejection reactions or toxic side effects. Warning: the genetic enhancement potion has a domineering remodeling characteristic, and each player can only use it once throughout their survival career. Please choose the timing of use carefully. Note: perfect level is the highest level enhancement potion obtainable at the current survival stage. Looking at these few short yet shocking descriptions, the three of them couldn't help but breathe heavily. A comprehensive fivefold enhancement, and it has no side effects at all. It's perfect. Jiang Chen's peach blossom eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "This is simply a divine medicine that enables instant ascension." In this perilous survival road, an ordinary player's physical enhancement of 10% means an extra chance of survival in life and death battles. Yet this potion directly elevates all of a person's functions by a full 5 times. The system specifically reminded each player that it can only be used once and urged us to use it with caution. A flicker of contemplation crossed Yusing Wan's exquisitely beautiful face. She extended her jade-like slender hand and grasped the azure potion, sensing the liquid within that seemed to contain a flowing galaxy. If it were other top-tier players who now obtained a low or mid-level enhancement potion, they would likely be trapped in a painful dilemma. After all, using a lower grade one now means that even if they encounter a higher grade one later, they can't use it, permanently sealing off their future potential. With these words, Yusing Wan broke into a radiant smile, like a spring flower, blooming, dazzling, and incomparably lovely. She turned to look at Jiang Chen, her tone light and tinged with relief. "But fortunately, we gave our all to secure the top 3 directly obtaining this perfect grade gene enhancement potion. So why hesitate? Just use it directly." Xingwan is right. Jiang Chen pulled out the test tube stopper. "We've worked so hard for so long, isn't it precisely for this moment when we no longer have to hesitate?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen tilted his head back and downed the azure potion in one gulp. Seeing this, the two women no longer delayed. They pulled out their stoppers and brought the potion to their alluring red lips. The potion dissolved upon entering the mouth. There was no imagined bitterness or pungency. Instead, it had a sweetness like fresh strawberries at dawn. Yet within 3 seconds, boom, it felt as if a miniature sun had exploded within the three of them. Fierce, yet utterly non-destructive energy turned into a scorching torrent surging from their dantian, rushing through their limbs, bones, and all 8 extraordinary meridians. The effect was immediate. There was none of the tearing, agony, or discomfort typically associated with genetic modification. Instead, it was replaced by an ultimate blissful comfort. The three felt as if in a parched and scorching desert they had suddenly stepped into a moist and cool oasis. Phew! Jiang Chen let out a long, turbid breath. He felt every pore on his body fully relax at that moment. Visible white steam rose gently from the crowns of their heads and shoulders. Beneath the surge of this hot current, every cell in their bodies greedily devoured the energy, frantically splitting and reorganizing. The feeling of unimpeded comfort was so intense it nearly drew moans. "Oh, look everyone!" Jiang Qingya suddenly exclaimed softly. Her eyes wide, she raised her exposed fair jade-like hand, her voice filled with astonishment. "Something dirty seems to be seeping out of our skin." Upon hearing this, Yusing Wan quickly looked down as well. At that sight, even this top-tier superstar known for her meticulous image and slight germophobia couldn't help but frown. On her impeccably maintained fair and smooth suet jade-like slender hand, a layer of grayish, greasy, and bizarre substance had somehow seeped out onto the surface. This substance carried a faint fishy odor and was continuously being expelled as her pores relaxed. "What is this, eh?" Yusing Wan, somewhat disgusted, pulled out a wet wipe and vigorously rubbed the back of her hand. However, after she wiped away this layer of oily grime, her captivating peach blossom-like eyes instantly blazed with unparalleled ecstasy. She discovered in shock that beneath the wiped-away grime, her already perfect complexion had become even fairer and more radiant. This whiteness wasn't a sickly pallor, but a translucent crystalline quality that seemed to exude moisture, glowing with a healthy pink flush. It was like a top-grade peeled lychee, flawless. Feeling the surging vitality deep within her body, Yusing Wan covered her small mouth in shock. Although her overall figure remained tall, curvaceous, and unchanged, she could clearly sense that under the transformation of this miraculous potion, her cardiopulmonary function, inner vitality, and even the elasticity of every inch of her skin had reversed the ravages of time. Her biological age, defying biological norms, was steadily returning to the most vibrant, invincible peak state of 18 years old. This potion actually has the miraculous effect of rejuvenation. Yusing Wan's voice trembled slightly with excitement. If anyone perceived this most profoundly, it was Jiang Chen, who was now sitting with his eyes closed in concentration. Unlike the light, gray impurities on the two women, Jiang Chen's entire body was currently expelling filth frantically through his pores. Not only was the quantity massive, soaking through his t-shirt, but the color was also a dirty black, even mixed with traces of dark red bloodstains. Yet beneath this terrifying exterior, Jiang Chen's feeling was one of unparalleled comfort. As a top-tier mercenary king who had fought for years in the battlefields of Blue Star, he possessed a physique far beyond ordinary men. But those years of hail of bullets, high-intensity training in extreme environments, and life-or-death missions had left countless hidden injuries within his body. The severe wear and tear on his joints, the strained fibers deep in his muscles, were like time bombs lurking within him. But now, he could feel those lingering hidden injuries, those joints that ached on rainy days, being uprooted bit by bit under the scouring of this majestic energy, expelled mercilessly as black, clotted blood. Even his hands, calloused and scarred from years of holding guns and knives, were rapidly peeling and regenerating, giving birth to tough, resilient, and vibrant new skin. His entire being was undergoing a rebirth-like transformation from the inside out. He had returned to the most perfect and powerful peak state of his life. And upon this peak, he was forcibly elevated a full 5 times. Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open, 2 sharp gleams flashing within their depths. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling the terrifying power in his fingertips, as if he could crush steel pipes, and he burst into hearty laughter. Huh, what a thrill. This must be what those web novels call cleansing the marrow and forging the sinews, a complete rebirth. The two women, gazing at their now gradually perfecting bodies, were also filled with immense joy. After all, which woman in this world does not love beauty? Especially this kind of peerless beauty, optimized directly at the genetic level, utterly flawless. Becoming younger with skin like ice and bones like jade not only delighted them and boosted their confidence. More importantly, they stole a glance at Jiang Chen, their pretty faces flushing slightly as they thought. Such supple skin and abundant vitality would surely be adored by their husband too. Jiang Qingya looked at the dirty layer of impurities on her own body and wrinkled her little nose in distaste. Then her eyes twinkled, and a sly smile crept onto her lips. She stepped forward, reached out with 2 fingers, and suddenly tugged at Jiang Chen's clothes, her voice sweet and syrupy. Husband, sister Xingwan, look at us. We're all sweaty and have expelled so much filth, we're so dirty. Plus, we've been fighting all day in that stinking rotten zombie world, our spirits tense, covered in gunpowder smell. Jiang Qingjia's watery peach blossom eyes locked onto Jiang Chen, her face flushed with intoxicating shyness, her voice growing softer, yet filled with fatal allure. How about we take this chance to take a bath together in the big bathroom in the living area? ITLLB. ITLLB, a good chance for us to help each other scrub our backs, places that are hard to reach alone. What do you say, him? Hearing Jiang Qingjia's coquettish and tempting invitation, Yusing Wan was momentarily stunned, then a blush instantly spread across her mature, beautiful face. But she didn't refuse. Instead, she tacitly moved to Jiang Chen's other side, looking at him expectantly, with equally enchanting and affectionate eyes. Yes, husband, I don't have much strength, I can't wash myself clean. Faced with the invitation from 2 stunning beauties who had just undergone a transformation, Jiang Chen felt the blood within him boil again. He gazed at the alluring figures of the 2 women, his Adam's apple rolling slowly as a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Since both ladies have said so, I naturally have no reason to refuse. I'm quite adept at physical tasks like back rubbing. 2.5 hours later, the frosted glass door of the RV's bathroom slowly opened, releasing a warm mist mixed with the fragrance of high-end shower gel and the scent of feminine allure drifting out like a cloud. Jiang Chen was sitting comfortably on the sofa, feeling refreshed. He wore only a loose bathrobe, revealing a chest and arms defined by muscular lines exuding explosive strength. Transformed by the perfect gene enhancement potion, his skin displayed a wild and healthy bronze glow resembling a lion that had just awakened, radiating an overwhelming aura of potent masculinity. Beside him, the 2 women supported each other, their steps slightly unsteady, yet their faces filled with satisfaction as they emerged. At that moment, Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan, both with flawless little faces flushed like ripe peaches, bore the lingering essence of spring in their eyes. Exquisitely charming, they were especially captivating. One was a pure and lively beauty, a school flower bursting with youthful vitality. The other, a noble and elegant top-tier star, possessed a mature allure that was irresistibly enticing. At this moment, both wore only extremely thin silk camisole nightgowns, treating Jiang Chen as if he were one of their own. The clingy fabric could hardly conceal their stunning curves, accentuating their slender waists and voluptuous forms in a breathtaking manner. They clung to Jiang Chen's solid arm like Persian cats, sinking into the spacious and comfortable circular sofa of the living area. After sitting down, the two women did not forget to size each other up. Looking at one another's almost luminous fair skin under the light, their eyes were filled with incredulity and sheer delight. Yusing Wan gently caressed her long, straight legs resembling works of art, her enchanting peach blossom eyes brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, "Oh my! The effects of this gene enhancement potion are truly astounding and unbelievable. This is at least 100 to 1,000 times more effective than the top-tier cosmetic treatments I had back on Blue Star. I feel like even without any skincare products in the future, my skin will be so supple, it could practically ooze moisture." Jiang Chen also pinched her remarkably elastic fair cheeks, happily chiming in, "Exactly. Not just the face, this potion is an all-encompassing purification. From the inside out, from top to bottom, every tiny bit of pigmentation or even minute scars from previous bumps has miraculously vanished. Now I'm as pure and radiant as a porcelain doll." As she spoke, a hint of mischief flashed in Jiang Chen's watery eyes. She intentionally brushed her voluptuous curves against Jiang Chen's arm and leaned close to his ear, teasingly whispering, "Earlier in the bathroom, someone couldn't take their eyes off this rejuvenated beauty. They even wanted to check every inch inside and out to see if the gene enhancement potion was really that miraculous." Hearing Jiang Chen's bold teasing, Yusing Wan couldn't help but blush, playfully rolling her eyes at Jiang Chen. However, she quickly shifted the topic with excitement, her tone carrying a hint of joy from surviving a near miss. "It's not just about the changes in appearance. What surprises me even more is that with our overall physical capabilities skyrocketing fivefold, our stamina and recovery have also received an unprecedented and terrifying boost. I just tried it, although I still feel a bit sore and weak. The speed of recovery is simply astonishing now." Yusing Wan straightened her proud back, looking confidently at Jiang Chen with a hint of provocation. "Humph, husband, don't think you can easily bully us into staying in bed again. With this fivefold boost in stamina, we can definitely bid farewell to the tragic history of needing to support each other just to walk every morning." Hearing this, Jiang Chen raised her chin in pride, giggling along. The two women turned to look at Jiang Chen, who was seated in the middle. After this transformative enhancement, their expressions no longer reflected the fear of facing Jiang Chen's overwhelming stamina, but instead were filled with confidence and eager anticipation. In response to the joint provocation from the two divine beauties, Jiang Chen merely lifted his glass, took a gentle sip, seemingly unconcerned, and even wore a slightly mocking smile. What a ridiculous joke. His talent was a game-breaking SS-level divine skill, infinite recovery. This meant that as long as he wasn't instantly defeated, he could infinitely respawn at full health, his stamina never depleting. Mortal beings may enhance their stamina fivefold, but they still remain mortals. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already become an inexhaustible perpetual motion machine. The fivefold enhancement brought by a mere potion, though significant, could never bridge the chasm of difference when challenging his authority. It was purely an illusion born from the inflated confidence of two young girls. It seems that later tonight, when the night is quiet, I need to teach them a good lesson to let them know who the true master of the house is. Jiang Chen secretly chuckled to himself, but on the surface, he did not immediately dampen their enthusiasm. He set down his glass, wrapped his arms around the slender, soft waists of the two women, gazed out at the howling cold wind and snow outside the car window, and said earnestly, however, leaving stamina aside, "This time the potion has allowed me to see through some of the underlying logic that the system has set in this survival. It appears that even in this brutal survival game on the road, there still exists a relative sense of fairness to even if there are some lucky individuals at the beginning of the game who awaken top-tier talents, it does not mean they can rely solely on talent to become invincible. On this vast and boundless survival road, there must be many opportunities like the perfect gene enhancement potion, high-level dungeons and challenges. As long as those players with poor foundations dare to fight for these resources, they can completely make up for their inherent shortcomings and vast differences in talent through powerful items and potions. With just a slight misstep, even an S-level awakener could be taken down by an ordinary person equipped with top-notch gear and special opportunities. In this world, there is no such thing as eternal strength. Every individual is like a boat rowing upstream. If they do not advance, they will retreat." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement after listening to Jiang Chen's analysis. She waved her seemingly delicate yet powerful little fist, smiling confidently, and said, "Of course. Take me for example. If I were to encounter that class power awakener who once pushed me to the brink of despair with a face full of flesh, I would definitely not run away in fear like I did back then." A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Even without that anti-material sniper rifle, and without any weapons or tools I can still defeat him with my enhanced body. After all, a mirrored class talent only provides a 3 to 4-fold increase in strength at best. But now my overall attributes such as strength, agility, and reflexes have been enhanced 5-fold. Killing him would be as simple as crushing an ant. Hearing Jiang Qinji's fierce declaration, Yusing Wan nodded. If her current strength had been present at that time when she was being chased, she would definitely not have been as helpless as before. Yusing Wan suddenly thought of something and quickly sat up straight from Jiang Chen's embrace. With a graceful flick of her hand, she carefully retrieved a completely black card inscribed with mysterious blood-red runes from her personal space. She handed the card to Jiang Chen and softly asked, "Hubby Qinji's younger sister, this advanced killing game entry ticket rewarded by the system earlier. Should we participate in the next part of our journey?" Seeing Yusing Wan's action, Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingya both instinctively took out the same black card they had obtained from the diamond treasure chest and placed it on the coffee table in front of them. The 3 black cards laid side by side emitted a chilling aura of danger. The card's design was simple. The front had the words "Advanced Killing Game Entry Ticket" written in blood-red font with no other unnecessary decorations. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was planning to study this thing thoroughly anyway." He extended 2 fingers, picked up one of the cards, and directed his gaze to the back. In that instant of contact, a detailed system prompt immediately appeared in his mind. Advanced Killing Game Entry Ticket Item Type Rare Pass Usage Instructions. After the new stage of the Doomsday game begins, players holding this ticket can choose to use it to participate in a higher danger level, more terrifying advanced version of the Killing Dungeon game. Game rules. Unlike the initial Killing game, this advanced dungeon space is vast and does not restrict players from bringing vehicles. Warning: risks and rewards are always proportional. The risks in the advanced dungeon are extremely high, but as long as you can complete the mission and kill the target, the rewards and mysterious items you can obtain will far exceed any resources available in the current stage. Please make your decision carefully. Vehicles are allowed. High risk, extremely high reward. Jiang Chen flexibly spun the card between his fingers, and instead of fear of the unknown danger in his profound eyes, a fervent ambition and fighting spirit burned 100 times hotter than in Raccoon City. A cold, arrogant smile crept onto his lips. Why not go for it? The strong will always be strong. Those who hesitate will only be harvested like chives. On this road of survival where one either advances or retreats, we have such a luxurious trump card now, there is no reason to shrink back. Moreover, this advanced dungeon even allows us to bring this 100-ton heavy armored RV inside. We should showcase the true strength of our convoy, which is primarily reflected in this vehicle. With this armored beast plus my top-tier talent of infinite regeneration, I can flatten even hell. At this point, Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Qingya, his eyes filled with anticipation, and said, "By the way, Qingya, today your luck is exceptional. You crafted an epic forging table that can change fate just in time to upgrade our equipment again." Jiang Chen stood up, decisively waving his hand to the 2 women, and said, "Since we've relaxed enough, let's get some overtime tonight. Let's go to our newly established forging room. Before the next phase of the game starts, let's utilize this epic forging table to enhance the defense system of our vehicle and upgrade the weapons and equipment of the 3 of us. I want to turn our vehicle into a true invincible fortress." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the fighting spirit in the eyes of the 2 women was completely ignited. Jiang Qingya excitedly jumped up from the sofa, her sheer silk nightgown creating alluring ripples with her movements. She waved her little white fist, her big eyes shining with a desire to upgrade the equipment, and shouted, "Sure, hubby. I can't wait to test just how insane the power of this epic new item is right now. So what are we waiting? Let's get to work now." Yusing Wan elegantly stood up, her eyes filled with enthusiasm. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them immediately strode towards the newly opened space in the southeast corner of the RV. Under the unreasonable expansion of Jiang Chen's SS-level talent infinite space, the already spacious RV space was forcibly transformed into a massive metal room of about 250 square meters. When the 3 of them pushed open a seemingly unremarkable small door. This is the exclusive forging room that Jiang Chen designed specifically for Jiang Qingya. The walls of the room are covered with indestructible high-strength alloys, and the cold light source on the ceiling illuminates the interior brightly. In the center of the room, the luxurious forging table crafted by Jiang Qingya emitted a layer of extremely noble purple-golden light. The appearance of the forging table was filled with a strange beauty that combined technology and mystery. It is made entirely from an unknown dark meteorite, and its surface is covered with dense, mysterious patterns that seem to come alive. Above the forging table, several operation panels and a void furnace composed of pure light and shadow floated, maximizing the technological feel. As soon as the 3 stepped into this forging room filled with an industrial and mysterious atmosphere, Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Qingya, prepare to enhance all our gear. At the rear of the armored RV lies a dedicated forging chamber. Jiang Chen, Jiang Qingya, and Yusing Wan encircle an epic forging table radiating a golden-purple hue. Although this forging table can mass-produce equipment based on blueprints, we are still in the early survival game phase, and no one has obtained blueprint-type items yet. Jiang Chen crossed his arms, gazing at the ethereal holographic panel above the forging table, and speculated calmly. I estimate that blueprints for mass-produced equipment will most likely only drop in the next phase of the game, with a higher danger level, or possibly in that advanced killing game. Thus, the only functions available for this forging table are the second and third options, enhancing finished equipment and creative workshop modifications. After hearing Jiang Chen's analysis, both women nodded in agreement. In that case, let's start with the ready-made. Jiang Chen did not hesitate. With a thought, he used his highest authority to unload the 3 fine-grade sentry machine guns mounted on the exterior of the heavy armored RV. With a series of crisp mechanical sounds, the 3 cold, killing machines transformed into 3 solid metal cards radiating deep blue light under the system's rules. Jiang Chen handed the 3 cards which countless players would vie for to Jiang Qingya, smiling as he said, "Chief Blacksmith, it's your turn to shine. Help us elevate our firepower one notch higher." "Leave it to me." Jiang Qingya confidently accepted the cards. Her delicate hands selected 1 fine-grade sentry machine gun card and carefully placed it into the central slot of the forging table, which was illuminated with intricate runes. Turning to the 2 beside her, she flashed a sweet smile. "We have 3 of the same type of sentry machine guns, so even if we fail, we have room for error. Let's try this one first and see how the enhancement mechanism of this epic forging table operates." Saying this, Jiang Qingya extended her slender finger and selected the standard enhancement option on the holographic control screen. However, when the holographic screen displayed a long list of material requirements, Jiang Qingya's previously relaxed smile instantly froze. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she couldn't help but gasp. "Oh my god!" Jiang Qingya exclaimed, covering her rosy lips. "I thought enhancing it would only cost a bit of iron, but I had no idea it would be this expensive to manufacture and enhance this thing. It's practically highway robbery." Seeing Jiang Qingya's exaggerated expression upon encountering the exorbitant bill, Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan also leaned in with curiosity. Jiang Qingya then directly presented the floating enhancement requirement panel to the 2. Target equipment: sentry machine gun, fine grade, required equivalent material list, refined steel 100 iron blocks, 2500 electronic components 50. Upon seeing this terrifying data, Yusing Wan also gasped, her stunning face filled with shock. The basic iron blocks and electronic components aren't too bad. Although the quantity is massive, they can be gathered with some effort. But Yusing Wan pointed at the glaring number in the first row with her hand adorned with a spatial ring. But asking for this much refined steel is just too much. A full 100 units. Being well aware of how difficult it is for bottom-tier players to survive, Yusing Wan understood the value of this data all too well. She sighed helplessly. The cost of this thing is even more expensive than advancing to a Tier 2 vehicle. With the drop rate on the survival road being so low, this massive and precious material consumption could instantly deplete a medium-sized convoy, or even a renowned high-ranking player. This isn't just enhancing equipment, it's practically burning through lives. The 2 women were astonished, yet Jiang Chen remained unfazed. For him, who possessed infinite space and had just looted the entire Raccoon city along with dozens of player convoys, these materials, which seemed astronomical to others, were merely a drop in the bucket. There's a reason for the high cost. As long as it brings a qualitative leap, any amount of materials is worth it. Jiang Chen, with his hands in his pockets, spoke with a tone that exuded a nonchalance born from financial prowess. "Let's just enhance it directly. Even if others wanted to exhaust their fortunes to enhance it, they probably wouldn't have this opportunity." Without even blinking, Jiang Chen waved his hand through the air. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing resonated as the infinite space opened up. 100 units of gleaming blue refined steel, 2,500 units of heavy iron blocks, and 50 units of precision electronic components. Like a rushing torrent of steel, they flew through the air in a spectacular arc, accurately pouring into the feeding port of the forging table. As the massive pile of materials, enough to fill half a room, touched the edge of the feeding port's strange purple rune array, it immediately emitted a deep hum. Then all the metals and electronic components instantly disintegrated, transforming into twinkling energy particles that vanished like melting snow, completely absorbed by the forging table. Seeing that the corresponding materials had been completely delivered, the indicator light at the feeding port turned green, signaling that preparations were complete. Jiang Qingya took a deep breath to calm her nerves and decisively pressed the holographic button representing Start Enhancement. Boom! The moment the order was given, the lights in the entire forging chamber dimmed sharply, as if all the energy around had been drained. Then at the center of the forging table where the sentry machine gun card was placed, a dazzling, deep blue-purple light erupted, intertwined with the blaring sounds of mechanical restructuring and crackling electricity. In just a few seconds, the light suddenly contracted. Ding. Enhancement reforging successful. Current triggered extreme enhancement multiplier 5x. Accompanied by the system's cold yet pleasant prompt, the protective shield of the forging table slowly descended. Jiang Chen cautiously stepped forward and picked up the card, which now shimmered with a deep blue and rich purple glow and even had fine electric currents dancing across its surface. She eagerly displayed the card's new attribute panel before the 1130 closed defense cannon, fine-grade weapon details, a powerful anti-air close combat weapon reforged from a basic sentry machine gun. Weapon parameters composed of 11 heavy barrels of 30mm caliber capable of achieving a maximum rate of fire of 900,000 rounds per minute. Special ability equipped with an independent advanced phased array radar locking system capable of effectively intercepting and delivering devastating strikes on supersonic missiles and flying monsters, as well as other high-speed targets. Additional module features both optical and radar stealth capabilities, can freely adjust between single-shot burstful automatic firing rates, perfectly compatible with various types and calibers of ammunition for mixed output. As they clearly scanned the terrifying attribute data displayed on the panel, the breaths of the three nearly came to a halt. The forging room fell into a deathly silence. Staring at the item description for a full half-minute, Jiang Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, her hand holding the card trembling slightly. She looked at Jiang Chen, murmuring to herself, her voice brimming with soul-deep excitement. 10,000 rounds per minute. A caliber of 30mm. My heavens, this weapon is terrifying. This is no machine gun. It's clearly a living volcano spewing forth a metallic storm. Recalling their prideful 100-ton armored RV, Jiang Chen said, with lingering fear, "Darling, to speak frankly, if it weren't for your SS-level talent, infinite recovery capable of unreasonably rapid repairs to the vehicle's defensive armor, even our vehicle's outer layer of perverse, depleted uranium composite armor would likely be torn to shreds in just a few minutes if subjected to the close-range frontal fire of this 1130 Closian weapon system." Jiang Chen looked at the purple-blue card, excitement and helplessness reflected in his deep gaze. He smiled wryly, shaking his head, and flicked the card with his fingers, sighing, "A few minutes. Chen, you are still too conservative. If this 1130 Closian weapon system is truly at full status, operating at maximum output mode, don't even mention a few minutes. If that layer of depleted uranium armor can withstand even a few dozen seconds under this metallic storm's assault, it would be impressive. I initially thought a fine-grade sentry machine gun was already strong enough, but now it seems that the equipment enhanced 5 times at this forging station is on another level. Though it is also classified as fine-grade by the system, the disparity in combat power is indeed like comparing the underground to the sky. They are simply not on the same level." Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said excitedly, "Its current destructive power absolutely transcends conventional weaponry. It possesses strategic-level deterrent capability on par with the massive vehicle-mounted laser weapon atop our vehicle and that suicidal drone swarm." As he spoke, Jiang Chen's smile gradually faded into a long sigh. "However," he said, helplessly rubbing his temples, "this is yet another super energy-consuming beast that devours bullets without spitting out bones." He quickly calculated the haul from the armory in his mind, growing increasingly troubled. 10,000 rounds per minute. We painstakingly cleared out those hundreds of thousands of rounds from the armory at the Raccoon City Police Department today, thinking we would never finish using them. Jiang Chen pointed at the card with a bitter smile. "But now if we truly run into an epic horror tide, or a major faction's encirclement, even if we supply it with all the bullets from our infinite space, it would only be able to fire for a short few dozen minutes at most." Such a dilemma is truly a sweet trouble for Jiang Chen and his team, who are already at the pinnacle of the entire server. Their equipment is too strong, firepower too fierce, and performance too extraordinary. This has led to an awkward situation where their previously ample logistical reserves can no longer keep up with the rate of consumption. Jiang Chen sighed, helplessly, his tone laced with hope for the future. If only in higher-level dungeons we could unlock blueprints for unlimited ammunition production or items that eliminate worries about bullet consumption. If we can solve the concern over ammunition supply, then we would truly be flawless on this survival road, no longer needing to worry about the fear of insufficient firepower. The terrifying ammunition consumption of the 1130 Closian weapon system made Jiang Chen feel a sense of poverty. Yet this powerful item card in his hand ignited his fervor and gambler's mentality. After all, there are still 2 sentry machine gun item cards left, so there's no reason to let them gather dust. This one has already paid off, and if I could get another. Jiang Chen steadied his mind, and drew out another identical fine-grade sentry machine gun card, solemnly handing it to Jiang Chen. He looked at the complex runes on the forging table, the light in his eyes flickering, and suggested, "Qingya, doesn't the third attribute of this epic forging table mention a hidden function called Creative Workshop? The function description states that you can try adding and combining materials in different ratios for forging, which may produce unexpected enhancements or mutations." Jiang Chen stroked his chin, proposing a bold idea. Since conventional equivalent material input can yield a 1130 Closian weapon system, why not go even bigger this time and test what kind of qualitative change would occur if we only input the highest level core materials, completely discarding those low-grade iron scraps? This bold suggestion sparked excitement in Jiang Qinjia's big eyes, and she nodded vigorously like a genius scientist eager to conduct a mad experiment. That's a great idea. After all, we currently have two completely identical original weapon cards. This is a perfect opportunity to compare the attributes of weapons produced through regular enhancement versus those using Creative Workshop's extreme material stacking. All right, let's go for it. Jiang Chen stopped talking nonsense, waving his hand as the channel to infinite space opened again. Whoosh. This time Jiang Chen directly summoned a massive amount of high-grade forging materials shimmering with enchanting light. However, to verify his bold conjecture, he had completely removed the fundamental iron scraps from the input. Now he was frantically pouring in from the receiving port all the refined steel and rare electronic components scavenged from elite monsters and high-level resource chests. 50 portions. 100 portions. 150 portions. When Jiang Chen had poured in a full 200 portions of electronic components, a red warning light suddenly flickered above the seemingly bottomless receiving port. The rune array stopped absorbing, and the system prompted that the material's carrying capacity had reached its current limit and could not be further input. Similarly, after frantically absorbing a full 400 portions of premium refined steel, it also displayed the same refusal message. Seeing the amount of high-grade materials that had multiplied several times compared to previous conventional enhancements, Jiang Qingya swallowed nervously. She stared intently at the holographic screen of the forging table, taking a deep breath. Darling, the progress bar of the material furnace is completely full, and the energy capacity of this equipment has reached a critical point. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly like a gambler about to place a bet and said in a deep voice, "All right, since we have reached the limit, let's begin the enhancement. Let's see what kind of monster this fully equipped high-grade material can produce." Jiang Qingyan nodded heavily, her fingers trembling as she pressed the enhancement button, glowing with a fiery red light on the control panel. Boom! This time the force of the enhancement was several times more magnificent than the previous one. The entire sturdy alloy forging room trembled slightly under the terrifying energy fluctuations. The flames within the void furnace transformed into a dazzling, almost blinding pure purple, with countless lightning halos wildly swirling above the forging table. Ding! Creative Workshop enhancement and reforge successful. Current enhancement multiplier 5 times. Detected that the quality of the materials used for this enhancement is extremely high, resulting in a profound mutation of the weapon's form. The light converged. The protective shield descended, revealing a card almost entirely covered in purple light at the center of the forging table. Only a tiny bit of deep blue background remained at the edges. This astonishing purple aura was even denser than the previous 1130 close defense cannon. Jiang Qingya trembled with excitement as she picked up the card, and the three of them immediately gazed eagerly at the brand new attribute panel. 130mm single-barreled fully automatic stealth naval cannon, excellent grade. Weapon details. After extreme reforge by the Creative Workshop, it has transcended the realm of conventional ground combat weapons, becoming a strategic level strike weapon. Rate of fire parameter, a firing rate of 40 rounds per minute. Operational radius. When using standard ammunition, the effective lethal range is about 25 kilometers or more. If using special extended range ammunition, the range can be further increased. Special ability. Equipped with an advanced phased array fire control radar and a high-precision electro-optical tracking system, it can connect with the player's neural interface for ultra-long-range precise strikes. Additional module. The cannon barrel is equipped with an adaptive hydraulic stabilizer, which can automatically correct wind drift and projectile drop, achieving a targeting accuracy error of within 5 meters at the extreme distance of 25 kilometers. A dead silence. Looking at these extremely exaggerated and somewhat absurdly terrifying numbers, Jiang Chen, Jiang Qingya, and Yusing Wan fell into a long silence once again. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words to describe the shock he felt at this moment. This weapon after enhancement is simply too monstrous and absurd, isn't it? It was practically the difference between a primitive person's fire stick and modern firearms when compared to the 130mm naval cannon in their hands. Even those self-righteous elite players had no comparison with them who now possessed this RV. Goodness, this is a 130mm naval cannon. Jiang Chen couldn't help but swallow, exclaiming, this thing is designed to be mounted on destroyers weighing thousands of tons during peacetime, used to attack large enemy surface ships and provide ultra-long-range fire support. And now it's installed on our RV to fight those flesh-and-blood zombies and mutated beasts. What kind of extraordinary enemies must we face to deploy such heavy firepower? While shaking his head in astonishment, Jiang Chen carefully took the purple glowing card from Jiang Qinji's hand. With a thought, he immediately reinstalled this formidable weapon, the 130mm naval cannon, back onto the broad and sturdy roof of the armored RV using his highest authority. Fortunately, this RV had undergone numerous upgrades and modifications, with a sufficiently heavy chassis, thick armor, and good sound insulation. Otherwise, it could not withstand the terrifying recoil when firing this cannon. After the installation was complete, Jiang Chen turned to look at the still shocked Jiang Qingya, a smile forming on his lips as he half-jokingly said, "Congratulations, Qingya. From today onwards, our team's top sniper has gained a new, incredibly powerful sniper rifle." Huh. Jiang Qingya was a bit dazed by Jiang Chen's words. Her innocent and lovely face was filled with confusion as she blinked her big eyes and pointed toward the roof, saying, "Hubby, are you confused by this attribute? What new sniper? That enhanced weapon is clearly a 130mm heavy naval cannon meant for attacking warships, okay? The barrel is almost thicker than my waist. How can that be called a sniper rifle?" Seeing Jiang Qinji's adorable and silly expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. He extended his finger and seriously began to explain his hardcore logic to her. "Why isn't it a sniper? Listen to me, this naval cannon has an advanced electro-optical system and radar, which is equivalent to being able to aim with a high magnification scope. When a 130mm high explosive round lands, it leaves nothing alive within dozens of meters. Isn't that equivalent to a one-shot kill, eh?" Jiang Chen clapped his hands, speaking with righteous conviction. As long as it can zoom in and achieve a one-shot kill, how can this thing not be considered a large-caliber sniper rifle? Jiang Qingya found herself momentarily speechless in response to Jiang Chen's confident logic. Jiang Chen stepped forward, pinching her fair cheek, and continued, "Moreover, take a good look at the attributes of this naval cannon. It can actually connect with your spiritual energy." Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Plus your S-level talent, real eyes weakness locking, and ultra-long-range vision capability. What's the effective range of 25 kilometers worth? As long as it's within your line of sight, you can sit in the vehicle and control this big sniper with your mind and strike them directly from dozens of kilometers away. Isn't that 1,000 times more effective than that anti-material sniper rifle in your hand?" After Jiang Chen's analysis, a vision instantly appeared in Jiang Qinji's mind of herself sitting comfortably in the RV, imagining a single shot obliterating the class strongman who had once hunted her down, turning both him and his vehicle into debris from over 20 kilometers away. The thought of being able to personally control such a powerful strategic weapon for ultra-long-range attacks made Jiang Qinji's heart, already filled with violent tendencies, pound uncontrollably with excitement. "Wow, hubby, you're right." Jiang Qingya excitedly waved her small fist, her pretty face flushed with excitement. "The range and destructive power of this thing are way more thrilling than that anti-material sniper rifle in my hands. With a single shot, the world could be a lot quieter." However, after the excitement, Jiang Qingya glanced at the spatial ring on her finger, pouting with a hint of regret. "It's just a pity that this thing is too massive and heavy and has been forcibly classified by the system as a vehicle weapon. It can't be packed into a personal space backpack like a pistol or sniper rifle to carry around. In the future, if we encounter a special dungeon that only the player can enter, then it will be useless." Jiang Chen looked at her regretful expression and smiled, comforting her. "Don't be greedy. There are gains and losses. But rest assured, you will eventually have your moment to shine." Jiang Chen recalled the black card given by the system, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eye. "Don't forget, if we decide to participate in the upcoming higher difficulty advanced killing game, it's a vast new realm." The system clearly stated that the advanced instance has no restrictions on any vehicles entering or. Jiang Chen pointed to the roof of the vehicle. "By that time, there will definitely be a moment when you will control this 130mm new sniper, making all the monsters and players in the instance tremble." At this moment, Jiang Qingya sweetly smiled, her eyes filled with expectation. After witnessing the 1130 closed defense gun and the 130mm naval gun, the atmosphere in the forging room had reached its peak. This extreme experience of turning waste into treasure and a bicycle into a motorcycle ignited the three's anticipation. "Come on." Jiang Chen, full of enthusiasm, walked back to the console, and pulled out the last fine-grade patrol machine gun. He solemnly handed this card to Jiang Chen, who was known as the lucky little red hand, with a tone filled with the expectation of the next enhancement item. Chen, our harvest today is truly immense. This epic forging platform is indeed something that can break the balance of the game. Jiang Chen continued, his eyes shining. This time, we won't hold back. Let's use the top-tier forging materials configuration just like that naval gun. Let's fill it with all the fine steel and electronic components without mixing in any iron scraps, and strive to forge an unreasonable top-tier weapon. All right, husband, just watch me. Jiang Chen, who had created miracles twice in a row, was now bursting with confidence. Her pure and beautiful little face was also filled with a desire for exquisite equipment, and without hesitation, she placed the card into the void slot. Then Jiang Chen began to unleash his wealth ability. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a series of pleasant metallic clashing sounds. Jiang Chen once again generously summoned 400 portions of fine steel and 200 portions of electronic components from the infinite space, throwing them all into the forging platform's feed port. Watching the progress bar reach saturation in an instant, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, as if performing some ritual, and rubbed her delicate hands vigorously. Then, with an incredibly expectant gaze, she directly clicked the flashing red Start Enhancement button with her slender finger. Boom! The forging platform erupted with dazzling light again, illuminating the faces of the three, now fluctuating between brightness and darkness. However, this enhancement process seemed to have some subtle differences from the previous two. The flames in the void furnace did not present the noble and blazing pure purple color as before, but remained in the blue stage, hesitant to transform. A few seconds later, ding! Creative Workshop Extreme Reforged successful. Current enhancement multiplier 2x. Accompanied by a somewhat indifferent prompt sound compared to before, the protective shield of the forging platform slowly descended. Jiang Qinji's once eager smile instantly froze. In the center of the forging platform lay a deep blue card. The color of this card was extremely plain, with not even a hint of the purple halo representing exquisite quality. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped the three. Jiang Chen tentatively reached out her hand to pick up the card, and all three's gazes fell sharply on the new attribute panel. Dense Array Close Defense Gun. Fine-grade weapon details. A conventional terminal defense weapon forged through the Creative Workshop's Reforge. Rate of fire parameters uses 6 20mm caliber gun barrels with a firing rate of approximately 3,000-4,500 rounds per minute. Operational radius. Maximum effective interception range of about 1,500 meters. Additional module equipped with basic stealth capabilities. Adjustable rate of fire, compatible with different models of conventional bullets. The air in the entire forging room seemed to be instantly drained at that moment. The fervent excitement of the group, as if they were standing at the pinnacle of a survival world, was suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. It was chilling. The huge psychological gap left the three of them looking at each other, momentarily unable to utter a word. This is what we created after exhausting so many premium materials. Jiang Chen was the first to react, her beautiful big eyes filled with disbelief and grievance. She compared the attribute panel of this dense array close defense gun with that of the first 1130 close defense gun made with ordinary materials. Comparing people leads to death, comparing goods leads to throwing away. Both are close defense guns, both are fine grade, but the data difference is simply heartbreaking. 11 gun barrels to 6 gun barrels. 1,000 rounds per minute to 4,000 rounds. 5,000 meters range to 1,500 meters range. Phased array radar to ordinary radar. The difference is simply too obvious. Jiang Chen, who had been proudly puffing up her lips from the consecutive successes, now pouted in grievance. Angrily, she tossed the card onto the table with thick disdain and grievance, saying, "What is this broken thing? Is the system targeting us? Why did we spend several times more on fine steel and electronic components only to end up enhancing such a mediocre item?" The more Jiang Chen thought, the angrier she became, unable to help but start ranting wildly. What a broken dense array. Moldy country goods are just no good. I really don't know how much benefit Commissioner Smith took from this. Not only is the cost inexplicably high, but even the firepower, range, and radar core attributes all failed to reach even half of our domestically produced 1130 close defense gun. This cost-performance ratio is just too low, a definite intelligence tax. Looking at Jiang Chen, who seemed to have lost billions and was frantically upset, Yusing Wan could only helplessly smile and comfort her. As for Jiang Chen, after experiencing the initial shock, he gradually calmed down. He took the dense array card, glanced at it, and casually pressed it back onto the vehicle, preparing it as a backup firepower. After all, with his talent, there is no limit to the installation slots for vehicle-mounted weapons. He did not blame Jiang Chen, letting out a long sigh, his tone revealing a hint of relief. It seems that this epic forging platform also follows some sort of metaphysical law. Jiang Chen reached out and rubbed Jiang Qingjia's somewhat aggrieved little head, smiling as he comforted her. This isn't your fault. It seems that in this creative workshop, simply piling the most expensive high-grade materials does not guarantee a 100% chance of producing mutated exquisite items. Enhancement is truly a field full of unknowns. We absolutely cannot become irrational gamblers just because of one or two successes. As he spoke, Jiang Chen recalled the two items with outrageous attributes and looked at this mediocre dense array, unable to help but complain, just like Jiang Qingya. However, one thing you said is very right, putting aside the probability of blind box enhancement just regarding the equipment itself. This expensive and subpar moldy country product is indeed trash. After witnessing the terrifying upgrade of the sentry machine gun, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze from the conventional equipment to the true firepower core of the heavily armored RV. With a thought, Jiang Chen accessed the highest control permissions of the vehicle and detached the two colossal gold-devouring beasts from the roof's interior, the vehicle-mounted high-energy laser generator and the suicide drone hive. Two brilliant blue-violet lights intertwined and coalesced in midair, transforming the two most lethal strategic weapons on the RV into two blue-violet cards. He held the two high-quality cards and walked to the forging platform, solemnly handing them to Jiang Qingjia's delicate white hands. With anticipation for the powerful firepower glimmering in his eyes, Jiang Chen smiled at Jiang Qingya. Qingya, although the enhancement of the sentry machine gun was impressive, the real limit of our convoy lies in the heavy firepower of this vehicle. These two treasures are currently the most formidable and intimidating weaponry we possess on our vehicle. Their inherent quality is already quite high. If we can further enhance them using this epic forging platform, it would be even better. Even if we only trigger the minimum enhancement multiplier, it could potentially lead to a qualitative change, directly allowing them to transcend their ranks and upgrade to true epic-level equipment. Upon hearing the term epic-level, Jiang Qingjia's sparkling peach blossom eyes lit up, instantly brimming with enthusiasm. She nodded excitedly, took the cards, and confidently declared, "Leave it to me, husband." Without hesitation, Jiang Qingya placed the vehicle-mounted laser emitter card into the glowing rune-studded slot of the forging platform, deftly selecting the enhance option. The system read the card information and displayed a materials list. In an instant, the excited smile on Jiang Qingjia's face froze. Her beautiful big eyes widened in shock as she stared at the conditions on the light screen, unable to suppress a gasp. This is too outrageous, isn't it? Jiang Qingya covered her mouth with her small hand, turned to Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan, and complained with a distressed expression, "Husband, Sister Xingwan, come quickly and take a look at this. Is this system robbing us? The materials required to enhance these two pieces of equipment are utterly ridiculous and outrageous. These are things we absolutely cannot obtain at our current stage. Several of the materials listed here are ones we've never even seen, let alone used." Seeing Jiang Qingjia's exaggerated expression as if she had encountered a sky-high bill, Jiang Chen and Yu Xingwan approached with confusion. Jiang Qingya immediately showed the panel displaying the required materials for the enhancement to the two. Target equipment: vehicle-mounted high-energy laser generator, exemplary level material list required for enhancement: refined steel, 1,000 units, titanium alloy, 500 units, electronic core, 200 units. Yu Xingwan sighed deeply as she looked at the required materials, her beautiful face filled with helplessness. She pointed at the list on the light screen and shook her head, saying, "Actually, the first item, refined steel, is somewhat manageable. Although it requires a full 1,000 units, which is indeed a daunting quantity, given our current reserves, we can manage to scrape together these materials with some effort. However, the other two materials, named titanium alloy and electronic core, are truly beyond our reach. After experiencing so many battles on this survival road and opening countless supply boxes, we haven't even encountered a trace of these two items. These definitely do not belong to the current stage of road survival. They are likely rare materials that will drop in the next stage or even higher-level dungeons." As she said this, Yu Xingwan looked at the two with confusion. "But I find it strange that both are exemplary-level equipment, so why were we able to gather the materials needed when enhancing the sentry machine gun earlier? Yet for this piece of equipment, the material requirements differ so greatly, even showing a gap." Jiang Chen did not answer immediately. He retrieved the blue-violet card from the slot, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he looked at the two women and said, "I think I understand the equipment tier and enhancement logic of this system. Look at the rich purple halo on the card. It should represent that the closer the equipment's glow is to pure purple, the closer it is to the barrier of epic level. The sentry machine gun we used for enhancement earlier was merely a basic item within the exemplary level. Thus, after undergoing a 5-fold extreme enhancement at the forging platform, its attributes experienced a significant boost, transforming it into a top-tier weapon like the 1130 closed defense cannon. However, even so, it merely brought it to the peak state of exemplary level and did not truly cross the tier to become an epic quality purple item. Jiang Chen paused, raising the 2 cards of the laser weapon and the drone hive in his hand. Now these 2 cards in our possession are already top-tier items, standing at the threshold of the peak of the exemplary level from the moment they appeared. If we were to enhance them with the forging platform now, it wouldn't simply double their attributes. Rather, it is highly likely to directly break through the tier barriers, allowing them to transcend their limitations and upgrade to true epic-level items. This kind of breakthrough across tiers is akin to a rebirth. Thus, the enhancement requirements set by the system would also experience a dramatic increase in demand. The materials needed for enhancement are thus so numerous and rare, even requiring higher-level materials to contain that terrifying energy. After listening to Jiang Chen's analysis, the 2 women nodded in realization, feeling that his logic must be. However, the quirky Jiang Chen understood the setting, yet couldn't help but pout her rosy lips, softly complaining. This road survival system is really something. The tier classifications are so mysterious. I wonder if there are any ridiculous tiers above exemplary level peak, like exemplary level, great perfection, half-step epic level, or pseudo-epic level. If there are, then we'll have to be careful when enhancing our equipment in the future. Hearing Jiang Qinjia's grumbling, Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan couldn't help but chuckle, the gloomy atmosphere in the forging room dissipating. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, retracting the 2 cards that could not be enhanced for the time being, and with a thought reinstalled them back onto the vehicle's roof. Alright, let's not dwell on those concerns any longer. Qingya continued to oversee the forging platform and enhance all the remaining equipment and weapons that we will commonly use, as well as some frequently utilized auxiliary items. Even if it's just a 2- or 3-fold increase in attributes, it will provide us with immense support. Alright, husband, today I must see the limits of this forging platform. Jiang Qingya nodded emphatically and obediently returned to the front of the forging platform. She rolled up her sleeves, her delicate hands once again waving over the holographic panel, commencing a new round of enhancement work. Ding! An announcement for the entire area. The Extreme Cold Doomsday Highway stage has successfully ended, and the countdown has reached 0. The system environment is being reset. Reset complete. The next stage of the Doomsday disaster has officially generated, themed the mysterious fog, duration 30 days, at midnight sharp. A grand mechanical voice resonated in the minds of all surviving players at the appointed time. A series of brand new rules cascaded down like a waterfall onto their retinas. Rule change 1: from this stage onward, all players will truly enter a deep survival game exploration. The system will completely abolish the mandatory daily task of traveling 400 kilometers and lift the time restrictions for driving at night. This greatly increases players' freedom and exploration space. Rule change 2: the survival difficulty in this game stage will increase exponentially. Harsh natural weather will no longer be your only enemy. Rule change 3: with the arrival of crises, more special rule-bound schematics, supernatural items, and rare materials will be unlocked along the highway and in hidden areas. If players can hunt high-level monsters and obtain their powers, they can break free from the limitations imposed on humanity and be reborn. A warm reminder in this fog, where one cannot see their own hand: trust your instincts, but never believe your eyes. Good luck to all players. The moment the system broadcast ended, the world of the survival highway underwent a miraculous transformation. The relentless extreme cold winds that had ravaged for 30 days with terrifying temperatures that could freeze souls suddenly ceased within that second, as if a pause button had been pressed. An incredible scene appeared before the eyes of every surviving player. Thick iron-like snow and ice several meters deep on the highway, and in the wilderness, melted at a terrifying speed that defied the laws of thermodynamics. The bone-chilling cold in the air was instantly dispelled, and the numbers on the thermometer skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. In just a few minutes, it surged from -60 or 70 degrees to about 10 degrees. A gentle breeze swept by, and one could even feel a faint, long-lost warmth akin to early spring. However, this sudden warmth did not bring joy to the struggling players. Instead, it gave rise to a deeper, chilling sense of dread within everyone's heart. This was definitely not good news. According to the cruel game rules of the survival world, it only represented that something even more terrifying awaited them ahead. As the snow melted, a layer of grayish-white fog quietly rose in the once vast and open sky above the highway, emanating an eerie and chilling aura. The fog was dense, as if it were a living entity rolling and spreading close to the ground, quickly engulfing the wilderness on both sides of the highway and the distant horizon. As the snow melted, a layer of grayish-white fog quietly rose in the once vast and open sky above the highway, emanating an eerie and chilling aura, carried by the breeze. Wah! Wah! He! Ha ha! The voices fluctuated in distance, as if whispering in the ear, yet also seemed to come from far away in the heavens. The sounds coming from the dense fog sent chills down the spines of listeners, causing their backs to shudder uncontrollably, making their hearts race with fear. Some ordinary players hiding in flimsy Tier 1 vehicles, listening to the eerie sounds outside and seeing the all-consuming fog. Some of them collapsed in fear right there, covering their ears and sobbing loudly in the driver's seat. Compared to this unknown paranormal atmosphere where they could face terrifying attacks at any moment, they would rather confront the previous brutality, where at least they could see and touch the extreme weather of doom. Even if it meant fighting zombies hand-to-hand, they would never want to face such invisible and intangible, psychologically destructive, eerie phenomena. In an instant, the regional chat channel was filled with wails with full-screen comments representing extreme fear, such as "Help" and "Who will save me?" While the entire area fell into panic at midnight, a completely different scene unfolded on Jiang Chen's side. At this moment, they had just concluded a few hours of frenzied overtime in the forge. Even the tactical suits worn closely by the three were no exception, all reinforced to the current limit, gaining many new functions. All strengthened and purified on the forging table. Even the tactical suits worn closely by the three were no exception, all reinforced to the current limit, gaining many new functions. Unfortunately, due to a lack of advanced materials and special schematics, while these standard enhancements had significantly improved their basic attributes, they did not produce anything as stunning as the 1130 close defense cannon, which could break the game balance. The only thing that satisfied Jiang Chen greatly was the outer layer of the armored RV, the high-strength, depleted uranium composite armor. After consuming massive amounts of steel for reforging, its physical defense and special attack resistance had increased unreasonably by 4 times on top of its already extraordinary defensive capabilities. Now even players wielding weapons below the excellence level or low-tier mutated elite monsters would find it impossible to leave even the slightest scratch on this layer of gray-black, depleted uranium armor. Coupled with Jiang Chen's talent, the defense of this RV had reached a level that instilled despair in all players at the current stage. With the blessing of the epic forging table, the overall foundation and survival strength of their convoy had taken a significant leap forward. Huff! Finally done. Jiang Chen stretched his body comfortably. He looked at the 2 girls beside him, both exhausted, yet smiling, and felt a surge of emotion. In this survival world, only by daring to risk it all and participating in higher difficulty slaughter instances would they gain more rewards and trump cards. The 3 finished a quick wash and returned to the luxurious and comfortable resting and driving area in the front of the RV. Jiang Chen brewed 3 cups of hot coffee and handed them to the 2 girls. They leaned against the leather seats, carefully examining the new round of road survival game rules and map guidance just released by the system through the virtual screen. At this moment, the cold wind and snow outside the car window had disappeared, replaced by a thick, inexplicable fog. The fog was so dense that even with the dazzling high beams of Jiang Chen's LV-2 vehicle fully illuminated, the massive light beam could barely illuminate the road surface ahead for about 100 meters. Beyond that was a white chaos filled with unknown terrors. This visibility is too low. If we drive fast, we could easily crash into monsters or traps lurking in the fog. Jiang Chen took a sip of coffee, frowning as he looked out the window. Don't worry, honey, I'm here. Jiang Qingya obediently put down her coffee cup, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, her clear gaze was completely replaced by dazzling golden light. Her S-level talent, True Eye, could still exert its unreasonable ability to see through and dispel illusions in this eerie fog. Jiang Qingya activated her ability, her gaze penetrating through layers of grayish-white fog, scanning carefully into the depths ahead on the highway several hundred meters away. After only 2 seconds of looking, hiss! Jiang Qingya's body suddenly jolted. Her originally rosy little face turned pale in an instant, and her body was covered in goosebumps. Jiang Qingya recoiled in terror from the passenger seat, as if she had glimpsed something utterly unnatural and horrifying, then flung herself like a startled rabbit into Jiang Chen's arms, clinging desperately to his broad, muscular waist. What's wrong, Qingya? What did you see? Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan were both jolted by her violent reaction. Yusing Wan even drew her weapon, instantly assuming a battle-ready stance. Jiang Qingya buried her face deep against Jiang Chen's chest, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Eyes tightly shut, her voice quavered with visceral dread. Husband ahead. Right there, about 500 meters ahead, dead center of the road. She swallowed hard, her voice shaking even more violently. There, standing in the middle of the road, are 2 paper effigies. dressed in garish crimson and emerald robes, their faces painted with grotesque clownish rouge. Just now when I scanned them with my ability, their painted eyes actually turned within the mist. They were staring, dead at our vehicle, and their mouths were twisting upward in an unnervingly unnatural grin, as if laughing at us. Huh? At the words paper effigies and laughing coupled with the wailing woman's shrieks echoing outside, even the unflappable battle-seasoned veteran Yusing Wan felt a chill crawl up her spine and gooseflesh rise along her arms. This uniquely Eastern brand of eerie, soul-chilling horror could shatter psychological defenses more effectively than any gore-splattered zombie. Yet Jiang Chen, still held tight by Jiang Chen, showed not a trace of fear or panic upon hearing her account. His gaze remained profoundly calm, unruffled by even a ripple of emotion. With a broad, warm palm, he gently stroked Jiang Chenya's silken hair, a soothing, grounding gesture that eased the terror coiling in her heart. Then a ruthless, arrogant smirk curled Jiang Chen's lips. Paper figures. Laughing, he scoffed, voice laced with sovereign disdain, whether ghost or malign spirit. I care not. All fear in this world stems from one root: insufficient firepower. His tone hardened, his eyes turning glacially cold. Instantly using top-tier authorization, he interfaced directly with the strategic weapon mounted atop the armored RV, the stealth-capable 130mm single-barrel fully automatic naval cannon. VVVRRR, clank clank clank. A deep, resonant grinding of heavy gears echoed as the steel leviathan stirred awake, the thick, depleted uranium armor on the roof sliding open with hydraulic precision. A massive black 130mm cannon barrel rose slowly, guided by an advanced phased array fire control radar system. Target coordinates 500 meters straight ahead, center of the roadway. Target lock, those two pretentious paper effigies. Command acknowledged. High-definition electro-optical targeting system engaged. Ballistic correction complete. The colossal barrel dipped slightly, its frigid muzzle tracing a lethal arc through the night, locking unerringly onto the exact spot Jiang Chen had described moments before. Jiang Chen watched the red crosshair flicker steadily on the holographic display, then confirmed, firing without hesitation. No matter what devilry you are, take this 130mm naval shell. Blow to hell. Raccoon. A deafening detonation tore through the air above the vehicle. A blinding orange fireball erupted from the muzzle. A high explosive round, weighing dozens of kilograms and packed with ultra-high-yield thermobaric charge, leapt forth. Propelled by furious propellant gases, it screamed through the air with a shrill sonic crack, spinning at hypersonic velocity, bearing down upon the effigies with unstoppable apocalyptic force. 500 meters was less than point-blank range for this heavy naval cannon, whose effective range spanned 30 kilometers. It was as if the barrel had been shoved straight into the enemy's throat. Less than a second later, craboom! An explosion 100-fold louder than the initial blast detonated deep within the fog 500 meters ahead. A searing pillar of fire shot skyward. A hurricane-force shockwave, carrying temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees, ripped through the mist, scattering it violently across a 100-meter radius. The asphalt road surface at that spot was obliterated, blasted into a charred, smoking crater several meters deep and over 10 meters wide. Soil, gravel, and even hidden anomalous energies dissolved into swirling dust, annihilated utterly by absolute physical devastation. As for those grinning paper effigies, they never even had time to scream. Vaporized instantly at the epicenter of the blast, reduced to nothingness in a flash of incandescent fury. Physical exorcism, most lethal of all. As the last tremors faded and dust settled softly, Jiang Chen patted Jiang Chenya's shoulder, still dazed in his arms, with a playful smirk. There, Chenya, those theatrical specters have been physically exorcised. Now try your talent again, see if they still laugh. Still reeling from the sheer intensity of what she'd witnessed, Jiang Chenya obediently opened her eyes once more, activating her true sight ability, and cautiously peered toward the blast crater. Her gaze pierced the thinning mist, landing squarely on the monstrous crater. And indeed, before her, only scorched earth and smoldering embers. The eerie paper effigies, the chilling energy signature, they had vanished completely, leaving not even a trace of residue. Witnessing this, Jiang Chenya's lingering dread dissolved instantly, replaced by overwhelming bone-deep security. She burst into radiant laughter, her exquisite face alight with joy. She squeezed Jiang Chen's waist tighter, pressing her soft cheek against his chest, and cheered exuberantly. Huh? What eerie fog? What malevolent spirits? Before absolute caliber, all are paper tigers. She tilted her head up, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with adoration and awe. Truly, you are the strongest man in this world, my husband. Caliber is truth. That is the ultimate antidote to all fear. Watching this breathtaking display of raw power and unshakable safety, Yusing Wan couldn't help but cover her mouth with a soft, delighted laugh. The tension that had gripped both women in the fog's uncanny aura melted away entirely. In this man's presence, the very word fear seemed to lose all meaning. After effortlessly resolving the roadside interruption, Jiang Chen retracted the still smoldering 130mm naval cannon back into its concealed armored housing atop the RV. He then settled comfortably back into the driver's seat, and with a mere thought retrieved from his personal system inventory the highest tier reward from the slaughter trial, the advanced slaughter game entry token. It was a card of abyssal black, its surface etched with shifting, ominous blood-red sigils, resting silently in Jiang Chen's palm, radiating a palpable, unsettling aura of danger. Jiang Chen gazed down. At the card's upper edge, a vivid crimson countdown pulsed ominously. Advanced slaughter game. Countdown: 2 days, 23 hours, 50 minutes, 15 seconds. Gazing at the fluctuating numbers, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with contemplation. It seems that this advancement in the murderous game dungeon can be freely accessed since the new highway survival phase has begun. Jiang Chen did not make an immediate decision, but set the entry ticket aside on the control panel. He once again pulled up the holographic map of the highway in his personal information system. Upon entering the survival phase of the mysterious fog, the system's holographic map underwent a dramatic transformation. The once monotonous straight highway that only displayed the traffic conditions ahead and behind had now expanded into a vast, intricate, and fog-blanketed miniature map. On the map, the player's current position was marked as a flickering blue starting point, and at the far end of the map, at the edge of visibility, a glaring red dot marked the mysterious location representing the finish line. Jiang Chen focused his attention on the red dot, and the system immediately brought up a detailed task introduction. Current main quest: fog crossing, straight line distance to the target red dot 2500 kilometers. Task requirement: players must overcome all difficulties and reach the area where the red dot coordinates are located before the end of the mysterious fog phase. Failure to arrive by the deadline will result in immediate annihilation. 25,000 kilometers with a 30-day time limit. Jiang Chen looked at this data, a relaxed curve forming at the corner of his mouth as his fingers rhythmically tapped on the steering wheel, quickly calculating in his mind. For those low-tier players driving basic vehicles, completing 25,000 kilometers in 30 days on this foggy highway, where visibility is low and dangers lurk everywhere, would be a daunting task. It means they must risk their lives to speed over 800 kilometers every day. For them, it is undoubtedly a hellish task, fraught with peril. Jiang Chen's gaze pierced through the bulletproof glass, looking into the thick fog ahead. He turned to the two women and confidently said, "But for us, this is hardly a major issue. This fully upgraded LV2 heavy armored RV not only boasts a special off-road chassis that ignores harsh terrain, but also has unlimited fuel support. Most importantly, as long as we activate the auto-targeting and cleaning function of the Closian defense cannon, the three of us can take turns driving, achieving uninterrupted extreme cruising for 24 hours. Even if we lose 3 days of travel time, it would be more than sufficient for our mobile fortress. We don't need to wander aimlessly like ordinary players running around in this fog with no resources." Jiang Chen waved his hand decisively. "So let's head into this advanced murderous game and have a good look around, aiming for a big score. Even ordinary killing dungeons can yield treasures like diamond chests and perfect enhancement potions. In this advanced dungeon where vehicles are unrestricted, there must be even more extraordinary and unbalancing divine items and special blueprints hidden." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's decision, Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan's combat genes were ignited. They were top-tier goddesses, never satisfied with the status quo and eager to become stronger. Especially after experiencing the enhancement of their gear and the perfect genetic potion, they were now itching for a substantial stage to test their surging, terrifying strength. "Great. I agree. Let's go for a big score. Hee with my husband and this unbeatable 100-ton king. Those enemies are merely a bunch of speed bumps." The two women showed no hesitation or retreat. They each extended their delicate hands, retrieving the advanced murderous game entry ticket, a representation of death and opportunity, from their respective exclusive space bags, placing it alongside Jiang Chen's card. At the moment, the three blood-red entry tickets converged. Buzz. The three cards seemed to resonate with some mysterious force, erupting in a dark red glow filled with blood and the aura of slaughter. Immediately after, a scarlet system prompt window carrying a stern warning appeared in the center of the trio's retinas, accompanied by a serious alarm sound. "Warning! Warning! The system detects there are 3 high-authority team players inside the current RV simultaneously choosing to activate the advanced murderous game entry ticket. Would the 3 players like to participate in this advanced high-dimensional murderous game dungeon together? Special reminder: this advanced game dungeon is extremely dangerous. The death rate is exceedingly high. There are terrifying enemies within that far exceed the difficulty of the current survival phase. Once entered, forced exit is prohibited. Players must carefully consider whether to enter. Yes, no, looking at the glaring red words warning and death rate extremely high filling the screen. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan exchanged knowing glances. In each other's eyes they saw not a trace of fear or retreat. What they saw was only the deepest trust in one another along with extreme excitement and eagerness for the impending high-difficulty challenge. Extremely dangerous. Carefully consider. Jiang Chen scoffed, a proud and unruly curve forming on his lips. He extended his long, powerful finger and decisively tapped the blood-red option on the light screen that represented yes. I'm here to fight elites. Ignoring the risks, let's enter directly. In this world of apocalyptic survival, filled with murderous schemes, there has never been an absolutely safe haven. Surviving by a hair's breadth will ultimately only lead to becoming someone else's prey. Only by constantly stepping into deadly situations, challenging limits, and crazily plundering resources can we enhance our absolute power. Only then can we truly take control of our destiny and dominate this world of survival. The two women were also inspired by Jiang Chen's passionate declaration. They too showed no hesitation following Jiang Chen's lead, decisively pressing the confirm button on their panels. All confirmations completed. Advanced Murderous Game Space Transition Program. Officially starting. Accompanied by the cold and grand mechanical prompt of the system. Boom. The 100-ton heavy armored RV resembling a mobile war fortress suddenly experienced violent spatial distortion and collapse. In the next second, an incredibly bright and blazing dimensional teleportation beam descended from the endless void, instantly enveloping the entire massive armored RV. Whoosh! There was not a sound nor any energy leakage. In that moment when the blinding white light flickered, the steel giant that had just been rampaging along with the three people inside vanished in a manner defying logic. In this survival world, filled with mysterious fog, they disappeared without a trace. After all, this world does not abide by Newton's laws, but rather those of his brother Nyopai. At this moment, the survival highway was left with only a stretch of empty asphalt, while the swirling gray-white fog instantly filled the void. An even bloodier and more frenzied feast of slaughter is about to unfold in another unknown space-time, cruelly drawing back the curtain. As Jiang Chen and the others simultaneously pressed the confirmation button of the blood-red advanced killing game entrance ticket, a blinding pillar of white light crashed down from the depths of the void, instantly engulfing the 100-ton armored vehicle. The souls of the three seemed to be forcibly torn from their bodies, then placed into a centrifuge spinning at high speed, where the concepts of time and space were utterly shattered, and their sensory perceptions were infinitely stretched, and then compressed in an instant. The sense of time completely vanished. It felt as if a century had passed, or perhaps just a fraction of a second. A muffled sound echoed. The armored vehicle landed heavily, the hydraulic suspension beneath it emitting a sigh like that of a steel beast, and the extremely uncomfortable feeling of losing control finally dissipated. On the retinas of the three, system prompts in blood red, and a technological aesthetic cascaded down like a waterfall. Ding. Space jump completed. Dimensional coordinates anchored successfully. The current map for the advanced killing game has been randomly generated, a remote colonized planet of the insect. Survival countdown for this round of the advanced instance: 2 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, 25 seconds. Instance rules announcement. The current map is a full road survival game where all elite players qualified to participate in the advanced killing game will engage in this planetary level map. Reward mechanism: this planet will launch a real-time killing game leaderboard for all players. After the countdown ends, the top 10,000 players on the leaderboard will receive extremely rare special rule rewards. The higher the rank on the leaderboard, the more generous the rewards. The top 10 will receive legendary unique items. As the white light surrounding the vehicle dissipated, Jiang Chen and the others eagerly looked towards the bulletproof glass outside. The sight before them left the three in shock, their mouths agape and pupils contracting sharply. Jiang Chen covered her mouth incredulously, saying, "My goodness. This survival game is too grand, isn't it?" The scene before them was no longer the asphalt road shrouded in eerie mist, but a desolate and silent crimson wasteland. The ground was dark red gravel, as if stained by dried blood. Looking up, towering bizarre rocks and bottomless crevices were everywhere. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky. Only a chaotic dark purple eerie firmament, filled with confusion. Although there were no stars shining directly, the sky emitted a dim chill light, illuminating this Mars-like desert. This incredibly oppressive alien atmosphere was suffocating. Fortunately, the survival game did not leave them with no chance. During the earlier teleportation, the system had already adapted the players' bodies at the genetic level. Thus, they would not die from the air or succumb to various unknown viruses and radiation as soon as they landed. Jiang Chen gazed at the dark red gigantic rocks and wasteland outside the window, a surreal smile suddenly appearing on his stern face. This is good. Leaning back in the comfortable driver's seat, Jiang Chen pointed at the red wasteland outside, teasingly, saying previously in the Road Survival channel those people were still arguing over who is an Earthling and who is an alien. Now this argument finally has a conclusion. Yusing Wan was slightly taken aback. Why? Jiang Chen shrugged and chuckled. Because the system has directly thrown us onto an alien planet. No matter what country or race you were from on Earth, now that we are here, we have all turned into aliens invading someone else's territory. Listening to Jiang Chen's banter, the two women were momentarily stunned. With a sudden chuckle, their tension from the unfamiliar environment was significantly eased. In this environment, every player participating in this advanced instance would probably be utterly bewildered. After all, which good Earthling would come to an alien planet to fight monsters? Even those Earthlings from 1999 who signed non-disclosure agreements and battled aliens with baby bottles were just fighting on their home turf. This system truly was a revelation. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yusing Wan thought for a moment and opened her personal information page. After just one glance, she exclaimed in disbelief, "Hubby Qingya, you guys quickly look at the online count in the chat hall." The two quickly opened the system interface in the upper right corner where the Alien Battlefield public channel was specially set up for the advanced instance. Jiang Chen's gaze locked onto the string of numbers constantly fluctuating at the top of the channel. Current surviving players on the planet 74796-750,351 hiss. What the heck? There are a full 750,000 people. There are actually so many players simultaneously teleported to this insect race planet. Jiang Chen turned to look at the equally stunned two women, speaking in a deep voice. To participate in this advanced killing game, one must first obtain that entrance ticket. Take our previous road survival area, for example. Out of 300,000 bottom-tier players, only 6 managed to qualify. Jiang Chen lightly swiped his finger across the holographic screen. This means that to gather these 750 people, the system must have drawn from the top-tier forces of at least several dozen districts. Not to mention those who saw the extremely high death rate warning and were too scared to enter. And those who are still hesitating about whether to participate in this advanced instance. Yusing Wan and Jiang Qingya listened, their hearts racing. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the desolate alien landscape, continuing, those who can overcome their fear of the unknown and dare to step here are no simpletons who rely on luck. Everyone who has arrived on this planet is a king or overlord from their respective districts. Here, let alone ordinary superpowered individuals, even so-called geniuses with level talents may not survive long in this battlefield, which can only be described as a meat grinder. This is a true battle of survival. Jiang Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes filled with no fear, instead igniting an unprecedented fervor for battle. 75,000 top-tier powerhouses plus countless unknown insect monsters. Jiang Chen licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. This frenzied killing game, which spares no effort and costs no price, is truly something to look forward to. Since Jiang Chen was already prepared for slaughter, Jiang Qingya, sitting in the passenger seat, activated her abilities to provide him with the most critical intelligence support. Her pair of shining pale golden eyes gazed into the distance. Buzz. Her gaze penetrated layers of sand dunes and distorted light, seeing a horrifying scene in the far distance. Jiang Qingya's body trembled suddenly, turning her head urgently, exclaiming, "Hubby, there's something ahead. Extremely dangerous." Jiang Qingya pointed at the crimson sand dunes in the 11 o'clock direction of the vehicle, speaking rapidly, "In my superpower vision, there are many gigantic bugs. They are densely packed, forming a black torrent rapidly rushing towards us." With the warning given, Jiang Chen wasted no time and directly controlled the vehicle's radar to scan in the direction Jiang Qingya indicated. Optical radar, maximum power scan. Activate all life signs detection. As the commands were issued, the holographic screen immediately displayed a high-precision tactical radar map. Moments later, these insect race creatures indeed entered the radar's field of vision from the direction Jiang Qingya pointed out. About 8 kilometers in front of the vehicle, amidst the calm yellow sand, large clusters of densely packed scarlet light points suddenly surged, flashing wildly. "Qingya, initiate neural link and prepare for combat." Jiang Chen commanded sharply, his gaze as "Yes, husband." Jiang Qingya, aware of the urgency, immediately closed her eyes, leaned her head back against the seat, and fully integrated her consciousness into the armored RV's massive fire control system. With a low, oppressive mechanical roar, the armored plates on the RV's roof slid apart to both sides. Tens of thousands of suicide drones streamed out, swiftly forming formations in midair, coalescing into a dark, oppressive steel cloud that emitted a spine-chilling hum. Immediately, they sped toward the swarm, ready to dive and tear apart the enemy at any moment. Then a heavy metallic clanking sound echoed. The ultimate weapon, the 1130 close-in weapon system, its 11 thick 30mm barrels spun wildly under high-speed motor drive, emitting a terrifying hiss as they preheated. The dark muzzles stared intently at the sand dunes ahead like a steel beast poised to spew a deadly. At the center of the RV, the 130mm naval gun, reforged from extreme materials, elevated its barrel, its internal advanced phased array radar having already locked onto a distant target. Beside this luxurious array of firepower, the American-made Phalanx CIWS, which had failed in its mutation and only achieved a twofold enhancement, now appeared somewhat awkward. Its maximum effective range was a mere 1,500 meters, utterly useless in this bay and visual range engagement, taking place 8 kilometers away, unable to even touch the enemy's shadow. It could only stand there foolishly rotating its radar helplessly. Jiang Chen glanced at the Phalanx on the screen and sneered. Tisk American junk, completely useless when it counts nothing but a decoration. 8 kilometers away, the swarm crested a massive dune, revealing its terrifying visage. They charged furiously toward Jiang Chen's RV, their thick legs madly clawing at the earth. Where the swarm passed, crimson sand flew into a frenzy, whipping up a terrifying dust storm tens of meters high. At the swarm's center was a colossal insectoid leader, its size breathtaking. This giant insect stood 2 stories tall, over 15 meters in length, its body covered in a metallic, gleaming exoskeleton. The edges of its armor were lined with barbs and serrated blades, and from its massive maw dripped a green acid capable of corroding rock. It was the ultimate bioweapon born solely for slaughter. The colossal leader was about to swing its scythe-like forelimbs and let out a deafening roar toward Jiang Chen. It was preparing to lead its minions to teach that reckless metal lump which had dared to intrude upon its territory a brutal lesson. Then a thunderous boom erupted. With a roar that tore through the alien sky, the armored RV 8 kilometers away exploded into action. As the vehicle's most powerful single-shot, longest-range strategic weapon, the 130mm naval gun unleashed the roar of Earth's civilization. A high-explosive shell trailing a long orange flame streaked across the sky like lightning under the precise guidance of an advanced optoelectronic system. At supersonic speed, it shot with deadly accuracy toward the 2-story-tall giant insect at the swarm's center. With a thunderous explosion, the 130mm shell, packed with terrifying kinetic energy and high explosives, struck, without a doubt, the giant insect's most prized exoskeleton. A blinding fireball erupted within the swarm, the violent shockwave instantly disrupting their formation, sending green blood and severed limbs flying through the air. The once arrogant giant insect was sent flying by the shell's immense kinetic force. It tumbled dozens of times through the air, crashing heavily onto a sand dune hundreds of meters away, carving a deep trench into the ground, completely separated from the swarm. In the passenger seat, Jiang Qingya, watching the feed from the optical radar, excitedly waved her small fist and happily made a V sign. Beautiful. First shot dead center. My accuracy is truly unbeatable. But Jiang Chen did not relax. He stared intently at the giant insect that had been blasted hundreds of meters away. Jiang Chen shook his head, dousing Jiang Qingya's excitement. Don't celebrate too soon. Qingya, this is an advanced game of slaughter, far from as simple as you think. Jiang Qingya and Yusing Wan felt a nod in their hearts and quickly looked back at the real-time feed from the optical radar. There in the smoke-filled crater, the giant insect, knocked over by the naval gun, saw the charging bugs around it halt, with surprising discipline, quickly gathering around it, emitting anxious cries. The next scene stunned the trio with its terrifying defense. The giant insect, blasted away moments ago, struggled to flip over, its massive body rising again. A large charred crater marred its chest, its hard exoskeleton covered in web-like cracks, green blood gushing like a fountain, its stance still unsteady. But this level of damage relative to its immense vitality was merely superficial. It had not inflicted any fatal harm. With a roar, the giant insect's compound eyes glowed with venomous, maddened red light, glaring at the direction from which the shell had come, letting out an even more furious and piercing screech. At the leader's command, the entire swarm seemed injected with a berserk agent. Even the smaller bugs with broken legs, determined despite their injuries, dared not break formation. The giant insect led the charge, followed by the dense swarm, once again surging toward Jiang Chen and his team with an unstoppable momentum. Gasping at the sight of the reanimated giant insect, Jiang Qingya couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, this monster's carapace is incredibly tough. Its defense is absolutely insane." Jiang Qingya knew all too well the power of that 130mm naval gun shell. She said somewhat incredulously, "You know, if we'd fired that shot back on the frozen survival highway, it would have turned every boss we ever encountered into dust." Yusing Wan's face grew grave as she added, "But for this alien giant bug, it only caused some superficial wounds that don't affect its core." And the most terrifying part is given their formation scale and frequency of appearance. Yusing Wan swallowed hard. By gaming logic, this thing is at best just a minor leader leading a bunch of minions on a patrol in the wild. It is definitely not the true ruler of this planet. Listening to the analysis from the two women, Jiang Chen silently nodded. His gaze flicked to the upper right corner of the screen. In just a brief span of a few minutes, the number of survivors had already changed to 740,120. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. No wonder as soon as we landed just a few minutes after the game officially started, over 10,000 top players from various regions instantly perished. A small roadside boss had defensive capabilities far exceeding that of the final boss from the survival phase. Players without heavy firepower or advanced equipment, when faced with such a swarm, had no chance of resistance and were instantly torn to shreds. Yusing Wan couldn't help but exclaim, "The difficulty of this advanced slaughter game is indeed terrifying, leaving no chance for ordinary players to survive at all." Faced with the frenzied swarm of terrifying insects drawing ever closer to the RV, Jiang Chen's face showed not a trace of retreat or fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with a near-manic greed and battle intent. Terrifyingly high difficulty. Jiang Chen sneered, gripping the steering wheel tightly. His right foot slammed down on the accelerator, pushing it to the floor. Boom, rumble. The 100-ton armored RV let out a deafening roar as the four massive exhaust pipes at the rear spewed out scorching exhaust. This colossal steel beast did not retreat. Instead, it charged headlong into the raging swarm of insects amidst the swirling yellow sands with unwavering resolve. The harder the monsters are to defeat, doesn't that mean the rewards for killing them will be even more generous? While crazily speeding over the rugged red sands, Jiang Chen laughed and said to the two women, "Today I want to see whether the bones of these alien insects are harder or our artillery. Kill them all and see what good loot these alien monsters can drop for us." The two women were inspired by Jiang Chen's fearless ambition, exchanging glances and nodding in agreement, signaling their absolute support. "Then let them witness the terror of our vehicle's firepower." Yusing Wan and Jiang Qingya immediately entered a state of absolute focus for battle. They chose not to rely on the system's somewhat clumsy automatic targeting mode. Instead, they took manual control through neural connections, operating the vehicle's heavy weaponry to launch the fiercest assault on the swarm. Although these weapons could initiate automatic attacks through the vehicle's AI, real-time player control would greatly enhance the flexibility of the weaponry, significantly increasing the actual damage dealt. As the armored RV and the insect swarm approached each other at high speed, the distance rapidly closed. 7 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 5 kilometers. At this moment, the vehicle's terrifying firepower configuration was unleashed to perfection. Bang, bang. With the assistance of Jiang Qingya's real eye, the 130mm naval gun fired with the precision of a cold-hearted reaper, maintaining a terrifying rhythm. Each high-explosive shell struck accurately, mercilessly slamming into the largest insect leader in the swarm, targeting the previously blasted chest armor and joint areas for a relentless bombardment. This effectively halted the entire swarm's charge. When the distance broke through 5 kilometers, 1130 Closian weapon system sweep them away. Yusing Wan shouted fiercely. Sizzle. The 1130 Closian weapon system on top of the RV emitted a terrifying sound, like fabric being violently torn apart, sending chills down the spine. Due to its rapid firing rate with over 10,000 rounds per minute, the 11 barrels unleashed a continuous stream of flames, forming a glaring fire pillar several meters long. Countless 30mm depleted uranium armor-piercing shells, high-explosive rounds, and bright tracer rounds intertwined in midair, creating a visible dark red metallic whip. This whip, composed purely of kinetic energy and death, was wielded by Yusing Wan, sweeping towards the densely packed swarm with a devastating force. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the metal whip struck, it was a one-sided massacre. The hard exoskeletons of the ordinary insects crumbled like thin paper before the 30mm armor-piercing rounds. In the swarm, countless clouds of green blood mist erupted, severed limbs and cries of agony swirling in the air, torn apart by the metal storm. With each lash of the whip, large groups of insects were ground into pulp, kicking up clouds of dust several meters high. But this was not the end. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The swarm of self-destructing drones hovering in the sky had now arrived. They loomed like a cloud of death, casting a shadow over the disoriented insects beneath the artillery fire. These drones, personally controlled by the two women, were exceedingly cunning. Once a slightly larger insect below was knocked down by the metal storm of the 1130 Closian weapon system, or lifted by the shockwave of the naval gun, revealing its vulnerable underbelly without hard armor protection. The drones would pounce like sharks, sensing blood, seizing the opportunity to dive down. Boom, boom, They accurately crashed into the weak gaps of the insect's exoskeleton and then exploded. The insides of those insects, along with their green blood, erupted skyward. This was a purely dimensional reduction strike of firepower. Under the seemingly limitless firepower coverage from heavy naval guns, the metal storm of Closian weapons, and the self-destructing drones. This aggressive alien swarm was completely obliterated, not even managing to touch the edges of Jiang Chen's vehicle, annihilated at a distance of 2.5 kilometers. The 2-story tall giant insect leader was struck by the 130mm naval gun 7 or 8 times, ultimately having its head blown off by an armor-piercing round, crashing down into a pool of blood. Phew. It's finally over. Watching the radar show no signs of life as the battlefield returned to calm, Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan exhaled deeply. Although this battle could be said to have been a complete rout, exhilarating and extremely satisfying. However, when Jiang Chen opened the logistics consumption panel of the RV and saw the terrifying ammunition consumption data, her beautiful face instantly fell, unable to suppress a pang of heartache. Honey, this new weapon packs a punch, but the consumption is terrifying. Jiang Chen pointed at the panel, her voice on the verge of tears as she reported, "We only had a total of 100 rounds of 130mm naval gun ammunition, and in this brief few-minute wave of battle, just to kill that leader we used up over 10 shells. These are incredibly rare and precious munitions. And then there's the 1130 CIWS. Jiang Chen clutched her chest, as if her heart were bleeding. Its bullet consumption is a bottomless pit. Even though Sister Xingwan deliberately reduced the fire rate for burst shots to conserve ammo, we still burned through 250 rounds of 30mm heavy machine gun bullets like water in those few minutes of combat. Our arsenal's reserve of 300 rounds just took a hit of nearly 1/10 from this single wave." The only slight comfort for Jiang Chen was that the consumption of the hive drones was not too severe. They were only responsible for finishing blows, having consumed just over 1,000 units. Converting those 1,000 drones into the basic materials like iron and plastic used to forge them amounted to a mere 30,000 units. These 30,000 units of basic materials were negligible compared to their reserves of over 1 million, showing no significant depletion. Jiang Chen turned his head, looked at Jiang Qinji's adorable, miserly expression of grievance and heartache, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He reached out and pinched her fair, tender cheek, smiling as he comforted her. "All right, my silly girl, don't fret over those bullets. High investment, high reward. Without that insane firepower, how could we reap a field of top-tier loot?" Jiang Chen kept the accelerator-floored steering toward the battlefield. He gazed out the front window, his eyes gleaming with a wolfish light. "Let's see what goodies those bug monsters we spent so much ammo to kill have dropped for us." With a thunderous rumble, the massive body of the heavy armored RV, like a war fortress, carved 2 deep tire tracks across the alien planet's crimson desert. 8 sets of enormous off-road tires mercilessly crushed the weathered rocks along the way, roaring toward the battlefield 2.5 kilometers away, littered with bug corpses. Inside the cabin, the sting of expended ammunition had faded, replaced by anticipation of gathering spoils. Yusing Wan lowered her limpid autumn water eyes, her long lashes fluttering in the dim light of the console. Her spiritual sense delved into the space ring adorning her slender finger, a ring linked to her formidable plundering talent. As the metal storm reaped the swarm's lives, her talent acted like an invisible net, forcibly plundering all the spoils generated at the moment of the monster's deaths. When she saw the mountain of supplies piled within the ring's space, her usually dignified and elegant face could barely suppress a flush of excitement. "Oh!" A surprised, delighted cry escaped Yusing Wan's rosy lips. She jerked her head up, her beautiful eyes shining like she had discovered a rare treasure, and turned excitedly to Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen. "Honey, Sister Chen, the quality of the drops from these monsters here is incredibly high." Seeing their attention captured, Yusing Wan calmed her excitement and reported, like counting treasures, "Can you believe it? On this planet, even the lowest cannon fodder bugs shattered by the CIWS drop materials starting from refined steel. Not only that, but those slightly larger elite monsters we killed, and that 2-story tall boss. My talent forcibly stripped from them titanium alloy, advanced rubber, and electronic core, materials we've never seen before." Hearing these highly advanced materials, Jiang Chen, gripping the steering wheel, lit up with excitement. "The monsters in this advanced map are this ridiculously bountiful." Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp, his voice trembling with sheer exhilaration. He knew all too well the value of these high-grade materials. These were crucial components for upgrading vehicles and forging superior equipment never before seen. And now, after just a single opening skirmish, they had already obtained so many core materials. It seems our vehicle's next upgrade is within reach. Once the vehicle successfully advances to LV3, we'll have enough materials to strengthen those 2 peak excellent grade equipment pieces and elevate them to epic grade. By then our convoy's overall strength will undergo another qualitative leap. Exactly. Yusing Wan was equally ecstatic. Without hesitation, her fingers danced through the air, instantly trading all the precious materials she had plundered to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, while maneuvering the armored RV smoothly across the rugged alien terrain, opened the system panel to review the material list required for upgrading the vehicle to LV3. As the light screen unfurled, rows of data materialized on his retina. Current vehicle status: LV2 heavy armored RV core materials required for vehicle upgrade to LV3 mobile war fortress prototype progress. As follows: vehicle core, LV2, 1010 satisfied, refined steel, 400400 satisfied, titanium, alloy, 20500, advanced rubber, 15400, electronic core, 5100. Seeing the steadily increasing material progress on the panel, Jiang Chen couldn't contain his excitement. Based on the high-grade materials dropped from that wave of bugs, if we can have just over 20 more battles of this scale, while gather all the rare materials and successfully upgrade the vehicle. Upon hearing this calculation, the three in the cabin were wide-eyed with excitement, their breathing growing heavy. 20-some waves of bugs. For other players without heavy firepower, a single wave could annihilate them in an instant. But for Jiang Chen's convoy armed with the 1130 CIWS and 130mm naval guns, these weren't harbingers of death, but wealth-bringing cherubs delivering gifts to their doorstep. As long as they put in the effort to aggro monsters on this perilous alien world, they wouldn't even need 3 days before the vehicle underwent a transformative evolution. Thus, brimming with boundless anticipation for the future, the trio soon arrived smoothly at their destination. With a low hiss of hydraulic exhaust, the armored RV came to a steady halt directly before the mountainous pile of bug corpses. The true rewards for slaying these monsters lay right before their eyes. Jiang Chen pushed open the heavy metal door, and the three of them stepped down from the steel behemoth one by one. Yet it was only when their feet truly touched the crimson earth stained by the green blood of the alien insectoids that they could cast aside the images transmitted by the radar and intuitively clearly perceive the terrifying size and oppressive presence of the enemy they had just fought to the death a few kilometers away. Jiang Qingya, wearing tactical combat boots, carefully skirted around a pool of green viscous liquid still bubbling with acidic fumes. She looked up, gazing at the nearest insectoid corpse, of which only the lower half remained. This was a terrifying arthropod whose shattered remnants still stood 2 to 3 meters tall even after being blown apart by artillery shells. The cross-sections of its broken black exoskeleton gleamed with an indestructible luster akin to metal alloy. The spear-like forelimb deeply embedded in the rocky ground still emanated a chilling and ferocious aura, even though its owner was dead. "Oh my God!" Jiang Qingya couldn't help but gasp, covering her slightly open mouth, stunned with her This thing. When I looked at it through the optical sight in the car, it felt like just a bunch of slightly bigger beetles. But now up close I realized they're this huge, this exaggerated. She turned her head, looking at Jiang Chen with a hint of awe in her eyes. "Honey, seriously, even the smallest ordinary bug among these. If you put it in the extreme ice age phase we experienced before, it could definitely tear apart the tyrant zombie that once ruled that era into pieces as easily as tearing paper." Yusing Wan also walked over at this moment. The ultra-thin black stockings on her beautiful legs shimmered with excellent texture under the cold-toned alien light, and her long boots crunched crisply on the broken insect carapace. She looked at the shattered limbs scattered all over the ground, the insectoid army with green viscous liquid oozing from their wounds, and felt equally astonished. Yusing Wan gently smoothed her wind-tousled hair, her voice tinged with emotion. "Such a scene is truly breathtaking. A realistic and brutal alien battlefield like this could only be seen in sci-fi movies before. I never thought that now we would actually come to an alien planet and fight head-on against such unreasonable, terrifying monsters. Most importantly, under Honey's firepower coverage, we not only won, but achieved a complete victory without a Jiang Chen walked up to an insectoid with only its massive head left, pulled out the tactical dagger from his waist, and forcefully knocked on the incredibly hard exoskeleton armor, producing a dull sound of metal striking stone. "All right, girls." Jiang Chen sheathed his dagger, turned to look at the two women who were still in disbelief, and said with a smile, "No matter how intimidating these alien bugs look in this killing game, dead monsters are just a pile of corpses. The most important thing now is that it's time for us to reap the spoils, the moment of crazy unboxing." Then Jiang Chen took a deep breath, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He raised his right hand, and facing the expanse of tragic insectoid corpses stretching for hundreds of meters, made a sweeping motion through the air. Whoosh! Following the pulling force of the system's rules, streaks of dazzling light burst forth from the gruesome remains of the insectoids. The treasure chests hidden within the monster corpses and representing rewards seemed to be attracted by some powerful force shooting up into the sky. Then like a meteor shower, they landed precisely in front of Jiang Chen and the other two. Thud. Thud. With a series of heavy metallic thuds, dozens of supply chests glowing in different colors lined up neatly on the red sandy ground, exuding an alluring aura of wealth. Jiang Chen squinted, his gaze quickly sweeping over the rows of chests, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. This is truly a bountiful harvest. Jiang Chen licked his lips, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Before them lay a total of 25 bronze supply chests gleaming with an ancient bronze luster. 3 silver supply chests with a surface shimmering like quicksilver, and surrounded by the others like stars around the moon, 1 golden supply chest radiating dazzling golden light. Among this large batch of loot, there wasn't even a single low-end wooden resource chest. All starting from bronze supply chests. This is an unprecedented level of value. This shows that in this advanced killing game instance, not only have the monster's abilities been significantly boosted by the system, but the rewards dropped from killing them have also increased considerably. No problem. Just leave it all to me. Jiang Qingya raised her delicate proud face triumphantly and grinned. He reached out, pinched Jiang Qingya's fair collagen-rich cheek affectionately and teased. All right, our convoy's chief Lucky, hand, it's your turn to shine and make a grand entrance. No problem. Just leave it all to me. Jiang Qingya raised her delicate proud face triumphantly and grinned. She rolled up her sleeves in a showy manner and rubbed her hands together vigorously as if summoning some mysterious blessing of luck. Then with light steps, she walked straight to the bronze supply chest at the front. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qingya gently pressed the latch on the bronze chest. With a crisp sound, the lid sprang open with a whoosh. Ding! Bronze supply chest opened successfully. Congratulations, player, you have received refined steel. Seeing the prompt message pop up on the system panel, Jiang Qingya's beautiful eyes went wide. She jumped with excitement on the spot, grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, and shouted excitedly, "Honey! Sister Yusing Wan, look! The drop rate of these advanced instance chests is really amazing. Although these alien bugs were a bit tough to fight, the rewards for killing them are genuinely better." Jiang Qingya pointed at the neatly stacked 20 pieces of refined steel in the chest and spoke rapidly. Think about it, in our previous road survival phase, getting 20 units of refined steel as a reward was only possible by opening a rare silver supply chest. And now even just these low-level bronze chests are giving this much reward. After testing the waters with the first chest, Jiang Qingya was completely thrilled. Her big sparkling eyes, now fixed on the remaining 20-plus unopened supply chests, immediately lit up with a greedy gleam like a wolf spotting a plump lamb. We're rich, we're rich. Today I'm going to clean house. Soon Jiang Qingya transformed into a heartless box-opening machine. She stepped forward with a light and lively pace like a whirlwind, arriving at the row of unopened treasure chests. Her hands became a blur, swiftly opening one bronze and silver chest after another with the sound of swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the crisp sounds of treasure chests opening and the emotionless system prompts filled the entire alien desert, merging into a symphony of excitement. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward, Premium Steel 20. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward, Universal Bullets, 2,500 rounds. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward, Armor-Piercing Explosive Shells, 10 rounds. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward, Titanium Alloy, 10 pieces. As each treasure chest was opened, a mountain of various high-grade materials, ammunition, and rare supplies quickly piled up before Jiang Chen and the others. The visible surge of wealth made the faces of the three become excited. Finally, all the bronze and silver chests had been thoroughly looted. Jiang Qingya's footsteps came to a halt. Before her now remained the last one, a golden treasure chest radiating dazzling light. This was the ultimate loot that could only be obtained after defeating the mutated insect leader, which was over 15 meters long and as tall as 2 stories. Faced with this golden treasure chest emitting a deadly allure, even Jiang Qingya, who was known for her extraordinary luck, couldn't help but feel a rush of nervousness and excitement in her heart. She extended her slightly trembling hands, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, trying to calm the drumming heartbeat in her chest. Heaven and Earth Spirits Buddha and the Jade Emperor Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva bless me to open a supreme artifact. Jiang Qingya muttered a nonsensical incantation, then suddenly opened her eyes and pressed her hands firmly on the opening rune of the golden treasure chest. Open for this young lady. Viru. With a heavy rumble, the lid of the golden treasure chest slowly opened. In an instant, a dazzling golden light shot into the sky, illuminating Jiang Qingya's face. Within that radiant golden light, a parchment scroll, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, slowly floated upwards, gently hovering before Jiang Qingya. Ding! Successfully opened the golden treasure chest. Congratulations player on receiving the high-level reward Universal Bullet Blueprint Permanent 1. Item name Universal Bullet Blueprint Permanent. Normal item description: place the blueprint on the forging table, and the player only needs to input 10 iron blocks to automatically produce 100 universal bullets that match the corresponding weapon caliber. Jiang Qinjia's face flushed crimson as she saw the detailed attributes of the blueprint, her excitement nearly causing her to scream and jump up. Hubby, Sister Yusing Wan, amazing stuff has come out. Jiang Qinjia hurriedly shared the information about the blueprint with Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan behind her. This is Jiang Chen. Upon seeing the permanent bullet blueprint on the holographic screen that stated input 10 iron blocks to produce 100 universal bullets, couldn't help but feel excited despite being usually composed. This blueprint, which seemingly could only produce ordinary quality universal bullets, held an immensely high strategic value for their team, which heavily relied on overwhelming firepower. Not to mention, they had an epic forging table that could further enhance the quality of the produced bullets. Jiang Chen could no longer contain his ecstatic joy, rushing forward to lift Jiang Qinjia, who was still dancing with excitement, and spun her around twice in the air. Then he lowered his head and planted a passionate kiss on Jiang Qinjia's smooth forehead. Qinjia, you are truly the unparalleled little lucky star bestowed upon me by heaven. Jiang Chen laughed heartily as he set Jiang Qinjia down, gripping her shoulders tightly, his eyes sparkling with fervent light. Now our team no longer has to worry about running low on bullets or living frugally. Jiang Chen turned, looking at the gruesome remains of the alien insect corpses that had been blown to bits, excitedly saying, as long as the 1130 closed defense cannon has an unlimited supply of bullets, dealing with such hordes of insects in front of us will be a piece of cake. No matter how many come, we can take them all down. Looking at Jiang Qinjia, who stood proudly like a swan, raising her long, slender neck, Yusing Wan quietly stood to the side, a gentle smile appearing on her beautiful face. She stepped forward and gently helped Jiang Qinjia straighten her slightly disheveled collar. Her quirky and spirited younger sister truly possessed the kind of luck that one would expect from a protagonist in a novel. No matter what difficulties the team faced when it came to opening boxes, she seemed to be blessed by the goddess of fortune. Whatever item they lacked, she could precisely draw it from the supply boxes. Hubby, with this large batch of high-level supplies opened by Qinjia, we have taken a big step closer to upgrading our vehicles. After Yusing Wan finished counting and organizing all the supplies opened by Jiang Qinjia, she transferred them all into Jiang Chen's infinite space. Jiang Chen looked at the upgrade progress bar on the vehicle upgrade panel, which had surged forward again, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. The high-grade materials obtained from this batch of treasure chests had once again shortened the path to upgrading the vehicle to LV3. Current vehicle upgrade material collection progress: titanium alloy, 4500 advanced rubber, 25,400 electronic core, 15,100. Everything is ready, we just lack the eastern wind. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, turned to the heavy armored RV behind him, and confidently said to the two women, "Get in the car. Our hunting operation is just beginning." Once inside the armored RV, which resembled an iron fortress, Jiang Qinjia didn't pause for a moment, not even taking a sip of water. Excitedly, she requested hundreds of thousands of iron blocks from Jiang Chen and plunged into the forging room at the back of the RV. Bang! As the thick, airtight door of the forging room closed, Jiang Qinjia immediately placed the golden glowing universal bullet blueprint on the blueprint recognition area of the forging table. Ding! Blueprint recognition successful. After the player inputs the relevant materials, they can begin generating the items. Listening to the system prompt, Jiang Qinjia unhesitatingly tossed hundreds of iron blocks directly into the furnace's input, pressing the red button for maximum power production. Once these universal bullets were forged, they were directly transferred by Jiang Qinjia into the dedicated magazine space. For vehicle weapons to be used in combat. For that terrifying bullet-consuming machine outside the 1130 closed defense cannon, which boasted a firing rate of 10,000 rounds per minute. In the midst of an intense battle, the 30mm caliber bullets were fired almost as swiftly as a floodgate bursting open. Without the current frenzied production from this forging platform with their bullet reserves, they could barely sustain fire for 20 or 30 minutes. Meanwhile, in the luxurious driver's cabin at the front of the armored mobile home, boom, vroom. Accompanied by a fierce roar of the engine, the armored vehicle's engine unleashed terrifying power. Jiang Chen's expression was stern as he pressed the accelerator pedal to the floor with his right foot. The 100-ton steel behemoth surged forward like a waking ancient beast, racing wildly across the alien desert, kicking up clouds of dust. Jiang Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes constantly fixed on the vehicle's radar map projected on the windshield. He eagerly searched for the next massive and dense swarm of insects. After the exhilarating battle just now, Jiang Chen's fondness for the alien insect race on this planet, which was responsible for delivering goods, surged to an all-time high. Too few. Why are there only so few monsters? Jiang Chen looked at the scattered red dots on the radar, greedily licking his lips. If only I could encounter more, especially those big bosses leading dozens of minions to deliver their heads. How wonderful would that be? I would love for them to surround this vehicle right now with their attack power. They wouldn't be able to breach its defenses at all. At this moment, Yusing Wan was elegantly seated in the passenger seat. She wore a well-tailored black tactical coat, and beneath it her long legs wrapped in black silk were gracefully crossed. The tips of her black boots swayed slightly with the bumps of the armored vehicle, showcasing a unique blend of noble composure and seductive allure reminiscent of a queen of the night. With a gentle and affectionate voice, she accompanied Jiang Chen, who was driving in casual conversation, to alleviate the boredom of his long drive. Simultaneously, she deftly swiped her delicate hand across the screen in front of her, acting as the brain for the entire convoy, helping Jiang Chen sift through valuable information from the public channel. Darling, I just checked the latest dungeon data, and the situation seems a bit strange. Yusing Wan brought the system interface data up to Jiang Chen's split screen, her voice tinged with curiosity. Take a close look at this. The number of players participating in this game has significantly increased. Current number of surviving players in the advanced slaughter game, 1-0. Remaining time for this round of planetary exploration, 2 days, 22 hours, and 25 minutes. Yusing Wan recited these astonishing figures to Jiang Chen before pulling out another list. And this, darling, is our rank on the real-time leaderboard. Current player comprehensive ranking: Jiang Chen, rank 2-0. Hearing these two pieces of data, Jiang Chen's hand on the steering wheel paused slightly as he reflected and then smiled, saying, "When we first landed, the total number of people displayed in the channel was just over 7,000. Now in just over an hour, the total has skyrocketed to 125,000. This indicates that the over 7,000 people who started the game earlier are not the final total number of participants. Those powerful players in other regions who are still indecisive must have gained nothing in the next stage of road survival, so they are continuously arriving in this dungeon. At this alarming rate of increase, it's possible that the total number of players on this planet could exceed 2 million with the passage of time." Yusing Wan nodded in agreement, a hint of contemplation flashing in her beautiful eyes. However, when she shifted her gaze to the horrifying data representing the death toll, even someone as composed as her couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. She turned to look at Jiang Chen's sharply defined, handsome profile, her tone carrying a sense of reflection on the loss of life. "Darling, being able to obtain a ticket to participate in this advanced slaughter game. All of them are top-tier powerhouses capable of stirring up storms in their respective regions. There are definitely not many weaklings among them. But look at this death rate. It has only been just over an hour since the start, and on this alien planet, no less than 1,600 top-tier human powerhouses have been torn to pieces by those insects, leaving no complete corpses." Yusing Wan lamented, "The system's warning about the extremely high death rate on the entry ticket is not just to frighten us. This statement is backed by the bloody fact of 1,600 lives." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen not only felt no fear, but instead let out a disdainful chuckle. 1,600 dead. That's simply because they were too weak and foolish. In this dark forest where there is no law, no morality, only pure survival of the fittest, lacking strength, and still daring to charge into high-level maps, is just asking for death. Jiang Chen seemed to recall something amusing, raising an eyebrow as he teasingly remarked, "Xingwan, think about that player from our previous region, the one who was constantly hopping around in the chat channel Sieburu. If he somehow squeezed into the top 3 of the slaughter game and obtained this ticket to the advanced slaughter game." Jiang Chen sneered. "With his ridiculous defensive talent and a few broken guns, it's highly likely that he would become one of the insignificant 1,600 corpses within minutes of landing. Considering this, acquiring the entry ticket directly could be seen as indirectly doing a great good deed. It saved him from the fate of being devoured by the insects, which is tantamount to saving his life." Puff. Listening to Jiang Chen's grand logic, Yusing Wan's beautiful eyes instantly turned into charming crescent moons. She covered her delicate cherry lips with her jade hand, unable to hold back her laughter, as her full chest gently rose and fell with her giggles. "From a certain perspective, darling, what you said doesn't seem to be wrong at all. And not just Sieburu, all the players in our region who missed the entry ticket should be thanking us," Yusing Wan said, trying to suppress her laughter. "Dear, the current ranking set by the system is no longer simply based on the number of kills. It is a comprehensive ranking that combines the kill points obtained from slaying high-level monsters, as well as the wealth points converted from high-grade resources acquired through looting and opening treasure chests." Yusing Wan lightly tapped the screen with her long fingers, and continued, moreover, because you are the captain of our small team and the highest authority of this vehicle also belongs to you. Therefore, according to the system's judgment, my name and Kinji's name have been completely hidden, and all our contribution points are counted under your name. This might be a countermeasure by the system to prevent members of the same top-tier team from maliciously boosting their scores and occupying multiple spots on the leaderboard to monopolize top rewards. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded slightly in understanding. However, if the system's ranking rules change in this way, the difficulty of entering the top 10 will be raised once again. There will definitely be someone who gathers teammates' resources charging ahead to gain points and secure a good ranking to obtain high-level rewards. Then he looked at his own ranking, which despite going through a massacre still only placed him at the glaringly low position of 250 and couldn't help but let out a sigh. A full 250,000 players. He lamented, we shattered an elite boss with ship cannons, took down dozens of bugs, and with all the top-grade materials and forging blueprints you and Xingya gathered, we could barely make it to the 250,000th place. Indeed, this world is filled with countless heroes. However, there was not a trace of discouragement in Jiang Chen's eyes. Instead, his fierce fighting spirit, which grew stronger in the face of adversity, burned even more fiercely. No matter how many hidden dragons and crouching tigers there are on this planet, the ones who can laugh and survive until the end to claim the unique mythical item can only be us. Our goal for the upcoming period must be to find a way to break into the top 10 of the leaderboard. He said, let's see how many of those ranked above us have what it takes. Yusing Wan turned her head, her beautiful eyes gazing at Jiang Chen's profile with admiration and trust, softly saying, dear, I believe in you. As long as it is something you wish to accomplish, nothing in this world can stop you. She added, you will definitely trample those so-called heroes beneath your feet. Just at that heartwarming moment, as the atmosphere reached its peak of intimacy, the corner of Yusing Wan's eye caught the holographic radar on the control panel that was continuously scanning at maximum power. A large number of red dots suddenly appeared at the edge of the screen. Her expression instantly shifted from gentle to cold and serious, as if entering a battle state, and she crisply told Jiang Chen, dear. To the left front at 10 o'clock, 8 kilometers away. The radar showed a large swarm of life signs of the burrowing insect race, estimated to exceed 50. 50. That's great. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly erupted with a chilling, wild, killing intent. He directly turned the steering wheel to the left, accompanied by the ear-piercing screech of tires grinding against the ground as the front of the vehicle pointed firmly at the 10 o'clock direction. Boom. Along with the furious roar of the engine, the armored RV surged forward like a heavy shell fired from a cannon. Facing the swirling red sandstorm, it charged recklessly towards the massive swarm of bugs that had just revealed themselves, brutally launching a frontal assault. To ordinary survivors, what lay ahead was an insurmountable abyss of death, a terrifying tide of bugs that brought despair and destruction. But at this moment, in Jiang Chen's eyes, those densely packed creatures were nothing to fear. They were all walking pieces of titanium alloy. They were portions of electronic cores. They were living treasure chests that could drop exquisite weapons, various rare blueprints and items. Xingwan, prepare all the vehicle's weapons for me. He declared, today we're going to have a good fight. With the blood of these bugs, we will blast open the gates to the top 10 of the killing leaderboard. Arrogant laughter accompanied by the metallic clashing sounds of the heavy artillery being loaded resonated in this alien land, once again playing the symphony of death and plunder. The armored RV, like a mobile fortress, crushed over the rugged terrain, with its heavy tires, the engine emitting a deep rumble akin to a fierce beast roaring in this desolate wasteland. The super-strong composite armor completely isolated the screams of the bugs and the explosions of the cannons, creating an absolutely safe and warm harbor inside the vehicle. Inside the driver's cabin, warm-colored lights quietly illuminated the space. Jiang Chen was relaxed and comfortably settled into the soft leather driver's seat. He casually rested one hand on the steering wheel, seemingly indifferent, yet his eyes were fully focused on the projected radar screen. After a full day and night of intense continuous combat, wherever he went he fought. Jiang Chen examined the mountain of loot accumulated in the system's space, a satisfied smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Current materials required for vehicle advancement collection: progress, titanium alloy, 450-500 high-grade rubber, 370-400 electronic, core, 95-100, just a little more. Jiang Chen lightly tapped the leather armrest with his long fingers, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. Looking at the long list of nearly full resource bars on the panel, a determined gleam sparkled in his eyes. Only a final push was needed to advance this already monstrous RV once again. Based on the patterns he discovered during the day and night of battles, just encountering a wave of medium-sized bugs around 25 in number and exterminating them would surely gather the last needed materials. In addition to these hard currencies needed for vehicle advancement, in the past 20 hours of frenzied slaughter, he had also obtained many enviable good items besides the high-grade materials. With a slight movement of his mind, Jiang Chen browsed the storage compartment inside the vehicle. A producing blueprint for armor-piercing high-explosive shells gleamed softly, resting beside the universal bullet blueprint. With these, as long as the materials are sufficient, the forging station inside the vehicle can continuously produce weapons capable of tearing through the bug race's armor. Next to it were several pieces of superior-grade exoskeleton soldier armor that shimmered with blue light. Except for being less convenient than tactical suits for wearing and movement, their other attributes were absolutely overwhelming. In addition, he had also gathered many rare items and equipment that could significantly enhance their team's combat strength and survival ability. Of all the supplies filled with the aura of slaughter, the most heartwarming for Jiang Chen was the dozens of bags containing various fresh fruit and vegetable seeds. In the living area of the armored RV, the specially modified internal planting space was filled with vibrant life, completely contrasting with the survival game. In this extraordinary epic planting space, the growth cycle of these ordinary quality seeds was terrifyingly shortened. The seeds that had recently been extracted from monsters and personally sown by Yusing Wan in the nutrient solution had already sprouted green shoots. Watching the thriving tomatoes and cucumbers climbing up the metal frame with flower buds faintly emerging, it wouldn't be long before they could enjoy crisp and refreshing vegetable salads and sweet juicy fruits. While other players struggled for survival, they had already begun to pursue a quality life. Seated in the passenger seat, Jiang Chen neatly tied her black hair up. Her eyes, seemingly able to see through everything, were fully focused on analyzing the images transmitted by the reconnaissance drone. At this moment, thousands of meters above the ground in the cloud layers, a matte black stealth reconnaissance drone was circling silently in the sky like a sea swallow. The primary function of this drone was to cooperate with the recently upgraded high-end onboard radar. Now the detection radius of this onboard radar had reached a terrifying 25 kilometers. Within this range, even the smallest larva emerging from the sand dunes would instantly light up a red dot. Coupled with the optical and electronic reconnaissance capabilities of the high-altitude drone, including infrared thermal imaging and vital signs scanning, they had grasped all the intelligence within a 50-kilometer radius ahead. In this slaughter-filled alien battlefield, the information disparity was the crucial factor determining life. The reason they could thrive and rapidly collect vast amounts of high-level materials without injury in just one day and night was largely due to this full-map perspective battlefield information advantage. Their current tactics were simple and brutal. Within this vast reconnaissance range, once they discovered a solitary swarm of insects, Jiang Chen would floor the accelerator and charge in with thunderous momentum. Before the insects could react to the enemy's position, they would use a torrential downpour of artillery fire to annihilate them instantly, quickly looting the supplies and leaving without hesitation. Just as an incredibly relaxed atmosphere filled the vehicle, Yusing Wan was preparing to pull Jiang Chen to the back of the vehicle to rest when a sudden piercing red alarm blared violently in the cockpit. The lights on the holographic control panel instantly changed from cool blue to a dangerous crimson. Jiang Chen, controlling the reconnaissance drone, instantly tensed, a flicker of shock passing through her beautiful eyes as she shouted, "Hubby, there's someone fighting 50 kilometers ahead." And the scale of the energy response is beyond imagination. Hearing Jiang Qingjia's urgent shout, Jiang Chen, who had been lazily leaning back, straightened up immediately, his expression turning serious. Yusing Wan also sensed that something was off, retracting a suggestion to rest in her mind and entering a combat state. "Switch the screen to your side," Jiang Chen commanded in a deep voice. "Yes." Jiang Chen did not hesitate, her fair fingers swiping across the virtual screen. She projected the real-time images captured by the high-altitude drone through the optical pod directly onto the central holographic screen of the cockpit. The moment the image appeared, even Jiang Chen and the others who had grown accustomed to slaughter over this day and night involuntarily constricted their pupils. On the screen, in a gigantic meteorite crater canyon over 50 kilometers away, a massive swarm of insects so numerous it was chilling was looming. It was essentially an ocean of black, composed of black shells, fearsome mandibles, and sharp limbs. The densely packed insects rolled like a black wave, completely covering the crimson earth, their numbers far beyond what could be estimated by the naked eye. Among the surging sea of insects, the main charge consisted of those 2-story-tall dark red spiked beetles comparable to heavy armored vehicles, with at least a dozen of them present. Every time they swung their scythe-like forelimbs, they could carve deep grooves into the hard rocks. As for the slightly smaller acid-spraying insects and swift rending insects, they were countless. However, what made ordinary players feel even more despair was the presence in the very center of the swarm, where all the other insects dimmed in comparison. In the center of the swarm stood an exaggeratedly large, super-giant insect towering 5 stories high, like an immovable black mountain of flesh dominating the desolate landscape. Its entire shell displayed a suffocating purplish-black color reflecting the powerful alloy shine on the battlefield. Its massive head was held high, and from its abyss-like mouth dripped high-intensity acid capable of instantly melting steel. In its dozens of cold and cruel compound eyes, a hint of human-like mockery flickered as it looked down upon the basin below. There was a human vehicle convoy surrounded tightly by the swarm, fighting a desperate battle. Hiss! Yusing Wan gazed at the screen, transfixed by the ancient godlike giant insect, her chest slightly heaving as she gasped, "My heavens. This must be the largest swarm of insects we've encountered since we arrived on this planet. Look, those giant scythe insects that used to lead a not small patrol team of insects were considered small bosses. In comparison, they are practically like lackeys here." Yusing Wan analyzed seriously as she observed the drone's transmitted images. Moreover, look closely at that surrounded convoy. Being able to withstand such a luxurious large swarm for so long without being crushed, the players in that convoy are definitely not simple. Their firepower configuration and defensive measures demonstrate they have some skills. If they didn't have some life-saving trump cards, they would have turned to ash long ago. Indeed, there are quite a few hidden talents among the players participating in this advanced instance. Otherwise, with our frenzied slaughter like gods of death over this day and night, our score ranking wouldn't be stuck just above 9,000. This indicates that those fellows ahead are also frantically racking up points. Hearing Yusing Wan mention the rankings, Jiang Chen immediately frowned in dissatisfaction and coldly snorted, complaining, "Humph, it's just that we had bad luck. In this day and night, the radar detected only a dozen or so, at most a few dozen small swarms of insects, which are simply not enough to fill the gaps for our mobile fortress. If only we had encountered such a large swarm of insects earlier with our terrifying firepower configuration, we would have already plundered vast amounts of killing points and surged forward by thousands of ranks." Yusing Wan nodded in deep agreement. Her star-like, beautiful eyes counted the densely packed insects on the screen as if she saw piles of moving high-grade materials and treasure chests. With a serious expression, she said, "Qingya is right. Even if we set aside the largest insect in the middle, just the small insects surrounding them in the basin and the dozen or so large sickle insects, their numbers and the resources contained within would definitely surpass the total of all the insect swarms we searched throughout the day and night." As she spoke, the air in the vehicle suddenly became subtly quiet for a few seconds. Jiang Chen and Yusing Wan, sharing a telepathic bond simultaneously, turned their gazes over. Both of them looked at Chen with expectant faces and shining eyes. In their gaze, there was no trace of fear towards this terrifying insect tide, but rather a sense of special anticipation. "Husband," both women suggested in unison, their voices charming yet tinged with an undeniable murderous intent. "How about we join in the fun? Though this wave of insects looks frightening, they should be no match for our heavy weapons that haven't been fully unleashed." Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, looking at the exquisite beauty beside him, usually delicate and gentle. At this moment, their faces were filled with an excited expression like that of warmongers, and he couldn't help but chuckle. The performance of these two women now was even more proactive than his own, who had once roamed the battlefields. It seemed that the crazy firepower coverage over the past day had truly ignited their thirst for monster hunting. It wasn't surprising, really. On this planet, operating those heavy weapons on their vehicles without worrying about bullet consumption, shredding those ferocious monsters. Watching these arrogant insectoids turn into green blood mist in the steel storm with their own eyes. That exhilarating experience of feeling the impact and the roar of cannon fire is undoubtedly unmatched by any so-called AAA game in the original world. If one had to find a reference point, perhaps only the virtual reality games and science fiction novels, which offer 100% sensory feedback, could compete with it in sensory stimulation. However, in a certain cruel sense, what they were playing now could also be considered an extreme upgraded version of virtual reality games. Only they weren't lying in nutrient pods wearing helmets. Instead, their bodies were carrying their souls, truly entering this game world where a slight misstep could lead to their demise. "Alright, since you want to play something big, let's go for it." Jiang Chen took a deep breath, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and slammed the accelerator down to the floor. The massive armored vehicle let out a fierce, furious roar, and the heavy all-terrain tires screeched against the ground, kicking up several meters of red sand. It sped straight towards the direction of the large insect swarm detected by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen maneuvered the vehicle to dodge hills and giants on the ground, casually saying, "No matter who is fighting the insectoids ahead, as passing enthusiastic citizens, we must go lend a hand." Jiang Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, blinked her lively big eyes and looked at the team struggling in fierce battle on the screen, curiously tilting her head and asking, "Husband, we can help. Or, what if they harbor animosity towards us from the start and want to repay our kindness with malice? What should we do then? High-grade materials for themselves. Or, what if they harbor animosity towards us from the start and want to repay our kindness with malice? What should we do then? Hearing Jiang Qinji's somewhat naive question, Jiang Chen's smile widened even more. In that case, wouldn't it be even better? Jiang Chen shrugged, his tone filled with an air of nonchalance and cunning, and seriously said, Qingya, you might have misread the situation. My radar can't see any other players being surrounded. In my eyes, I only see some alien insects with strange camouflage abilities. They are deliberately staging a tragedy, using the sympathy of other human players to set a trap, ambushing our innocent little vehicle passing by. Think about it, we have been fighting on this broken planet for almost a day, and not even a shadow of a player has been seen. Now suddenly so many players appear ahead in this desolate wilderness. Who knows if they are real people or bait mutated from monsters? To protect our own safety, the only choice is to eliminate those suspicious monsters along with the insects. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's powerful theory, which turned black into white, without any sense of guilt, the two women were first taken aback, and then they clutched their stomachs and laughed heartily in the vehicle. Husband is still that cunning husband. When it comes to twisting the truth, he is truly impressive, not even needing to draft a script. Yusing Wan laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face, her gaze towards Jiang Chen filled with admiration and infatuation. In this cannibalistic and off-world slaughter game, only a man who is decisive and merciless in killing can. Jiang Chen pushed the vehicle's speed to the limit, while Jiang Qingya in the passenger seat provided the most precise navigation throughout. This heavy armored vehicle moved like a leopard hidden in the shadows, swiftly approaching the back of a giant rock only 5 or 6 kilometers away from the battlefield core. During the entire stealth process, neither the keen-sensed insectoids nor the struggling player team at the brink of life and death noticed the silent approach of this harbinger of death. This was naturally thanks to Jiang Qinji's long period of treasure hunting. Just as they were heading to the battlefield, Jiang Chen had activated an exceptional level stealth card for the vehicle. Although this item card could only be used once, its stealth effect was surprisingly good. Reluctant to miss out on such a large battle, investing a bit in the early stage was worthwhile, especially since Jiang Qingya still had a dozen of these item cards in reserve. At the moment the stealth card was activated, the outer layer of the vehicle was instantly enveloped in optical camouflage, allowing this massive object to perfectly blend into the surrounding environment. Moreover, whether it was the sound of the engine or the heavy vehicle's tread marks and the dust it kicked up, all were completely erased under the influence of a mysterious force. Unless Jiang Chen actively exposed their presence at this moment, regardless of whether they were squinting to observe with their naked eyes or using the radar scans from the players' vehicles and the insectoid's special perception system, they absolutely could not perceive any trace of this vehicle. As the RV came to a complete stop behind the giant rocks of the mountain, the distance closed in. The high-end radar and drones mounted on the vehicle transmitted holographic images, clearly revealing even the sharp barbs in the bug's mouthparts. In the brief span of just a few minutes on the road, the two factions within the basin erupted into an extraordinarily fierce direct confrontation once again. The trapped players' convoy was evidently pushed to the brink of exhaustion with no way to retreat. They chose to go all in, deploying a certain type of one-time powerful weapon. A deafening sound echoed from the screen, shaking the earth itself. A blinding plasma blue sphere exploded along the weakest route of the bug swarm's encirclement. A terrifying energy storm surged forth, instantly shattering the shells of 5 or 6 giant scythe bugs, each towering 2 stories high, that stood in their way. Limbs and broken bodies of bugs flew everywhere, and the small bugs on the route fell into a state of severe injury and near death. The convoy's engine roared madly. They were about to tear open a path for escape through the dense encirclement of bugs created by the trump card. However, the enormous leader of the bug swarm, standing by like an emperor, could not simply be a mere. With a roar that seemed capable of piercing the soul, the supergiant bug, resembling an armored fortress, finally became enraged. Its massive body unleashed a terrifying speed that was completely inconsistent with its size as it personally entered the fray. Its thick, thorn-covered forelimbs swept forward. With a crushing force that could break anything, it smashed the 3-player vehicles at the forefront, instantly turning them into severely twisted scrap metal. The screams of the players inside hadn't even had time to escape before they were obliterated along with the vehicles. After destroying humanity's hope of breaking through with a single strike, the giant bug did not rush to slaughter the remaining survivors. It began to intermittently open its abyss-like massive jaws, shooting out scorching high-energy red beams. These beams precisely cut the ground in front of the human convoy, assisting the countless surrounding bugs to launch successive waves of assaults. This was nothing short of a cruel game of cat and mouse, tightly entangling the remaining vehicles of these players, constantly using this dull knife method to wear down the last bits of ammunition and offensive capabilities of the human players with the low-level cannon fodder bugs. It seemed to take pleasure in the struggles and fears of its prey as they neared death. This strategy, which forced people to oscillate between hope and despair, was simply cruel to the extreme. As Jiang Chen coldly observed this spectacle from afar, assessing the combat power of both sides and preparing for the next harvest, his sharp gaze suddenly caught sight of something glaring in the footage. Wait a minute. Qingya zoom in on that armored vehicle in the center of the screen that's desperately reversing and giving commands to the maximum limit. Jiang Chen suddenly issued a low command, his tone chillingly dropping, as the image was instantly pulled closer and enlarged in the void. On the door of the command vehicle, a somewhat blurred emblem caked with dust and bug blood gradually became clearer before Jiang Chen, Jiang Qingya, and Yusing Wan. It was a white background with a blood-red sun printed in the center, a standard flag of a plaster. The moment Jiang Chen saw this emblem, the air in the cabin seemed to drop several degrees. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, his previously intrigued gaze instantly replaced by an ice-cold, bone-chilling, killing intent. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and his voice carried a chilling aura that felt as if one were falling into an ice cave as he spoke slowly. Good. Since this emblem has appeared, there is no need for any further probing to determine friend or foe. The faces of the people in the footage are utterly unrecognizable. If they were from another country, perhaps I could let them live for another 2 minutes, allowing them to enjoy the bug's massage. But since we have encountered these beasts, then these small lives must today meet a fate worse than death. Jiang Chen was not the kind of person who forgave historical grievances before the bottom line of blood feud. His principle was singular: to eradicate the roots and crush the bones. Upon seeing the plaster flag, Jiang Qingya's stunning face was also shrouded in a layer of frost. Watching the small life players below being ruthlessly trampled and screaming, she mockingly remarked with a hint of pleasure, "I never expected that these oddly shaped, hideously ugly alien bugs would look rather charming at this moment. They have successfully transformed into anti-Japanese heroes while mercilessly slaughtering these small. Since these heroes are at work, we must naturally present them with the most grand welcome gift and assist them in their endeavors. That's right, let's send all of them straight to hell." Jiang Chen pressed down on the accelerator, driving the armored RV that had been hidden behind the giant rock without any hesitation. The massive war vehicle stood proudly at the highest point of the mountain like a deity descending from the heavens, overlooking the brutal battlefield below where the fierce battle raged and blood flew. Unlock the highest authority of the weapon system. Full activation. With Jiang Chen's cold command issued, a series of spine-tingling metallic transformation sounds erupted from the roof of the vehicle. The heavy armored RV, which appeared to be a clunky rectangular shape, seemed to awaken its killing program like a transformer in a movie. The superalloy armor plates on the roof and body peeled away, folding outward, revealing one terrifying heavy killing weapon after another hidden within. The first to strike was the launch matrix that opened like a beehive on both sides of the vehicle. Tens of thousands of mini self-destructing drones painted dark black and equipped with high explosives emitted a terrifying buzzing sound as they surged into the sky like a black flood. They quickly gathered in midair, resembling a black death thundercloud that blotted out the sky, carrying a chilling killing intent, floating toward the battlefield below in the basin, ready to execute a suicidal destructive strike at any moment. Yesterday, after crazy monster farming and box opening, Jiang Chen spent a fortune and fortunately forged the second 1130 close-in defense gun. At this moment, two 1130 close-in defense guns resembling the giant sides of death simultaneously rose slowly from the vehicle's rooftop launch platform. The 22 thick barrels, each 30 millimeters in caliber, began to spin and preheat as the motors drove them at high speed. With a hissing sound, the gun muzzles slowly rotated under the servo motor's guidance, accurately pointing toward the area where the small life convoy and the bug swarm were engaged in the fiercest battle. As for the other close-in defense cannon, Jiang Chen couldn't even be bothered to activate it. Its meager range and power were far too lacking in the current firepower formation, unable to keep up with the combat distance on the battlefield. Thus, Jiang Chen left it at the rear of the vehicle to retire, contemplating when the right opportunity would arise. He might as well sell this American product at a high price to some unsuspecting fool, as it was merely an eyesore here. Meanwhile, the high-energy laser weapon at the front of the vehicle, shimmering with a ghostly blue destructive light, and the 130 mm heavy naval gun with both frightening range and power, accompanied by the urgent beeping of the advanced fire control radar locking on the red crosshair representing death, was firmly fixed on the center of the battlefield below. This was the first time since Jiang Chen had created this heavy-duty vehicle that all firepower restrictions were completely lifted, truly unleashing the full firepower. With everything ready, Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at the two women beside him, whose blood was already boiling and whose beautiful eyes were filled with a surge of battle intent. He smiled and said, "It was never enough just watching before. I want to join this battle too. Let me experience this pure joy of slaughter." Jiang Chen took a deep breath, heavily pressing his hand on the main control panel, issuing commands with the highest authority to the fire control system. In this battle, there are no limits on ammunition consumption. Conduct maximum firepower coverage. Blast that tattered flag along with that giant bug into smithereens. Hearing Jiang Chen's commands filled with grandeur and endless killing intent, Yusing Wan and Jiang Qinjia's excited faces flushed red. They nodded in unison, their voices crisp and filled with boundless enthusiasm as they loudly responded. Yes, hubby. Soon after, the three of them leaned back in their chairs in perfect harmony, closing their eyes to instantly connect their consciousness with the eager heavy weapons. The indiscriminate metal storm spanning vast distances was about to descend upon this group of little life players and the swarm. For ordinary people, 5 kilometers might take considerable time to traverse. But for this armored Tathatif armored camper equipped with terrifying heavy weaponry, it was merely a stone's throw away. At this moment, in the center of the canyon basin, the dozen or so little life vehicles were caught in a desperate battle, while the massive swarm and the 5-story tall mutated leader reveled in the cruel pleasure of playing cat and mouse. They were completely unaware that the true harbinger of death had already raised its heart-stopping scythe above them. Fire! Jiang Chen issued the command from the cockpit. Boom! A terrifying sound explosion tearing through eardrums erupted at the summit of the hill. The 130mm heavy naval gun was the first to unleash a thunderous roar. The thick cannon barrel abruptly contracted the immense recoil, causing the 100-ton heavy armored camper to slightly sink down. A high-explosive armor-piercing round trailing a ghostly blue tail tore through the air at several times the speed of sound, drawing a deadly arc in midair, accurately smashing into the densest area of the swarm. Immediately after, boom, a small sun-like, blinding orange fireball suddenly expanded in the swarm. The intense explosion and temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees instantaneously vaporized all life forms at the center of the blast. Wherever it struck, remnants of limbs and repulsive green bug blood mixed with chunks of flesh flew everywhere. And this was merely the beginning. Following closely was the terrifying firepower unleashed by the two 1130 Closian guns. With a firing rate exceeding 10,000 rounds per minute, the 30mm depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds formed visible metallic whips in the air. These metallic whips lashed out at the bug race like a storm. Wherever they struck, it was like a heavy boulder being smashed into a calm reservoir by a giant. In the face of this terrifying metal storm, the bug race's once proud shells were as fragile as paper. Those bugs hit by the Closian guns and naval guns didn't even have time to scream. They were instantly turned into a mass of green mist by the ammunition, carrying immense kinetic energy. At the same time, the buzzing black cloud of self-destructing drones composed of tens of thousands had completely enveloped the entire basin above the swarm. With Jiang Qinjia's nearly insane microcontrol and S-grade talent, these drones began to rain down punishment like meteorites. They ignored the already obliterated bugs and instead locked onto the severely injured high-ranking bugs that had been flipped by the shockwaves with broken legs or cracked shells. Boom, boom, boom. The dense explosions echoed in every corner of the swarm. Those resilient bugs, still with a chance to recover, were subjected to the most precise finishing blows. This sudden heavy firepower, with its terrifying might and persistence, surpassed the combined firepower of the dozen or so little life vehicles below by dozens of times. In just a brief encounter, the arrogant and disciplined large swarm was completely stunned by this overwhelming metal storm. The swarm fell into chaos. The bugs began to run around like headless flies, trampling countless dead. At this moment, the 5-story tall supergiant bug leader finally reacted to this sudden terrifying assault. Its enormous compound eyes were filled with frenzied rage and disbelief. It abruptly turned its hill-like massive body, 6 glimmering knife-like legs gripping the ground tightly. Tilting its head, it let out a bone-shattering, goal-piercing roar towards the vehicle of Jiang Chen 5 kilometers away on the mountaintop. Roar! Then this completely enraged superboss also began to retaliate in kind. It plunged dozens of stout and incredibly sharp knife legs deep into the ground to stabilize its mass. Next, the several pairs of gigantic wings behind it, and its exoskeleton-covered body began to pulse with bizarre dark purple veins flashing wildly. It was draining its life force to gather strength. The stray energies in the surrounding air were being frantically siphoned away. All this devastating energy ultimately surged into its gaping abyssal maw. A spine-chilling dark purple energy sphere rapidly took shape in its mouth, swelling. Sizzle. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart by a powerful energy. A thick beam of dark purple destructive energy, several meters in diameter, charged through the smoke of the battlefield, hurtling straight towards the vehicle atop the mountain where Jiang Chen was. Faced with this terrifying strike that could level the small hill, Jiang Chen, sitting in the cockpit, didn't even blink. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he pressed down hard on the red crystal button on the control panel. You think you can match me in a clash? You probably don't even know how to write the word death. Vehicle-mounted laser disable restrictions, overdrive mode, maximum power discharge. Buzz. The fuel tank inside the vehicle swirled. Tons of universal fuel were instantly drained, transforming into endless pure energy. The dark purple energy beam spewed by the giant insect hadn't traveled far in the air when a thicker and stronger azure laser beam emerged. Accompanied by a high-frequency buzzing that distorted the space, it shot straight down from the mountaintop. Two beams of destruction represented the evolution of the insect race and human technology. In an instant in the air above the basin battlefield, it was like two ancient behemoths colliding with a thunderous roar. Boom! At the center of the collision, a blinding burst of super-strong light erupted. Due to the extreme brightness generated at the moment of their collision, this alien battlefield fell into absolute darkness amid the intense visual contrast. The tremendous energy produced from the collision could not advance forward, instead manifesting as a visible ripple of energy that violently spilled and spread into the surrounding air and ground. A terrifying energy storm swept in all directions. The insects nearest to the collision center were instantly blown away like leaves in a gale. Even the dozen or so player vehicles struggling below were tossed about by this terrifying shockwave, their armor creaking under the unbearable strain. The vast red sand and stones lifted by the shockwave were instantly vaporized by the high temperature upon contact with the light. Everything illuminated by that dazzling light became the most shocking scene in this alien battlefield. However, the energy stalemate lasted for less than a moment. In midair, the dazzling collision point of the purple and blue beams began to move at an increasingly terrifying speed, visibly pushing back towards the giant insect's head on the left. The reason was simple. Jiang Chen watched the rapidly depleting reserve of universal fuel on the console, a slight pang of regret flashing across his face. After all, the universal fuel he was burning to power the laser cannon could be obtained from monster hunting and resource gathering. Although the consumption this time was a bit excessive, he could always find a way to collect more later. And what about that mutated insect below? It was burning its very life force to unleash that destructive. In terms of energy sustainability and absolute output, the two were simply not in the same dimension. A flesh and blood body cannot compete with a fully armed technological weapon in terms of consumption. Die for me. Jiang Chen urged his mental power fiercely. Boom. The azure laser instantly shattered the dark purple beam, continuing its relentless assault. The enormously thick energy beam from Jiang Chen's side struck solidly against the face of the supergiant insect that stood 5 stories tall. Woo-woo. The giant insect, hit directly by the high-energy laser, had its indestructible head shell begin to redden, melt, and vaporize. It let out an incredibly mournful and slightly fearful cry. The intense pain instantly crushed its ferocity, and its gaze became clear. This abyssal giant insect, which had recently looked down on humans as if they were mere mice, now resembled a wild dog that had its tail stepped on. It swiftly withdrew the blade-like legs embedded in the ground, abandoning all thoughts of resistance, and frantically turned its massive body to flee amidst the dense swarm of insects. In its escape, it cunningly used its enormous body to sweep away the surrounding ordinary insects, grabbing them to serve as meat shields. It tried to block that death-dealing laser that seemed to be glued to its head. Yet all of this was in vain. Jiang Chen's fire control radar had already locked onto its life signs. No matter where this giant insect hid in the basin, that azure beam would cross the distance, shining directly on it, continuously dissolving the exoskeleton. Even as it desperately used those smaller insects to block the laser, any insect, even slightly smaller, would be vaporized within moments of touching the edge of that terrifying high-energy laser. Even the large insect 2 stories high with tough skin and flesh would have its thick shell pierced, and its internal organs burned to cinders, becoming severely injured and helplessly collapsing to the ground. Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted my drone swarm? Jiang Chen scoffed from the passenger seat, connecting her mental power to the drone swarm. The swarm of self-destruct drones that had been hovering and waiting in the sky immediately received new instructions. They surged towards the giant insect like great white sharks, sensing blood in the water, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Hundreds, or even thousands of self-destruct drones charged forward along the path opened by the laser, rushing towards the giant insect's massive wound, now exposed and vulnerable. Boom, boom, boom. The drones dove headlong into the giant insect's wound, executing a series of precise and violent self-destructs. The violent shockwaves and debris wreaked havoc within the giant insect's body. The terrifying firepower of the 1130 Closian cannon and the 130mm naval gun also came crashing down on it. This devastating assault from both inside and outside completely sent the heavily wounded giant insect to the guillotine. With a deafening, despairing wail, This mountain-sized five-story giant insect finally crashed heavily onto the wasteland, raising a storm of dust, and fell silent. With the death of the leader, the once ironclad swarm of insects instantly became a headless dragon. The shift in their identity occurred in an instant. In the face of this terrifying armored vehicle, these insects turned into true prey, scurrying in all directions. Meanwhile, in the very center of the basin, the vehicles of the players who had been pushed to the brink of despair and were even preparing to execute the shattered tile operation stood in a queue. Looking at the tide of insects retreating around them and the terrifying giant boss that had been eliminated not far away, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, and cheers of having survived erupted from the vehicles. Although they could not clearly see what the divine vehicle that descended from the sky looked like due to the dense sandstorm several kilometers away, they had no idea how this deity had come so close to them, or how it had perfectly concealed itself from radar. But the joy of survival revitalized them. Through the vehicle's radio, they respectfully and somewhat ingratiatingly initiated a public channel broadcast towards the direction where Jiang Chen was. "This is easy. Thank you, unknown powerful lord, for your timely rescue in our moment of peril. This kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai, and the elite organization of the Great Li Empire, the Black Dragon Society, will certainly be immensely grateful. If you are willing to reveal yourself, we are willing to offer you generous rewards and form an eternal bond with you." This message was directly translated into a universal language and projected onto the screens of nearby players' vehicles. At this moment inside the cockpit, Jiang Chen was operating two 1130 Closian cannons, continuing to hunt down the retreating swarm of insects, his gaze casually sweeping across the holographic screen. When he saw that message of gratitude, especially the glaring words Great Li Empire and Black Dragon Society, his fingers paused abruptly on the keyboard. Jiang Chen's gaze turned icy and profound in an instant, staring at the screen, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he let out a cold snort. "I had intended to treat you as the final dessert to savor you later, but unexpectedly, there is an unexpected gain. Black Dragon Society. You really did not take the path to heaven, yet you barged into hell. So the filthy insects from that world have actually crossed over to this survival game world, and judging by their momentum, they have evidently developed quite a considerable force." Jiang Chen leaned back gently against the chair, a glimmer of memory flashing in his eyes. This truly was a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. The Black Dragon Society from Japan, the Dragon Group of Tianshao, the Rhine Alliance in Europe, and the Liberty Will in North America. These four organizations are superpowers hidden in the underground world, backed by terrifying national forces. And Jiang Chen was far from an obscure, ordinary person in the underground world. Previously, when he founded that top-tier assassination organization overseas, which sent chills down the spines of agents everywhere. Due to the competition for resources and national interests, there had been numerous bloody conflicts with this villainous Black Dragon Society. Later, Jiang Chen returned to the country to retire and was specially recruited into the most mysterious power institution of Tianshao, the Dragon Group. He even led the senior management of the Dragon Group, planning and flawlessly executing several large-scale international assassination operations. In those battles, the Japanese underground world was drenched in blood, and nearly all the high-ranking members of the Black Dragon Society were killed. The entire organization was nearly paralyzed to the point of announcing dissolution and completely withdrawing from the underground world. Yet unexpectedly, fate played a trick on him. These cockroach-like creatures with tenacious vitality came to this even more brutal world that follows the law of the jungle. Relying on their inherent ruthlessness and tendency to band together for survival, they actually revived and even became the local tyrants in this region. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes could no longer be contained. His fists clenched tightly, and the joints made a crisp cracking sound. "Since I couldn't kill you all on Earth, then in this lawless, treaty-free wasteland, I shall send you on your way." Ding ding ding. In the regional public channel, the Black Dragon Society's convoy continued to send those alliance messages filled with gratitude and probing, attempting to connect with the superpower concealed on this mountain. Jiang Chen looked at the screen filled with flattering words as if he were gazing at a group of dead men. He directly accessed the regional channel and arrogantly shot back coldly. "I was just too busy killing insects and collecting materials that I accidentally forgot to sweep you garbage along with them." This message, imbued with extreme contempt and pure killing intent, was released. The Black Dragon Society convoy, still immersed in the joy of being saved in the center of the basin, suddenly felt as if they had plunged into an ice cave, and the entire communication channel fell into silence. However, Jiang Chen did not give them any time to think or react. In this world of slaughter, villains die from speaking too much, and he has always used firepower as both the opening and closing remarks. Weapon system target relocked. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his consciousness connecting to the weapons. With a series of mechanical gear grinding noises, the 1130 Closian cannon on the roof aimed at the distant swarm of insects instantly adjusted its muzzle. Originally designed for attacking giant insectoids, this thick cannon now had its deadly crosshairs accurately locked onto the dozen or so vehicles of the Black Dragon Society that were parked in place at a loss. Die scum. The moment Jiang Chen confirmed the fire, a metallic whip, even more furious than before, tore through the air with a piercing scream, striking downwards like the whip of death. Boom! There was no suspense. The terrifying kinetic energy of the depleted uranium armor-piercing round instantly tore through the composite armor of the outermost heavy off-road vehicle. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the expensive vehicle carrying the elite members of the Black Dragon Society was hit before its defense shield could fully deploy, instantly turning into a massive beehive. The explosion of the vehicle created a deafening roar. A surge of flames shot into the sky, creating a small mushroom cloud mixed with steel fragments and flesh. Baka, he wants to kill us. Quick, defend. Scatter. The Black Dragon Society convoy erupted into chaos filled with terrified and desperate screams. However, just as Jiang Chen wore a cold smile and prepared to move the weapon to sweep the next target and complete the massacre, suddenly, ka, bang. A series of dull metallic cracking sounds suddenly came from above the vehicle. Following that, the icon representing the status of the Closian cannon on the holographic screen instantly turned into a glaring red warning. Jiang Chen's consciousness instantly scanned the weapon module on the roof. He saw that the 1130 Closian cannon had just fired in an overloaded high-intensity manner against the swarm. The thick cannon barrel was now glowing red and showing signs of a semi-molten state. Ultimately, under the dual impact of high temperature and chamber pressure with a loud bang, several barrels had experienced severe ruptures. Twisted metal fragments flew apart, the barrels were completely wrecked, the ammo belt jammed, and bullets could no longer be fired. Such severe weapon damage would have caused any player to pound their chest in frustration, watching their prey escape, and then spending enormous materials and items to find every possible way to repair it. But it didn't matter. Who asked Jiang Chen to have a cheat? Has it blown out? Just a minor trick.